Punch Girl. Book 1 by J. M. Reilly. Chapter 1. Outside the window, the minister watches. He waits in shadow, away from the floodlight's splash. No one will see him here. No one ever does. Every night he waits. The minister understands patience. Timing matters, so he will come no closer to meeting the man on the other side of the glass for now. Soon his time will come. The minister will make his entrance. Chapter 2. Alec frowns at his reflection in the blackened window. The floodlights mounted on the house reveal a slice of front yard, but otherwise the nighttime glass acts as a mirror. An unkind one. He squints at the caricature of middle age, thick through the neck and face, sleeves rolled, tie loosened. He runs a hand across the side of his head. A lot of gray there now. On his desk, jazzy hold music tinkles from a cell phone. The phone lies next to an open laptop and a sheaf of printed forms. Alex swivels away from the window and leans his elbows on the desk. He closes his eyes as the music starts another loop. Mr. Baum? Alex's eyes pop open and he hunches over the phone. Yes, I'm still here. My supervisor isn't here, as I explained. If you want to call back during regular business hours, she could definitely. I would like to not have to do that. The hold times in the day are brutal, and then I have to hold again for your boss. Look, as I explained, this is a clerical error on your end. Can't someone there update the status? Well, even though my supervisor isn't here, I spoke to a few of my colleagues. Okay, great. And? Since you're not on the Homeowners Association's board, we can't discuss it with you. Alec buries his hands in his hair and leans closer to the phone. I'm their accountant. I filed the paperwork to begin with. Yes, with their authorization, I understand that. But to make any changes, we'll need new authorization. I don't want to make any changes. I did everything right. What I want is for you to lift the association's suspended status. Yes, and as I stated, we'll need to hear from someone from the board. Why? They have nothing to do with it. This is your error, an error that you made based on paperwork filed correctly with the state by me. Forget your supervisor, forget the board, and give yourself authorization to fix your own mistake. I understand your frustration, Mr. Baum, but in order to do that, I'll need authorization from the board. Alec jabs a finger at the screen and hangs up. He slaps the laptop closed, crumples the paper forms, and slams them into the wastebasket. With the jazzy hold music silenced, the quiet calms him. He leans back and surveys the room. Textbooks, sci-fi paperbacks, and spare electronic wires clutter the bookshelves. They compete for space with photos and knickknacks from vacations with Jessica. He and Jess smile from the happy photos taken long ago. He should take a photo of the study so they can remember it after they sell it. Because another client is going to walk. Alex sits trapped in his chair. Behind him, the wizened portrait of failure waits for him in the window glass. In front of him, the stairs lead to Jess. He can't have this conversation now, but lying to Jess drains him. With nowhere to go, he opens the laptop. A news page loads, and Alex slides on his reading glasses and scans the headlines. A celebrity and a rapper got into a fight. Avocados are dying out. A sports team beat another sports team at sports. Someone thinks they know Punch Girl's identity. The Slayer was spotted outside Starpoint City again. Alec clicks the page closed and lowers the laptop screen. None of the stories connect. Where are the stories about regular people stretched and frayed and tired? Where are the stories about more expensive houses in worse neighborhoods? About trying? About doing everything you were supposed to do and then downgrading from 2 cars to 1 anyway? Changing grocery stores and wearing shoes for 1 more year? He chuffs a laugh at the empty room. No one would read those stories. He would rather read about avocados. Alec pushes his chair back, stands, and exits, while the minister watches. Chapter 3. Alec climbs the stairs on autopilot, but he pauses outside the bedroom door. allowing his mind to catch up with his body. His homeowners association client will leave. It's bad luck, but it's not the only bad luck. Some of his clients couldn't afford him. Others closed their businesses on their own, but the result is the same. Over the last year, he has lost more business than he has retained. He kept this information from Jess, hoping to weather the downturn. Jess's job as a project manager at a downtown marketing firm cushions the fall, but she needs to know. Soon she will support them alone. Alec grunts and enters the bedroom. "What was that?" Jessica says, without looking up. She sits on the bed with her legs crisscross. She wears PJ pants and an oversized t-shirt with her brown blonde hair pulled back into a medium ponytail, and she stares down at her open iPad. Alec wonders how she looks the same as she did 20 years ago. Where is her gray hair? Where is her thick neck? Unlike normal humans, who age, Jess gets fitter every year. She's ripped, like six-pack ripped. Whenever Alec wants to congratulate himself for aging gracefully, Jess slows his hand. He wonders whether she would marry him now. He crosses the room as Jess taps and slides colorful, swirling icons on her screen into exploding combinations. The audio from a TV show runs on a separate window in the corner. Alec enters the bathroom, grabs his toothbrush, and says, "What was what?" "That sound outside. I couldn't tell if it was a burp or a fart." Alec brushes his teeth instead of explaining. "Either way, you did it outside. That was sweet." Alec spits into the sink and rinses. He re-enters the bedroom and stops. "What happened?" Jessica sits as straight as a stack of coins. She holds her fists in the air like Rocky Balboa. "I've been trying to beat this level for 2 days." Boom. Alec climbs into bed and leans toward the fireworks on Jess's screen. "Awesome. Now what?" "Next level, but I'm not starting that tonight." She taps the smaller screen in the corner, and the TV program fills the iPad. "Pull up a pillow." Alec scooches over and arranges himself next to Jess. On screen, a beautiful young couple enjoys a candlelight dinner. The well-lit, model-attractive pair gaze at each other over untouched, freezing cold food. A dating show? No, no, no. Do not judge. The Bachelor is a great show. People think they're going to find love in 6 weeks on TV. One guy dating 30 women while the network foots the bill. It's a recipe for disaster. That's what you're hoping for? Disaster? Hey, they signed up for it. Mr. Handsome there? This is his 5th time. What, on this show? Jess nods. Why does he keep coming back? It obviously doesn't work. Because people are crazy, and that is why this is a great show. Alec watches the couple interact on screen. The program numbs him, and he relaxes. He gets it now. It's not a great show. It's a great diversion. Jess's puzzle game, too. Other people's troubles, swirling colors and sparkles. Jess uses them to distract from life, because she has her own worries. Quiet. Alec snaps out of his trance. What? You're quiet. You okay? Yeah, it's nothing. I just got sucked into the show. See? Told you. Now watch. After this, he's going on a group date, 6-on-1. You haven't seen anything yet. Alec rests against the pillows while Jess's words bounce around his brain. They sound more foreboding than exciting. You haven't seen anything yet. He could say the same to her. Chapter 4. The next morning, Alec joins Jess at their small, round kitchen table. They fuel up for work as the sun rises in the sliding glass door facing their tidy patch of backyard. Jess spoons oatmeal with one hand and scrolls her iPad with the other. She pauses and says, "Did you see this?" Alec chews a bite of bagel and looks up from the ESPN app on his phone without responding. "I think the Slayer's going national. I saw something about that last night. Do we care? I mean, it would be nice if he wouldn't take over any buildings here, but other than that..." "No, we don't care about it like that. I'm saying it's interesting. From a marketing perspective, it's a significant jump. You have to admire the branding." Do we? If I could do for my clients what he did for himself, we'd be living in a mansion. Kidnap people? Raise an army of madmen? Kill for sport? That's not what I'm talking about. Good, bad, whatever. The Slayer controls the narrative. Everything we know about him is what he has told us. Did he kill anyone? He says no. That army of madmen? Does he direct them, or are they like-minded vigilantes whose interests align with his? Is he a sympathetic victim fighting back, which is what he says, or is he crazy? In the meantime, what keeps running through our heads? That the world is ending, Alex says. The name, the Slayer. It's creepy, but also catchy. Then he denies it, but also uses it everywhere he goes. The Slayer. Jess sighs through her nose and shakes her head. He did it in months, not years. It's a masterclass. Kinda like The Bachelor. Jess lifts her head and squints at the ceiling as she weighs opposing thoughts. No. I'm just saying you can create a brand without killing anyone. It can be positive. Jess's eyes level at Alec. You're missing the point. No, The Bachelor. It's all about a bachelor. The girls want The Bachelor. That's the brand. Yeah, but it's muddled. He gets married at the end, so he's not a bachelor. It's less about their branding of the word than it is about their advertising for love. Jack Nicholson is a bachelor. Leonardo DiCaprio is a bachelor. It's catchy, but it's not on point. The show isn't trying to own the word like The Slayer is. There are lots of bachelors. No matter how many people slay, there's only one Slayer. Alec nods in deference to the expert. Jess stands and clears her dishes to the sink. She collects her coat and briefcase from the table near the back door, but she stops and turns. You sure you're okay? We're okay? Why wouldn't we be? You seem prickly. Maybe it's all the murder talk first thing in the morning. After a moment, he says, I'm kidding. Everything is fine. I promise. Okay. Love you. Jess smiles and leaves for her day. Alec lied. Everything is not fine. Chapter 5. As expected, Alec's HOA client fired him. When he called, they explained their respect for him and their preference to support small local businesses, but faced with the bureaucracy of the state and a perilous economy, they felt a larger firm. Alec ended the call by thanking them for their business. Now, in his office chair, he braces a brown loafer against the desk and watches the white walls of the rented space close in. His diploma and CPA certificate mock him from their hangers. The dropped ceiling and fluorescent lights loom at least a foot lower. Still, this will make a nice dentist's office soon. Through the plastic vertical blinds, Alec's second-floor view shows the complicated foliage of an oak tree. The small leaves float, connected to their stems, bobbing in the occasional breeze. Alec empathizes with those leaves. Detached, pointless, many. They don't understand how they contribute to the oak. They flap around, unaware of branches and trunk and roots. What trunk supports him? What roots? Does he contribute to the whole, or did he miss it? Is he a leaf lying beneath the tree in the grass? Alec kicks his loafer against the corner of his desk, and it groans 6 inches across the floor. He drops his foot to the ground and drags the desk to its previous position, perpendicular to the walls. He can fix the filing problem with the state and regain his client. At least he can try. He unlocks his phone, but his index finger hovers over the screen until it goes dark. Instead, he drags his laptop over and types in a search for the Slayer. The results return pages of headlines, most of which recount the Slayer's takeover of the World Cable News Studios in Starpoint City. The Slayer played a twisted game show live on the air with one of the security guards in the building. He offered the guy, Hector Ortiz, life-altering money or a gun. The game revolved around what Hector would choose while the world watched. Would he choose himself and pick the money, or would he choose the greater good and use the gun to arrest the Slayer? Alec didn't watch the drama live, but he saw clips online. Everyone did, and they all judged. In the end, Hector chose neither the gun nor the money. He told the Slayer he wouldn't play. In the moment, police and news anchors feared that Hector's defiance would provoke the Slayer to detonate the explosives he had wired to the building, but the Slayer surprised them. He laughed. The Slayer commended Hector's response and claimed Hector had illustrated the point he was making all along. Something about taking what you want instead of choosing from the choices provided. He declared Hector had won, and he could have both the gun and the money. Then the Slayer escaped. Hector enjoyed a period of celebrity after that, but the Slayer emerged the real winner. He cemented his reputation in hearts across the alt nation as a sympathetic man struggling against a heartless system rigged to fail everyone but the advantaged. Alec grunts. Somehow, the guy who took over a skyscraper defied law enforcement, killed someone on air, but off-screen, the article pointed out, took a national hero, Brightman, and paraded his corpse on camera and escaped, still positioned himself as the loser, the oppressed underdog. Ignore, too, that the Slayer possessed both the life-altering money and the gun. Alex sits back. Masterclass indeed. He scans the search results for more on the Slayer himself, but the listings devolve into chat room speculation. Maybe he was someone before, maybe he wasn't. That is his actual face. No, he changed it. But how did he do it? How did the Slayer charm everyone? The Brightman thing was macabre. Everyone knew him. Brightman took down the Rose. He defeated the Black Right Hand. When everyone thought the Inside Boys were too technical, Brightman teamed up with XZXX and, to a lesser extent, Punch Girl, and beat the IB at their own game. Brightman formed the Alliance. More cities than Starpoint relied on Brightman, and he spawned heroes in his wake. Local, but necessary. So when the Slayer hauled Brightman's body into that studio still wearing his costume, and he operated Brightman's mouth like a human puppet, making him say things people should have turned away, but they didn't. The Slayer gave them the show they wanted, but he didn't give them everything. He never revealed Brightman's identity. He never even looked himself. By doing that, he sent a message. Not that there is a new sheriff in town, but there is no sheriff in town. That night, the Slayer turned the old narrative on its head. The movie we used to watch, where the bad guy does bad, and the good guy stops him, ain't this movie. In this movie, there is no good guy. But guess what? There's no bad guy either. We suffer through this movie together, living our lives as characters written and controlled by others. We serve their purpose. The problem isn't the movie, it's the movie makers, according to the Slayer. Alec clicks away from the search page and considers his own showmanship and point of view. By any measure, he is interchangeable with any other accountant, but has he thought it through like the Slayer? Because a coherent message like that is deliberate. The Slayer presents himself as deranged, but a disturbed person could not have orchestrated and delivered such a nuanced, resonant message live. No one plans a grand act of vandalism like that and lucks into their defining moment. Alec rubs his hand across the side of his head. He reaches the back of his neck and scrubs the salt and pepper stubble back there, trying to erase the idea that his brain evolved far enough to torture him. Somehow, he is self-aware enough to realize his shortcomings, but not intelligent enough to do anything about them. On the way home, his car breaks down. Chapter 6. Alec exits the office of the repair shop and stands on the curb. The world might be better off if he stepped into traffic. The conversations with both the tow truck driver and the men in the garage underscored Alec's theory of living in the center of a world of absolutes. In this world, smart people invent world-changing gadgets while handy ones transform their hobbies into businesses. Both create billion-dollar franchises. They conceive and they produce. On both ends, the intellectual and the manual, they raise families and stand firm on 2 feet, confident they are following their designated purpose. Alec exists in the useless middle. His lack of knowledge about his own vehicle shames him. It's a 2013 or a 2014. The timing belt? He changed that. What does it time again? The oil? Isn't that what the Jiffy Lube sticker is for? The initial diagnosis was vague, but the range of cost estimates socked him in the stomach. If he had changed the timing belt. Alec ignored the stares and slow head shakes of the capable garage men as he left the service area. He taps his phone and swipes for the Uber app, but before he can decide whether he wants to pay the Uber charge plus tip or walk, the phone rings. The screen says, "Jess," and Alec answers. "Hey. Hey, meet me." "Where?" "Szechuan Garden Golden Lotus Dragon Panda Palace." On a normal day, Alec would smile. Over the last 15 years, Alec and Jessica realized that every successful Chinese restaurant uses at least one of the 7 magic words. They use them in different combinations: Golden Lotus, Lotus Garden, Szechuan Panda, Dragon Palace, Golden Dragon, but they use them or perish. If a new Chinese restaurant opens and avoids one of the magic words, Alec and Jess start the death watch. The unfortunate restaurant might as well put one word in every fortune cookie: doom. In a world of acronyms, memes, and emojis, a restaurant with a 7-word name tickles them both. So on most days, Alec would hear the excitement in his wife's voice and smile. Today he says, "Can we just meet at home?" "No, you're meeting me at Golden Garden Panda Dragon Lotus Palace." "Szechuan," Alec says, finishing the sentence. "Right, are you already at home? Did you already change?" "No, I was heading there, but I'll meet you at Dragon Palace Golden Szechuan Lotus Panda Garden." Jess giggles. "I'm on my way. See you there." Alec hangs up and taps Uber. 10 minutes later, he exits his ride, walks through the strip mall parking lot past Jessica's late model BMW, and enters Lotus Garden Inn. Inside, his eyes adjust to the dim light, and he finds Jess at a table in the corner. He walks past empty tables and one family of diners. Lotus Garden Inn, with its mishmash of red and gold decor spanning several Asian cultures and dynasties, bustles at lunchtime. At dinner, though, diners expect something more upscale than linoleum floors and cracked vinyl booths in a strip mall next to a 7-Eleven, so takeout rules the trade. Which is why Alec and Jess like this place for dinner. No waiting, ever. Alec sits at a wobbly foretop with Jessica, and Jess's hand clamps his forearm. "Finally," she says. The energy from Jess's hand radiates into Alec's arm. "What are you so excited about?" "You mean, other than having dinner at my favorite Golden Szechuan Panda Dragon Lotus Garden Palace Chinese restaurant with my favorite guy?" "Well, yeah, duh. What's better than dinner with me? That family I walked past was begging me to join them." "And you gave the gift of your company to me?" A waiter interrupts. Jess orders Qingdao beers for both of them, and they order crab rangoon to start and Mushu pork to split. The waiter leaves them, and Alex says, "Are you going to tell me why we're here, or am I guessing?" Jess beams. She claps her hands like a little girl. "Guess. You'll never guess." "So I shouldn't guess?" "Try." "You're pregnant." Jess barks a laugh at the ceiling. "No, that would be a whole other discussion." "Okay. You won the lottery." "No, but you're getting warmer." "Really?" The waiter sets the green beer bottles on the table and returns with a plate of fried crab and cream cheese puffs with assorted jars of sauces. Alec plucks a rangoon from the plate and pops it into his mouth. "Oh my God, so hot." "They just came out of the fryer," Jess says. Alec grabs his beer and drains a fourth. After he swallows, he runs the tip of his tongue across the roof of his mouth. "Dang, now I have meat strings." "You could have waited 10 seconds before transitioning into feeding mode." Jess places a puff on her tongue to illustrate. She draws it into her mouth and chews. And bonus, I'll still be able to taste the rest of my meal." "You distracted me with the whole 'I won the lottery' thing." "I didn't win the lottery. I said you were getting closer." With everything on Alec's mind, his patience wanes. But this is marriage. Jess set this meeting up, and her excitement bubbles out of her like shook soda. A good partner would think of her first, and Alec wants to be a good partner. That doesn't mean he can't shorten the game. He says, "I think I got it. The Slayer struck again. He took over your building and played that money gun game, but then he realized how beautiful you are. He declared his love for you, but you rejected him because of me. So he gave you the money and, broken-hearted, announced he was retiring. Then he vanished before your very eyes. Did I get it right? That was a very detailed guess, and closer than you think. We got a new client. You're taking on the Slayer as a client? What? No. He's insane. We don't represent criminals. Jess's eyes twinkle like she dropped a hint, and she presses her lips together, suppressing a smile. Alex studies his green beer bottle. Rivulets of condensation roll down the Chinese label. He looks up and says, "We don't represent criminals, but you do represent heroes?" Punch Girl. Jess raises her palms as she opens her mouth and eyes wide. Can you believe? Wow, what does she want? She's expanding. With Brightman gone, there's a void, and she's going to fill it. I'm going to help her. That's great. Good for you. Good for the firm. Mostly good for me. Alex stares, reading Jess's flat-lipped expression. No. Are you serious? Is she? Did they assign Punch Girl to you? Jess's smile splits her face. She performs the little girl clap again. Jess, that's huge. It's gigantic. She's exactly the client we want. A young up-and-comer, working in a competitive profession. She is surrounded by men in a world where one slip-up can haunt you forever. It's treacherous. It's unbelievable that she got this far. Now she wants to move to the big stage. With help. And I'm going to help her. Did you meet her? Not yet, but I will. God damn, that's so good. Why you? Why did they pick you? What does that mean? Alec waves his hands, erasing the comment from the air. Nothing. No, it's just a question. It's a big bump. Won't people you work with be jealous? That's your big concern right now? My coworkers' feelings? How about they picked me because I'm a woman? How about after all this time they see something in me and they're giving me a shot? How about, good for you, Jess. I'm so proud of you and not at all worried about the mood of a bunch of strangers you work with. You deserve this. You want to try that? Take it easy. I was just asking. Jess stares dead eyes. Good for you, Jess. I'm so proud of you. And those other people can suck it. You deserve this. You deserve this, and I love you. Better. I didn't say I love you, but that's a nice ad. It's part of the service. The waiter returns and sets a plate of mooshu pork in front of them. Alec unfolds the steaming pancakes and loads them with meat, vegetables, and hoisin sauce. Punch Girl, this is going to be big. Jess nods and claps her hands under her chin. For the moment, any thoughts of failing businesses or car repair wait on the curb outside. Chapter 7. Punch Girl fast ropes to the roof of the high-rise courthouse building, a blue blur against the blue sky. The punch copter hovers a moment while the thick blue rope retracts and the vehicle departs the airspace. Punch Girl waits for the copter to leave so she can avail herself of all her senses. The pebbled roof presses into her feet, but no gunshots sound over the ambient city noises. Active shooters spring up like whack-a-moles these days, but so far this one only qualifies as an active threatener. Unlike a small-town courthouse with its peaked roof, columns, and single courtroom, city courthouses contain multiple courtrooms. They also have jury rooms, grand jury rooms, conference rooms, judges' chambers, and detainee waiting cells, all on multiple floors. Patch me into the security and police comms. Static crackles in Punch Girl's ears, followed by tactical chatter, and she removes a screen from a pocket at her lower back. She points a tablet at the roof and scans the building's floors below. Using thermographic imaging and radio and ultrasonic waves, she scans floor by floor. Her screen zooms past wire drawings of the individual floors, through infrared rainbow images of people cowering near walls and in stairwells, and a remote computer interprets the readout. Prior to her arrival, a man entered the courthouse with a concealed weapon. When the metal detector sounded and the guards attempted to detain the man, he drew his weapon. So far, no one fired any shots, so the intruder isn't seeking a mass casualty situation. He wants one victim, a judge, a lawyer, or even a prisoner. Punch Girl's screen locks onto one bright image in a fourth-floor southeast courtroom. She tucks the tablet into the slot in the back of her suit, where it doubles as armor, and she sprints for the corner of the building. As she runs, she draws a blue plastic pistol from a matching blue holster strapped to her leg, points the gun at the roof, and Pop Chunk fires a spike into the roof's tar and gravel surface. She attaches the blue gun and the trailing braided wire to a clip on her chest, where it disappears against the matching sky blue background of her punch suit, and she leaps over the roof's edge. The blue against blue illusion is one of many Punch Girl uses to her advantage. To look at her is to see nothing, which is how she wants it. The bright blue punch suit covers her entire body like she poured it on. No cape, no boots, no logo. Any distinguishing features hide behind the material. The blue recalls the bright blue of Brightman's iconic suit, creating a moment of hesitation in opponents, which often spells their demise. The color also matches the blue of the sky, offering camouflage from above. In person, Punch Girl's details blend and trick the eye. Height, weight, musculature. The suit hides the specifics, even though Punch Girl bristles with specifics. Like a copperhead snake in the leaves, she prompts hesitation. A person could see her, but struggle with her entirety. The human instinct to freeze and evaluate opens the door for Punch Girl, and in that vacuum, she attacks. The fluidity of the punch suit even brings gender into question. The bright color suggests femininity, but many question whether Punch Girl is a girl at all. While the public uses the pronouns she and her, Punch Girl could be Punchman. The voice slants toward female, but she uses a voice modulator. The strength, the agility, and the aggressive attitude suggest male to some, but others argue the opposite. Punch Girl falls past the roof's edge. The cable spools out of the gun clipped to her chest, tightens, and she lands on the building's brick face, where she spider walks backward down the building. At the fourth floor, she side crawls to a plate glass window built into the building's facade. She retrieves a pencil-grip glass cutter from her left forearm and runs the cutter around the inside frame of the window. Her blue foot kicks the full plate inside, where it smashes on the floor. The city will pay for the damage, and her suit, which can deflect a bullet, will handle the broken glass. She enters the open hole, crunches to the floor, and slaps her tether to detach the cable. Two women cower in the corners on either side of her. Punch Girl turns to her right and points down the hall in question. The woman nods short, frantic head bobs. As Punch Girl advances, she listens to the tactical commands in her ears. She wants to stay out of the way of the police. If they're closing in, that works for her. If not, half of the police on site evacuated to the lower floors while the assault teams mobilized. The suspect is patrolling the fourth floor, and they would like to make contact. Punch Girl disagrees. No gunshots have fired yet, but the longer this plays out, the likelier that becomes. As the suspect tires, frustration rises. Hostages become victims. Punch Girl won't wait for that. She slips into the courtroom. Inside, people cower in the aisles of the gallery. A man in a navy suit paces the area below the judge's bench. On a typical day, he would look like a lawyer working the judge, but the black pistol dangling from his hand makes this an atypical day. The man paces and speaks to himself. This is his courtroom. It's his. He has to come. I'll wait. It's fine. I'll wait and I'll shoot him. I'll shoot him and shoot him. He'll be in contempt. He'll see. In his courtroom. The man's eyes lock onto Punch Girl and he freezes. Punch Girl reaches out and lowers her hand. Put down the gun. Why are you here? This isn't for you. It's not. You can't. Go, please. He's the bad guy, not me. Punch Girl repeats the hand gesture. No, I can't. No, you can't make me. The man points the gun down the center aisle at Punch Girl. Her head leans 1 degree off its vertical axis, but her message comes across loud and clear. Really? The man steps forward one step and jabs the gun toward Punch Girl. "Just stay there." Punch Girl lowers her body into a catcher's squat. As she does, a cloud envelops her. "No, no, this isn't fair. This isn't for you." The mist expands and covers half of the courtroom. A few people cough on instinct, even though the vapor neither burns nor hinders their breathing. "If you come close, I'll shoot. Let me explain. He's the bad guy." A shriek pierces the room. Cracks and snaps puncture the veil of fog, and several heavy thuds vibrate the floor. Quiet follows, and a few moments later the police storm the room. They surround the man in the suit, who lies twisted and moaning on the floor. As the fog dissipates, the bystanders swivel their heads searching for Punch Girl, but she's gone. Outside, the punch cycle bursts from an alley with a straining engine whine and squealing tires. The monochrome sky blue motorcycle melds with the driver as the machine screams past press cameras and looky-loos stationed in front of the building. Cameras click and gawkers push forward, but the punch cycle revs, turns, and disappears behind the downtown buildings. Several minutes later, the punch cycle rolls to a stop at the curb, fronting the tallest building in the city. Punch Girl dismounts and crosses the concrete toward the building. Pedestrians and workers stare as she passes. She enters the building and rides the waiting elevator to the top floor. When the doors slide open, a woman stands beneath the American Marketing and Management logo. She greets Punch Girl and escorts her to the closed doors of the main conference room, where the AM&M CEO and Jessica wait to begin their presentation. Chapter 8. That afternoon, Alec peers over his glasses at the computer screen in his office. He swaps a spreadsheet for a web page and scrolls. The news of Punch Girl employing Jess's firm, a major promotion for Jess, freed Alec's mind to focus on work, and he dives into the numbers. Corporate tax preparation. Most people think tax prep is boring. Comparing last year's corporate taxes, someone else's taxes at that, with this year's and cross-referencing corporate status with the current state and federal tax laws induces a coma in most people. Alec loves it. Many mysteries in life elude him. Their inner workings shroud themselves from his view. Meet a girl, get married, and start a family. Have an idea, start a business, and make a fortune. Live for yourself, but understand the greater good to make a better world. He sees the larger picture. What remains wanting for Alec is the middle, the how. His macro view hinders him. He understands that. To grasp the idea, but miss the machinery underneath, to watch everyone else find the secret, pains him. He exists unconnected to the things that are supposed to matter. Numbers, though. Numbers are different. When Alec buries his head in the numbers, the fog lifts. The path opens like a thresher harvesting a cornfield. The numbers line up. They smile at Alec and clamor to reveal their secrets. When he performs his accounting duties, the tuning fork inside him hums. Today, coupled with Jess's opportunities, a lightness, "Hey buddy, mail call." Waylon Grimes enters the office and drops an envelope on Alec's desk. What is it? Management company. Oof. That can't be good. Did you get one? Nah, I'm on a multi-year lease. They can't touch me. Waylon backs into the doorway, where he sets his briefcase on the floor, slides his hands into his pleated khaki pockets, and rocks from his heels to his toes and back, grinning like he won a free dessert. Waylon always looks this way. He's a smiley, chatty guy who offers floods of uninvited anecdotes and personal information. For example, Waylon's parents were big fans of the country singer, Waylon Jennings. Waylon's business, his church, his many romantic outings, and his budding interest in chess all make regular appearances in Waylon's daily conversations in the hall. Alec hears the most, since his office faces Waylon's. Waylon smiles and says, "Did I tell you what ended up happening after I emailed that voice coach?" As Waylon launches into resolving his story, Alec frowns, unable to recall the setup. For all of Waylon's unsolicited patter, he never says much, and his stories don't always connect. After all this time as office neighbors, Alec cannot recall any meaningful information about Waylon. Like a magician, Waylon distracts with his fire hose of information. Distracts from what, though? His stature. To Alec, Waylon's thin arms, narrow shoulders, and trunk skew feminine. Could he have been a woman? Which was the exact reason that I wanted to join the choir in the first place. Can you believe it? Waylon says. That's amazing. Right? Now, Pastor Wilde... The phone rings on Alec's desk. He checks the screen and says, I have to take this. Yep, back to the mines. Waylon picks up his briefcase, salutes Alec, and exits. Alec taps his phone. Alec Baum's office. Mr. Baum, this is Hal at Exclusive Auto. I'm calling about your Accord. Alec listens to Hal for a full minute. Halfway through Hal's description of error codes, parts, labor, preventive versus immediate, and supply chain lead times, Alec folds his arms on the desk and rests his forehead there. When Hal totals the price for the immediate items, Alec lifts his head and says, $2,200? That's what we have to do? $2,238, with tax, all in. Alec calculates the cost of a new car. He revises that to a used car. Then he reduces that to preferred Uber customer. He could burn the car and claim the insurance. Mr. Baum, we have to have your authorization to make any repairs. Yeah, fine. Okay, do it. Do all of it. The full $2,200. He hangs up the phone. Between credit card limits and Waylon's cheerful prattle, Alec loses interest in his blessed anesthetizing numbers. The computer screen glares, cold and forbidding now. Alec reaches past the leftover vending machine sandwich and Diet Coke can on his desk and retrieves Waylon's delivery, the property management letter. Dear Mr. Baum, the board has reviewed... His rent is going up. 15%. Because they can. Because moving is a pain. Office shopping, applications, deposits, alerting clients, changing business cards. The letter cites rising costs and unforeseen repairs, but it's just leverage. Most people would pay 15% to avoid the hassle. Sign the enclosed lease renewal agreement in the next 7 days, or we will assume that you plan to vacate the premises. Alec folds the papers and inserts them into the envelope, which he drops on the far corner of his desk where he won't see it. He removes his glasses and stares at the wall. The office, the car, the clients, the business. This is the final nail. He picks up his phone and taps the screen. Jess answers after a few rings. Hey, what's up? What's up with you? Punch girl stuff. What's the matter? Alec hesitates. He called for that exact question. Rather than answer it, though, he says, Nothing. I was seeing how you're doing. That's sweet. I'm good. Just busy. Alec takes the hint. After he hangs up, he considers his holding back. He and Jess have been holding back from each other for a while. Like Waylon, they discuss surface issues, distractions, TV shows, and iPad games, but beyond that, Alec joked that Jess was pregnant. She laughed it off as a whole other discussion, but it's a discussion they should have had. In retrospect, they both avoided it like a rattlesnake. How many years have they avoided real talk? Marriages grow. Some suffer growing pains. Others drift apart. But is he drifting, or is he standing still, and Jess is traveling away from him? As always, he sees the problem, envisions the result he wants, but freezes as the intermediate steps fade from his grasp. Chapter 9. Jess enters the house through the back door and finds Alec preparing dinner. Plates, pans, bowls, and pots scatter the countertop. As Alec bends and pulls a roast chicken from the oven, he looks over his shoulder and says, Finally, sit. This smells amazing. You made me dinner? Don't get used to it. I got home early and I thought you might be late or tired, so... What? You're just standing there. This is so nice. Sit. I'm dying to hear about your meeting. Oh, that. A few moments later, Alec sets a plate in front of Jessica. Roast chicken, peas, and mashed potatoes. He pours a glass of wine and joins her. Jessica smiles at her plate and at Alec. You made this? Okay, the peas are frozen. I'm not shelling peas. I was going to make the potatoes from scratch, but they have all these different types, and they're all piled in this gigantic mountain, so I chickened out. But speaking of chicken, I did make that. Jessica squints at Alec. You can smell it in the house. You saw me take it out of the oven. Good point. Jess nods and digs in. I needed a pleasant night after a bad day, Alec says. Why? What happened? No, you talk. You're the one who met Punch Girl today. Okay, well, there's not much to say. I mean, it was pretty anticlimactic. She came. She was late, of course, but that's understandable. And we met. Alec waits for more. When nothing else comes, he says, Oh, good. Did you offer her water? Or a muffin? What can I tell you? She didn't burst through the window. She didn't ride her motorcycle into the room. It was a meeting. With Punch Girl. What did she say? What did she do? How was she? What does her voice sound like? Is she bigger in person? Did she hint at who she is? Jess, come on. None of that. It was weird. It wasn't even like a meeting, really. She's very forgettable. Are you sure you met with Punch Girl? First, she doesn't talk much. Hardly at all. She doesn't even move much. She's very still. You wonder if she's asleep in there, and of course you can't see her face. Alec understands. Unlike in TV and comic books, where a masquerade mask and spandex pants fool even the relatives of the hero, real-life heroes do not toy with their identities. Criminals adhere to that as well. Even the Slayer, who showed his face on TV, muddles the truth of who he is. His lack of a signature hides him in plain sight. It's actually a problem if she wants to expand her image. She had to say something. She mostly listened. I told you it was weird. She's very awkward, which is probably why she came to us. What did you say? You had to sell her, right? I talked about today, at the courthouse. It's a perfect example. Alec raises his eyebrows and shakes his head. Today, at the courthouse, with Punch Girl. What happened? Jess sets her fork on her plate and says, Alec, it's why she was late for our meeting. It's all over the news. I didn't watch the news. What did she do? It's all over my phone. Did you not look at your phone either? Or listen to the radio? Or talk to anyone? You'll have to forgive me. I was busy making a lovely dinner for my beautiful wife. Jess gives Alec the high points of Punch Girl's rescue at the courthouse. Then she says, it's not what she did. It's what she didn't do. After it was over, she just left. She built up all this goodwill. She's clearly the hero and she squanders it. It's a missed opportunity. You said that to her? Basically. What did she say to that? Nothing. Alec looks away and thinks for a moment. She's like a ninja. Exactly. That's a problem. Why? Ninjas are awesome. Really? Name a famous ninja. Michelangelo, Ninja Turtle. Jess scowls, half at Alec for being an idiot and half at herself for marrying said idiot. She can go the ninja route all she wants, but if she wants the people on her side, like Brightman, she can't disappear. She has to take advantage of those moments and let people in. How did you leave it? She stood up and left. Without saying anything? Like thanks or you're hired? That's exactly what happened. Paul and I just looked at each other. I thought I blew it. What did Paul say? Not much. He was as mystified as I was. He wants her as a client, so I thought he might replace me. What? He didn't even give you a chance, that snake. He's not a snake, Alec. He's a good boss. No, you know how I feel. There's something else there, something dark, devious. If he's going to put you on the account, he should at least... Anyway, he didn't replace me. Oh. Punch Girl texted later. She loved us. She loved me. And she wants to keep going. Her foundation already wired in advance. She texted you? You have Punch Girl's phone number? Paul does. Anyway, she's our client. Alec raises his wine glass for a toast. Then what's all the doom and gloom about? Jess, you did it. This is a win. You landed Punch Girl. Jess joins the toast. After she sips her wine, she stares into it. I don't know what I'm going to do with her. Who she is, the way she is, this could go really bad. Why are you even thinking that way? You haven't even started. Because I don't know where to start. There's no blueprint for this. If I mess up and set Punch Girl back, damage her reputation, it's a big deal, Alec. Which is why Paul gave you the account, because you can handle it. Jess exhales and looks away. I could help. How? Alec stares at Jess for a long moment and says, I could do the dishes. Jess chuckles. She stands, kisses Alec on the head, and exits the room while the minister watches. Chapter 10. From the darkest shadows of the small backyard, the minister observes the kitchen. He watches Jessica, in particular. She is becoming a problem. He would like to involve her. Alec needs her, and the two work well together so she could add balance. But with Punch Girl in their orbit, the minister shelves the idea. Jessica's association with Punch Girl troubles him. He always saw Alec's wife as a potential impediment, but with Punch Girl 1 degree separated from Alec, Jessica has moved from obstacle to threat. If that 1 degree ever turned to 0, someday he will welcome it, but he is not ready for Punch Girl yet. Punch Girl outclasses him in every way. If they were to clash, she would crush him before he started. At some point, the two of them will face off. When it happens, the minister will be ready. So timing matters. For both Punch Girl and Alec. If he introduces himself to Alec too early, it delays his development. Like a sensei asking a martial arts student to break a wooden block with his hand, he must prepare the student to accept the challenge. If the student enters unprepared and hurts his hand, the instructor must manage the student's fear along with his technique. The student may break the wood later, but that fear and doubt will travel with him like a permanent weight. The wife adds to that weight, and the minister cannot manage them both. Involving Jessica endangers everyone. Her presence transforms the wooden block into a stick of dynamite. When Alec chops it, he may cut the stick in half, but he might also watch his hand explode. The damage would last forever and remove Alec from further competition. The minister cannot have that. Then add Punch Girl to the mix. The minister will wait for his moment, but as always, details matter, and he alters one. When his moment comes, he will not be ready. When he and Punch Girl meet, he will be victorious. The minister smiles. Chapter 11. In front of the floor-to-ceiling windows of the AM&M conference room, Jessica crosses her arms and paces. Paul McNeary watches from his seat at the head of the conference table. He sits still in a charcoal suit with silver hair, one leg crossed over the other, hands folded, like a painted portrait of a U.S. senator. Past Jessica's pacing, he admires the view. As CEO, Paul understands the image game and its secrets. This building, for example, despite its appearance and the panorama, is not the tallest building in the city. The windows overlook the tops of the other downtown buildings all the way to the horizon, but the view is an illusion, pure marketing. If the windows looked east instead of west, guests of AM&M would look up into the windows of another building. The orientation reflects a marketing choice rather than a design one. It is also why they added the dome and spire. In cityscape photos, this building rises above all others thanks to the dome and spire placed on the roof. The later addition completes the illusion. Again, pure marketing. The dome has a use beyond that now, but at the time Paul commissioned it, the addition's purpose was to make them the biggest. Biggest equals best, which they hope to achieve with Punch Girl. Jess stops pacing and says, I'm not in love with it. An interview could do more harm than good. First, it's boring. She's not great in a room. An Oprah or 60 Minutes kind of thing? I'm not seeing her sitting there for an hour. Plus, everyone has done it. Still, it's national, Paul says. I'm not even sure they'd want her. That's all we need, to have her upstaged or minimized. Imagine they put her segment on before a David Hasselhoff interview. We can't turn her into a meme. So no late-night TV shows or that kind of thing? Same reason? Even more so, she's not big enough yet. People are still making up their minds. That's the whole point. If she can't be the headliner, I don't want her going on at all. What would she even talk about? What is she about? Exactly. Butt-kicking crime fighter. Yawn. The world is too niche for that. She has to be about something. Jess restarts her pacing. Paul uncrosses his legs and leans his elbows on the table. I'm going to toss out some ideas. You edit on the fly. Crime. What's the audience? Crime is bad? Justice. Everyone wants justice, even the bad guys. Too broad. Protecting the little guy. No one thinks they are little. Women's empowerment. We have that already. We do. Who? Hello? Wonder Woman. Paul chuckles. Wonder Woman isn't real. Jessica stops and says, Ronald McDonald isn't real. Mickey Mouse isn't real. You want to open a theme park featuring Michael Mouse and serve Big Mike hamburgers and see how real they get? Paul's white-toothed smile widens at Jess's passion for the job. It could bite us anyway. No one knows for sure if she's a woman. Okay, I hear you. What about the suit? Go ahead. What about it? Well, that's her thing, right? Everyone is interested in the punch suit. They recognize it. They want to know how it works. How about a twist on a Vogue spread? Instead of highlighting fabric and design choices, we highlight the engineering and all of her gadgets. Print? So people can read about her? You're right, we'll get her a guest spot on a sitcom. Jess's head snaps toward her grinning boss. Haha. Paul sits back and crosses his legs. Jessica says, It's not like it was, where the Beatles could take over the world, with interests fractured the way they are now and attention spans shrinking to micro levels. These monoliths don't exist anymore. There will not be another Brightman. She still needs an audience. A small, feverish one. That's what grows. That gets attention. What she needs is a platform, a message that sets her apart. Paul raises his palms and says, I agree, but we've been at this for days now. We need something to show her. Until we determine what her message is, we can't show her anything. I'm not leaving here until we figure it out. Paul looks at his watch and nods. Chapter 12. Alec signs the car repair forms and hands his credit card to the mechanic. After an instant of hope and panic, the computer accepts the charge and Alec retrieves his keys. A few minutes later, he hits the road in his rebuilt 10-year-old car. His upbeat attitude surprises him. His business may be in the crapper, but Jess picked them up. Also, his remaining clients still need him, so it ain't over yet for Team Bomb. As he parks in his spot in the office garage, though, reality sets in. The bills will all come due. The future looms, and while he will continue to perform his fiduciary duty, it won't be enough. He needs new clients. Like every small business owner, Alec must focus on one thing besides his specialty: business development. Once again, he lands in the vacuum between idea and outcome, and the paralysis chills him. He sits in the driver's seat of his quiet car and weighs shutting down the business. He could close Alec Baum, CPA, and get a job at an accounting firm. The stress of deciding would leave him if he got the job. He would face younger, less expensive candidates in a tight market. Plus, he would bear the sunk cost of his business. Furniture, equipment, supplies. All his tax write-offs would vanish. He presses both hands against his forehead, but after a moment, he forces his muscles to relax. He opens the car door, stands, and reminds himself that good news can wait right around the corner. In the common reception area at the front of Alec's office, the mail for each tenant lies in sorted bundles on the vacant reception desk. Receptionists work at the discretion of the tenants on each floor, with the expenses shared in equal parts. Neither Alec nor his fellow worker ants volunteered for the job of soliciting and interviewing candidates, so the group voted to avoid the hassle and the cost and live without a receptionist. Alec recalls that decision with relief as he picks up his thin 3 envelopes among the fat banded stacks. The door swings open behind him. Hey, Alec! Alec turns. Hey, Stephanie. Stephanie Schmidt, attorney at law, enters and stands next to Alec like a cowboy at a saloon bar. As Stephanie sorts her stack of banded mail, Alec envies her confidence. She wears it like armor, and despite her smile and cheerful demeanor, she projects seriousness. Being both black and a woman, she could have accepted a muted image. She could have gone the other way, too, and carried a chip on her shoulder, but she did neither. She projects importance and capability how she wants to project it. Her confidence runs deep. Stephanie's mail sparks envy in Alec, too, not to mention her youth and her fitness. This second-rate building is a brief stop on her inevitable rise. Alec says, "How's the lawyering?" They walk together toward their offices, and Stephanie says, "Not bad. I could use an assistant, but then I couldn't pay myself. How's the accounting?" Assistant? Alec would settle for paying himself. Good. They arrive at their neighboring doors, and Stephanie unlocks her office. Alec walks past to his door and stops. "Did you get a letter from the management company?" "About the rent?" "Yeah." "How did you like their 7-day ultimatum?" "Not very friendly, is it? I'm not even sure it's legal." "What are you going to do?" "What can I do? I don't have time to move." Alec nods his sympathy and enters his office. He flips through the envelopes in his hand and plays a game. Based on the return address, guess what each letter says. First letter, they want to sell him new business cards. "We professionally print low-cost business cards." Bingo, thank you, trash can. Next letter, no return address, but the address window shows the acronym SEO, which reveals the answer. They want to improve his website. "Dear Mr. Bone, we have contacted you several times about your website for your growing business. We offer top Google search results." Trash can. Alec Baum, 2, solicitors, 0. Last letter from a law office. They want to inform him he qualifies as part of a class in a lawsuit as long as he breathed air or drank water on planet Earth within a certain 4-year period a decade ago. "Dear Mr. Baum, I represent Sun Hills Vista HOA. The state tax board has suspended their association based on filings submitted by your firm." Hang on. Terse declarative sentences. Recitation of facts. Alec sits forward in his chair and reads the letter. Alec has cost the association money, and they want it back, with extra. Due to the suspended status of the association's account, the state cannot process their prior year taxes and is treating them as unpaid. Penalties and interest accrue at a daily rate. What do they want him to do? Pay their taxes for them? Alec calculates the potential late filing fees. He adds the interest on the unpaid principal, along with interest on the new fees, and computes the amount if it compounds daily. He backdates that to tax day, plus damages and attorney fees, and groans like he has gas pains. The return address on the envelope, stamped in gold in the upper left corner, reads Daly and Pratt, but neither Daly nor Pratt wrote the letter. Their use of the word firm concerns him too. He opens his laptop, navigates to the Daly and Pratt webpage, and his stomach falls. Daly and Pratt are not like him. They are not two guys in a rented box sitting at facing desks and speculating about their survival. They advertise 2 offices and years of successful litigation, supported by numerous articles under their media tab. The law firm of Daly and Pratt dwarfs Alec Baum, CPA. At least this is a letter, not a summons. They want to talk. Alec grabs his phone off the desk and touches the screen. He listens past several rings and prepares his voicemail message to his former client. "Hello? Arjun? Oh, hey, it's Alec Baum. How are you?" "Fine." "Listen, Arjun, I got a letter from Daly and Pratt. It says they're representing you over this suspension thing. What's going on?" "I'm not supposed to talk to you, Alec. They said you'd try to call me." "Well, I appreciate you picking up. This whole thing is not my fault. You understand that, right? The state will figure it out and fix it on their own. We might still be responsible for the late fees and the interest. We might have to sue the state to recover those." "Says who? A lawyer? Arjun, that's just not true. I'm your accountant. I'm telling you, that's not how the law works. We can't take that chance, Alec. We could go broke. You know I wouldn't let that happen. There's nothing I can do now. We have to protect our membership. I'm sorry. Look, Arjun, dump these guys. They're trying to scare you. Arjun? Dead air hums in Alec's ear. Alec sets the phone down. A lawsuit. Daly and Pratt will want a settlement. If not, they will force Alec to hire an attorney, file, and defend himself. He did nothing wrong, but his former client is correct. They may have to go to court to force justice's hand, and the cost could break them. No one broke the law, but everyone is in defense mode. In the meantime, no one carries more weight than Alec. He turns to his window with its freewheeling leaves and shakes his head. That's it then. Honesty, knowledge, hard work, relationships. It all amounts to a steaming pile of garbage. The truth? Doesn't matter. Responsibility? Forget that. Society? A representative government by, of, and for the people? Take that naive schoolboy baloney and make a paper hat out of it, you pansy. The mill turns, it grinds, and it needs meat. Alec and his ilk fall into the mill. Fall? No, they line up like sheep and wait their turn to jump. All day, every day. The mill grinds on, and that good raw mush extrudes out the other end to keep the rich rich and the masses fed. Alec boils his pity party down to one simple moral. No one cares. He packs up and heads home to see Jess. When he arrives, an empty house greets him. Chapter 13. Jessica enters the bedroom after 10 p.m. Alec sits on the made bed in his PJ pants and Northwestern t-shirt. He looks up from his phone and says, "Hey, there you are. I left you some pizza down there." "Yeah, I'm not hungry." Jess dumps her briefcase and jacket on a chair and undresses. "Long day. How did it go?" "Shitty." Jess drops her clothes in a pile on the floor. In the bathroom, she starts the shower and hides under the spray. The too hot water, which she set to scalding, scours away the residue of the day. When she pulls out of the spray and opens her eyes, she startles at Alec standing outside the glass. "Sorry, I wanted to see if you're okay." "No, you didn't. You wanted to watch me shower." "That's only like 20% true." "You're a child." "I'm a man, and I'm well within my rights. As my wife, you are also my property. I can do whatever I want with my property, including watch it bathe." "You're an idiot. And a child." AKA a husband. Jess closes her eyes and sticks her head under the hot spray. After she shampoos, she smooths her hair back, grabs the shower poof, and cleans her body. "I'm totally stumped. I'm wishing she never came to us." "Why? Did she say something? Is she going to fire you?" "No, we haven't even presented yet. Paul and I have spent days on it. We have nothing." "I'm sure you have something. You're just being overly critical because it's Punch Girl." "Whatever, I'm telling you, I'm blowing this. I can't believe I celebrated getting this project." Jess soaps her armpits and washes her chest. Alec stares through the shower door. Smack. He jumps at Jessica's soapy hand slapping the glass. "Right? You're not even listening." "Well, what you were doing, it's very distracting." "My God, I changed my mind. You're not a child. You're a teenager." Jessica ducks under the water, and Alec exits the bathroom, giving her some space. Several minutes later, Jess joins Alec on the bed. She opens the cover on her iPad and taps the icon for her puzzle game. The screen blazes with cartoon colors and flying jewels. "You'll get it. You totally will," Alec says. "Thank you," Jess says, tapping her screen. "You don't think Paul would fire you, right?" "No, of course not. Why would you even think that?" "Because people fire me all the time. They sue me. Also, you can't get fired. We're going to need the money." Alec's inner voice almost crossed from silent thoughts to spoken words. He regroups and says, "You just seem so down, that's all. Do you want to run it by me? Talk it out to a neutral third party? It's stupid. There's nothing to talk about. We're stuck on the most basic thing. Jess vents as the candies and disco balls fall and explode on her screen. She explains her struggle in trying to pinpoint Punch Girl's raison d'etre. Ooh, French. Oui, it means reason for being. I know. Jess looks sideways at Alec. I have a graduate degree. I know stuff. Anyway, we don't have it. I just can't capture her thing. I get it. Like truth, justice, and the American way. Superman, exactly. Or Batman, the world's greatest detective. It informs their whole being. Yeah, but that's not why people like Batman. They like Batman because he's cool. Jess's hand hovers frozen over her screen. After a moment, she taps and pauses her game. She turns to Alec and says, "Say that again." Batman is cool. People don't really care about the detective stuff. I don't. I guess it mattered at one point, and it does still inform his decisions. That's true, isn't it? People don't really care about the detective stuff. I mean, if you're a fan, if you read the comics especially, those people do. Mostly it's the Dark Knight thing, the Man in Black, but on the good side. The hero fantasy. Jess leans back against the pillows and stares at the far wall. After several moments, she sits forward and says, "She doesn't have to let anyone in. They already want to be her, right? You can't be Superman or Spider-Man or Wonder Woman because you don't have superpowers, but you can be Batman or Brightman. Punch Girl doesn't have to represent anything except herself. They just have to see her do her thing, right?" Is this an actual question, or the more they see her do what she does, the more they will want? The more she locks them out, the more they want to get in. That's it. It's not like we haven't seen it before. Batman and what's that band? Alec waits, then says, "Oh, you want me to answer?" "Yes. Who was that band? With the guitars? The music guys? The Beach Boys?" "No. With the beards. You know." "The Oak Ridge Boys?" "No. There's no boys. Stop saying boys. They're men. Rocker men. With long beards and sunglasses? It's their thing." ZZ Top? "Yes, those guys. We know nothing about them thanks to those disguises, but the videos, the music videos that we know, that got people interested." "Yeah, I guess you're right," Alex says. "I am. Those guys, those DJs with the helmets, Blue Man Group, Batman, they don't let anyone in. It's like a secret club that you need a password to enter. That's their thing, right? That's what you're saying." "Okay, sure. I was totally saying that." Jess slaps her iPad closed. She hops off the bed and crosses to her briefcase, where she retrieves her laptop. She returns to the bed, fires up the computer, and types. "So, talking it out, that worked." "Don't speak." A moment later, amid the clacking of keys, Jess says, "It totally worked. You're amazing. I love you." Alec nods. "Glad something works." Chapter 14. The next morning, Jess stands on the kitchen side of the counter between the cooking area and the dining area. She crunches into a toasted bagel and leans into her computer screen. When Alec enters in his pajamas, she looks up and smiles. "There you are." "There you are. You're going in early?" "I was hoping I'd see you before I left. Alec, you totally saved me." "Way to go, me." "I'm serious. I have it all now, thanks to you." "How late were you up?" "Late, but check it out. Notifications." Jess smiles like she discovered the cure for polio. "Ah. Okay, tell me the weather." Alec blinks at Jessica. He looks out the sliding glass door and back at her. "The weather? Today?" "Today and for the next 5 days." "Okay." Alec sighs as he removes the phone from his flannel pocket. He taps the screen. "Exactly." "I didn't say anything. I can't even find the weather app." "But you looked on your phone. That's the point. I thought of it last night. Remember I called you a teenager?" "I remember." "Teenagers are on their phones all the time. We all are. So I thought, what if we could use that? Notifications." Okay, for what though? For Punch Girl. If she's going to be somewhere doing something, you get a notification. Crowds show up wherever she is anyway, but this wouldn't be for the crowd. It would be for the in crowd. Alec blinks at Jess's triumphant smile. It skews young, which is great. It's exclusive and secret. We won't advertise it, just word of mouth. I mean, people want to watch her work. They think she's cool, right? Like Batman? Yeah, I guess. You guess? If people don't think she's cool, this won't work. This whole thing depends on people thinking she's cool. Do people think she's cool or not? You said people think she's cool. Wow, you didn't sleep at all, did you? Alec, is she cool or not? She is. People think she's cool. Take it easy. Jessica's eyes turned to stone. After staying up all night honing a revolutionary approach to please her most important client and halt the retreat of her career, Jess bristles at the idea that she needs to take it easy. Alec recognizes the face of the lioness ready to pounce and says, I think it's perfect. She's going to love it. How do you sign up for the notifications? Is she going to announce it? God, no. She's never going to mention it. Ever. If she does, she'll be against it. That could work. We'll see. Sounds good. Jess closes her laptop and packs her things in her briefcase. That part's easy. You tell people who tell people. It's a whole industry. But I want you to have it too, to make sure it's working right. Oh, okay. So I'm in the in crowd, with the young people. Nice. Yes, you're very hip. Jess scoops up her keys and opens the back door to leave. Do young people say that? Hip? No, but I knew an oldster like you would understand it. Love you. Love you too. Alex stands alone as his words hit the already closed back door. Chapter 15. The first notification went out, and the minister received it. He got it because Alec got it. It popped up right there on the phone screen. Punch Girl, hostage situation, followed by an address. The minister rushed over, but the notification attracted a disappointing crowd. Standing in a small mass of people outside a modest house, the minister blends in, wearing regular clothes like a regular guy. He pushes his sunglasses up his nose and pulls a cap down low as he wades further into the crowd. He listens to their conversations and absorbs their mood. About 100 spectators gather around him at the police cordon, buzzing with anticipation. They chatter among themselves and shift from foot to foot, phones at the ready. The word circulating through the gathering says, a man has barricaded his family inside the house. He threatens to kill them and himself unless the police deliver $1 million in the bed of a monster truck. It's dubious information. In all the excitement, the spectators played an impromptu game of telephone and turned a routine request into one befitting their involvement in the spectacle. Regardless, their excitement matters, and the delight of the mob crackles. Despite their number, 100 phones broadcasting to 300 or 400 social media accounts, complete with video, commentary, and one-touch forwarding, deserves respect. The word will spread, and if the show lives up to the hype, it will transcend the geek crowd, so the minister reins in his judgment. The police pushed them back past the curb. Red and blue lights strobe from half a dozen police cars, which block traffic in both directions. Several flak-jacketed officers confer while other officers assemble a rover. While they wait for Punch Girl, the minister smiles at the homemade Punch Girl costumes in the crowd. How many of these people live with their parents and have lifetime passes to Comic-Con? A moment later, the electricity in the group rises when the vroom of a motorcycle floats overhead. Attention turns toward the approaching sound. The rev explodes into a roar as a sky-blue blur bends around the curve at the end of the street. The punch cycle blazes past the cop cars in the road, leaps the curb, and skids to a stop on the brick path outside the house. Cheers drown the rumble of the punch cycle. When Punch Girl cuts the engine and dismounts, the cheers grow louder and phone screens extend into the air. Onlookers call out, hoping for a nod or a wave, but Punch Girl proceeds like an actor on stage. She slides her tablet from the small of her back and scans the house. Moans of ecstasy drift over the audience like wisps of smoke. Punch Girl returns the tablet to her suit and draws a blue stick from a compartment along her thigh. The stick extends into a baton and snick. 4 steel hooks flare from the end, turning it into a grappling hook. Snick, the hooks retract. Punch Girl loads the baton into a large-bore pistol drawn from her other leg, and with the gun in her right hand, she detaches a grape-sized sphere from a row on her forearm. The entire setup takes fewer than 7 seconds. The entire mission will end in under 30. Punch Girl points the gun and fires. After an air-fueled whoosh-bang, the baton crack crunches through the wooden front door, trailing a braided steel cable back to the pistol. Inside, the grappling hooks snick free, and like a cowgirl roping a bull at the rodeo, Punch Girl raises her arm, loops, and retracts the steel cable. The front door splits in 2. It splinters outward as the hinge screws release and the deadbolt wrenches free. The inside opening door drags the door jamb outside with it, and the entire door frame breaks free and topples onto the brick path outside. Through the mortar and drywall dust, Punch Girl tosses the grape and follows it inside. A brilliant flash of light silhouettes her in the debris dust, and a concussive wave rocks the walls and jars the ground beneath the spectators' feet. Seconds later, Punch Girl leads a man with zip-tied hands, a bloody nose, and a lip expanding like bread dough back through the hole. Ecstatic cheers and applause erupt from the crowd, and the police step forward to claim the suspect. Frantic calls for Punch Girl ring out. The audience wants more, and they press toward the barricade, carrying the minister with them. Punch Girl disregards the scene. She mounts the punch cycle and kicks it to life. The bike thunders as she revs it over the noise of the crowd. She releases the clutch, and the punch cycle launches. In 3 seconds, she curves out of sight. In 3 seconds more, the sound of the motor fades like a dream. As the police secure their prisoner and enter the house, the crowd exhales a collective breath. They loosen, becoming individuals again, and dissipate. They chatter, bent over their phones, posting, commenting, and vlogging as they walk away. The minister wants to stay, but the police would notice one remaining gawker, even wearing a hat and glasses. He drifts with groups of spectators until he can break away to collect his thoughts while still viewing the scene. From a bus bench positioned at the far end of the street, the minister deconstructs the performance. The geeks loved it, but they would have gushed no matter what Punch Girl did. If Punch Girl had set up a table and started signing autographs instead of catching a bad guy, they would have burst with joy. Maybe she should have, because in the minister's opinion, this was not much of a show. Punch Girl gave the audience nothing. No memorable moments, no set pieces etched into the memory, no spectacle. The minister stares at the remains of the suspect's ruined house, with its jagged front door hole. What did the viewers get? Noise, hullabaloo. It was smoke and mirrors. She rushed through it. She gave them a look at the bike, showed them a couple of toys, but then she was gone. The narrative was missing. Where were the bad guys? Where was the threat? Why did this guy snap? Did he have his family in there at all? Why did this require Punch Girl? An audience expects a meal, but this meal wouldn't satisfy a starving person. The time has come. Punch Girl's hungry audience deserves a real spread. Chapter 16. Alec nestles the Honda into its parking spot in the office garage. He shuts off the car, collects his papers from the passenger seat, and sticks his phone in his front pocket as it rings. He huffs at the timing, reverses his actions, and answers Jess's call. Hey, did you go? Go where? To the hostage thing. You didn't get the notification? Damn it. The whole point was for you to be my eyes and ears out there. We launched it today. I got it. I'm kidding. Then why didn't you go? I went. I was kidding about that too. Jess breathes into the phone. All this kidding. You're so funny. I'm so glad I called. Sorry, probably not the best day to joke around. Probably not, so... Yeah, it was good. Good? Jess says. No, it was great. It worked perfectly. The notification came. I went there and the whole thing went down. You can probably see it online by now. You can. I just want to know what it was like there. Was it happening? Was it cool? How were the people? Younger than me, but it was cool. It was like watching a movie in person. Okay, what about after? Could you tell if people were excited or wanted more or what? They definitely wanted more. They were calling out and trying to get her attention. She just ignored them, though. That's fine. Is it? Alex says. It's not my area or anything, but is that the right approach? For now, 100%. We'll see what happens later. Okay. Why? What's Nothing. It's not my area. Just say it, whatever you're thinking. Well, what was the point of the whole thing? For people to see her do her thing up close, which they did. Okay, I thought it was to gain fans. Jess says, ultimately it is, but they have to see her and appreciate her first. What would they see and appreciate in person that they wouldn't see and appreciate online? It's not like she engaged with them or anything. She isn't supposed to. That's not the point. Then why would they go again? Why would they tell anyone else to go? These people... Alec, drop it. You don't understand. I don't. Weren't you guys going to give her an identity or something? Like portray her in a certain way that we could see by being there? I mean, all we saw was an ass-kicking that went by so fast you almost felt sorry for the bad guy. What do you mean? People were hoping she would lose? No, but it was over in 2 seconds. She dominated and left. It wasn't even close. It's not a game show, Alec. She can't show up and be charming. She has to show what she can do. I guess. I'm wondering what we saw, though. If I'm wondering, other people are probably wondering too. No, they're not. You get to see both sides. Other people don't know about us at all, so they wouldn't know to question our strategy. A strategy, by the way, that took teams of people weeks to implement and is working. I'm just saying I wouldn't go again. It wasn't that fun. Because you're stubborn and you don't understand. I said it's not my area. The dead hum of the phone connection fills the silence. After a moment, Jess breathes a sharp exhale and says, I forget that I'm immersed in this, and you're not. Alec keeps his mouth shut. The people there today are fans. They'll support her. Outside of that, though, we need people rooting for her. It allows her the latitude she needs to do her job. But she has to win. Even if it's boring. I would rather err on that side than risk her losing. If she loses at this stage, we're done. If some low-level thug takes her down, she's finished. She can still be local, but her climb will be over. I get it. No one wants to see Ant-Man go up against Lex Luthor, but Superman. Or Brightman. In the real world, Brightman was the closest thing we had to matching up with someone as large as that. Punch Girl can be that, but not yet. It's a process, and I can help her. Alec hears the edge in Jess's voice. He hears the stress and the fatigue. He says, I didn't mean to upset you. You didn't. I'm just amped. Anyway, I asked, so thank you. It's a big help. Is it? It is, but I have to go. Okay, I'll be at work if you need me. Alec hangs up the call, but he remains in the car. A flash of inspiration jolts his brainstem and follows with an urgent message. He can help. No, he can do more than that. He can do a lot more. The Honda's engine starts, and the car backs away and exits the garage. Chapter 17. Paul McNeary wants Punch Girl and Jessica to succeed, so he is unhappy. This is not what success looks like. Sitting at his glass-topped CEO desk in his corner office, he faces away from the two-direction view behind him, which matches the panorama from the main conference room windows next door. Instead, he focuses on the smaller and less pleasing view displayed on his desktop monitor. The reviews from the Punch Girl launch have come in mixed. The fanboys loved it, but the compiled social media and blog feeds point to tepid results. Extremes move the needle. Tepid equals death. Paul leans back and swivels his chair to the side. Disappointment happens in their business, and when it does, Paul always wonders whether they did enough. Could they have done more, or was this another record release or makeup line destined to land in the bargain bin at Walgreens? This one hurts, though. You rang? Across the room, Jess pokes her head in the door. Paul waves her in, and Jess sits in one of the two stainless steel and leather chairs across from him. He says, "So, did we bite off more than we could chew?" "You mean, did I bite off more?" Paul tilts his head to the side and raises his eyebrows in agreement. "I think we have to wait and see," Jessica says. Okay. In the meantime, do we want to bring someone else in on this? Get a new set of eyes? You want to bring someone else up to speed on Punch Girl?" "I'm asking." "Then no. Jessica, no one will think less of you for soliciting ideas, especially me. It's a big account. It's unusual." "I can handle it." "Of course you can, but getting some fresh counsel working as a team might be beneficial for everyone. It would still be your team." "I'm not coming off the Punch Girl project." Paul breathes a cleansing breath. Once in, once out. It's not going well. "Really? I'm hearing good things about today. I thought you were calling me in here to congratulate me." "What did you hear?" "Alec was there." "Oh?" "Yeah, I put him on the notification list to be our eyes and ears of the common man out there." Paul smiles. "The common man. How is Alec? I haven't seen him in a while." "He's good," Jess says, leaving out Alec's opinion of Paul as a harborer of dark secrets. "He says today went great. People showed up, and they loved it. They left wanting more." "Good. Did he tell any influential friends? How is the notification page looking?" "It's growing." "Okay, then we'll wait and see." "Good. Anything else?" "How does Punch Girl feel about it? Did you talk to her?" "She feels like we feel, all good." After waiting for more, Paul says, "Okay, thanks." "So we're good? Wait and see?" "I'll think about it." "There's nothing to think about. There's no reason to bring anyone else in on this. A win for the account is a win for you. You understand that, right?" "Then let me bring in a win for the account." "I said I'll think about it." Jess hears her dismissal and exits. Outside the office, she evaluates her performance and gives herself a middling grade. She didn't lie, but the definition of perjury springs to mind. She spoke the truth, but not the whole truth. Sign-ups are growing, but the rate is flat, if not diminishing. The firm's influence has hit a wall. They are reaching the core fans, but breaking through that ceiling. She kept that from Paul, but he already knows. Paul knows other things too, things he kept from Jessica. After she left, he exited as well. He crossed the room to his right and approached the wall, dividing his office from the conference room. He placed his palm over a blank space in the drywall, and a hidden door slid open, revealing an elevator. As Jessica considered her secrets outside, Paul stepped inside the hidden compartment. The door slid closed, leaving a blank wall for any visitors to see. Inside the box, Paul rode past the building's roof to the dome and spire above. Chapter 18. Over the next week, Alec learns to avoid Jessica's work. Whatever metrics Jess hoped to reach with the Punch Girl project lag expectations. Every morning, Jess leaves earlier, and every night she returns later. Her mood hovers between sour and depressed, and it nosedives at any mention of Punch Girl. The Bachelor and iPad puzzle games assume greater roles in their home life. Jess bears this burden alone, and Alec worries. She will not back down. She will carry more and more, giving more and more of herself to Punch Girl in the firm until she breaks down. If she could vent. "Who's winning?" Jess says. Alec looks away from the baseball game playing on the TV. He blinks at Jess standing in the doorway of their small living room and says, "You're home?" Surprise. "Who's winning the game?" "Oh, I don't know. I wasn't listening and I can't see the score from here." Jess chuckles and squeezes in next to Alec on the sofa. She wriggles, forcing Alec to scooch and give her some room. "You seem happy," Alec says. Jess's mood loosens his, and he breathes for the first time in weeks. I got some good news today. At work, on Punch Girl? Yes and no. Indirectly, but yes. Did you see this? Jess points her phone at Alec. Alec leans toward the phone screen. A frozen video waits there. The title reads Supervillain Dumbass. This made my day. Play it. Alec touches the screen, and the video starts. From the POV of a pole-mounted traffic camera, cars wait in 3 lanes 4 deep at a red light. A figure walks into the intersection and faces the cars. The figure wears a black rain poncho, covering him like a dark ghost. His face hides behind a plastic cowboy mask, with bushy eyebrows and mustache. He raises a double-barreled shotgun in one hand and fumbles between a selfie stick and a megaphone with his other hand. He speaks into the megaphone and says, I am the cars lurch forward as the light changes to green. Cowboy Man dances to avoid being run over. At points during the next 40 seconds, he drops each of his tools, the selfie stick, the megaphone, and the gun. He avoids passing car mirrors when he bends to retrieve his items, but one car's bumper snags his flapping poncho and throws him from the frame. The oof from his hard landing sounds off screen over the passing traffic. Jessica giggles. She covers her mouth and says, Keep watching, it gets better. A new set of cars stops at the intersection. The cowboy stalks across the frame, untwisting his costume. As he raises the megaphone, the POV changes from traffic cam above to cell phone at ground level. I am the goofball, a dubbed voice says. I am the goofball, Alex says. Jess points to the screen. Watch. Cowboy Man says, I am here to say goofball stuff, break my phone, and then, oh yeah, shoot myself. Cowboy Man's shotgun thunders at one of the car tires. Boom, boom. The gun and the tire explode in succession, and the car tilts toward the deflated radial. The cowboy moves to the next car and fires again. Boom, boom, hiss. But when he shifts his hands to reload, he drops the selfie stick. Damn it. Okay, now I will shoot myself in the stomach. The gun levels and fires. The pellets strike the rubber of the tire, but they bounce back. Whap! A shower of steel BBs smacks the poncho like rain on a plastic tarp. Cowboy Man howls like a wolf. He drops his tools and bends over, clutching his chest. The videographer cracks up behind the camera. His cackles combine with the image on screen of Cowboy Man doubled over in pain under his smoking poncho. Heroic music rises, and the video freezes. Jess laughs and lowers her phone. Is that not the best? I'm guessing that's not how he planned that to go, Alex says. You think? It's just what I needed, though. Why? How does this help Punch Girl? It doesn't really. I mean, I guess if criminals are popping up in full costume with backstories trying to get some attention, you could call that a challenge to her. I guess. It puts her on the radar, sort of. Mainly it's for me, your wife, the one you should be worried about. I am worried about you. That's why I asked. You asked about Punch Girl. You got me. I admit it. I love Punch Girl. It feels so good to say it. I want to get a divorce and date her. Do you think you could introduce us? Jess pats Alec on the chest. She chuckles and exits into the kitchen. You are feeling better, aren't you? A moment later, Jess returns with 2 beer bottles. She hands one to Alec, taps hers against his, and sits on the coffee table between Alec and the TV. You know what it is? This guy, the whatever, on the video, he's so inept, so poorly planned. He's a mess. It made me think how well Punch Girl is doing. Well, yeah, duh. I've been too close to it, and I'm measuring her success, her acceptance, her popularity against all the big names. You know most of those big names are fictional, right? They're the ideal. Wonder Woman, all of them. Not to mention Bright Man, who is real. Was. Jess tips her beer and drinks. She lowers the bottle and says, What I realized is they're all fully formed. We're watching them at their peaks. Punch Girl isn't there yet. She shouldn't be as popular or as feared as those other heroes, but she's closer to them than the goofball? Yeah, she's on her way to being them as opposed to being him. That's a win, right? Am I crazy? That's two different questions. Jess smacks Alec in the chest with the back of her hand. Shut up. Alec chokes from the slap, and beer foams at his mouth. What a baby. Jess stands while Alec struggles with the carbonation racing up and down his esophagus. She walks toward the stairs and turns. I'm going to take a shower. Alec swallows and says, I'll be up in a bit. Really? Did I mention that I'll be in the shower? Naked? I have to go to the bathroom, and it might be number 2, and with the toilet right next to the shower to... Okay, that's enough. Thank you. You're a real charmer. Jess exits, and Alec watches her climb the stairs. He waits to hear the water turn on and the shower door slide open and closed, and he stands and winces. He touches a protective hand to his chest and follows Jessica's path. Instead of climbing the stairs, though, he veers right and enters the small powder room, where he closes and locks the door. Alec faces the mirror and raises his t-shirt. He pokes his finger at a black bruise highlighted against his pale skin and winces. He pokes another bruise and another. 8 small, round welts darken his chest in a rough circle, the kinds of welts someone might get from a shotgun blast to the chest. Chapter 19. 10 days later, the minister arrives. The same 12 seconds of dark, grainy, overhead security footage plays on newscasts and social media. News anchors and amateur sleuths take turns decrypting the images from the parking garage, but they agree on few facts. Terrence Roque, silver hair, pinstripe suit, approaches his Bentley Mulsanne in Silver Lake metallic blue in its parking spot in the Starbank executive garage. He opens the door, and the blur happens. A rush of fabric enters the frame and envelops him. Roque struggles, but the attacker drags him out of the screen, and it is over. That happened 3 days ago, and on the news and online, speculation runs wild. Roque, president and CEO of Starbank, is the target of an investigation by both the FBI and the SEC. Information supplied following Roque's disappearance revealed a conspiracy to defraud investors, the federal government, and the stock exchange, with several bank officers agreeing to cooperate in exchange for reduced sentences. So what happened? Perhaps Roque's criminal co-conspirators nabbed him to keep him from talking. Perhaps he set this up himself, an orchestrated kidnapping on camera which would allow him to escape prosecution. Or maybe it was a ghost, a golem brought forth to collect Roque and force him to atone. The apparition storyline dominates the news outlets in their clamor for eyeballs. It could be a ghost. The attacker on the video doesn't look human. Who cares if no proof exists that ghosts inhabit our realm? There's no proof they don't. Eyewitness accounts across the globe suggest they do, and the ghost angle explains why Roque hasn't turned up and why no one has demanded a ransom. A spirit dragged Terrence Roque's sinning soul to the underworld if it did not consume him outright. The more the TV news people and online influencers feed the story, the hungrier the audience gets. The police focus on the kidnapping, and they bristle when they point out that a human committed the crime. Also, this nut job stumbled into a federal investigation, complicating their work. The local detectives must now balance their investigation with the wasp's nest of federal agencies, offering help in one breath while demanding results with the next. Terrence Roque's disappearance even draws Punch Girl's attention. Punch Girl sits at a high table in a dim warehouse. The 3 large computer screens in front of her illuminate the surrounding area, but the space above rises into darkness, hiding the ceiling. Behind her, an open cement deck spreads into the dark corners of the building. Around the room, Punch Girl's equipment dots the open spaces. Several tables hold maps and blueprints. Electronic parts, wires, and screens cover the surfaces of others. A large blue rack holds spare equipment. Gas gun, grappler, night vision, explosives, all in matching blue. The punch cycle leans on its kickstand, and a blue wingsuit hangs in a glass case next to the motorcycle. Next to that, another case houses a spare punch suit. Spare because Punch Girl wears a punch suit right now, except for the mask. The blue mask lies in a pile on the table near Punch Girl. She leans forward in her high drafting chair across the stainless steel surface. She swivels from left to right, stopping for a moment at each of the 3 computer screens. Each screen displays a different frozen frame from the action during Terrence Roque's disappearance. Punch Girl taps her keyboard and advances the silent video on the center screen a few frames. She leans in and peers at the pixels, clicks forward a few more frames, then leans back and huffs out a breath. She taps her keyboard and clicks her mouse. A newscast appears on screen 3. The anchorwoman says, "Now heading into day 4 of the disappearance, the police have yet to reveal whether they have developed any leads, much less identified any suspects. Federal authorities indicate they will allow the investigation to proceed under the command of local police, but insiders say that, with the effect this is having on the stock market, if no clues turn up soon, elected officials in Washington, already impatient for answers, will become more so. They care about the money. Big surprise," Punch Girl says. "Our own investigation has revealed a startling lack of evidence. We can confirm that no eyewitnesses, either employees of the bank, workers in the garage, or passing pedestrians, can be located. Further, beyond the footage obtained from the one camera near Mr. Roque's car, no camera in the garage or on the street captured footage of the assailant." "Right, because he's walking around like that, hoping no one notices a guy in full costume." Punch Girl doubts whether the news station canvassed either the employees or the public. No way they got their hands on the complete security footage unless they bought it. Either way, Punch Girl has the footage, and the anchorwoman speaks the truth. This guy appears and vanishes both without a trace. "Which raises several questions," the anchorwoman says. "First, is the attacker, who can appear and disappear at will, human?" That is not the question. If it's not human, what is it? Second, if we are dealing with a non-human entity, did it come specifically for Mr. Roque, or will there be other victims? Punch Girl shakes her head at the screen. Finally, how do we protect ourselves? Join us next for a special report, Good versus Evil, the battlefield of the supernatural. Punch Girl stabs a blue-gloved finger into the keyboard, darkening the screen. No, we will not be tuning into that. She laces her fingers behind her head and leans back. The 2 illuminated screens show the kidnapping in progress. She leans forward, touches the keyboard, and says, "Do we have anything other than this footage? Anything more?" A voice says, "No, that's all there is." "What about analysis? Shadows, reflections, reference points for height, weight, anything?" "Not yet. You've seen what I've seen." "So he dodges every camera but this one? Leaves no trace, no clues, positions himself exactly?" "The robes don't help. We can't even tell if it's only one person." Punch Girl stares at the grainy image. She says, "He knows. He wanted us to see this." "Maybe." "No, definitely. We see Roque was kidnapped, he hasn't fled, and this guy whets our appetite with a taste of who did it. Then he leaves us hanging for days. He knows. He's smart. And careful. This is an evolution. It's like he's made for us." After a moment, the voice on the computer says, "I'm wary. It's not ideal." "We'll see." "Also not ideal." Punch Girl sits up. "What?" "That thing is tonight." Punch Girl slumps. She stifles a groan. "This is part of it. We're not rich. Punch Girl needs backers to fund things like punch cycles and punch copters. They want to see you." Punch Girl sits in silence. "It won't take long, but these kinds of investor meetings pay off." "Fine. You're meeting with Jessica before. You can go from the meeting." "Fine." Punch Girl leans her nose to the center screen. She touches the keyboard on the way and silences her companion. She stares at the grainy flowing fabric image standing over Terrence Roque on the screen. "Who are you, Ghost?" Chapter 20. The minister sits in front of a single monitor in a much smaller room than Punch Girl's. He peers at the screen and clicks his mouse as he edits a video. After a few more clicks, he leans back and exhales across the table at Terrence Roque. "I think we're done." Terrence sits zip-tied to a chair. His head lolls forward, and a mixture of blood and saliva hangs in a string from his parted lips. More blood and spittle cover the front of his white dress shirt like a bib. Under his mask, the minister frowns at the gore. He didn't plan it, but Roque was being so difficult. The violence sells, though, and the visible blood is all the blood there is. The rest of Roque's body remains intact, aside from certain bruising and a few internal injuries. The minister prepared the room. Roque's chair sits on clear plastic, which continues up the walls. Standing lights focus on Roque and bleach the colors from the room. Hard shadows spot the wall behind. Terrence, asleep, unconscious, pretending, whatever, groans an answer to the minister's statement of finality. The minister says, "What's that?" Roque sits still with his silver hair hanging. "Yeah, you're right. That was a poor choice of words. I apologize. We're not done. Not by a long shot. We are done with the video, though. You want to see?" Chapter 21. Punch Girl fears few things. Experience teaches that one's own imagination conjures horrors more debilitating than most realities. Even the fears that exceed imagination, when faced and faced again, succumb to repetition, not to mention preparation, courage, and will. None of that prepares Punch Girl for the terror she must face now. Mingling. Punch Girl stands in a small circle of tuxedo and evening gown-clad guests at an exclusive fundraising party hosted in a penthouse apartment. The lucky invitees circulate and socialize amid low music, rattling cocktails, and bursts of laughter. They swap in and out of Punch Girl's orbit like parts of machinery, allowing Punch Girl to meet and greet without moving herself. She answers questions and drops insider tidbits about her equipment and ongoing investigations. But with her mask on and her voice modulator active, actual engagement proves difficult, which works fine for her. Her hosts are pleasant and generous people, but aside from their interest in her, they have nothing in common. Their banal conversations about sports and their various other charities highlight the point. When they separate, though, the partygoers whisper in side conversations. Thanks to Punch Girl's sonic equipment, she hears those exchanges as well. Her hosts speculate about her lack of communication, her gender, and even her mental health. To Punch Girl, all this swirl amounts to nothing. These people, with their privilege, have bought one of the greatest indulgences of all, the luxury of trivial thoughts. Few people, including Punch Girl, can afford it. Punch Girl chooses focus. She chooses will and avoids trivialities. She lives in a world where dabbling gets you killed, where overseeing, supervising, and leaving the details to others opens a world of pain for her and for the people she tries to defend. She leaves hobbies and speculation to those who can afford them. By necessity, Punch Girl is more practical than that. Her mind thinks through situations. With that practicality in mind, Punch Girl focuses on the connection she needs to make with these people, their wallets. They do their best to distract her, though, with one repeating question. What happened to Terrence Roque? Many of them know Terrence, and they want good news about their friend. Do you think Terrence is okay? Do you think he's alive? Punch Girl spins her answers positive, keeping in mind that anyone here could be the kidnapper or the person who hired him. Probably, she says. Do you have any leads? It is my sole focus. Why do you think he did it? What is the ghost up to? He's crazy. You don't? Do you think he's really a ghost? No. So you'll catch him? Absolutely. Punch Girl's private, truthful answers skew more negative. While Terrence Roque is a felonious asshole who is getting burned by a fire he lit, she has no clue who the ghost is, what he wants, or how she will apprehend him. The questioning chips at Punch Girl's social facade, and her patience erodes. If the guests, despite their supportive intentions, strip that veneer, they will reveal a thick vein of pulsing anger that they will not enjoy. Punch Girl bears down to avoid unveiling that rage. She saves that for her opponents. Her backers never need to see it. A woman enters the room breathless. Her flapping excitement contrasts with her precise platinum hairdo and her custom-fitted gown. She says, "There's a video. Terrence is on it. He's alive. The ghost has him." All eyes turn to Punch Girl. Her patience, already thin, cracks. The minister slides the laptop to the left edge of the table. He turns the screen so he and Roque can see it from their opposite vantages, if Roque ever decides to wake up. Then he touches the keyboard to start the video. On the screen, Terrence Roque sits unmarked and struggles against his restraints. He recoils as the minister enters the frame. The minister stands next to Roque and faces the camera. He says, "I am the minister." "Let me go right this second," Roque says. "You have no idea who you are messing with. You're going to jail, you bastard. I know Punch Girl." Smack. The minister's backhand cuts Roque off mid-sentence. The party guests wince. They gather around a Resolute-style estate desk worthy of the Oval Office. They crowd the 2-story, wood-paneled, book-lined study and jockey for an eye-line toward the large computer monitor sitting on the desk's broad surface. Their heads turn away from the spray of blood from Roque's mouth and nose. On the screen, the minister looks down at the spitting, choking Roque and says, "You're interrupting." Punch Girl sits in the host's leather executive chair. Her hands lie flat on the desk so she can keep them from acting on their own. She leans toward the screen, focusing on the ghost for the first time. Cream-colored robes, as in the parking garage video. Scarlet embroidery descends from each shoulder and suggests a priest's vestments. The hood implies a friar or a Jesuit, but the gloves and mask say criminal. They match the robes, and given the plain coloring and lack of any detail in the face, Punch Girl understands the inclination to label this guy a ghost. "What did he say?" a woman's voice says. "Who?" "The minister," a man says. Punch Girl nods. The minister is a better name. The minister taps the keyboard, stopping the video. "Why did you do that? It's rude. Do people allow you to interrupt them in your daily life? Do they not tell you that your shit stinks?" Roque's head points toward the floor, unresponsive. "Well, it does. It's not an insult. It stinks. That's why it's shit. Anyway, I was introducing myself and you totally threw me off, which is why I'm so glad I didn't do this live. You only get one chance to make a first impression, Terrence. I didn't think it would take 4 days, but having you contradicting me was not the impression I hoped to make." The minister resumes the video. On the screen, the minister says, "As I was saying, I am the minister." Punch Girl absorbs the minister. Full body covering, modulated voice. Behind him, the plastic sheet hanging from the wall reflects industrial lighting. A nondescript white wall stands behind that. Nothing tips his identity. "I am the minister, not the ghost. I was sent here on a mission from the Lord God Almighty, to bring his righteous judgment upon you." Oh no. Punch Girl sighs inside her punch suit. The partygoers buzz. God, judgment, sent. The word sent struck Punch Girl too. The minister is playing up the supernatural angle. "God is not angry," the minister says. "But some of you have disappointed him, like Terrence here." "I didn't do anything," Terrence says through his bloody lip and nose. "I serve my board and my shareholders. That's my job." The minister exits the frame. "What are you doing?" "No." "Okay, I'll be quiet." The minister steps into the frame and whacks Roque in the kneecaps with an aluminum baseball bat. Roque howls and the viewers in the study recoil at the bone-cracking sound. The minister stops the video. "Again, I'm trying to make a point and you jump in. This isn't the video I wanted at all. I'm not a beat-a-man who's tied to a chair kind of guy. Jesus, Terrence, who told you that your opinion matters so much, anyway?" When Roque doesn't answer, the minister resumes the video. Some time elapsed because the minister no longer holds the bat, and Roque sits in his chair restraining his agony. The minister says, Terence lies. Terence cheats. Terence puts himself before his fellow man. He enriches himself while he destroys those around him and then burns to the ground the very infrastructure that empowered him. Terence hurts people. In short, Terence is part of the problem. This I have been told by God. Punch Girl and the other guests watch in silence. The minister says, Make no mistake, I take no pleasure in this. I did not ask for this. To bring suffering? No. Like Moses, I was commanded by God. Unlike Terence Roque, I will obey. The guests watch as the minister turns toward Roque. Terence Roque, do you confess your sins before the Lord God? Roque breathes heavy breaths through his blood and mucus-blocked nose. He stares at the floor. Look at me! The minister grips Roque's chin and raises it. Roque spits at the minister. The video cuts and returns on a bloodier and meeker Roque. The minister pauses the video. You are stubborn. I'll tell you something, though. These gloves... The minister holds his hands up and turns them from front to back. Red spatters mar the cream-colored fabric. Underneath them, I have these... They're like... What? They're not driving gloves. What am I trying to say? Roque sits motionless, staring at the floor. They're like fingerless boxing gloves, but without all the padding. Like fighting gloves, I guess. Only they're lead-lined. They're heavy, so the opposite of padding. Not bad, though, right? They pack a wallop, which I suppose is bad for you. I should have told you before you got so mouthy. On screen, the minister says, Pride. A mortal sin if ever there was one. And what we're seeing here from Terence is a textbook example. Punch Girl braces herself. This is a build-up to a murder, and she is stuck here. Watching this at her own monitor, pausing, zooming, analyzing without an audience, would be so much more productive. The minister says, Terence, despite the evidence, despite the FBI and the SEC and his own cohorts lined up to testify against him, sitting here facing God's own judgment, remains steadfast. He is innocent. Isn't that right, Terence? Roque stares a vacant gaze at his feet. Terence? The minister lifts Roque's chin. He looks into Roque's eyes, but no recognition comes back. The minister removes his hand, and Roque's chin falls to his chest. The minister turns to the camera and raises his palms. What can I do? It pains me, but he won't confess. I have failed God. The minister stops the video. He leans on his elbows and says, I'll be honest, I didn't know where I was headed at this point. This was so not how I planned it to go. I mean, look at you. You're all messed up. Roque moans and stirs in response. I thought this would be more theater than anything. A mysterious kidnapping, a video with weird religious overtones. You'd be scared and I'd turn you over to the authorities with a confession. Not that I'm trying to be the good guy. Kidnapping closed the door on that, but then you were so... The minister sits back and crosses his arms. He searches for the right set of words. Asshole-ish. You were just being an asshole. Roque lifts his head. He peers under his sweaty hair, aiming one hard blue eye at the minister. See? Like that. You're still doing it. Most people who get kidnapped and tied to a chair show some deference, some respect. They understand they don't have all the power in that moment. If you'd have done that, this could have gone a whole different way. But you didn't, which got you in trouble. You think you're untouchable. The minister exhales. Now it's out of both of our hands. We'll see if the people think you're untouchable. The party guests bite their lips under their pale cheeks. They frown and murmur in revulsion, but they can't look away. The video runs a couple of minutes, but their friend Terence has lived tied to that chair for 4 days. After a jump cut and the video reframes the minister and Roque, showing another passage of time, the minister says, I thought I had failed God, so I prayed. I asked his forgiveness for my shortcomings. I asked him to ease my shame. Punch Girl watches the minister and completes his thought. Like you should have, Terence. Now for your sins, you are going to die. She wants to clear the room, but it doesn't matter. The guests will watch in another room or on their phones. They will watch. At least this is a posted video and not a live stream. Whatever happens already happened. She could not have stopped it. And a miracle happened, the minister says. God forgave me. He appeared to me and told me he loves me, as he loves all his children, even Terrence. He told me that my fault was not in coming up short, but in aiming too high. God asked me to help him do a job, and I was trying to do that job myself. I failed because I was trying to be God. Punch Girl sits still, but her mind races. The minister surprised her. He shifted from penance to forgiveness. This is not building toward a terrorist's righteous murder. He wants something else. God judges and God rewards and punishes. That's not for me to decide. All God wants of me is to bring the accused to stand before him, and I have done that. I've done it poorly, and Terrence has suffered unnecessarily at my hand, and for that I am sorry. The minister turns to Roke's limp form next to him and says, I'm sorry, Terrence. Roke remains slumped and bloodied in his chair. That's true, the minister says across the table. I am sorry it went this way. Roke shifts in his chair. Yeah, you're right. It's for the best. The minister taps and rolls the video. The minister faces the camera. He pauses, nods, and says, God wants something of you too. He gave you life, and he gave you this world. It is yours to run. Ours. He wants to know what we want to do. Punch Girl stares. Damn it. There it is. Damn it, damn it, damn it. This could end up worse than a murder. Do we want to let people like Terrence continue like they are? Or do we want to set things right with the help of the Lord God Almighty? It's a choice, and God warned me it is worthy of thought. On the one hand, even Terrence has free will. If he can use that along with his God-given abilities to get ahead, why shouldn't he? Who are we to ask God to intervene because we are not clever enough to stop him? And to be fair, he is already under investigation. The assembled group waits to see behind door number 2. But is the system too broken and corrupt to fix itself? Don't people like Terrence disappear from public view with a slap on the wrist and $500 million? Don't we need God to intervene, to put the fear of the justice system back into the hearts of people like Terrence before they destroy everything? Why else would God be asking our opinion? Is it a test? The party guests mutter among themselves. They prefer option 1, leave this to the authorities. It is the obvious, sensible choice, and the public will agree. Punch Girl knows better. On the street, regular people cling to illogical figures who lift their spirits. Various gods, politicians, evangelists, even criminals. The Slayer got help from strangers when he killed Brightman. Bias envelops the people in this room and blinds them. They cling to authority because they are part of the system and they are in the minority. The minister says, I don't know the answer, but God wants you to discuss it. Write about it. Post your opinions on social media. What should happen to Terrence Roke? It's up to you. God is listening. God bless us all. The video ends. The minister closes the laptop and says, Okay, not bad, right? Post it? Roke mutters in his chair. Don't worry, the hard part for you is over. Now that the video's done, we can get you cleaned up and fed, get you some ice packs and some Tylenol. You're going to feel like your old self again, I promise. We're just waiting now. And who knows? You could get out of this. The people might be on your side. Chapter 22. When Paul enters his office the next morning, Jessica launches at him. What a gift! Paul stops and says, You're here early. Where else would I be? Home, resting. You're surprised? I wanted to come in last night. It was just a comment. I walked in, and there you were. Paul continues to his desk, where he sits across from Jessica. Gift, that's a little strong. I know, it's horrible, obviously, but between us, for what we're doing, Paul, are you kidding me? This changes everything. I agree with that. I mean, we went from nothing to the minister? Come on. Paul nods, encouraging Jess to continue. I already checked. We have a major spike in the notifications. Everyone wants to see what Punch Girl's going to do, and they want to be there when she does it. We have dozens of calls from the press. Paul, it happened. We tipped. Thank God. Thank God. A rival. I wish we'd thought of it. Paul leans forward and squints at Jess. We didn't, did we? Jess blinks at Paul. No. Did we? Paul leans back and breathes. No, we didn't. Okay, good. This is real. You understand, though, this complicates things. Paul raises his hands in defense. We were in phase 1. We got an audience, and now we're in phase 2. It's going to require careful management. Am I not careful? You are, but I don't want your excitement to cloud your vision. Do not underestimate what this minister character is capable of. Punch Girl is going to do what she does. It's our job to make her look good doing it. I'm aware of that. Good. Also, be aware that the minister did in one 2-minute video what we've been trying to do for weeks. He's more popular than Punch Girl, and he left it open-ended. How's the response? Heavy. Everyone in the world has an opinion. There are memes, polls, you name it. So he's a legitimate variable. Don't sleep on him. I won't. Punch Girl's coming in this afternoon. Chapter 23. Alec locks the door to his office. Stephanie, his attorney neighbor, steps into the hallway a few seconds later. As Stephanie's door closes, Alec sees through the narrowing crack. A plastic tarp covers the desk and chairs. You renovating? Stephanie blinks at Alec. Then she rolls her eyes and smiles. They're painting. I told them I'd renew my lease if they'd paint, so it's a total pain in the butt, though. I have to work around the painters for a few days, so I'm moving all my client meetings off-site. Fun. I wouldn't have known. I didn't hear anything. You can't even smell it. I asked for special paint. That room is too small to be sniffing fumes all day. See you tomorrow. Stephanie turns to leave. Hey, She stops and turns back. I'm being sued. Oh, sorry to hear that. Yeah, it's a client. It's totally bogus and not my fault, but I'm going to have to defend it. Stephanie crosses her arms. You know what? You were leaving. I totally waylaid you. It was rude. I'm sorry. Stephanie checks her watch and says, Weren't you leaving too? I was. I am. Walk with me. I have a meeting I have to get to, but you can tell me about it between here and the garage. Done. Thank you. By the time they exit the elevator to the parking garage, Alec has laid out the facts of the lawsuit. They stop to finish their discussion. Stephanie says, Well, I see what they're saying. Your client, I mean. But in the long run, after considering filings and court costs and attorney's fees plus the time, they'd be better off waiting for the state to resolve this themselves. I'm sure Daly and Pratt did a good job scaring them, though. What should I do? Well, you need representation. From you? Slip the paperwork under my door. I'll look at it. If I can help, I will. If I can't, I'll point you towards someone who can. That's amazing. Thank you. Obviously, I will pay you for your time. Let's see how it goes. Stephanie checks her watch, and she and Alec walk separate ways. Before Alec reaches his car, though, he stops and turns. A motorcycle growls to life, and the rumble bounces off the cement walls of the garage. Stephanie, underneath a helmet, straddles the motorcycle and walks it backward out of a parking spot. She settles in the seat, revs the engine, squeezes the clutch, and kicks the gear shift. Her cycle rockets down the ramp, and Alec listens to the bike's tires squeal as it descends the winding path to ground level. He hears the motorbike reach the street and rev into the distance. The unexpected sight of Stephanie on a motorcycle piques his interest. Why? Because she's a woman? A lawyer? He makes a note not to ask now that Stephanie might represent him. Chapter 24. Punch Girl sits in the high drafting chair at the stainless steel table in the warehouse. Once again, she wears the punch suit sans mask. The light radiates from the 3 monitors facing her. All 3 screens show different frames from the minister's video. Punch Girl leans closer to scrutinize the individual frames. She advances each image 1 frame and leans in again. "Are you prepared for your meeting this afternoon?" Central's voice on the computer says. "Sure. Why no more videos? It's so irritating. It's been days and he hasn't popped his head up. No one can tell anything from the video we do have. What's he waiting for?" "How have you prepared?" "By focusing on this. That's how." "Would you like to postpone the meeting?" Punch Girl leans back and rubs her hands over her head. "What's with you in this meeting?" "They're going to want to know what you're doing." "I'm doing this. The minister. Hello?" "It has been days. You said so yourself. You need to get back out there." "And do what? Hand out parking tickets? Another domestic violence situation?" "It wouldn't hurt for people to see you. You could do some other things while you're building up to the minister." "Such as?" "It's not like the city is crime-free." "No, but now that I have someone my own size to pick on, I can't go chasing shoplifters around. It'll look weak." "What about this guy that shot up the intersection?" Central says. "And then shot himself? The goofball?" "I think he was going for something more dignified." "You think if people watch me rough him up, that will satisfy them? Are you serious?" "No, and yes." "No, it won't satisfy them, and yes, you're serious? What's the point?" "It's about momentum, visibility. You're waiting on the minister anyway." "I'm analyzing." "You're stalling. Admit it. Use the time. Stay sharp. Give the people something to chew on. Jessica, too. If you show some activity, she and her team can back off a bit and give you some room to analyze the minister." Punch Girl exhales. She hears the quotes around the word analyze, but Central's right. People improve through competition. Her competition is herself, and Central's job is to remind her of that. Central is also right about Jessica. Even though it is necessary, pleasing her has become a distraction. Not that the goals of AM&M and Punch Girl don't align. They do. Punch Girl needs to acclimate to a larger circle of influence. Letting people in goes against her instincts. "So, back to my original question," Central says. "Are you prepared?" Punch Girl leans into the monitors. She advances the frames. "Fine. Get me what you can on the goofball." Chapter 25. At home, Alex sits at his desk and clicks through several web pages. Jess enters and says, "There you are. What are you doing?" Alec looks up from his laptop. "Nothing." "Why do you look guilty? Is it porn? You can tell me if it is. I know boys like porn." "Lots of people like porn. This isn't that." "Are you saying that because it's gross? Should I leave you alone with your gross internet porn?" Alec leans back and folds his hands. Jessica's mischievous eyes sparkle at him. "Someone is feeling feisty," says Mr. Pornlife 24/7. Alec chuckles and swivels the computer screen toward Jess. She bends and squints at the screen. "A treadmill?" "I was just looking. I could probably be in better shape." "You're in great shape. I love your shape." "Still, there could be less of it, I think." "Not on that. Here, let me save you some time. Say we get the treadmill for..." She glances at the screen. $1,000. "It doesn't have to be this model. I think we can pay monthly." "Either way, you use it off and on for a month, and then it sits there. Over time, guilt settles in because we have $1,000 sitting idle in..." "I was thinking the bedroom." "Perfect. In our bedroom where we can see it every morning when we wake up and every night when we go to sleep. We feel guilty, and we hate the treadmill for making us feel guilty, but we learn to live with it. Then we start hanging laundry on it. We have a $1,000 drying rack that we can never get rid of. That's the story of the treadmill." "I don't like that story." "Well, take it from someone in marketing. That is the story of the treadmill and every other piece of exercise equipment." Alec nods and drags the computer toward him. His posture sags, and Jess presses her lips together. She was having fun, but she crossed from having fun to making fun, which was a mistake. Alec was right. She came home, lifted by her success at work, and wanted to share it. Then she crushed the spark like a cigarette butt. She says, "How about this? How about we kill two birds with one stone? Get a treadmill and don't get a treadmill? No, we skip the treadmill, but we continue the porn talk upstairs and get you some cardio. Bonus, the whole thing is free." Alex smiles and leans to stand, but he hesitates. If he removes his shirt, Jess will see his bruises. "What happened? You're frowning. What's the matter?" Alec has watched them drift apart. He has hidden from her. Fear controlled him. Fear of anger, disappointment, change. He held too much inside, and all that unshared information has piled like an island of garbage between two boats, pressing them apart. Alec wants to bring their separate boats together before they lose sight of each other. He says, "I have to tell you something." Chapter 26. Upstairs, Jess sits on the bed, and Alec unbuttons his shirt. He peels off his undershirt and reveals the rough circle of 8 purple-yellow bruises fading on his chest. Jess leans forward and examines the discolored blooms on Alec's skin. "Oh my God! Alec, what is that?" "I got shot." "What? When? Where? What happened?" Jess bends close and touches the bruises with her fingertips. "How many times did they shoot you?" "One. Just sit there. I'll be right back." Jess waits. 5 minutes later, Alec re-enters. He lays several items on the bedspread in front of her. She ignores all but one of them. "A shotgun. You bought a shotgun without telling me?" "There's more to it than the gun. Take in the entire array." Jess picks through the items on the bed. A megaphone, a selfie stick, a black poncho. Her hand moves to the cowboy mask, which she lifts and faces toward her. She blinks at the face in her hands and turns to Alec. "No, I don't believe you." "Well, it's true. It's all right here." "No, this is a prank. It's not funny either. You're not him." "Yes, Jess. I am the goofball." Jess stares at the mask. In a flash, she leaps off the bed and shoves Alec against the wall. She closes the distance between them and says, "Why?" "I know. It was wrong and dangerous and reckless, stupid. Dare I say goofballish?" Alec looks down into Jess's forehead as she crowds him. "Can you back up, please, and stop hitting me? I already have bruises." Jess holds for a moment, but she exhales and retreats to the bed. She sits on her side and crisscrosses both her legs and arms. Alec reads the body language and sits on the far corner facing her. "I wanted to tell you that you could have killed yourself, or been killed, or arrested. Did you want to tell me you were the goofball, the laughingstock of the internet?" First, that wasn't supposed to be the name, but it's so appropriate. It was going to be the sheriff. I like the goofball better. I was trying to help you." Jess recoils like a shock zapped her. Confusion commingles with her anger. How dare he blame her? How does the goofball help her? As Jess answers her own questions, her face falls. She closes her eyes and collapses forward over her folded legs, face down in the bedspread. "This is about Punch Girl." "It's about you." Jess sits up and shakes her head. "It wasn't going great with the notifications and stuff. I thought if Punch Girl had someone like the sheriff, people would want to see her go after him, so they'd sign up." Jess breathes and says, "Why didn't you tell me?" "You were so stressed and I didn't want to make it worse. I'm telling you now." "Well, for someone who didn't want to make things worse, you sure made things worse. You shouldn't have called yourself the goofball. You should have called yourself the asshole. The goofball was funny before you knew it was me." "He was funny. Then the minister showed up." "What does that have to do with anything?" "The goofball spawned the minister. Congratulations, asshole." "That's not true. It's not even close. The goofball and the minister are completely different." Jessica tisks, and her face tightens at having to explain her business. "They're exactly the same. That's how it works. Someone comes up with an idea, and people copy it. There have been studies on this for decades. Fashion, entertainment, chicken sandwiches, even bad ideas, teen suicides, school shootings, conspiracies. People see it, and they mimic it. It's marketing 101, Alec. Alec pauses a moment. I didn't know. Which is why you should have told me. But since we're sharing, I've got a piece of news for you. I'm not going to like this, am I? No, you're not. I put together a package for Punch Girl. It details how she should kick the living crap out of the goofball. No, you didn't. Yes, I did. While she's waiting for the minister, she wants to stay sharp and feed her audience at the same time. She's going to give the goofball a public tune-up. And you're letting her? Why? Because I didn't know I was Mrs. Goofball. Well, this is bad. Call her off. Jess stares at Alec. I can't. I'm sorry. Stop it. Just tell her the truth. You didn't know it was me. I can't. We're past that now. Past it how? I've got an entire team, Alec, and she has whoever she has. There's too much machinery. It's already in motion. She wants to set an example. But you have new information. You need to stop her. Really? If it's so easy, why don't you stop her? Jess, come on. Be serious. I am. Even if I could get in touch with her, which I can't, she's the obsessive type. Even if she knows who you are, she won't let the goofball's actions slide. You're going to have to take one for the team. Take one. One what? A public beating? No. It'll put an end to the goofball, once and for all. On the plus side, I'm pretty sure it's happening tonight. She talked about a blood moon and fulfilling the prophecy. If I had my punch phone, I could contact her, but I left it at the office. Maybe you could go online real quick and learn some jujitsu. Alec frowns and says, Haha, you're the asshole. You deserved it. So she's not coming after me? No, she is. We talked about you and I put together a package. I'll call her tomorrow, but she's not going to be happy. Tomorrow? What if she comes tonight? Jessica shakes her head. That's not how she rolls. She's more careful than that. If she finds you, she'll connect you to me. I think you're safe. You think? Alec Baum? Jessica Radcliffe? Lots of women use their maiden names at work. You're fine. Alec stands and gathers the sheriff's costume, utility items, and weapon. I'm going to get rid of these. Please do, but don't throw the gun away. We'll donate it or something. Alec walks with his bundle to the doorway. He lugs the gear downstairs, through the kitchen, and out the back door to the garage. He wanted to come clean with Jess. All the way clean. He wanted to tell her everything, but then she blew up about the sheriff. The sheriff failed him across the board, from idea to execution to admission. He allowed too many variables. Jess talked about controlling the narrative. The sheriff controlled nothing. He let vloggers dictate who he was and what he was about. A mistake Alec will not repeat in the future. Tonight was a good first step. He will still reveal all his secrets to Jess, but for now, he cleared some air between them. Tonight also reminded him he can't be too careful. Punch Girl turned her attention to the goofball, which would have ruined everything. Alec flicks on the overhead garage light and deposits the mask and poncho in separate garbage cans. He drops the broken selfie stick into the recycle bin and sets the megaphone and shotgun on a shelf facing the cars. He pushes the gun back among the paint cans and spare toilet paper to hide it from view, but steps back and frowns. After retrieving the shotgun, Alec crosses to the driver's door of his car and pops the latch on the trunk. He opens the lid and sets the shotgun inside, right next to the cream-colored gloves, mask, and robes of the minister. Chapter 27. The minister broadcast again, but Punch Girl missed it. She drifts above the city harnessed to her hang glider. Her suit matches the glider, which matches the sky. The camouflage, combined with the silent locomotion of the glider, allows Punch Girl to observe unnoticed. She leans and performs a lazy circle above Sodo, South Downtown. The first group of failed developers who came through named it and shortened it to give it panache. Since then, other developers followed and fell into the same trap. They arrived hoping to renovate using federal HUD dollars and turn a quick, government-insured buck. The deal always looks like a lock thanks to one man. Once the deal has bled them dry, the developers realize the occupants of these juicy tenements all report to that man, Angelo the Deuce. Angelo runs the HUD scam, and it has worked again and again. Investors put a little money into developments, which Angelo promises to fast-track with bribes and expedited paperwork. Unbeknownst to the investors, Angelo keeps the bribes and no one will complete the project. The development looks real, though. Signs go up. Construction begins, and the lawyers hash out the paperwork. The investors pay a little more for inspections, authorizations, and overruns, but then hallelujah, all the federal filings return stamped and approved. The money for the completed development is real and waiting. Then an opportunity arises. HUD has awarded additional funds, and between Angelo and an aggressive stakeholder or two, a large investment position opens if everyone acts before the government realizes their mistake. Angelo and his partners are prepared to expand the project, of course, and they have already allocated their investments, but they're not sure whether they want to let anyone else in. The real return is at this level, but so is the real investment. Only serious players need to apply. When those federal dollars roll in, the investment pays quadruple returns, and the government already approved the funds, so the con requires manpower, preparation, and discipline. A few city employees slow the development, and some crooked government lawyers falsify the HUD paperwork, while Angelo and his partners play their parts. It is called organized crime for a reason. Besides these big money crimes, drugs, gambling, prostitution, and weapons deals all occur in Soto under Angelo's watch. Stories abound around Angelo's name. Some say his given name is Angelo Angelo. Others say he poked out a rival's eyes using 2 fingers, Three Stooges style. Still another tale tells that he ate too many chili dogs and had an accident in his pants in middle school. Regardless, Angelo the Deuce controls Soto. If anyone can offer a unique lead on Terrence Roque's disappearance, he can. If Punch Girl can find him? Punch Girl leans into a silent turn, and the transmissions of conversations below crackle in her ear like a radio changing stations. They offer no leads, though, and soon they turn to white noise. Her thoughts slide from Angelo to the minister. The longer the minister stays quiet, the more fevered the public becomes. The initial video of the kidnapping started everyone buzzing, but the following hush cranked up the volume, and the public filled the vacuum. They argue online, in the news, and across the dinner table. Evangelicals point reproaching fingers, feeding the fire and lining their pockets. The authorities call for reason, reminding the public that a man is missing and held against his will, both felony acts. The feds pressured the social media platforms to scrub the video from their services, which resulted in the opposite effect. The video flourished, now accompanied by protests. Demonstrations and marches against government interference bloom, and calls for religious freedom spread like clover. God set these events into motion. Are we not one nation under God? To silence the voice of God is to silence the voice of the nation. Politicians lend their voices to the unruly herd. Below, the shifting radio stations align and refocus Punch Girl's attention. Everyone is talking about the minister. The glider veers downward to the top of a building, where Punch Girl lands on her feet. She disconnects from her harness and sets the lightweight carbon fiber frame on the black roof. She touches the side of her head and says, "What happened?" "I was about to contact you," Central says. "He posted another video." "Send it to me." "Already done." Punch Girl slides her screen from the pocket in her back. She flips it over and taps to start the video. "God is angry, and it is your fault," the minister says through his modulated voice. He stands in full regalia in front of a plastic tarp covering a white wall. Terrence Roque sits bound to a chair next to him. Roque says, "Tell me how much you want. I can make you rich, richer than you can imagine." The minister's fist clenches. "We had this talk already." "Okay, then what? Tell me. I have a jet. You can have it. I can help you escape. I can give you more people, not just me. There are others, worse than me, much worse. I can tell you who they are." In the video, Roque looks thinner, older, and paler. He is learning a hard lesson that Punch Girl already understands. There are places where money, power, and privilege cannot protect you. Dark corners exist in the world, and monsters hide there. The minister leans and whispers to Roque. Then he says to the camera, "Terrence must be judged. Let me go. Why won't you listen to me? You can have everything you want." Smack! The minister's backhand flashes across Roque's mouth, and blood pops from Roque's lips like a stomped ketchup packet. He moans and grits red teeth. The minister says, "God wants judgment. The question he asks is whether you want him to handle it, or will we handle it ourselves? Indecision is not an option. Pray. Tell our Lord what you want. He will tell me. The deadline is noon tomorrow." The video stops, and Punch Girl says, "Wonderful. Now everyone gets all revved up again." Central says, "He's quite the gentleman, isn't he? On the plus side, it will be over tomorrow." "You really believe that?" "No." Punch Girl looks at the tenements of Soto and says, "I thought we took his channel away from him." "This wasn't YouTube. It wasn't any platform. He posted it himself." "Can we backtrack the post?" "Doubtful for a variety of reasons, none of which matter. The news channels are running the video nonstop. They're promising live coverage of what they're calling, and I'm not kidding, God's decision." He's counting on that. He wants all this hoopla. It's camouflage. For what? I don't know, but we need to do the same thing. Okay. We need a distraction. I want to meet with Jessica in her office. I want people to see us. I want everyone to see us. You understand? Yes, but why? We have to take back the initiative. With a meeting? Can you set it up or not? Understood. I'll set it up right away. Punch Girl crosses the black roof to the glider. She clips into the harness and lifts the frame. She walks to the edge, steps on the low railing, and jumps. The Dacron wings ruffle as they catch air. They tighten with a pop, and Punch Girl soars toward the AM&M building. Chapter 28. The minister clicks off the light shining in Terrence Roque's face. He taps the keyboard on the laptop and waits while the video renders and encrypts. After he sends the file and watches it process on the other end, he sits back and says, "That should get him stirred up." He closes the laptop and inspects his gloved hands. New red blotches speckle the cream-colored fabric. With nowhere to launder them, he planned well to own several pairs. He lays his leaded hands on the desk and looks across at Roque. "Every time you say dumb stuff, I have to bash you. You realize that, right?" Roque glares from under his low brow and dirty hair. "Now you stay silent. Now is when you should talk." "You'll pay for this." Roque's words slur through his mashed lips. His P's sound like F's, and this rhymes with fish. The minister surveys Alec's office, now repurposed as a dungeon. Shades closed, plastic draped, cotton batting hung to muffle the sound. Not bad, but not ideal. Other tenants enter and exit the building, the stairwells, the elevator, the parking garage. He can't even control passage to this floor. If he doesn't tighten the reins, he could indeed end up, as Terrence says, paying for Thish. Alec helps with that. Alec is a detail man. For many years, the minister observed Alec because it was all he could do. He relied on Alec's actions, even though those actions sometimes frustrated him. He influenced Alec's judgment where he could, but he lacked the strength and the form to insert himself. That changed, as the minister hoped it would, and now they work together. No one suffers any delusions. This isn't a Sybil situation with multiple personalities. Both he and Alec understand and accept the other. Alec Minister, Minister Alec. Sometimes Alec resists, though. He still considers the minister a version of himself in a costume, which chills the minister. He shivers with revulsion at the idea that he could somehow exist as nothing more than drapery, a child's Halloween getup. Neither of them holds dominion over the other. Alec could have because he developed faster. With his strength, he could have pushed the minister aside. More than that, he could have filled the space, leaving the minister nowhere to grow. Without Alec's active help, the minister would have faded on his own. But Alec nurtured the minister. He left room. Now that he has, he trusts the minister to have more say. They struggle, of course. He offers ideas that Alec suppresses, but Alec has more to protect, which the minister appreciates. The two are learning to share. They engage in a cautious trust that flows both ways. Alec, more experienced, is teaching the minister to drive. He says, "I'm trusting you not to wreck the car and kill us both." The minister says, "I'm trusting you to sit there and let me make mistakes while I learn." Then off they go. The minister senses his growth, his becoming. The car is part of him now. To look over at the passenger seat and see Alec sound asleep would not bother him one bit. All this according to the minister. Alec agrees, though. He must. How could he not? Alec's finger rests on the pulse of this endeavor, monitoring, vigilant, searching for signs of a psychotic break. But all is quiet. No alarms have sounded. Jessica would sound the alarm. The public would too, apart from his fans, gullible dummies. Terrence, of course, would offer the strongest counter. Speaking of argumentative, the minister says, "How?" Roke's blue eyes narrow. "I'm serious. You said I'll pay. How will I pay? What will happen? Walk me through it." Roke breathes for a moment and says, "You'll get caught." "By who? Or whom, I guess." "The police. The FBI wants me. They'll find me." The minister crosses his arms. "You're just saying things. You're not telling me how. I'm finding you very frustrating." Roke looks at the floor. "Very frustrating indeed." The minister leans his elbows on the desk. "Have I not taken care of you? Have I not fed you and watered you and cleaned you? Is anything on you infected or getting worse? No, you're probably gaining weight while you're here, and you take it all for granted." Roke sits still in his chair. His defiant attitude stems from a privileged assumption. He expects a good outcome. In that respect, he matches Alec. Alec has ideas, and he hopes for positive results, but he gets lost in the sticky middle. The minister lives in that uncertain area. He plans, he navigates, and he takes care. He places their feet on steady ground while they cross dark and turbulent waters. So, unlike Terrence, who matches Alec, the minister complements Alec. They fill each other's gaps. "Your attitude is really the problem here, Terrence. Take the criminal activity out of it. You do the things you do because you think you deserve everything. How many wives have you had? 3? 4? How much money have you stolen? After you already earn more than most people make in a lifetime. See, it's that deserve. You think it's owed to you. That's why you think I'll pay for this. Life has taught you that. Concessions were made. You didn't appreciate it, but they were. Paths were cleared, all so you could keep climbing, which on its own is fine. That's kind of the system, isn't it? White people do better than black people, men do better than women, blah, blah, blah. It's wrong, but you got us to accept it. Then you kept going, didn't you? You pushed that line further and further. It's not even about the money or the conquests, it's the scoreboard. You want to win and leave everyone else with nothing because you think you should. You deserve it. And you don't have any fear. You don't know what that feels like. Why would you? You have safety nets all over the place. Most people don't have that. Do you understand that? No safety net? Well, guess what? You didn't see me coming, and I eat safety nets for a living. Terrence's eyes flick to the minister and away again. That's right. You feel it. It's eating away at the edges. You thought you had this safe bubble, this fort that you built. You put guards on the gates and barred the doors and sealed yourself inside in your tower. But something is happening out there, out on the walls. Yeah, you're safe inside for now, but word keeps coming back that there's something out there. It's trying to get in, and it's succeeding. The fear is filling your throat. You haven't felt it before, and you don't like it. You want it to go away. What if that thing that you fortified against, that you ignored and sneered at, what if it gets in? What if it comes looking for you and finds you? If it picks you up and its claws punch into your back and abdomen as it raises you up to look you in the eyes, what do you deserve then? Roque sits in his chair. His defiant eyes stare past the floor into the imaginary distance. You think I'll pay because you deserve a good outcome. Well, I've got bad news for you, Terrence. You're not in your castle anymore, and you're not safe. You're on a whole other playground in a whole different neighborhood. The kids here don't like you, and you're not going to like them. The minister rises from his chair and crosses to Roque. He grabs Roque's chin and raises it. He bends, looms in Roque's view, and says, I promise you, you will get what you deserve. Chapter 29. Alec removes the mask and lowers the hood. Roque's chair faces the wall, and his head hides beneath a black cover. Underneath that, a sleep mask covers his eyes, and noise-canceling earmuffs block any sound. Terrence's senses won't help him discover the minister's identity. Alec strips off the costume. He rolls the fabric around the boots and stuffs the whole ball into a gym bag, which he places under the desk. Now back to boring old Alec, wearing khakis and powder blue dress shirt, he sits at the desk and wriggles his feet into his loafers. He sighs and squints at Roque's back. The conversation turned dark, darker than he expected. Odd timing, too. The video proceeded according to plan. Even Roque's mouthing off worked. The whole thing was theater. Afterward, though, when the lights turned off and the minister and Roque had their chat, it turned personal. Alec felt it. The anger rose into his scalp and burned there. That was not theater. By that time, the camera was off, and the industrial lights ticked the heat off their metal casings. The curtain had dropped, and the audience had departed. Roque and the minister were two guys talking backstage, so the raw emotion surprised Alec. Emotion never factored into the plan, discounting love. The minister exists for one reason, to help Jess, period. With an opponent like the minister, Punch Girl ascends. She needs Jess more, and Jess climbs too. A rising tide. The plan includes caution and meticulous attention to detail, but not lethal vendettas. All this according to Alec. The minister agrees. He must. How could he not? As assertive as he has become, the minister must understand that jumping off script with wild emotional actions and landing himself in jail serves no one. Together, they must stay on plan. Chapter 30. Punch Girl enters the lobby of the AM&M building. Jessica waits to greet her, and she notices the way people turn and stare. They drop everything to huddle, whisper, and fumble with their phones. As Punch Girl approaches, bystanders grin and shrink from her orbit like she walks beneath a protective bubble. Jessica enters the bubble. She and Punch Girl shake hands and head toward the elevators. Upstairs, Jess leads Punch Girl to her office. Her co-workers find reasons to chat in the hallway, get up for coffee, and otherwise gawk at the firm's most high-profile client. As Jess and Punch Girl pass, a wake of whispers ripples behind. Punch Girl is bigger than they thought, taller, heavier, more muscular. She's intimidating. Most of them have seen her on TV or watched snippets of action on small screens, but the suit's optics blurred their perspective. Here, in real time, Punch Girl draws wide-eyed stares. Jess and Punch Girl turn left into Jessica's office. They leave the door open. Jess sits at her desk, and Punch Girl takes a chair across from her. They discuss Punch Girl's plan in plain view, an open earshot of anyone who cares to eavesdrop. Chapter 31. Alec backs out of his office. He closes the door as Stephanie turns the corner. She approaches her door and unlocks it, but keeps it closed. "Hey, you working nights now?" Alec says. "Sort of. Sometimes you need the quiet, you know?" "Yeah, I get it. I've been a little frazzled lately, too. Okay, well, enjoy. Alec passes by Stephanie on his way to the exit. Oh, good news, bad news on your lawsuit. Alec stops and turns. I won't have time to take it on, sorry. Okay, what's the bad news? Alec says with a grin. Haha, I talked to a friend of mine at Otis and he'll take it. Just give him a call. Otis? Otis, Paley, Lonigan, Spinetti, and Mason. Sorry, I forget that not everyone is a lawyer. Anyway, they'll take it, friend rates too. Great, thank you. I really appreciate it. Alec waves a goodbye and turns the corner as Stephanie enters her office. On the way out, he smiles. He had forgotten all about the lawsuit. In the garage, Alec starts the Honda and backs out of his spot. He traverses the cement ramps, exits into the street, and points the car for home. Halfway there, his phone rings. He taps the screen and says, Hey. Hey, Jess says. How am I the first one home? Sometimes you need the quiet, you know. Tell me about it. Punch Girl came in today. Ooh, tell me. Let's do this. Let me order some food. You pick it up on the way, and I'll fill you in while we eat. You're so efficient. I love that. Bye. Half an hour later, Jess and Alec drag Chinese food from Golden Panda Garden Szechuan Lotus Dragon Palace from paper containers onto their plates. They sit at their kitchen table and dig in. Alec says, Guess what I got while I was picking up the food? Extra fortune cookies? No, but I could have if I'd have known you wanted extra. I don't. A parking ticket? How would I get a parking ticket in a parking lot? Mistaken for George Clooney? Okay, stop. I got a text. From who? From you. It was a Punch Girl text. Jess lowers her brow at Alec. That's not a text. It's a notification. Okay, right. Well, anyway, I got it, but it was weird. It just said tomorrow at noon. No location or details or anything. Was there supposed to be more? There will be. That's what I was meeting Punch Girl about. It was her idea. Alec sips a beer and waits for Jess to continue. Tomorrow the minister is going to reveal God's decision, which is what people are calling it. He's going to release Terrence Roque, and Punch Girl knows where. Alec swallows his beer without choking. He watches his hand set the bottle down, and he says, She does? Not really, but that's the idea. She wants it to look like she knows, like she's positive. And then what? Jess's chopsticks hover over her plate. You can't tell this to anyone. Who would I tell? My mistress? Exactly. Her, all your friends at work. Santa Claus, the Easter Bunny, the Tooth Fairy. Book club, Jessica says and laughs through her food. Alec laughs too. Book club tops the fantasy list. She wants the word to get back to the minister that everyone knows where he's going to be, that he slipped up somehow. Then we're going to tell everyone to be in different places via the notifications. So what? Like, likely places? Yeah, so hopefully he shows up and makes a mistake. Like what? I don't know. He shows up, sees a bunch of Punch Girl fans, gets rattled and goes off script, then she pops him. Pops him? Like I said, it's her idea. What can I say? She's not super chatty. How many locations will there be? 5, 10, a dozen. Depends. Like the courthouse is obvious. A sketchy neighborhood, like south of downtown. Like that. She wants to pick all the suitable spots. Make it hard for him to go anywhere. You'll get one location tomorrow. Okay, but I'm not going to Soto and hanging out. Fine with me. I don't think you should go to any of them, just in case. In case what? The minister trades one hostage for another. Alec eats but tastes nothing. All available processing power shifts to his brain. Punch Girl is responding to the minister, but she is also escalating. She is involving the public and, by default, Jess. The bigger the minister gets, the bigger Punch Girl gets. The bigger Punch Girl gets, the bigger Jess gets. This is great news and terrible. At some point, Punch Girl must face the minister and win, but not tomorrow. The minister must control the momentum of the plan, so tomorrow he will feed Punch Girl's frustration, fueling their public feud. The tension will expand and tighten, pressurizing like a balloon filling with air. Both of them will rise under its influence, and the people will watch from below. Someday, that balloon must pop, but Alec hasn't planned that far. When the time comes, he could make a deal with Jess and Punch Girl to stage a final showdown and a public Punch Girl win. Or something. For now, he marvels at Punch Girl's insight. The courthouse? Even the minister had not decided where to dispatch Roque, but he had considered the courthouse. Alec reminds himself to never cut corners with Punch Girl, which raises another question. How does she know he won't stay home and kill this guy? Roque? What if that's what the audience wants? Alec says. Jess points her chopsticks at Alec. My thoughts, exactly, but she says he's building up to something. A televised murder is too much. He'd lose too many people. He's bringing the audience along slowly. For a later murder? Who knows? A public murder takes a special kind of psycho. She thinks if he was going to kill Roque, he would have done it already. Even if the audience says different? You mean if that's what they pray for? Please, the minister's running this show, not God or the audience. He has to let Roque go, and he has to make it look good. Hopefully we'll be in the right place. Punch Girl has planned this out further than the minister has. She's running ahead of him. The idea floated through Alec's consciousness. Kill Roque, dump him, and be done with it. But Alec squashed the thought. He won't cross that line. There is no returning from it, which Punch Girl sensed. Again, Alec reminds himself not to sleep on Punch Girl. Anyway, Jess says, tomorrow you'll get a text. Notification. Jess sighs and rolls her eyes. You're making me stupider. I hate you. You love me, and you're stuck with me. Jess shakes her head in resignation and plucks a shrimp off Alec's plate. Chapter 32. The next morning, Jessica sits across from Paul in his office. Paul looks past his monitor and says, "We like this?" "Why not?" "I like sure things. We've never done anything like this before. We never had a situation like this before. It could go bad in ways we can't predict." "True, but Paul, this is where we are. This is the world now. Don't be afraid of it just because you're old." Paul grins across the desk. "Go to hell." Punch Girl soars above the city, blue on blue against the midday sky. She careens over and around the tall buildings. Her earpiece crackles, and she says, "What is it?" "It's up," Central says. "Do I need the visual?" "Not really, it's him standing next to Roque again." "Okay, give me the audio." In Punch Girl's ear, the minister says, "Brothers and sisters, welcome. Let us pray." Punch Girl imagines the minister bowing his hooded head. After a moment, the minister says, "You have been praying. God spoke to me and told me so. He is pleased, and he has reached his judgment. The day of reckoning has come, but God sends a reminder and a warning. You, therefore, have no excuse. You who pass judgment on someone else. For at whatever point you judge another, you are condemning yourself, because you who pass judgment do the same things. God's judgment is God's own, not yours or mine. Many of you prayed for Terence to be maimed, poisoned, or struck by lightning. You judged him guilty and have yourselves sinned against God. Be warned, we are, all of us, sinners and incapable of judgment of another. If we say we have no sin, we deceive ourselves, and the truth is not in us. If we confess our sins, he is faithful and just to forgive us our sins and to cleanse us from all unrighteousness. If we say we have not sinned, we make him a liar, and his word is not in us. We will not make God a liar. Punch Girl tunes out the jibber-jabber and focuses on the message. What will he do with Roque? Terence Roque, if we confess our sins, he is faithful and just, to forgive us our sins and to cleanse us from all unrighteousness. Do you confess your sins and accept God's cleansing? Punch Girl waits through the pause in the audio. Her Dacron wings rattle as the air passes over them. Roke says, "Yeah." "Yeah?" the minister says. "Will you allow God to cleanse you of your grievous sins?" "Yeah?" "Yes." "Terence, you don't sound serious. You don't sound repentant. Are you saying that you have no sin?" Silence. Terence deceives himself. The truth is not in him, and my judgment on him is death. Punch Girl grips the glider. "Death? Is that what he said?" "That's what he said," Central says. "What are you seeing? Is he going to kill Roke?" "But," the minister says, "so then each of us will give an account of himself to God. Therefore let us not pass judgment on one another any longer. My judgment is for myself, brothers and sisters, not Terence. That is between him and God asked for your help." "Jesus, how long does he drag this out?" "A while," Central says. "Should I scrub through it? See what's at the end?" "No, that would be just like this guy. Insert something in the middle to make us look stupid. Let it run." The minister preaches. He weaves a convoluted message containing equal parts sin, judgment, and hellfire, all supported by myriad and often inaccurate Bible quotes. Punch Girl listens and glides over her hot spots in the city. Small gatherings form and await her arrival and imminent victory over the minister. The minister says, "Then I saw a great white throne, and him who was seated on it. From his presence earth and sky fled away, and no place was found for them. And I saw the dead, great and small, standing before the throne, and books were opened. Then another book was opened, which is the book of life. And the dead were judged by what was written in the books, according to what they had done." Revelations, right? Chapter 20, Central says. "They do eat up Revelations, don't they?" Below her, a group gathers on the ground. They bend over their phones and move as one biomass out of the area. Punch Girl follows overhead. The small grouping of bodies melds with another, and the entire mass sweeps forward as one. Punch Girl pushes the glider bar forward. The glider's nose tips up, and she rises in the sky. From here, a wider view of the city opens, and a flow materializes. Groups, individuals, cars, bikes, all traffic streams in one direction. Over the minister's preaching, Punch Girl says, "Is something going on?" Screams erupt behind Punch Girl. She veers toward the sound of teenagers at a concert. "He's downtown," Central says. "Right now." "Damn it!" Punch Girl leans into the glider. It dips and accelerates. The frame groans under the strain. She flies from high to low, letting her anger build as the ground rises to meet her. Her fury hardens from red to black, at both the minister and herself. So stupid, so stupid. He never posts live, always recorded, always edited. Then this rambling video. She let it lull her. She was waiting for him to reveal his decision so she could pounce, but he never did. Somehow he took the initiative and turned it against her. "What about Roke?" Punch Girl says. "I'm not hearing anything, it's just the minister." "Where is he?" "He walked out of an alley between two buildings, but the crowd tried to jump him, so he ran back in. He either went inside or up the fire escape." Punch Girl circles above the crowd swarming a glass office building. They pulse, alive and hungry. They scream and sway. Many of them wave signs advertising Bible verses or displaying the minister's hooded likeness. "You say they tried to jump him?" "He ran from them. Your fans are doing your job for you." "These aren't her people. They are his people, in this random spot. How did they know to be here? Why would the minister run from his own fans? What has he done with Roke?" Something is wrong. What is it? Punch Girl angles higher. She crests the rooftop of the building and continues 30 feet higher. "Never mind. Guess what I'm looking at." "Tell me it's the minister." Below her, the minister races from one end of the roof to another like a cornered animal. His robes flap around him. He skids to a stop and peers over the roof's edge at both the drop and the frenzied crowd below before retreating and sprinting again for another part of the roof. Punch Girl circles. She removes a blue grape from her sleeve and drops it onto the roof. The grape lands and pops like a firecracker, pulling the minister's attention. When he freezes and turns to the sound, he shows his back to Punch Girl. Endgame. Check and mate. From 20 feet in the air, Punch Girl slaps the harness on her chest and releases from the glider. She falls like an owl dropping onto its prey, and her full weight crashes into the minister's back. He expels air with a groan at the impact. Punch Girl grabs him by the shoulders and rides him to the roof's pebbled surface. The minister lands face down with Punch Girl sitting astride him. He struggles to break free, and Punch Girl hammers the back of his head. She pops him again for good measure. Every fiber in her body wants to continue. Just beat this maniac senseless. Work him out. For the trouble he has caused, for inciting the crowd downstairs, and for trying to trick her. Beneath her, the minister wriggles. Punch Girl resists the urge to draw her blade and instead raises her fist. The minister groans a muffled groan. Punch Girl hesitates, fist cocked. The minister should be screaming, or speaking, or crying, or anything. Punch Girl's fists unclench, and she flips the minister onto his back. Sitting on his stomach now, she pulls on his blank mask, but it resists. The mask and the hood are one unit. Punch Girl grabs the hood and pushes it back, but the attached fabric thwarts her. The minister raises his hands in a protective gesture over his face, and the silver circle of a metal handcuff jangles out of his sleeve. Punch Girl grabs the arm and pushes back the sleeve of the robe. A set of handcuffs dangle from the minister's wrist, one end connected to him and one end loose. Punch Girl holds the arm while she thinks. The minister mumbles a complaint. Punch Girl drops the arm and tugs on the minister's hood, but it drags the surrounding material with it. The entire robe getup is a connected piece. She stands and moves to the feet, where she lifts the robe past the shoes and socks and over bare knees and thighs. After a few more inches, she gets a surprise and lowers the robe. Really? You sicko? Punch Girl wrestles the robe up her captive's body and over his head. Terrence Roke squints at her and begs for mercy behind a cloth gag knotted around his head. His pale white belly and septuagenarian genitals greet the sun for the first time in decades. His entire outfit comprises shoes, socks, and the dangling pair of handcuffs. Roke breaks. He sobs and rolls on his side. Punch Girl can't blame him. To suffer what he suffered and then confront her. He is in shock, but she feels no pity. Far from it. Most people would sympathize with Roke's sobbing, but his tears stoke her anger. Her scorn commingles with rage and adrenaline, and every cell in her body screams at her contemptibility. In her hypocrisy, she targeted Angelo the Deuce and let Roke and others like him run wild. In her ineptitude, she allowed the minister to own this process from start to finish. Then she claimed control. Pure vanity. She wanted to get her name out there, be a hero like Brightman. The minister's laughs ring in her ears. The world sees a fool, and Punch Girl wants to put her hands on someone and make them pay, but it cannot be Roke. Even if he were not the victim here, the dozens of phones pointed at Punch Girl would deter her from losing her cool. On the higher roofs surrounding the building, people lean over the railings and video her. On every structure, more people lean forward. Somewhere she hears a drone. Cornering and capturing the minister closed her vision. She sat at the bottom of a barrel and looked out at the limited view. Now the barrel lies broken, and Punch Girl's full senses return. Footage of her from every angle streams live right now. Later, given the pro-minister makeup of the crowd, the commentary and the edited videos will display her in an unfavorable light. The sound of the crowd raging on the street reaches her and mixes with the whoops of police sirens. Over that, the rhythmic chop of helicopter blades. Punch Girl looks to the sky. The punch copter slants toward the rooftop, growing larger and louder. She steps off of Terrence Roque and crosses the roof to the crashed but undamaged glider. She folds and collapses the unit until it resembles a closed tripod and drops the unit over her shoulder, where it clips to her back like a backpack. The punchcopter flares to a stop and hovers 2 feet over the pebbled roof. Punch Girl steps on the landing skid and into the cabin. The punchcopter lifts off and beats its rotors into the distance, followed by hundreds of video screens. Chapter 33. Punch Girl marches through the dim warehouse. She whips off her mask and slaps it on the table next to her computer monitors. She pounds the table several times with both fists, and then sits in her drafting chair. Well, that sucked. The echo of her slamming fists responds. Are you there? I'm here, Central says. I was giving you space. Well, don't. What do we know? Well, the good news is that the police have Roque. That's a win. Punch Girl glares upward into the dark of the warehouse. Central hears Punch Girl's irritation even across their electronic distance. Okay, skip the psychology, okay? I'm asking you what we know, not to manage how I feel. Okay, so Roque was there a while, maybe half a day, but that's speculative. Why there? An alley? For God's decision? Unknown. The timeline is probably right, though. He couldn't have gotten there after the crowd did. Say the minister stashed him there. Why didn't he run? Why wait for the crowd? Was he unconscious? The handcuffs, Central says. So he picked the lock? Roque is a magician? Hardly, but the minister might be. Remote-controlled bicycle lock. The police found it in the alley. It comes in 2 parts, a lock and a key fob, like you would use for a car. Push a button and it unlocks the lock. He handcuffed Roque to that and locked the lock to a dumpster in the alley. So he pushes the button and the lock unlocks without him having to go near it. Then Roque tries to escape through the alley. The minister wasn't standing there with him, which explains the one-piece costume and why Roque was naked underneath. People are wondering about that online. They're asking whether the minister is some kind of sexual predator. No, it was so Roque wouldn't take it off. If he wanted to take off the costume and reveal who he was, he would have to take it all off. He would have had to come out of the alley nude. The minister knew Roque wouldn't do that. Either way, speculation abounds. Half the people are so confused that they think Roque is the minister. Punch Girl says, what about the key fob? For the minister to push the button, he had to be there, right? In the crowd? It could be an app which we could trace. Hang on. Punch Girl sits back and exhales a sharp breath. She waits. And waits. She sits forward and says, what are we doing? Sorry, we're scraping for videos of the scene, and they are flooding in. There's a lot of noise. Most of it you already have, but there's a new one. I sent it to your screen. Punch Girl taps the keyboard, and the center screen on her console displays a video. The high vantage of a traffic cam or a building security camera captures the glass building downtown. The street runs across the bottom, and a concrete plaza climbs the screen to the building's entrance. No traffic passes, and no pedestrians walk the plaza, suggesting early morning. The low resolution and lack of sound indicates a city camera. 2 figures enter the frame. Twin ministers enter from the left. One leads the other, pulling him forward over the curb and concrete. They disappear in the upper right of the screen into the building's alley. Is there an alley camera? Punch Girl says. So far, this is all there is. What do you bet this is all there will be, like the garage camera at the abduction? I don't think so. On the video, one minister reemerges from the alley. He cuts across the plaza and walks to the curb, where he stops and stoops. What's he doing? Punch Girl says. The minister rises and exits the frame to the left, backtracking the way he entered. What was that? Did the police find anything there? I haven't heard anything. What are you thinking? Listening device. Explosive. Punch Girl sits back and gasps. What? Is it an explosive? Clever bastard. Do we need to contact the police? Central says. It's the key. Silence. You get it, right? No, Central says. Why would he leave the key to Roke's handcuffs where someone else could find it? Because he knew they would. He wouldn't have left it out in the open, but when the crowd got big enough, someone would find it, and of course they would press the button. Why of course? What if they didn't? He studies people. His whole thing is about getting people to react. That's why all the God stuff. It's why he's the minister and not the ghost. The minister gets a reaction. People respect a minister. They trust him. But he doesn't trust them. He can't count on someone to find that button, much less press it. Curiosity, it's overpowering. And that's if he didn't put a message on it saying, press me, which he could have. He would have. It was like a time bomb. He didn't have to be anywhere near when it went off. He could even have an alibi. After a moment, Central says, clever bastard indeed. Punch Girl's hands form fists. Once again, we're waiting for him. Chapter 34. The light from the hallway spills into Alec's open office door, brightening a generic daytime workplace. Today, Alec returns to the business of Alec Baum, CPA. From his chair, he breathes air into his lungs and appreciates the sensation. Looking back, Terence Roke took that from him. Capturing Terence filled Alec's chest with hot lead, which Alec enjoyed at first. The heavy metal burned, and the heat fueled him, but as the element cooled and hardened, the weight suffocated him. Expelling Terence and retiring, the minister frees him and turns the page on his life. He decided to retire the minister after watching the Punch Girl videos. She was so forceful, so dominant, that Terence never had a chance. Alec underestimated her. Based on what he saw at the domestic dispute, he considered her deliberate and methodical, but downtown she looked like a different animal. The way she moved, the attack speed, she was more than human. There could never be a day when he and Punch Girl fought. The minister may poke Punch Girl from afar to help Jess, but he will not reveal himself again. If Jess needed it, the minister could re-emerge, but even then, the best way to confront Punch Girl is not to confront her. Sneak up on her or speak to her. If they could orchestrate the minister's demise together, no one needs to get hurt, and no one needs to know. A win for Punch Girl is a win for all of them, but to speak to Punch Girl, he needs to know who she is. Which makes me a tweener. Waylon stands outside Stephanie's office, talking into the room. It's one hazard of losing weight they don't tell you about. Size 28 pants are too loose, 26s are too snug, and they don't make 27s. Not at the Gap, anyway. Stephanie chuckles underneath Waylon's hearty laughter. Anyway, back to the mines. A moment later, hey, buddy. Hi, Waylon, Alex says. Long time, no see. I was wondering if you skipped out on us. Either that, or you were running a top-secret smuggling ring out of here. What would I be smuggling, Waylon? I'm joking, but you never know, do you? Waylon sets his briefcase on the ground and grunts when he stands upright. What was that? You hurt yourself? Nah, working out. I joined a gym. It's an LA Fitness. But guess what? You know how there's also a 24-hour fitness? Separate company, totally separate? LA Fitness is better, a lot better, newer, swankier, better layout, way better ladies if you get my drift. I did a free 10-day trial at each one, but get this. This is the point. LA Fitness, also open 24 hours. Can you believe? That's why it was a no-brainer for me. You get the equipment, the location, the ladies. But you hurt yourself. No, I'm not hurt, just sore. It's the old lactic acid buildup. Got to get pumped for beach season. Get that six-pack. Did I tell you I lost weight? I did. 1 inch in my waist. Now all my pants are loose. And you can stop right there because I know what you're going to say. Buy new pants. I can't. Now that I've lost this weight, I'm a tweener, I heard. Exactly. I either have to bulk up or slim down, one or the other. What do you think? Alec waits. When Waylon waits with him, Alec says, bulk up. You think? Because that's what I was thinking. I mean, I could pull off the whole rock star thin look, but I could carry some muscle too. No doubt. Then it's settled. Waylon bends to pick up his briefcase and Mock groans. When he rises, he holds his back like an old lady in a cartoon. He winks at Alec and shuffles across the hall. Alec stares at the empty doorway. Waylon. Waylon, Waylon, Waylon. His image sticks in Alec's head like a song that won't go away. Chapter 35. On the small living room couch, Jess taps her iPad game like she's crushing ants. Alec enters and says, "I saw your car was here. I'm surprised you beat me home." "Why?" Jessica says to her screen. "Can I come home and have some downtime?" "Okay, sure. How was your day?" "It was really super goddamn super, just so goddamn great." Alec understands equations. Jess home early plus cursing like Richard Pryor plus pecking her iPad screen equals trouble. He sits in the upholstered chair next to the couch and says, "What happened?" "Nothing." Alec waits while Jess taps her screen. He stands and says, "I'm going to take a shower. I don't have a plan for dinner." Jess slaps her iPad cover closed. "I mean, why? We fire her? What does that solve?" Alec sits again. As a married man, a man married to Jess in particular, experience tells him to keep his mouth shut. "It solves nothing, but all Paul cares about is the firm's image. Oh sure, we could work with Punch Girl off the books, but who won't see through that? Everyone knows she's a client." "Paul wants to fire Punch Girl as a client?" "Listen, I'll admit, the thing with the minister did not go well, and I was in charge. Fine. We were all spread out and he made Punch Girl look bad." "She didn't look bad." "Yeah, well, the data suggest otherwise." "What data?" "It's a backward step. Whatever. It's a process, but I can't deal with what I don't know. How was I supposed to know that the minister had his own subscribers?" Alec blinks at Jess. "Subscribers?" "You know how we're doing the notification thing? He has that too. That website where he posts his videos. You can subscribe and he can send out private messages. He's been doing that." "That's how he got the crowd there?" "Yeah. What did you think? They all guessed and appeared in a random place with signs at the exact right moment?" "I hadn't thought about it." "He stole our idea. How could I have known that?" Jess says, and flaps her arms toward the ceiling. "Well, how do you know now?" Jess chuffs an angry laugh. "That was a big sticking point for Paul, too. Punch Girl told us. He thinks I dropped the ball, that there are too many moving parts, that I'm overwhelmed, that Punch Girl isn't ready." "He said all that?" "Something like it. I'm distracting Punch Girl, and we need to bench her for now. Give it some time." Alec shakes his head and exhales. "I hate Paul." "No, you don't. He's just looking out for the firm and the client." "No, he's throwing you under the bus. This isn't your fault. Like you said, how could you have known? He wants you to fail." "Why would he want that?" "Because he's a snake. I told you, I don't like him. There's something about him. This minister thing happens and now he's trying to put the chill on Punch Girl? How are you not helping her? She needs you." Jess grunts her disagreement. "He's always talking to you, having meetings." "He's my boss. He runs the company." "Yeah, but he's got that younger wife, and I don't know." "What does she have to do with anything?" "He likes young, hot women. It's weird." "Oh, yeah?" Jess says. "Did you take a poll on that? A majority of straight men don't like young, hot women?" "You know what I mean. You, her, him. I don't like it. Have you tried talking directly to Punch Girl?" "Not yet, but I'm going to have to." "No, I mean, take the firm out of it. Could you talk to her? Just you two? Like woman to woman?" "Woman to woman?" "Well, do you have any idea who she is? Like, really? In person?" "How would I know that?" "I'm saying if you did, you could really talk to her. Forget Paul. You could discuss it with her, as a person." Jess stares at Alec and contains her smile. As much as everyone tries to evolve past their archetypes, people sometimes revert to instinct. Alec's desire to protect her and solve her problems traces back to his caveman DNA. She would correct him if it wasn't so cute. That is also why she doesn't laugh and risk belittling him. As a married woman, a woman married to Alec in particular, experience tells her to appreciate the effort. She says, "It's not over yet. I think the firm and Punch Girl are mutually beneficial. But Paul is right about one thing. We need to get better, not worse." Chapter 36. The hospital, with the FBI's blessing, released Terrence Roque. The police no longer classify Roque as a fugitive, so they will monitor him as they continue their investigation. He remains the focus of 2 inquiries, as a suspect for his financial misdeeds and as a kidnapping victim, but neither label concerns him. Punch Girl does. Roque and his associates, many of whom are Punch Girl financial backers, took offense with her treatment of Roque, and they summoned her to a meeting. The Punch Girl investors, which they christened themselves, criticized, complained, and threatened financial withdrawal. They ignored Roque's pending charges and vented at Punch Girl. Recently returned, Punch Girl paces in front of her console. Left to right, turn, right to left, turn. She paces from the dark edges into the light of the monitors and stops mid-cycle. She says, "How about if I quit? How about that?" "Quit what?" Central says. "Punch Girl. That's it. Just retire. Disappear." "I'm not sure that solves any problems on any level. You're not exactly replaceable." "My point exactly. Let's see how they like the minister without me to run interference." "Not the most constructive plan." "Pigs?" Punch Girl resumes her pacing. "Also, not constructive." "Why not? If they can call themselves the Punch Girl investors, I can call them the Punch Girl Investment Group. It has a nice ring to it. Pigs. It fits. They're a bunch of squealing babies. They're afraid, and they want me to make it better." "Can you blame them?" The minister. "They're not afraid of the minister. They're afraid that their money and their connections won't protect them. None of them want their dirt exposed, and none of them want to end up like Roque. They're pigs." Cavernous silence sighs inside the warehouse. Punch Girl plants her hands on the table. "I'm not suggesting retirement because fearful citizens need comfort against an actual threat. That's the job. But these people don't care about that. They don't care about the minister, and they don't care about me or this city. What they care about is using me to elevate themselves. I won't facilitate that. How can I?" "So you are suggesting retirement?" Punch Girl exhales and says no. "Good, because they have a point." Punch Girl pushes off the table. She tisks disappointment and resumes her circuit. Central says, "They're just people. Do you not expect them to look out for their own best interests?" "Fine, let them and leave me out of it. Then one by one, I'll put them all away." "Please tell me that wasn't your position in the room." "No, I nodded and listened and said I'd do better. I didn't choke anyone or break anything." "Thank you for that, because without them, there really is no Punch Girl." Central hesitates. "If you weren't so local, I'd agree. We would have a larger pool to draw from. We could limit their involvement if you were national." "Well, that was the whole point of getting in bed with AM&M, wasn't it? How's that working out?" The silence of the warehouse speaks the answer. Punch Girl stops walking and wilts. Her shoulders droop and her spine bends. "I'm stuck with them? The pigs? For now. And I have to assure them I'll protect people like Terrence Roque while Angelo the Deuce and the minister run wild? Of course, those criminals have to be caught and brought to justice, but not at the expense of good citizens like Roque and the pigs, right?" "Again, for now." Punch Girl tilts her head to the dark ceiling for a moment. "I should flip it on them. Jump in with Angelo and the minister and go after the pigs." "That feels like a paradigm shift. We might want to talk that out." "Why? I bet those guys have all the money they need. Of course, they use their money to terrorize and make the world a scarier place, but I bet they have a lot fewer meetings." "For now, can we say that it's business as usual?" Punch Girl breaks her pacing pattern. She walks to the punch cycle, rights the bike, and swings her leg over the seat. With a button pressed, the punch cycle rumbles to life, echoing under the closed space. "Where are you going?" "To fight crime. Not that anyone cares. She twists the accelerator, leans into the turn, and rockets into the darkness at the far end of the warehouse. Chapter 37. In his car in the parking garage, Alex stares through the windshield at the gray concrete wall, sorting his mixed feelings. His big plan backfired. He dented Punch Girl's popularity and hampered Jess's career. How can he dump the minister now? The costume, the persona, he enjoyed moving past it all, but the minister could have further use even beyond Punch Girl. Alec would enjoy that too. Why couldn't the minister hang around and work for him? He could pay a visit to the HOA president, Arjun, or those lawyers at Daly and Pratt. They may not want to talk to Alec, but they could not refuse an audience with the minister. Alec wouldn't mind seeing their faces as they begged for the chance to drop their lawsuit. The idea of discarding the vestments, the voice modulator, and the minister's other incriminating accessories was premature. First, though, the minister must live up to his purpose. He exists to make life easier for Jess, not harder. That means Punch Girl is back on the menu. Alex slides down in his seat as a car passes behind. He watches in the rearview mirror as Waylon Grimes drives past in a navy blue Honda Accord. The car, the great-grandchild of Alex Honda, continues past. It turns up the ramp and continues to the next floor. Interesting. He and Waylon drive the same car. The two have little in common on the surface, but their cars share one important trait: camouflage. No one notices a Honda. The minister drives a Honda. Alec exits the car. Minutes later, he steps out of the elevator, crosses the hallway, and enters the common reception area of his office. He passes by the sorted mail sitting on the vacant reception desk and continues up the quiet corridor. Outside his office, instead of veering left, he veers right and stops in Waylon's doorway. "Hey, buddy," Alex says. Waylon startles behind his desk. He clamps his hand over his heart as a big grin creases his face. "You gave me a shock there. That was better than my morning espresso." "Sorry. First your back, and now your heart." "My back? From the gym?" Waylon blinks at Alec. Then he smiles and nods. "Right. The gym. Duh. Time to take your brain pills, Waylon. Anyway, I saw you in the garage and thought I'd stop by and say hi." "Well, that's awesome. Thanks, Alec. How are you doing? How's the numbers game? You probably don't call it that, do you? Accounting. I'm making it sound like you're a mobster or something. How's the numbers racket, see? You gotta pay us protection, see? We're the only game in this town, see?" Alec watches Waylon chuckle at his own gangster impression. "I'm making you out like you're some kind of criminal. I didn't mean any offense. Unless, of course, you are a criminal. Then I'm putting you under citizen's arrest. You're not a criminal, are you, Alec?" Alec smiles with Waylon and says, "Not as far as you know." Waylon rocks back and laughs. "Good one." Alec says, "Did you know we have the same car?" "Really? I'm not surprised. What surprises me is that more people don't drive Hondas. I mean, the gas mileage, the safety, the reliability, the carbon emissions, all for that price? It's like they're daring you not to buy one, am I right?" "So you don't drive anything else?" "Well, yeah, but my Ferrari is in the shop and my jetpack is getting refueled, so I'm slumming it in the Honda this week." "I could have sworn I saw you on a motorcycle." Waylon's eyes turn into ping-pong balls. "Whoa, a motorcycle? No, sir, not me. Have you seen what happens when a motorcycle and a car get into an argument? No, thank you. I don't feel like being scraped off the pavement with a trowel." "So you never..." "Which is a personal preference. It's not for me, but I don't judge anyone who wants to spend their free time doing whatever they want to do. No skin off my nose. I believe in freedom. If you or anyone else wants to ride with the wind in your hair, who am I to say..." "It's fine, Waylon. I don't ride." "I totally agree. You just seem like the type." "My bad." "You're probably sensing the Marine in me." "Oh, you were a Marine? You didn't know that?" "Oh yeah. Now those are some stories that you'll never get out of me, unless you buy me a beer." "How long did you serve?" "The minimum, 4 years. I did JROTC in high school so I could do ROTC and have them help out with my college. Hey, a deal's a deal. They gave me 4 years, so I owed them 4 years. You deployed? Yeah, but I was in supply, servicing planes and armored vehicles and FOBs, forward operating bases, and that kind of thing. You didn't ride any motorcycles in the Marines? In Iraq? No, thank you. I'll take all the armor I can get, if you don't mind. I can, however, shine your shoes so bright that you'll need sunglasses to look at them. Alec chuckles along with Waylon. He salutes a goodbye and exits the doorway, but again, instead of entering his office, he turns. He stops at Stephanie's closed door and taps a knock. Come in. Alec opens the door and steps inside. Oh, hey, Alec, how did it go with Otis? Otis? Otis, Paley, Lonigan, Spinetti? Oh, the lawyers. Right. I haven't contacted them yet. Stephanie sits back and focuses on Alec. You should call them. They can help you, but only if the filing deadline hasn't passed. After that, they're going to be hamstrung. They might not want to get involved at all, regardless of my referral. One of the big mistakes people make when they're getting sued is not to answer the suit. No, you're right. It's just been a busy time. It's been a busy time. Okay. Stephanie leans forward and picks up her pen. That's not why I popped in, though. Alec checks over his shoulder and lowers his voice. What do you think about Waylon? Like how? Are you trying to set us up? Did you know he was a Marine? Oh, yeah. I think he has mentioned that a few dozen times. He even said he'd tell me some war stories if I took him out for a beer. Yeah, he said the same thing to me, so don't worry. I don't think it's a come-on. Unless he's coming on to both of us. Alec and Stephanie cover their mouths to keep their laughs from reaching past the door. Alec says, So? I mean, like what? Is he smart? Can you trust him? I guess. He's the guy who rents the office across the hall. Why? You don't think there's more there? Like the happy-go-lucky, cheerful attitude is just a front? And what? He goes home and kicks his dog? Or something. Stephanie says, people aren't that complicated. What you see is what you get. Like you? Like me what? That I'm black? That I'm a woman? Alec has stepped on enough landmines with Jess to defuse this one. He says, well, yeah, I mean, a woman lawyer? What's next? Women voters? Women drivers? Doctors? Welcome to the apocalypse, I guess. Stephanie rolls her eyes and chuckles. Sorry, I thought you were saying something else. No, I was thinking more about your motorcycle. It's surprising. It seems like the opposite of what you see is what you get. Oh, that? That's just practical. A bike is cheaper than a car. It gets better mileage. Traffic isn't an issue. But it's not that safe. As long as you know what you're doing and you pay attention, it's safe enough. There are less safe things, believe me. What if it rains? Don't you wish you had a car then? No, I wish it wasn't raining. Alec chuckles at Stephanie's stubborn wisdom. She admonishes him again to call the lawyers about his lawsuit, and he exits. Sitting behind the desk moments later, he looks from his briefcase to his stack of unopened mail to his phone. He picks up the phone and types a text. You want to have lunch? The reply from Jess says, now? No, at lunchtime. I can't. I'm too busy. How about if I bring lunch to you? We can eat in your office. You have to eat. A minute passes. Sounds good, Jess says. Chapter 38. Alec takes the chair across Jess's desk. He swivels and watches the junior associate who deposited him here leave through the doorway. She reminds him of a younger Jess. Height, weight, hair, smart, professional. Way to go, Paul. He turns and faces Jess's empty chair across the cluttered desk. He sets a paper bag and 2 drink cups on the most stable-looking pile. While he waits, he scans the stacks of papers. Charts, reports, spreadsheets, management summaries, and graphs describe the progress on Punch Girl. A graph entitled Punch Girl Notifications, cumulative, draws Alec's eye and he slides the single page to him. The graph confirms the tale Jess has been telling. The line bumps along from left to right at a trickle. A spike appears and levels again, so more of a plateau. Another spike followed by another plateau, but since then, the action stays flat. This one piece of paper illustrates the bulk of his marital problems at the moment. Of course, the minister bears some responsibility for that. The page and all the other pages have Jess's name on them, Jessica Radcliffe. She still uses her maiden name, her professional name, at work. Snap! The paper flies out of Alec's hand as Jess snatches it on her way to her side of the desk. What are you doing? Spying? Jess sits and lays the paper on the correct pile. I am. I'm starting my own whatever it is you do here. It's going to be great. We'll have graphs too, but bigger. He unloads the paper bag and slides a deli sandwich wrapped in white paper and a bag of chips across to Jessica. He sips from both straws to verify and pushes the diet soda across the desk. Good luck with that. Sorry I was late. I can't go anywhere without someone stopping me to ask a question. Jess and Alec unwrap their sandwiches and eat. They enjoy the relative silence until Alec washes down a potato chip with a swig of his soda and burps. You're disgusting. Disgustingly awesome. You ever plan on changing your name? So you were spying. It's kind of hard to miss it. I have changed my name. I legally changed it so that every woman in the world could see that I am committed to the flatulent wonder rumbling before them. He is mine, ladies, and he is off the market. I meant here. All your papers say Radcliffe. Are you being serious right now? Why don't you change your name? I was just asking. No need to be hostile, Mrs. Baum. You're hostile. Ask something else, Jess says. Okay. What do you think about motorcycles? Jess freezes mid-chew and glares at Alec. She sets her sandwich on the open paper and says, You are not getting a motorcycle. Are you insane? I'm not. Have you seen what happens to victims in motorcycle accidents? Trauma surgeons laugh at motorcycle riders. There's such an obvious correlation between riding a motorcycle and ending up in the ER that the doctors actually make fun of them. Only an idiot would ride a motorcycle. Wow, you jumped right in there, didn't you? Alec, no. Whatever easy riding dreams you had, you gave that up when you married me. Fuel economy-wise, though, and considering traffic, they're not bad. A motorcycle probably costs less than 2 trips to repair the Honda. It might be a decent investment. Investment? In what? Physical therapy? Skin grafts? Plus, I already bought the outfit with the leather pants and matching gloves and boots. Jess gives Alec dead eyes. Yeah, I even joined a motorcycle club, the CP Assassins, because we're all CPAs. I think my nickname will be the Amortizer. I don't have time for this, Alec. Is this why you came here? To wind me up? You wound yourself up. I came here to bring you lunch. You're the one who brought up motorcycles. Not to buy, though. I asked what you thought. I never said I wanted one. Look at me. I'm a CPA who drives a 12-year-old sedan. What am I going to do with a motorcycle? Jess crunches into a Cheeto and chases it with a sip of her drink. Thank you for the lunch. You're welcome. Now, if it's not too much trouble, what do you think about motorcycles? You know what I think. Why? Alec looks over his shoulder and then leans low over the desk toward Jess. Punch Girl rides a motorcycle, right? Yeah, among many vehicles. But she's not insane. Isn't she worried about getting injured? Jess chuffs out a laugh. Do you know what she does for a living? Yeah, but does she seem like the motorcycle type or does she downplay it? I don't know. You talk to her, don't you? About business. We're not speed dating. You should still be able to tell what she's like. I don't care what she's like. I care about what the public sees. Punch Girl the brand interests me, not Punch Girl the bestie. What is all this? Nothing. It's... Alec pauses. You know Stephanie Schmidt, the lawyer with the office next to mine? I guess, sure. Well, she drives a motorcycle, that's all. So I was curious. We're sitting here, chatting over lunch, and I thought about Punch Girl, who also rides a motorcycle, so I asked. That was it. Jess exhales a long sigh. She wraps the rest of her sandwich in the white butcher paper and says, "Sorry I jumped on you. Everything is Punch Girl all the time. I guess my chat game is off." "Is it that bad?" "Yes and no. You saw the graph. It's weird and it's complicated. It's not her or me or the firm. Everyone else they're interested in chaos. It's almost like they're so fed up they want to see the outlaws win, you know?" Alec nods. He knows too well. It's like they're watching it happen on TV, like they don't even live in the world. Crime is up. Corruption is up. You take a guy like Angelo the Deuce, who owns Sodo. People live down there, but they ignore everything. The worse things get, the worse they get for them, but they don't care. It's like they've suffered some mental breakdown. Now the minister, what about him? Talk about a mental breakdown, kidnapping, torture, vigilante justice. That doesn't pop up out of nowhere, and people are eating it up. There's a demand. He still trends higher on social media than Punch Girl. What does that mean? It's bad. Punch Girl could totally rise above it. She could be a beacon of hope, like really improve lives. She could totally change the city, but it's not sensational, so no one gives a crap. What if she did something sensational, like if she caught this Angelo or the minister? It wouldn't matter. Half the people would be upset. They'd paint her as the criminal. That's what all these papers say. That's the world now. Alec nods as he collects the lunch trash and stuffs it into the paper bag. Jess carries a lot of weight, a lot of responsibility. He opens his mouth to express his support, but Jess's eyes focus past him, and she nods. Alec turns. Paul stands in the doorway tapping his watch. He grins at Alec and says, "Oh, hey, Alec. I didn't know that was you. How are you?" "Good, Paul." "Great. Listen, you two take your time. I didn't mean to interrupt. Jessica, I'll see you upstairs whenever you're free. Good to see you, Alec." Paul leaves the doorway. Alec turns to Jess. She reads his blank face and says, "Thank you for lunch, and thank you for being civil." "Of course," Alec says. "I should go, though." She kisses Alec on the cheek as she passes on the way out the door. "Hey, do you think she's a girl? Punch Girl?" "As opposed to what? A woman?" "No, I get that. She's not a girl either way, but you've been around her. She could be a man, right?" "I guess. It's not an original theory. Why?" "I'm thinking about your stuff, like social media and, what is it, scaling? Trending." "Right, like that stuff." "Well, you're sweet, but I'll figure it out." "But she could be a man, is all I'm saying." "Yes. If that makes you feel better about yourself, more secure, then of course, the greatest hero in the history of this city could be a man and not a woman. Knock yourself out." She pats Alec on the head and exits. Alec smiles at Jess's mischaracterization of him. Behind that, the minister smiles too. Chapter 39. It's Waylon. Waylon is Punch Girl. Alec followed Waylon for the last 5 days. He followed him from home to work and from work to the gym. Waylon's gym membership shows the care he takes to protect his identity. He doesn't need it, but he still goes. From the gym, Waylon's routine diverged. Sometimes he went home, sometimes he went clubbing. At the clubs, Alec watched Waylon chat up the ladies and dance under the strobing lights and thumping music. He always stayed in character, always playing the chucklehead, the 98-pound weakling. Despite the routine, Alec kept his distance. The boring life provides cover, lulling any potential watchers, but it also lowers guards. Someone could relax and make the mistake of being spotted. Alec reminded himself every day and night that Waylon may appear lightweight and inconsequential, but Punch Girl is neither. She could materialize at any moment. Alec exercised additional caution, but the distance opened the door for Waylon to disappear. Alec couldn't follow him everywhere. Sometimes exiting the gym or the club, or even in traffic, Waylon would slip Alec's tail. Alec would move to the next logical location, but sometimes Waylon wouldn't arrive. Those unobserved windows left Waylon time to do his thing. Punch Girl has been out there. She saved people, helped people. People saw her, but Alec still cannot prove Waylon and Punch Girl are the same person, which frustrates him. They are the same, but until he can uncover Punch Girl's identity beyond any doubt, his plan is as dead as a stone. To bring Punch Girl in on the ruse, to work together to make people cheer for the good guys, they can use the minister and control both sides of the narrative, but Punch Girl must have no other choice. Alec can point to Waylon all he wants. He can list the circumstantial evidence, size, military training, single lifestyle, unassuming alter ego, but if Waylon denies it, Alec tips his hand and loses his leverage. He cannot risk that. An idea floated into Alec's mind. Grab Waylon and force the answer out of him. But Alec resisted the temptation. While Waylon impresses as someone who would fold under questioning, Punch Girl does not. Punch Girl could dig in and resist out of spite. Then if she got free... No, for this to work, Alec needs a willing accomplice. For that, he needs indisputable proof. Waylon must accept that Alec knows who he is. Alec hopes for a smooth negotiation because resistance brings a whole new set of complications. But what if Punch Girl resists? What if she won't cooperate, even faced with proof? What choice will he have? He cannot pursue Waylon in vain. If he catches Waylon in costume as Punch Girl, explains himself to an attentive and receptive Waylon, and still gets a stubborn no, it could happen. It would. Then Alec would need the minister. The time waste is unbearable. Jess cannot afford wasted time. There must be a way to speed up the process by skipping the uncertain middle. There is. Plop. A plan arrives. It will work too, and while not ideal, it is best for Jess. As much as he wants harmony between Punch Girl and the minister, he needs cooperation more, so their union may require pressure. He has accumulated too much sunk cost, too much lost time. With this plan, they can catch Punch Girl on the job and grab her. Everything starts there. Prove that Waylon is Punch Girl. The plan isn't perfect, though. Alec can't point to the reason, but as someone who organizes numbers into rows for a living, he expects order, and this plan falls short. If it were a spreadsheet, he would dig into the formulas and revise it. But again, time. This plan gets the job done, and even if he is wrong about Waylon, it still nets Punch Girl. Sadly, life isn't accounting. Sometimes life falls short of perfection. The minister disagrees. To appease Alec, he pushed the plan, holes and all. Holes can be closed, and they will be. His followers are impulsive, but they will do the right things at the right times with the right incentives. Bank on it. Unlike Alec, the minister does not accept good enough. He aims higher. The minister aims for great. Chapter 40. The Lord our God spoke to me, and he has given me a task, the minister says. Punch Girl vaults from the street up the side of a 6-story building. Thanks to the booster pack on her back, she lands on the roof in 3 leaps. The technology reduces gravity's effect by negating her body weight while maintaining her muscle strength. The result, while not flying, is the next best thing. She removes her tablet and opens the video. The minister says, "My work was to be done. I was to have ascended to reside with our Lord in the kingdom of heaven, but at God's request, I remain here. For you." Is anyone buying the talking to God part of this? Central says, "Hard to say. The website is full of Bible quotes and imagery, but the proof will come if he tries to monetize it." The minister says, "You have again disappointed God. You let yourselves live according to your own laws, not his. He provided you with land and resources, and both a body and a mind to tend this paradise, and what do? You live in filth and squalor. You invite crime and corruption. The land you pave and poison, squandering resources. You turn your bodies into playgrounds for drugs, and your minds into sewers of pornography. God watches and weeps." Perhaps we should stand down on this one. So far, I agree. He demands a cleansing. Perhaps not. His will be done. South of downtown, I have equipped a building with explosives. The blast from that building will destroy the surrounding buildings, and fire will cleanse an entire city block. Punch Girl walks to the edge while she watches the screen. Some of God's children will perish. Some will suffer injury and lose their homes. Many of them will be innocent. God understands this, for you are His children. He wants rebirth. Upon the spot where He excises the cancer, rebuild. Rebuild in His image. You have until noon to prepare. I will pray for you. God bless you all. Punch Girl slides the screen into its compartment and says, I'm on my way. She leaps off the roof and lands on a railing halfway up the building across the street. From there, she vaults to another railing and up to the roof, making her way toward Sodo. On her way, bounding from roof to balcony and balcony to fire escape, Punch Girl observes the flow of people beneath her. Pedestrians rush toward Sodo. Cars and bikes follow. As she crests a rooftop, she spots a news chopper hovering over the area. Additional television helicopters buzz on the horizon. Punch Girl listens for sirens, but hears none. She vaults across the river bridge, using the cables and towers as launching points, until she lands on the tallest building in Soho. She says, Are you in the punchcopter? On my way. I'm getting several air traffic reports, Central says. The news is all over this. When you get here, start a broad spectrum scan. Frequency, power, distortion, bandwidth. We need to see inside these buildings. Wireless, wired, timed, triggered, everything, okay? Understood. You don't think he's pulling our chain, do you? Just trying to cause a panic? He introduced himself with a kidnapping. He says this is God's will. You tell me. Best not to take a chance. Punch Girl removes her tablet. She taps the screen while she scans, switching from infrared to laser to sonar, searching for anomalies. She revolves counterclockwise around her own axis and lets the world rotate from left to right. The bedlam below fights for her attention, but she ignores it. People rush from buildings like extras in a Godzilla movie. At the borders of Sodo, the fleeing crowd commingles with the sprinting gawkers moving in the opposite direction. The two groups create a human riptide and fight to keep from getting trampled. Punch Girl starts a second revolution. She taps her screen and the time appears, 11:47. She says, Do you have anything? Nothing so far. The buildings are old and brick, and there are so many people. Hang on. Punch Girl taps and rotates clockwise. I've got it. The screen points at a building 2 blocks away. The scan penetrates the adjacent structures and shows the target building, which lights up like a nighttime freeway. Strings of yellow and red light traverse from the basement to every floor and back again. The basement, below street level, glows like a furnace. Jesus, this really will take down every building in the block. I'm headed in. Central says, I have the suit's GPS. I'll watch the roof, but you have to come back up by 11:55. No later. We have to clear the space by noon. Punch Girl vaults to the target building in 3 leaps. The city thrums beneath her as panic takes root. The crowds gather in the streets, and fire and police sirens wail on the edges of Sodo. Punch Girl opens the roof access door and enters the quiet stairwell. Time matters, but Punch Girl still pauses a moment to allow her eyes to adjust to the dim light. While she does, her other senses reach out. Hearing nothing, she taps her mask and switches to night vision. Her view changes from dusty grays to bright shades of emerald green, and she heads down the stairs. At each floor, the stairwell exits to a residential hallway. Punch Girl exits one stairwell door, steps into the hallway, enters the neighboring door, and heads down again. The twin passages are an old-school fire precaution to keep flames from spreading floor to floor. Useful, given the circumstances. Punch Girl continues her descent. Stairs, door, door, stairs. She expects at least one pair of doors to present a barrier. Locked, jammed, something. But at each floor she pushes open one door, pulls open the next, and continues. She wants the basement, the obvious ground zero, but she planned for a blockage. At that point, she would investigate the individual explosive devices on as many floors as possible to minimize the damage of the blast. For now, she keeps that plan in her pocket as one door after another opens for her. With every conquered stairwell, Punch Girl breezes toward the bottom of the building while her optimism grows. Her target-locked mind, counting seconds and calculating escape times, ignores the warning flags raised by her subconscious. She accepts the quiet, the missing occupants, and the ease of access as good fortune. At the ground floor, she steps through the door and surveys the empty lobby. She crosses the space and wrenches open the last door. I'm headed to the basement. 3 minutes, Central says. You have to be on your way back up in 3 minutes. Punch Girl enters the final stairwell where her expectations evaporate. She anticipated darkness and quiet, but the bright light and raging energy resist her, forcing her to switch off her night vision. Brilliance bellows from the basement below, along with heat and smoke? Punch Girl descends with caution until she can see under the basement ceiling. To the right of the stairs, fire roars out of an ancient iron furnace. Boxes, rags, papers, and clothes trail from the furnace into the open floor, where they blaze like a fiery tongue lapping from the furnace's open mouth. Over the roaring heat, Punch Girl says, "It lit up like a furnace because it is a furnace." "Repeat that," Central says. "It's not an electrical surge, it's actual heat. The basement's on fire." "Get out now." "What if it's masking the trigger? What if that's the point? I'm here, I can't walk away." "Your call. 1 minute." Punch Girl steps to the concrete floor. The heat from the fire slaps her like a desert wind. The temperature, the light, and the collecting smoke impair her scanner, so the situation calls for an old-fashioned game of hide-and-seek. With the fire consuming the debris in the center of the room, Punch Girl walks next to the stairs toward the furnace, skirting the core of the blaze. The smoke and the hungry roar of the living flames threaten her. Underneath the hostility, though, a soothing voice offers an escape. Panic steps to the door and rings the bell. Punch Girl ignores the call. The fire-retardant material of her suit protects her from burning, and her experience and pure willpower shield her from the inviting voice. Panic will have to wait outside. She edges past the stairs and past the furnace, where she moves into the relative cool and dark. "That's it," Central says. "You have to get out. I'm standing by at the roof. If there's a detonator anywhere, it will be here. I have to look." "You have to leave." The backside of the raging boiler pulses heat against the wall in waves, so the tight space offers little relief. Punch Girl checks the brick walls and concrete floor until she reaches the wall on the opposite side of the room. "Damn it, it's not here." "Get out of there now. You have no time. You have to—" "Hold that thought. I'm on my way." "Wait," Central says. "They're flooding into the building." "Who is?" "Everyone. Everyone on the street. They're going into the building." Alec watches the live news coverage on his laptop. Every station bounces between the studio, the eye in the sky, and reporters commenting live on the ground. One reporter jostles in the sea of people outside the target building, and the helicopter camera zooms in on him from above. The reporter presses his microphone to his lips and says, "It's a frenzy down here. I haven't seen anything like it. The people are swaying and chanting. They are waiting for noon." An anchorwoman appears split screen and says, "Can you hear what they are saying, Roy?" Roy says, "Hard to tell. Some are yelling out for the minister. Others, they seem to be praying. They're asking forgiveness before the Armageddon." "Wow, quite a scene. Well, be careful down there, Roy. You're going to need to clear the area soon." "I don't know if I can. We're packed in down here. Where are the police?" The anchorwoman cocks her blonde, Lego-haired head and says, "That's interesting. Let's go to Roz in the Channel 7 traffic copter. Roz, what are you seeing as far as crowd control from the police?" Roz's voice sounds tinny over the whir of the helicopter rotors. "They've set up a perimeter around Soto, but unlike the bulk of the crowd, they don't seem to be focused on any one building." "But the crowd is. What do they know that the police don't?" "Roy might answer that better than I can. They could be following Punch Girl." "So you can confirm Punch Girl is in the building?" "No, but the punch copter took a position over the building's roof." The news helicopter's camera swivels from a top-down view of the heads on the ground to a level view of the punchcopter. Any chance we can see the punchcopter's pilot? Negative. The blue punchcopter hovers 30 feet above the rooftop. Its cockpit glass matches the helicopter's frame, opaque sky blue. Just thought I'd try, the anchorwoman says. Both Punch Girl and the followers of the minister chose this building. Can we assume the minister sent out another secret message to his subscribers? Yes, Alex says to his computer. Feel free to assume that. Can we also assume that the police are not on the minister's distribution list? Incisive. That is some tremendous reporting. Well worth the $3 million a year they pay you for that. The question you should ask, Bubblehead, is what did the message say? Alex sighs and swallows his disgust at the unfairness of the world. He checks his watch, stands, and cracks the door to his office. Wayland's closed door faces him. No light escapes underneath. Alec nods and eases his door closed. Either Wayland snuck in there without his usual hellos and is sitting in the dark, or he spent the morning somewhere else, like a Soto building, hopping around in a blue suit. Alec returns to his seat. He watches the crowd pulse and sway like waves on the ocean. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Reporter Roy says, "Something's happening. We're moving." Roz in the traffic copter says, "I can confirm that. The crowd is pushing forward." "Toward the building?" the anchorwoman says with wide eyes. "Isn't there a bomb?" "Oh my God," Roy says. Alec watches the screen. The crowd surges toward the building like tourists at Disney World. He smiles and says, "Here we go." "They're flooding in," Central says. "You won't be able to get out that way. They're all going to die." As flames fill the room, panic stabs Punch Girl's doorbell. It hammers at the door, rattling it in its frame like an angry cop, but Punch Girl refuses to answer. She sprints along the far wall, turns left and left again until she completes a circuit of the room and returns to the bottom of the stairwell. She ascends the stairs 2 at a time. Escape is possible. The shock of seeing her burst from the smoke and fire of the basement like a demon escaping hell should cause enough panic that the tide of people will reverse. If a few of them raise an alarm, the rest will turn and flee with them. She can follow them out the front. Clang! The closed basement door doesn't budge. Punch Girl slams into the metal and cranks the doorknob while she leans with her shoulder. "It's locked! Someone locked the door!" The traffic copter's camera focuses on the empty street outside the building. Reporter Roy tells a less peaceful story. "They swept me inside. Can you hear me? Am I still broadcasting? We're packed in here. People are coughing. I think I smell smoke. We're going to die in here. Why did they do this? Where are the police?" The anchorwoman says, "Roy, if you can hear me, we're being told that the police haven't been able to confirm the target building." "That's it," Alex says to the screen. "They are conducting a large-scale evacuation and canvass of the cleared buildings. We don't know yet whether they have found anything." "They haven't." "We also don't know why all those people entered that building. We can only surmise that the minister told them to do it in some mass suicide plot." Alec tisks. "Because that's what the minister wants, to gain a large following and then kill all of his followers, who also want to die in an explosion. Such great analysis." Roy says, "There's definitely a fire, but no one will leave. The minister himself may be here, commanding his followers." I'm not sure if you can hear us, Roy," Roz says from the copter. "But why would the minister blow himself up?" "That's an excellent point, Roz," the anchorwoman says. "Someone may be directing the crowd in there, but why would the minister go to all this trouble to commit suicide?" "That's what I'm thinking. To be honest, I don't know why he would kill his followers, either." Alex says, "There you go, Roz in the traffic copter. There's another option." Punch Girl retreats down the stairs. "You have to disarm it," Central says. Punch Girl retrieves her scanner and says, "How much time?" 30 seconds. She scans the blazing room. Her readout glows white. Too much energy, too much heat. In the top left, a yellow thread nips the screen. Punch Girl looks over the fire to where the brick wall meets the concrete ceiling. She replaces her tablet and leaps into the fire. She dances through the flames to the far side of the room. Using the booster pack, Punch Girl vaults upward and crashes into the ceiling. On the way down, she grabs a wire stapled to the brick. 20 seconds, Central says. Punch Girl yanks the wire. She pulls hand over hand like a fisherman hauling a net, and the single wire turns into a bundle. The bundle rips through the gap between the brickwork and the concrete ceiling. Mortar dust and concrete chunks pull loose and join the smoke filling the room. The wires snag, taut. Got you. 10 seconds. The punch copter rises over the building's roof to 100 feet. Punch Girl heaves on the wire rope. Above her, metal tears and clatters as the wires rip free. Punch Girl feels the slack in her hands and hopes she ripped the detonator from whatever setup the minister planted here. She stands awash in heat waves and waits. The traffic copter camera points at the building. No one speaks, lest they rob the audience of the horror. Alec waits with them. After a full minute of dead air passes, the anchorwoman says, "I'm showing 12:01. Is anyone else?" "Copy that," Roz says. "I have 12:01 as well." Roy shouts over the wild crowd in the lobby. "We're now approaching 2 minutes past 12. No one here braced for an explosion. They went right past noon without checking the time. I was the only one who tried to take cover. It's almost like they didn't care." Roz gasps over her mic in the chopper. "Oh my gosh, they knew." "Ta-da!" Alex says, and opens his arms like a magician making his big reveal. "Good for you, Roz." Roy says, "If it's possible, they now seem more agitated." "Because we're not done yet, Roy, my man." "Something's not right," Punch Girl says. The punch copter maintains its cautionary altitude, and Central says, "0 deaths, 0 destruction. Everything is about as right as it can be at the moment." "I'm still in a burning basement." "Roger that." Punch Girl turns from the slack wires to the fire and says, "That shouldn't have worked." "But it did." "It was a Hail Mary. It shouldn't have been that easy. He's smarter than this." "Would it be possible to debrief after the mission and not during?" Punch Girl works around the fire back to the stairs. She climbs the steps 2 at a time until she reaches the metal door. The semi-enclosed stairwell fills with smoke. The respirators built into the punch suit protect Punch Girl for now, but the filters won't last long in this intense environment. She tries the locked door handle again, steps back, and assumes a martial arts stance. With her left leg forward, she flexes her right wrist 2 times, down, up, and primes her weapon. She leans back and transfers her weight forward, firing an open-handed blow at the door. She rotates her core, bringing her right shoulder forward and centering her weight on her front leg like a pitcher throwing a fastball. Her open right hand flies forward. On impact with the door, a piston fires, and a rubber-covered titanium plate leaves Punch Girl's palm and smacks the metal door above the latch. The door crunches and bends. Punch Girl slaps the plate and piston back into their homes and kicks the door latch free. The metal latch bolt, faceplate, and strike plate fall to the floor of the lobby with a clang, and the door swings open. The frenzied energy of the maelstrom smacks Punch Girl in the chest. People scream and chant. They fight and shove each other for space. The chant, "Minister, Minister, Minister," reminds Punch Girl of the low warning growl of a dog before it attacks. The chants taper off, and heads turn to her. Alex sits forward and leans into the computer screen. "I don't know what they're waiting for," Roy says into his mic over the indoor noise. "I'm stuck here until they leave. We can't... Hang on. Something's happening." Metal crunches and clangs. "Oh my God." The anchorwoman says, "If you can hear me, what are you seeing, Roy?" I think he's here." "Who is, Roy? Can you describe what you're seeing?" "If you're getting this, call the police. The minister's here." Alec cocks his head and says, "I don't think so." "The minister? Are you sure?" the anchorwoman says. A door opened, Roy says. There's fire and smoke. All I can see is a silhouette. There are so many people. It's the minister. It's the wrath of God. Roz, can you get any of this with the camera on the traffic copter? Roz hesitates a moment. No, it's inside, in a building lobby. Good point. Thank you, Roz. The people are surging forward, Roy says. They're pulling us toward the fire, toward the minister. I can feel the heat. Don't worry, Roy, Alex says in his office. We grab her and we're done. In 1 minute, you and everyone else will be out of there. He can fly. He rose above the crowd and slammed into the ceiling. Oh my God. Oh my God. It's not the minister. It's Punch Girl. Punch Girl? The anchorwoman says. Does she have the minister? How is the crowd reacting? Boom! Pop, 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 pop. What was that, Roy? Was that gunfire? Screams rise like the sounds at an amusement park. Roy says, someone is shooting. There are guns everywhere. It's a war zone. Alex stands. What the hell? Punch Girl slams the lobby ceiling. She lands next to the lobby's stairwell door and pulls, but the door resists. She might as well pull on a knot in a tree. Her piston won't work on an inward-facing door. Boom! Pop, 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 pop. Central says, what's happening? Gunfire. At least 3 guns. 1 shotgun for sure. The police are arriving now, but the crowd is fighting them back. You'll have to get out of there on your own. Punch Girl works low, out of sight of any shooters. She keeps the lobby wall on her left and moves toward the basement. Too many fighters block her path to the front door. She shoves and jostles the half-blind attackers away from the wall and drives her legs. Gunfire pops in the room. The crowd spots her, and they turn to fight on 2 fronts, Punch Girl in front and the police behind. Punch Girl crouches low, fending off the hands that reach from everywhere, and she shows no mercy. The aggressors drop like whining sacks of meat. Knees pop, ankles crack, wrist and elbow joints tear, and teeth fly. Survival trumps tactics at this point. She reaches the metal basement door, which dangles by its bottom hinge. She loops into the basement stairwell, and like iron shavings following a magnet, the people flow behind. Punch Girl's fury builds, but she directs it at herself. She stumbled through every stage of the minister's trap, too stupid to stop herself. Her rage for both herself and the minister matches the intensity of the inferno below. The basement fire has become the engine of hell, a raging firestorm in a box, and she must move toward it. A few brave or insane attackers follow her. They grab at the punch suit but retreat when the fire's heat slaps them and threatens to bubble their skin. They cluster on the stairs and howl their frustration like zombies. Punch Girl walks into the fire, and her pursuers stare open-mouthed at the magic trick. They had her trapped, and she walked into certain death. Gunshots fire in the lobby. Boom, boom, pop, 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 pop. The zombies turn to the voices calling out behind them. The people with the guns need to get through. Punch Girl searches for an escape. This cannot be her final resting place. Alec paces behind his desk chair. He runs his hands along both sides of his head while his eyes stick to the news feed. There are gunshots and Punch Girl. It's mass hysteria in here, Roy says. Do you see the minister, Roy? The anchorwoman says. I don't know if anyone is dead. Punch Girl may be dead. She better not be, Alex says. What the hell? What the hell? We're pushing forward. We're moving toward the fire again. The basement is completely engulfed in flames, but we are moving that way. Punch Girl must be in there. Why would you let her go back into the fire? The whole point is to get her out of there so you dummies can grab her. God damn it. We've stopped. I'm being crushed. People are fighting behind me. I think the gunmen are trying to get where they can shoot her, but they can't get through. Alec throws his hands to the sky. Who said anything about shooting anyone? After 30 seconds of video from the traffic copter showing police and SWAT lining the building and taking cover, Roy's voice interrupts. They're coming back out. We're pushing away from the fire in the basement. There's a lot of commotion. I can't tell if they're celebrating or panicking. Alec leans on his hands in front of the computer. Punch Girl fled the basement as planned, but the people in the lobby missed her and tried to kill her, so she went back to the basement. Fine, that's a dead end. Now they're coming back out. They have her. They must have her. Or she's dying in the fire. Alec shakes off the thought. Some people possess too much will to conform. They force the world to conform to them. Punch Girl's one of those people. No way she dies in a fire. They have her. 2 blue grapes fly out of the flames. They land on the stairs at the feet of the attackers, and the people gasp and cough as noxious gas clouds them. They press back on the people standing above them. Then the vomiting starts, and panic descends. The lowest people bull their way to the top of the stairs. Their fear sparks a flight response in the others, and the flow of bodies reverses into the lobby. Punch Girl seizes the opening. She removes the air gun from her thigh holster, loads her grappling baton, and fires. The baton penetrates the mortar between the brick wall and the concrete ceiling where she pulled the wires through. The grappling hooks snick free, and Punch Girl yanks on the trailing cable with all her weight. Brick and concrete drag free with the open hooks, leaving a Punch Girl-sized hole where the wall meets the ceiling. She reloads the baton and moves under the hole. She fires through it and into the ceiling 1 floor above. With the gun clipped to her chest, the steel cable retracts and draws her upward. She slips through the hole to the room overhead. Upstairs, she collects her gear and leans her hands on her knees to catch her breath. With the immediate danger from smoke, fire, and frantic pursuers past, she stands and lets her eyes adjust. Large steel wheels stand in vertical iron brackets fastened to the floor. 2-inch diameter bolts run through the metal and into the flooring below. Fist-sized nuts secure them. The wheels connect to thick cables rising above. A control panel stands in the corner next to an iron ladder. Punch Girl looks up and sees what she expects: an elevator. She offers a nod to the gods for her luck. Her grappling hook speared the elevator floor, not the ceiling. The elevator shaft is too high. If the elevator had parked on a higher floor, her hook would have fallen without sticking. She might have found another way out of the basement, or not. For now, she chooses the least technological route upward and mounts the ladder. She forces her fatigued muscles and burned lungs to carry her upward past the elevator. On the car's roof, 3 microwaves and several toaster ovens lie smashed. She continues upward to the top floor. The ladder ends at the ceiling, and Punch Girl looks at the rectangular shaft descending below her like an art school drawing. The elevator doors on each floor rise in a column up the shaft. Punch Girl sighs. With one hand, she holds the ladder, and with the other, she shoots the baton into the concrete above the elevator doors. She attaches the gun to her chest, releases the ladder, and swings across the open shaft on the retracting cable. Suspended, she forces the closed doors open and drops into the quiet, empty hallway outside. She gathers her equipment and walks to the doors at the end of the hall. The left-hand door opens. The minister thought she wouldn't get this far. Punch Girl enters the doorway and climbs the stairs to the roof. "There's Punch Girl," Roz says. The camera from the traffic copter swivels to the target building. On screen, Punch Girl walks across the roof. Her suit resembles charred meat, blackened with a hint of the original color running through cracks in the sear. The punch copter descends. Punch Girl enters without breaking stride, and the blue chopper lifts, turns, and retreats toward the horizon. Roy describes the panic in the building lobby. There's a gas leak or something in the basement. Some smell has the crowd on the run. The traffic copter camera swivels back to the street. People sprint out of the building amid the smoke like a football team taking the field. SWAT officers replace the cheerleaders, and the sideline staff comes equipped with zip-tie handcuffs and paddy wagons. Roy screams to the police that he's a reporter and not a vandal before his mic cuts off mid-sentence. His high shriek punctuates the end of his reporting for today. "Roy! Roy!" the anchorwoman says. "Well, it appears we've lost Roy for the moment, but I'm sure he's okay. Our thoughts are with him." "So, Roz?" What do we make of what we've just seen? The anchorwoman's plastic empathy breezes past Alec. He stares, but he registers nothing. His brain and his body occupy different time zones, different dimensions. His feet stand on the worn gray carpet of his office, but his mind travels with Punch Girl. They missed her. She walked out and left. Punch Girl leans her head back. The rising chopper presses her into her seat behind Central. Central says, "You want to walk through it?" "Not here. The warehouse is more secure." The walls of the warehouse contain copper mesh lining under an enamel coat to block radio and infrared signals. A rotating frequency seeker and jammer, among other devices, further shields Punch Girl's HQ. The Punch Copter includes some of that technology, but that isn't why Punch Girl doesn't want to talk. She escaped, with luck. The realization sits inside her like an impending illness. She needs to think about it. Chapter 41. Jess paces the full length of the conference room. At the north end of her circuit, when she turns around, she sees the smoke rising in the south. The building fire in Sodo taunts her. Paul sits at the long conference table and says, "I was the one that said we should cut loose of this." Jess stops walking and lowers a glare at Paul. Paul holds his hands up in defense. "I'm trying to fix the problem, not the blame. I'm not saying it's anyone's fault, just that it's a difficulty we need to deal with." It's not even like there are two sides. They're not rooting for her at all. They all want him to win. Down there, in Sodo, and the rest of the city. I mean, they're not just standing around. They're working for him, for free. You don't know that. Jess sits on Paul's left. "Paul, they wanted to kill her." Paul sits back and shrugs. "It's a failure, isn't it? Everything we've tried to do, make her more accessible, more visible. No one cares. All this technology, all this infrastructure, and one guy with a video camera kicks our ass. He's giving them chaos. He's giving them a show. What is Punch Girl giving them? A hero. Maybe they don't want that." Jessica raises her palms to the ceiling in question. "I know, the minister fills a very specific need for a few passionate people." Jess shakes her head. She taps her finger like Morse code on the table. When she stops, she says, "Punch Girl was never going to be Brightman." Different times. 3 TV channels, no internet. Paul, he didn't come up in the 50s. Not so long ago, the audience was broad. 20 million people could watch a TV show. Now the networks crow over 5 million. Cable shows, hits, get fewer than 1 million. But they're targeted. Yeah, but do the audiences of those shows want the other shows dead? This won't work. We need to shut it down. Waylon escaped, and all Alec got for his trouble was more questions. They pile up on Alec's doorstep like old newspapers. How did he escape? Who sent the guns? Was there a vent or a window in the basement that he missed? Who sent the guns? Did the minister's followers unlock the door? Did they lock the door but let her go? How did she fight through them? Wouldn't reporter Roy have mentioned that? If everything worked, how did they miss her? What about the guns? The guns, the guns, the guns. Who sent the goddamn guns? Alec leans his throbbing forehead into his hands and closes his eyes. The entire plan worked until it didn't. Now Punch Girl will be on guard. She also looks weak and careless, no match for the minister. At least she survived. They tried to kill her, and she survived. But Jess's stock must be plummeting. It's his fault. He wanted to help, and he torpedoed her. And almost killed Punch Girl. One of the minister's fervent acolytes changed the plan. In doing so, he jeopardized both Punch Girl and the minister. Because without Punch Girl, the minister has no purpose. Of course, this rebellion might have doomed them all anyway. Punch Girl could fire Jess. If this stunt crippled Punch Girl's reputation and she separates from AM&M, who cares anyway? Goody. Another question Alec cannot answer. Chapter 42. Jess enters the living room and halts. Alec taps at his phone screen, igniting bright candies and jewels as they cascade downward. That's my game. Yeah, and it's not even a little relaxing. I want to destroy my phone. You can stop playing. I could, but I'm all amped up now. I don't want it to win. Alec taps a few more times before the game announces his defeat. He drops the phone on the pillow next to him and falls back into the couch cushions. Hard day? Jess's question spears Alec's heart. Her day must have sucked her soul to a husk, but she still asked about him. He says, yeah, but no, I can't talk about it. I'm going upstairs. Maybe cry. I bought a bottle of wine and put it in the fridge. Okay, good. Did you buy one for you too? Jess smiles a thin smile and exits the room. Alec sits for a few minutes. Whatever Jess is feeling, whatever consequences she is suffering, he shoved onto her. He messed everything up. In the bedroom, Alec listens to the running shower. With a window of privacy, he sits on the bed and opens his laptop. On the minister's webpage, he ignores the posted videos and the list of judgmental Bible quotes, and he inputs the admin credentials to access the dashboard area of the site. The computer uses a virtual private network to encrypt traffic and mask the origin of data, so Alec doesn't worry about IP addresses or login locations. Instead, he worries about what he will find in the site's message center. He and no one else can post to the site and trigger a delivery to the minister's fans. An application manages and lists the subscribers, and Alec already sees that things here have changed. The subscriber list has swelled, which he expected, but the list of sent messages has grown too. That makes no sense. He did not write the most recent message. The top slot in the list should show his message detailing the plan to capture Punch Girl. The message is there, but in the second slot, with the subject, Today we capture Punch Girl. But another message sits above it. Today we capture Punch Girl. Urgent update. What's that? Jessica says. Alec slaps the laptop closed. He snaps his head to Jess, who stands next to the bed wrapped in a towel. She spins her hair into another towel on top of her head, while Alec's heart beats in his ears. What? He says. What are you looking at? Oh, shopping for office envelopes. Envelopes. I don't know what an office envelope is, unless they're the ones with the windows in them, but I'm not shopping for those. At least someone is doing something productive. Don't stop on my account. Jess turns her back and pulls pajama pants and a t-shirt from her dresser. She strips, dresses, and flops on the bed next to Alec. How bad is it? It's not great. What does Paul say? That we need to shut it down. How is that a solution? To quit? Paul doesn't know what's going to happen. He doesn't know what the minister will do. He doesn't know what Punch Girl will do. Jess holds up a stopping hand and says, I know. What the minister has shown us is that Punch Girl will never be as big as we hoped. We're going to work with her, but we are narrowing our focus to appeal to a smaller audience, like the minister. Why? That's the opposite of what you were trying to do. Pretty much, and it looks bad. For the firm. And me. The talk has started. Everyone is wondering why I got this client. They're all second-guessing. Innuendo is flying. I look like I'm out of my league. You didn't do anything wrong. The notification thing was a good idea. Oh yeah? Did you get one today? Alec looks away and tries to recall. You know who did? Every follower of the minister. It's hard to argue that I'm doing my job when our insider club has to follow the minister anyway to learn where Punch Girl will be. The minister's controlling the narrative. Don't use my words on me. I know what's going on. More than you. This is the narrative. I'm selling tickets to watch the high school band while the minister is setting up next door and giving away tickets to the Rolling Goddamn Stones. That's the narrative. That's what's going on. Jess drags her iPad off the side table. She flips it open and taps at her game. Tap, 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 tap. Alex says, you need to be repping a bigger band. Yeah, well, I thought I was. Chapter 43. The night lasts forever. Alec lies awake, worrying about his computer and arousing suspicion by getting out of bed to check it. By morning, his mind and body run on fumes. At the office, Stephanie parks her motorbike and joins Alec in the elevator. "Morning, Alec." "Hey, Stephanie." They ride in silence and exit into the lobby on their floor. Alec holds the door for Stephanie as they enter their common reception area. They walk side by side down the carpeted hallway. Stephanie says, "How did it go with Otis?" Alec squints, recalling the name. Otis, Paley, Lonigan. "Oh, right. They're great. I'm glad I called." "Okay, good. They're treating you okay? You told them I referred you?" "Yep. I'm pretty sure I'm getting a deal on their hourly rates." "That's the point. You're not a corporate client." "Right. Thanks for that." "What did you ever do about your lease?" "Oh, same as you. New paint, new lease." "Cool." Stephanie unlocks her office door and slips inside. Ahead, Waylon's door stands open, and Alec hesitates. The weight of his laptop in its case calls out to him, but he doesn't want to miss the chance to speak to Waylon and divine some clues about Punch Girl. He forces his feet forward and parks himself in Waylon's doorway. "Hey, Waylon." Waylon grins in his chair and says, "Hey, Alec, how's it hanging? Actually, you know what? That's between you and gravity." "Missed you yesterday. You taking a vacation day?" "Pff, I wish. I was at the dealership waiting for my car to get fixed." "Really? Your Honda?" "No, my Rolls Royce. Or was it my Bentley? No, it was the Bugatti. I'm just yanking your chain, buddy. I don't have a Rolls. All I have is my Honda." "I thought it was new, and Hondas are so reliable. What was it doing at the dealership?" "I don't know. Solenoid computer, something? Error code malfunction? I'm a lot of things, but I'm not a car guy. Anyway, by the time they finished, I figured I'd work at home." Alec looks around the blank office. White walls, bland furniture, nondescript file cabinets. He says, "Did I ever ask what you do, Waylon?" "Oh, it's the family business. It's boring and complicated, which basically makes it female repellent. You get it." "I do?" "I mean, yeah, CPA. Don't get me wrong, we both have great jobs, but it's not exactly celebrity chef or stuntman. No one is taking off their top at a CPA concert." "I'm married, Waylon. Have you ever met my wife, Jessica?" "Nope." "She works at AM&M downtown." Waylon's eyes widen. "Now, that is a job that gets women excited. Not that your wife is into that, which would be fine if she was. I'm not judging. I'm a fan. Not of your wife being that way per se, but in general." "Waylon, I got it. So you haven't met her?" "No. Now that I think about it, I don't know any Jessicas at all." Alec shifts his weight from one foot to the other. "Did you see all that stuff yesterday with the minister down in Sodo?" "Are you kidding? It was on every channel. It actually made sitting in the waiting room at the dealership bearable. I thought I would be stuck watching Judge Judy knockoffs." "What did you think?" "Well, yeah. I mean, it's not great." Alec studies Waylon and says, "I was thinking about subscribing to the minister's website." Waylon blanches. His eyes blink like a malfunctioning robot. "Why would you do that?" "He seems kind of cool." "Alec. He's the bad guy." "Good point." Alec says goodbye and enters his office across the hall. He shuts his door, sits behind his desk, and shoves his unread papers and stacks of mail aside. He fires up his computer, and while he waits for it to boot, he stares at the door. Waylon revealed nothing. The dealership story works on every level. It is both simple and complex. Even if Alec could determine which Honda dealership Waylon visited, the dealership might not want to give up the information. They might call Waylon, and that's if Waylon took his car to the dealership at all. If he didn't, the entire exercise becomes a bottomless pit. He could have done both, left his car, and run around Sodo as Punch Girl. Alec admires the cleverness in the lie. Waylon deflected like an experienced operator. The laptop chimes. Alec's heart rate rises as he navigates to the admin area of the minister's site. The subscriber list grew again overnight, and even though the sent message list did not, the urgent update dares him to click on it. Alec clicks and reads his original message. Soda, building, time, punch girl. Let her get to the basement, lock the doors, fire, grab her. Do not unmask her, deliver her, blah, blah, blah. All the same. Below that, though, unfamiliar words change his instructions. Do not grab punch girl. Bring guns, big guns that can penetrate the punch suit's armor. Overwhelm her, kill her, and deliver her body to the appointed location. Today we kill punch girl. Alec stares at that last sentence. Today we kill punch girl. No matter how many times he reads the words, they don't change. Alec sits back and exhales. The minister's followers are assholes. This sinks to a new low. They miss the entire point of the minister's existence. Captured punch girl, compliant punch girl, complicit punch girl fills all the needs of Alec, punch girl, Jess, everyone. Dead punch girl does nothing for any of them. The needless violence stinks of chaos. Someone wanted to see what would happen if punch girl died. Wouldn't that be fun? Some maniac thought he would take a turn steering the ship, right into the goddamn rocks. Alec navigates to the server's settings. He changes the password, saves, and closes the computer. His breath jets in and out of his nostrils, and his heart beats in his ears. He had her. He had the right plan, and he made it work. Then some overreaching zealot took the brass ring and threw it in the toilet. Unless you did it yourself. The thought drops into his head like a sack of rice. It sits there, waiting for him to open it, but he dismisses the idea. They hacked him. Of course, people perform tasks without recalling the moment-to-moment details, driving, showering, watching a movie. They zone out, but composing a contradictory message and sending it. That's not zoning out. That's a separate person acting with malice. It's a hack. Alec sits upright, remembering something. He saw it this morning, and he saw it last night. Both times he rushed past, eager to read the posts, but it was there, on the front page of the website. He lifts the computer screen and scrolls to the bottom of the page. There. In the bottom right corner of the home page, a donation widget asks for support. It links to a separate GoFundMe page, and the counter shows over $12,000 already contributed. Proof. Alec exhales relief, but unsettling thoughts tap dance across his shoulders. The minister's fans don't sit aside and watch like spectators. They act. They involve themselves, and they put their money where their mouth is. It's dangerous, and it's what Punch Girl lacks. If he could galvanize this kind of devotion behind Punch Girl, he would fix everything. If she were more entertaining, or the minister and his followers more despicable, the tide would shift to Punch Girl. It would work. The right stimulus, applied at the right times, would create a tidal wave that Jess would ride to marketing stardom. He wouldn't need Wayland's cooperation at all. Alec grins at the simplicity as malevolent uses for the minister's followers float through his head like dandelion wisps. Not long ago, his office enclosed him like a cage. It's bigger now. The walls press out instead of pressing in, reversing their role. Rather than protecting him from the outside world, his confinement now protects them from him. Well, the minister. But he and the minister coexist, and they wield the minister's followers like a scythe. Together, they possess a power that each lacks. Alec shrugs into the thought like a tailored jacket. Looks good. Feels good. It widens his view of the landscape, too. Worries of hackers, lawsuits, and unopened business correspondence fade like steam. Alec dismisses his lies to Stephanie, and he forgets all about the management company's demand for a new lease agreement sitting atop the pile of mail on his desk. They wanted a response in 7 days. Those 7 days have passed without a peep from the landlord. Chapter 44. In the warehouse, Punch Girl leans over a building schematic and says, "No, I'm not taking another meeting." Central says, "That's fine, but it's a request, and it's my job to pass it on." "Great, your job is done. You can tell them I don't care. I'll probably phrase it differently. Punch Girl traces a finger along a line of the diagram. Just because they're rich doesn't mean they're not human. Can you blame them for being scared? Punch Girl stands and lifts her chin. No, I blame them for being selfish pigs. They're afraid of the minister's reach. He already got to Terrence Roque, one of their own, and he almost got you. They want to be reassured, and why not? They're on our side. This is what happens when people get involved. This is why I'm not Punch Girl and Associates. So, shall I tell them no? Punch Girl breathes at the darkness above her. She leans over the table and says, "Tell them I can't meet because the minister is my sole focus, okay? Will that satisfy them?" "I'll see that it does." "Thank you. Now, do you want to know how he got me into that building and why no one found any explosives?" "I would like that." "Small appliances," Punch Girl says. A moment passes. He didn't need any explosives. He just had to convince me to jump at it, like a fish on a lure. We were under a time constraint, and he knew I wouldn't look that closely, so... Small appliances? He literally ran wiring from the fuse box to toasters, microwaves, and coffee makers throughout the building. He overloaded the circuit and made the whole thing as hot as an iron. It lit up on the scanner like fireworks. Ah, and it was the only building that looked like that. Yep, and since I wasn't looking for specifics, and I was only looking for differences and in a right-now kind of way, you jumped all over it. Like a catfish. Central says, "You think he really went door to door in the building and asked people if he could borrow their kitchens?" "Or they did it themselves. Half the building is empty anyway. It could be why he chose it." "How did you figure it out?" "When I was in the basement and pulled the wires out, they were loose. Something was off. Then on the way out, I saw smashed toaster ovens and microwaves on top of the elevator car. They must have been connected to the wires and pulled into the shaft." Central digests the information and says, "It's low-tech but still elaborate." Exactly. It's worth remembering. Those two qualities don't sync up. It's weird. Like he really is a ghost. He's got 1 foot each in 2 different worlds. Deliberate or not, it keeps you off balance, and it adds to the mystery. It also causes you to underestimate him. Punch Girl leans into the large drawing, but her eyes read nothing. Central tells it like it is. Punch Girl miscalculated every step of the way. In Soto, downtown with Terrence Roque, the minister used her and made her look foolish, in public. She needs to step up her game. She spent the last few years hitting lazy minor league fastballs out of the park, so she forgot what a major league breaking ball looks like. It looks like witchcraft, and deep in the gut, it sparks fear. The minister is winning the battle of wits. He fires pitch after pitch and grins as she flails, guessing all the way. She can't read him. She stands in the batter's box on her heels, defensive and ready to leap aside. The next pitch the minister throws, tracing a line for her ear, could ruin her. It will put her to a choice. If she bails and the ball defies physics and slices over the plate for a strike, that spark of fear in her gut will ignite. Public opinion will fan it, and the flame will warm her insides as it liquefies and consumes them. If she stands in, though, and the ball doesn't break, if she knew she could wait, she could lean in. When the ball started its arc, she could unload and lace that pill right back at the minister twice as fast. God or no God, nothing would save him then. Punch Girl pounds the table and says, "I'm tired of guessing. It's time we stopped reacting." "I'm all ears." "He tried to kill me, and he missed. I want to take the game to him. I want a new game on a new field." Chapter 45. The minister's robes disappeared. For 24 hours they were gone. Something is wrong. Alec dips his pink spoon into his frozen yogurt and watches the people pass by his bench in the mall. He swallows the yogurt without tasting it. His tongue circles inside his mouth, and with focus the chocolate residue registers on his taste buds. Over the past few days, this sensory dropping has occurred more and more. He can't remember everything. Sometimes he can retrace his steps, like to this bench. He walked here from the yogurt shop. Before that, he entered the mall, but did he use the right, the left, or the middle door? Were there even 3 doors? Did he stop on the way to yogurt? Did he window shop? He drove here, but where did he park? Why did he come in the first place? The pink spoon hovers over the white paper bowl while Alec bridges the gaps. He watches a group of teen girls giggle their way past him on a path to a cosmetics store. They aren't cataloging their every move, but they could, right? We shall not all sleep, but we shall all be changed. In a moment, in the twinkling of an eye, at the last trumpet. For the trumpet will sound, and the dead will be raised imperishable, and we shall be changed. He posted that today. Every day he feeds the fans a new incendiary, meaningless Bible quote, and he remembers that one. And do not fear those who kill the body but cannot kill the soul. Rather fear him who can destroy both soul and body in hell. That was yesterday. And I heard a voice from heaven saying, "Write this. Blessed are the dead who die in the Lord from now on. Blessed indeed, says the Spirit, that they may rest from their labors, for their deeds follow them." That was 2 days ago. Was it 3? Either way, he researched the quote and posted it. Everything was normal. Then the minister's robes disappeared. The shotgun vanished too. Alec already spends a portion of each day bracing for Jess. He envisions her opening his trunk and finding everything. He pictures it like it already happened. So when the robes and gun were gone, he thought his nightmare had materialized. Standing in the garage at home, he stared into the open trunk while ice water froze him from the chest down. He searched the garage and then spent the night in a fever dream, waiting for Jess to hammer him. The next morning he sped to work, hoping to find the robes in his office, but piles of unorganized papers and letters were all that greeted him. He retreated to his car and sat inside for a time, and he understood. This was it. He made the big mistake. The robes covered in his DNA were gone, and someday soon the FBI would kick in his door. He would go to jail for the rest of his life. Then the garments returned. Alec exited the car and popped the trunk, and there they were. The robes, the gun, the folded plastic sheet. Alec slammed the trunk and paced a tight line behind his car. He forced himself to breathe. A full-grown crocodile would have surprised him less. He eased the trunk open again and reached inside. He touched the fabric and the steel, and the textures forced a revelation. The bare bulb swinging from the roof of Alec's mind switched on, and the light illuminated his dark corners. He moved the robes and the gun, and he updated the post. No one burglarized his car. No one hacked the website. He added the donation widget. He started the GoFundMe page. All the evidence fit, but his rational mind still resisted. Why declare a plan and change it later? After a time, his mind spit out the answer. He wouldn't. The minister would. Nothing is wrong with you. The delusion chills him. Sitting here now, the chill numbs his face and hands, and the shock exposes some details. He came to the mall to be among people. Over the past few days, the revelation that the minister acted without his knowledge threatened to split him. His emotions ran close to the surface, and his nerves jittered. Sleep came at a premium. He decided he needed to see some actual people. He needed them to see him and not recoil in horror. A guy, a regular middle-aged businessman taking a yogurt break. So far, no one has run or screamed for the police. Alec stands. He deposits his half-eaten yogurt into a trash can and strolls among the people who pass without comment or reaction. They chatter and meander, entering stores and gawking at windows. If they notice him at all, they see Alec, not the minister. Alec exhales, having made his point. They don't see the minister because the minister exists in his head. The world sees Alec Baum, not some criminal madman who bested Punch Girl. Twice. That guy exists when Alec tells him to. Alec Baum dominates this relationship. The dog wags the tail, not the other way around. Alec delved too far into his own head. Coming here proved it. A group of boy men walk on the wrong side of the pedestrian traffic. They pass on either side of him, and the last couple of muscled adolescents jostle and pinball him between them on their way past. As they laugh, Alec hears the word dipshit, which he welcomes. They don't fear him. They don't expect him to note their faces and pay them a late-night visit with a Bible, a length of rope, and a bone saw. Alec Baum wouldn't do those things. He might enjoy it, but it's a fantasy. Like the minister. Alec Baum streams television shows for fun. He finds satisfaction in a happy wife and a job done well. Alec Baum also decides who pilots Alec Baum's ship. He and the minister complement each other. Alec gets that. Heads and tails, yin and yang, spaghetti and meatballs. Separate but together. Alec imbued the minister with the complementary qualities of charisma, attitude, confidence, and irreverence. The minister is fun, so people like him, but he doesn't exist outside Alec's influence. He is Alec. He stops, evaluating his reflection in the window of a Banana Republic store, and chuffs a laugh. Standing so close to the problem of the minister, he forgot who he was. He also missed an important detail regarding the minister's activities. Actual proof. He leapt from one unstable footing to the next without ever stopping to collect his thoughts. He let circumstantial evidence accumulate and convince him it added up. But where is the proof? Where's the sum that reflects the line items? Did he move the robes? Did he change the website? Or is he suffering from an overdeveloped imagination combined with pessimistic? An icicle spike hardens his neck and raises goosebumps on his arms. Something is wrong with him. He has proof. Chapter 46. Alec enters his office and slides envelopes and papers across his cluttered desk. He gathers the unopened mail and fans through form letters and junk correspondence until he snatches an open envelope off the desk and unfolds the building management's new lease agreement. Blah, 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 blah. 7 days. 7 days passed a long time ago. Did he receive any further correspondence? A second demand? An eviction notice? Anything? Because if the management company let it go... Alec drops the letter and the envelope on the floor. He stands and sorts sheaves of papers and unopened mail. One by one, each piece of correspondence flaps in the air as Alec opens, scans, and flicks it aside. Before long, he stands at the center of an island of white paper. He sorts the final sheaf and blinks at his empty hands and blank desktop. Then he exits the office. At the reception desk, he fingers through the piles of sorted mail. Moving from smallest to largest, Alec frowns at the final bundle. His pile comprises several smaller bundles strapped together. Either today was a banner day for Alec Baum, CPA, or he has not been checking his mail. He hefts the stack, strips off the rubber band, and sorts as he returns to his office. By the time he kicks the door closed, half the pile has disappointed. Alec drops the paper onto his paper island, where it lands with a dusty crunch. The rest of the mail airdrops as well. The management company gave up. They laid out an ultimatum and ignored it. But Alec knows better. Someone changed their mind. He drops to his hands and knees and digs through the discarded papers. Paper Island widens until Alec finds the original correspondence. He stands, pulls out his chair, and calls the number on the letter. Soon, he will know. A gate stands before him, a one-way checkpoint with no going back. After a few button pushes and automated redirects, a live human being listens to Alec and transfers him to the correct manager. Alec explains himself and the reason for his call again. When he finishes, he says, "I'm just trying to figure out where I stand, because the date has passed, and I haven't received any notice from you all since the original letter." After a moment of silence punctuated by keyboard typing, the account manager says, "Okay, here, let's see. Yeah, it looks like you're all set." "All set? How? I didn't do anything." You must have done something because your account is up to date and your renewal date isn't for another 2 years. You're all set, Mr. Baum. So I'm not vacating. Goosebumps rise on Alec's arms. How much am I paying? Let's see. Keyboard clicks follow mouse clicks. It's not the 15% increase, is it? No, it's not. Is it less? This is interesting. This is actually a reduction. It's less than you were paying before. A lot less. How much? Just doing the math, it's a lot, like 90%. Alec's throat tightens. That's unusual, isn't it? Well, yeah. I mean, I've seen preferred rates before, but did you speak with one of our directors or someone on the board? No, but the minister did. Alec closes his eyes and tilts his head to the ceiling. Something is wrong. The minister is filling more than the gaps in Alec's personality. He's picking up the pieces dropping from Alec's life. Alec won't deny he needs the help, but he wants to ask for it. The minister on his own has tapped into a dark reservoir in Alec's mind and now oozes his sludge into the crevices of Alec's existence. Cap it. Seal it like an oil well. Mr. Baum, like I said, whatever terms you worked out, your lease protects that for the next 24 months. Alec taps the screen and ends the call. The minister leaked out. Okay, clean it up and move on. Whoever we talk to is a loose end. Alec stands. These are the thoughts he does not want to entertain, no matter how true. How hard would it be for the FBI to backtrack the minister through the management company? He paces a circle around his desk. Papers flutter around his feet while questions buzz around his head. Can he shut down the minister? What if he tries? What if he thinks it? Won't the minister resist? Alec rubs his hands along the sides of his head. The minister is already resisting. He offered ideas and he pouted when he didn't get his way. Then he acted on his own. All that happened while Alec assumed they were getting along. What if they weren't? What if he declared war? Alec stands frozen for a full minute. He takes out his phone and taps the screen. Hey, Jess says. Hey, when are you getting home? Late. We had a conference call with Punch Girl. We have teams spinning up everywhere. Why? What's up? I need to tell you something. Okay, that sounds ominous. No, it's no biggie. It's fine. Do what you're doing. I'll see you at home. Okay, you sure? Yeah, it's totally no big deal. It's fine. After their goodbyes, Alec exits the office. He spends the entire drive home in his own head. The words, "I am the minister," will not land well. Jessica could match it with her own four-word phrase, "I want a divorce." Alec tries, but he cannot map the countless paths the conversation might take. At home, he parks in the empty garage and enters the house. He may change his mind after he confesses, but for now, the idea of home, of being in a place where he cannot hurt anyone and the minister cannot get loose, comforts him. He starts up the stairs but turns when headlights splash across the house. They fill the front windows and continue past as a large black SUV rolls through the driveway and stops. A car door opens and closes and the doorbell rings. The police. Alec sags. That was fast. He made too many mistakes. The FBI agents outside must laugh at his ineptitude. It's the goofball all over again. Now he can confess to Jessica through iron bars. He descends the steps, opens the front door, and forgets about Jess or the FBI. His muscles turn to overcooked pasta. His face falls slack, and he sways like a palm tree in the breeze. I know you. I get that a lot. Here's one for you. I was going to say the same thing. The man extends a black-gloved hand. Alec watches his hand meet it in the middle, and one thought clears the others from his mind. My God! My God, my God, my God, my God! I am shaking hands with the Slayer. Chapter 47. Alec holds his head and body still in the back seat of the black SUV. His eyes shift, absorbing the black interior, but as the vehicle drives away from his house, it offers little information. Driver, black leather seats, black carpet, tinted windows. The Slayer. Amid the swarm of surreal events in Alec's life, this takes the prize. The Slayer, came to his house and invited him to take a ride in his car. Alec allows his eyes to slide left. In his peripheral vision, the Slayer sits next to him in the back seat. He matches the car in his black leather duster and combat boots. The shock of blonde white hair and the flash of the signature chrome .50 caliber pistol contrast with the dark. "You can look," the Slayer says. "It's okay." Alec's head turns like a statue coming to life. He hears the sand in his rigid neck as his head swivels and faces the Slayer. The Slayer grins. His pistol sits in a black holster under his armpit, with the handle peeking out past the leather coat, but his hands lie folded in his lap. Apart from the gun and the black, he looks relaxed. To Alec, the Slayer looks normal. "You thought I'd be bigger, right? Or on fire?" Alec nods. "A little, yeah." "Maybe I had a mouthful of needle teeth ready to take a bite out of you?" "It sounds silly when you say it like that, but I have to admit, that's the vibe. That's your reputation." "No, I know. Believe it or not, it's actually my biggest problem. I can't talk to anyone anymore. When they see me, their brains freeze up trying to reconcile what they've heard with what they are seeing. I have to allow for this thawing period. I imagine it's like being a beetle." The Slayer's spiky white hair, deep blue eyes, and mischievous smirk add to the rock star persona. Alec stares and says, "I bet. I'm doing it now. Sorry, I see what you're saying. Trust me, it's fine. You're a special case. You saw me on TV, right? At the WCN building." "In Starpoint City." "Right. This was part of the reason I did that. I thought if people saw me, they could get past all the stories and see that I'm a regular guy like them." Alec recalls the night that the Slayer created a standoff in the high-rise downtown building. He played a game, The Money or the Gun, with the night security guard on live TV. Not a regular guy move. "Can I ask you a question?" "We have other business, but since it's you, let me save us some time." "No, I don't know where Hector is, but I'm sure he's fine." "No, I didn't kill that cameraman. That was theater. And no, I didn't kill Brightman. I would never have done that. I wish he was still alive." Alec wondered about the night security man, Hector. He defied the Slayer, refusing to choose either the money or the gun, and the Slayer loved it. He declared Hector the winner and awarded him both prizes. But Hector disappeared, so everyone wonders. But Alec forgot about the cameraman. The Slayer fired his gun off screen that night. Some people said he killed the cameraman right there, in cold blood, but others contradicted the story. In the aftermath, no one knew where to put the blame, but everyone blames the Slayer for Brightman. Alec says, "You wish you do?" "Of course, Brightman was a hero. I'm like everyone else. I loved Brightman." "But you did all that stuff on TV with his corpse." "Theater. My God, who am I talking to? It was for show. As you have already learned, I'm sure, a portion of every audience are the hardcore fans. When you take Brightman's dead body and work it like a puppet, making him say things he wouldn't ordinarily say, they eat it up. Did I abuse or defile Brightman? No. Did I unmask him? I did not. He was delivered to the authorities so they could lay him to rest with the dignity and ceremony that a hero like him deserves." Even if Alec wanted to argue, he could not. He missed everything after the Slayer's reference to his audience. The realization strikes like lightning. The Slayer knows he is the minister. "No one believes me, which is a shame. I wanted Brightman alive then, and I want him alive now." "Why are you here?" "It's my car, Alec. I'm here a lot." "I mean, why me? Why did you come to me? Why am I here?" "Don't you want to know why I wish Brightman was alive?" I don't. What?" Both questions lead to the same answer. It's the game. Without Brightman, the game isn't as fun. I thought you would appreciate that. As the minister. There it is. Alex senses slow. His hands rest on the fabric of his cotton khakis. One of his toenails pulls against the thread of his dress sock. His belt cuts into his belly. His mouth hangs slack, with lips parted, and he forces a word through them. No. The Slayer's pumpkin grin disappears, and the blue pools of his eyes freeze over. Stop the car. The driver steers the car to the shoulder. The wheels grind and pop on the gravel at the roadside. I want what is best for you, even if you don't, the Slayer says to Alec. Get out. I think there's some confusion. It's fine. Even if I was the minister, I think the minister has run his course. Get out of the car. The Slayer did not have fangs before, but he is showing them now. Menace fills the car, and Alec backs away on instinct. He exits the vehicle and closes the door behind him. On the other side, the door opens and closes with a thunk, and the Slayer joins Alec next to the road. The Slayer stands eye to eye with Alec, and he has unholstered his gun. The big silver pistol dangles, and the heavy metal taps against his leg in an agitated rhythm. Tick, 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 tick. On the suburban front lawn, the manicured grass beneath Alec's feet crunches as he shifts his weight. A slight breeze rustles the leaves in the trees overhead. The Slayer says, "We are going to play a game. It is called The Minister or the Family. Want to know how to play?" Between the loose gun and what Alec already knows about the Slayer, he has no choice. Don't worry, you look worried, but it's simple. There's no advanced math, although that's probably your strong suit, being an accountant. There are no history or pop culture questions either. No sports, no spelling, just an easy-peasy choice, one or two. You ready? Yes. Excellent. Now, fair warning, the game is simple, but perhaps not easy. That depends on you, and the stakes could not be higher. I'm ready. Excellent. Alec Baum, the game is The Minister or the Family, and here is your question. Who do I get to meet? The minister or the family? You choose. Alec blinks at the simplicity. The Slayer means the family in the house, and Alec could choose them. He envisions them in their suburban home, completing the last tasks of their long day. They eat dinner, wash dishes, check the laundry, study vocabulary homework, and watch TV. They have no idea what type of interruption awaits outside. But they could find out. Alec can't involve them. He understands the Slayer's version of a meeting. The outcome would look more like a slaughterhouse documentary than a social visit. The blame could fall on Alec, too. Or the minister. A mass murder in the neighborhood would draw a lot of attention. On top of all that, he would have made an enemy of the Slayer. The choice proves easy and simple. The minister, Alec says. Are you sure? Because that's why I'm here. That's who I want to meet. But I like new people, too. I might really like them. No, me. It's me. I choose the minister. When I asked you before, though, you seemed hesitant. Tell me, how will you introduce me to him? What do you mean? Convince me. I want to meet the minister, or I want to meet that family. I already said the minister. You can meet the minister. And? I'm the minister, Alec says. He meant that phrase for Jess. The Slayer blows air out through his lips and says, No. I am. I'm the minister. You know I am. I thought you were, but I'm human and I can be wrong. Then you said no, you weren't. I was scared. I never told anyone before, okay? Tick, 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 tick. The pistol taps against the Slayer's leg. Tick, 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 tick. No, I don't believe you. The Slayer turns and walks toward the house. Stop. I'm the minister. I can show you the robes, everything. I'm him. The Slayer stops. After 10 seconds, he strolls back to Alec. He plants the nose of the gun in Alec's chest and says, You're the minister. I swear. The Slayer's thumb curls over the pistol's hammer and rests there. The leaves overhead rustle in the trees, and Alec wonders whether that sound will be the last sound he ever hears. Aside from the snick of the cocking hammer, of course. The Slayer's thumb retreats like a snake disappearing down a hole. A grin grows on his face, and teeth appear. The Slayer nods, holsters the pistol, and extends a gloved hand. Minister, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am a fan. Chapter 48. As the black SUV rolls away, Alex stands in his driveway. The Slayer never told him why he was a fan or what he wanted. He spoke about later, when the time is right, but he did not elaborate on his plan. For now, Alec enjoys a firearm-free environment. He enters the house, and Jess says, "There you are. I was getting ready to text you." Alec freezes as Jess descends the stairs in her work clothes. "Were you checking the mail? We must have just missed each other. Who was that?" "No one. Someone turning around. Are you just getting home?" "Blah, I know, but..." Jess smiles a wicked smile. "What?" "Come have a glass of wine with me." "I need to shower." Jess disappears into the kitchen. "Wine, boy, now." Alec and Jess sit near each other at their small, round dining table. They sip their white wine, and Alec says, "Boy, someone's feeling sassy." "Sass-y. So are you going to tell me, or..." "Okay, yes, tomorrow is going to be a big day for Punch Girl." "Oh, okay, well, that's great. What happened? You came up with a plan, or..." "She did, actually. It's a game changer." "That's awesome." "Yeah." Jess bites her lip. "Okay, I have to tell someone. Can you keep this to yourself?" Let's see. Tomorrow, Punch Girl's going to catch the minister." Alec forces the muscles in his face to relax. "How?" "You'll see. It's good. It's a total game changer." Jess sips her wine and then says, "That's my news. What were you going to say?" Chapter 49. After a sleepless night, Alec enters his dark office and closes the door without turning on the light. He collapses in his chair and buries his head in his hands. One day sooner and he could have told her. One day. Now, big wheels are turning. Jess's career, their marriage, their lives, all face the firing line. Punch Girl waits out there with her plan. The Slayer came to town to meet the minister. Since last night, Alec's alert status rose to red and stayed there. His nerve endings sizzled and crisped. Leaving the house this morning felt like walking into the jungle. Is Punch Girl waiting outside his house? Will she stake out the office? Could she take him on the road in between? Alec left for the office under the cover of early morning darkness, but every corner, every doorway threatened him. He listened for the distant roar of a motorcycle engine and searched the sky and the roof edges above. By the time he arrived at the office, he convinced himself that Punch Girl or the Slayer would be sitting in his chair. His thoughts clashed all night. Punch Girl is announcing her move because she wants to take the minister in the open. There's time. She knows who you are and said that to Jess to mislead you. Time's up. Here in the dark, Alec's mind whirs. He craves something to feed it, something it can chew to slow the gears, but the wheels whip blurry revolutions, churning air. The news on his phone tells him nothing, so he opens his laptop. He navigates to the website to give the fans their daily dose of empty spirituality. While the site loads, Alec pieces together the last 24 hours and finds no gaps. At least the minister has not been up to any more solo mischief. The adrenaline dump into Alec's heart signals the opposite, and the donation widget on the website confirms it. God damn it. Alec leans into the screen. The dollar amount in the widget, which Alec first noted at a little over $12,000, has exploded. Alec stares at the new balance. $432,750. He clicks open a new window and navigates to the GoFundMe page for the minister. The balance here matches the one on the website. Alec closes the computer. Did he steal 400 grand? Did the Slayer invest? On the website? Why not hand him some money in person? A Punch Girl notification pings on Alec's phone screen. Punch Girl versus the Minister. Lesko Park. Now. The tidal wave of fresh information swamps Alec's mind. While he interprets the input, his screen lights up with one news notification after another. They stack as the various outlets try to outscoop the competition. He taps one story and learns that Punch Girl went live, and she challenged the minister. Alec opens the video link and watches. You want to kill me, minister? Here I am. Let's go park. Right now. Punch Girl turns and offers viewers a 360-degree view that resembles the Soviet Union in the 60s. Gray, lifeless, and malevolent as a phantom. Lesko Park in Sodo once stood as the centerpiece of this part of the city. It derived its name from a group of immigrant families who brought ingenuity and work ethic with their meager belongings, and after many years found themselves rewarded with success. The park was a gift to the city, and it served as a playground and community gathering place. Since that time, though, the immigrants who settled there graduated to the suburbs and to more bucolic cities. The neighborhood changed, thanks to people like Angelo the Deuce, and the park absorbed much of that change. Now Lesko Park is infamous. The most dangerous location in Sodo, it spreads between several dilapidated buildings with play structures and picnic tables rusting and rotting under a few fetid trees. On top of hard-packed dirt, bushels of wild-growing weeds pock the ground like clumps of shoulder hair, and crushed drug vials stir like dead leaves. Prostitution and murder replaced laughing children and socializing adults. Many claim the park is haunted. Punch Girl stops her turn and says, "But you won't come out and play, will you? Because you hide. You hide behind your mask. Can't blame you for that, but you know what's worse? You hide behind your followers and your phony God. I'm not saying God doesn't exist. I'm saying that you don't speak for him. You fraud. Send your followers after me and see what happens. Then send more. Watch while I decimate them all. Watch while they leave broken and demoralized. Wave after wave. Explain to them where you were. Where was their God? Soon enough, minister, you will stand alone. The one person listening to you will be me. On that day, if you're lucky, I will be swift and end your misery. Mark my words, you will face me, you coward, and you will break. I'll be waiting here. I will never leave this spot. Ever. Either you will cower in darkness, or you will come to me. Say your prayers, minister." The video ends, and Alec sets his phone on the desk. This challenge is a big move. The local news has jumped all over it, and given the sensationalism, the national news won't trail far behind. He must play this right. First, no way the minister shows up in the park. The hero gets the showdown on Main Street in the third act of the movie, not the first. Punch Girl needs to earn her place in that duel. He could force her to wait, do nothing and watch her stand there like a fool, but she called him out. She also gave her word she would never leave. At some point, the minister must respond. Alec opens his laptop and posts a new message. The Lord God has spoken to me. Punch Girl is an idolater, a sinner. She elevates herself and casts doubt. I am the Lord thy God, say the commandments. Thou shalt have no other gods before me. This heresy will not stand. The Lord instructs you. Go to Lesko Park, take Punch Girl, and hold her. Do not kill her. Judgment is not yours to fulfill. God will pass judgment for all to see. Go. God bless us all. He sends and closes the computer. Chapter 50. Punch Girl stands with her back facing one of the two Lesko towers. The building, its sister building to the right, the cement plaza in between, and the park itself look vacant. Early Sunday morning quiet surrounds her, even though today is a Wednesday, but looks can deceive. Eyes crawl all over her. The residents, the dealers, the hustlers, the hoppers, the scammers, and the players watch her from the edges of closed window shades and through the doorway cracks leading to dark stairwells. What do you think? She says. Central says, do you want a list? I think this is rash. We can't control the environment. There are too many ways in and out. I think your anger's getting the better of you. I meant about the video? It's very straightforward. Is that like when a girl has a pleasant personality? Central sighs in Punch Girl's ear. He'll come. You don't leave him much choice. Good. Hopefully, you'll still be alive when he gets here. I can take care of myself. That's not what I worry about. I worry about chance, about departing from the methods that have always worked. I worry about what happens when you invite trouble and use yourself as the bait, all with no escape plan. That's why I have you. You're in position? I see you in all avenues in, Central says. They're coming. Chapter 51. $432,750. The number dominates Alec's mind. Either tens of thousands of people joined the cause overnight, or one person donated a ton of money to support the minister. Reason points to one benefactor, but who and why? Alec cannot claim the money until he unmasks its source and secures a safe, tax-free destination. His roster of potential benefactors runs 3 deep: the Slayer, the Minister, and Anonymous. Each choice is worse than the one before. The Slayer is both most and least likely. He could access the money and care so little about it he would give it away, but the Slayer doesn't offer charity. Yes, that security guard, Hector, ended up with a pile of cash, but after he jumped through multiple flaming hoops. That is what the Slayer offers. Also, no one could confirm, after everything, that Hector ever received the money. The minister could have secured the money, acting alone. Like the Slayer, the minister could have accessed significant funds and pried them loose from their owner. An accountant himself, the minister could have been careful enough not to deposit the funds in Alec's bank account, instead commingling them with the GoFundMe pool. But no alarm bells sound in Alec's gut. Like the Slayer, this does not feel like the minister. Which leaves Anonymous. The idea of an anonymous third party raises the hairs on Alec's neck. He is already containing a flood, and an anonymous player represents a new leak. The office walls feel tight and claustrophobic again. Alec stands, scoops up his laptop and gym bag, and exits. On the way out, he notices Waylon's closed door. No light emerges from underneath. Another day off for Waylon, no doubt. In the garage, the elevator doors slide open. Alec steps out and turns for his car, but he halts for the large black SUV that screeches to a stop in front of him. The opaque rear window slides down, and the Slayer leans into the frame. Get in. Where are we going? Lesko Park. I'm not going to Lesko Park. I know. The minister is. Get in the car. Chapter 52. 30 seconds, Central says. How many? Punch Girl says. 100 or more. They have weapons. Guns? Negative, but they're advancing as one. It looks like a prison break. The mob rounds the corner, and they enter the wide alley between 2 buildings facing Punch Girl. The crowd bristles with baseball bats, sticks, and chains. Their determined expressions match the hardness of their weapons, and Punch Girl will relieve them of both. She says to Central, "Stay back. You'll know if I need you." The horde spreads as they exit the alley and approach through the park. The SUV bounces from the garage and joins the traffic on the street. Alec says, "I can't go to Lesko Park." "That's fine. That's what the minister's for," the Slayer says. "Why do we keep having this discussion?" "What discussion? I can't go fight Punch Girl. I can't. I'm not." "You're very negative. I've been doing a lot of work on your behalf, a lot of homework. For someone who is about to have a very big day, you're not especially grateful." "How did you know where to find me?" The Slayer sighs and says, "I thought we were past this." "I know you can find me, Alec Baum, CPA. What about me personally? My house, the minister. You put all that together. No one else has. I've been careful. How did you know?" "I'm a man of the people, and from time to time the people want to help me." "You're right. Alec Baum is careful. The minister, not so much. He leaves loose ends. You need to watch that." Alec hears it now. This is the discussion they keep having. Alec and the minister exist as separate entities, and the Slayer assumes Alec accepts it. Of course he does. The Slayer experienced that separation himself. He wasn't born the Slayer, but he embraced the personality. Whoever he was before, the Slayer shoved that part of his character into a closet and barred the door. He committed. His narcissism doesn't allow him to understand that Alec resists. Punch Girl, though, she is careful. She worked with Bright Man. No doubt she learned a trick or two there, not that it helped him in the end. Alec remembers the humiliating, macabre image of Bright Man dead on national TV. Did you ever consider that Punch Girl isn't really a girl? Alec blinks and says, well, yeah, I don't think she is. I think that's part of her power. Yeah. So, how are we feeling? Unnerved. The minister can't fight Punch Girl. Bad news, pal. Remember the other day? Later, when the time is right? It's later. The time is right. It came a little faster than I expected. I thought we might have to tease it out of her, but she beat us there, and I love it. She's everything I hoped for. The question is, are you? Chapter 53. The minister's mob crashes into Punch Girl like the ocean smacking a seawall, but Punch Girl stands her ground. Around her, epithets and guttural sounds mix. The heat rises as fear, fury, and hot breath bake around her. Weapons and fists cut through the thick atmosphere with heavy whooshes and meaty slaps, but Punch Girl's experience and reflexes slow the action. She sees the attackers as if they fight underwater. They move with deliberate telegraphed strokes, and the punch suit performs its passive contribution. Besides containing light and flexible armor for defense, the punch suit amplifies Punch Girl's offensive capabilities. Inertial enhancers and electronic momentum shifters allow Punch Girl to maintain balance, change position, and deliver blows that defy physics. An elbow, a knee, or a fist, even blocking, stuns an opponent. The attacker hesitates, and doubt springs up. Punch Girl leaps into the vacuum and feeds that doubt. The attacker's weapons bounce off Punch Girl and vibrate in the bones of their hands. Then Punch Girl delivers real pain. Tendons pop, bones crack, noses flatten and gush, and ruptured ears wail. Punch Girl feeds on her own rage and expels it over anyone foolish enough to approach her. But Punch Girl's fury and ability do not deter the assailants. They all want their turn close to her. They all want to be the one to grab her. One after another, they fall. Punch Girl's whirling impacts send bodies out of the fight. The people press close, emboldened by the mob, but they retreat as individuals. They limp, nursing and muling to the sidelines. A few return for seconds, and Punch Girl gives them extra for their trouble. She makes an example of them for the others. They lie whimpering on the ground, or they escape, dragged away with the help of their fellow victims. As the crowd retreats, Punch Girl still stands, having surrendered no ground. Her attackers look over their shoulders as they leave, grumbling renewed threats. Punch Girl says, "See? Nothing to worry about." "They aren't leaving," Central says. "They're regrouping and more are coming." Chapter 54. The question is, are you? Some people take the word no as an insult. Alec prefers not to offend the Slayer, so he says, "I already put out a post. The minister's followers will meet up with Punch Girl at Lesko Park and take her." "What if they can't?" "Then I'll post again and send more followers." "Are you okay with them killing her?" "No, I told them not to." "Good. I don't want them to kill her either." The Slayer looks sideways at Alec for a long moment and says, "I'm surprised you want her alive, though. She needs you more than you need her." Alarm bells sound in Alec's head. The Slayer doesn't know about Jess. I mean, she'll have to go at some point, right? For now, though, the minister needs an opponent. "Yes, exactly. Thank you. A worthy opponent. It's everything. Good. Just when I was doubting you, and after I got you all that money." "That was you? You donated to the minister's account?" The Slayer chuckles. "No, I told you, I'm a man of the people. If I need money, I get some. I don't hoard it. Where would I keep $500,000? So it wasn't you? No, we have a partner. Anonymous. Who? Have you ever heard of Angelo the Deuce? Alec blinks. His mind slows. You have. Everyone has. Everyone has heard of Angelo the Deuce. Am I in business with Angelo the Deuce? The Slayer rocks his head left and right. More or less. We agreed you are a worthwhile investment, with me co-signing, of course. There may be more where that came from. Why? I thought you needed some new toys. No, not the money. Why all of it? Why are you doing this? Because I believe in you, Alec. Past the Slayer's grin, Alec notices the car's direction. It heads away from Soto and Lesko Park. Chapter 55. While the battle rages across town, the Slayer's SUV steers into familiar territory. Alec says, "Where are we going?" "Your house," the Slayer says. That's a bad idea. Well, do you have a costume here? Alec nudges the gym bag with his foot. Yes. Not all of it. I left something in your garage. Minutes later, the SUV parks at the back of Alec's house. Alec exits the car and checks his surroundings like a gazelle in the wild. If the neighbors see him, if Jess comes home, he hustles through the back door and escorts the Slayer through the kitchen into the garage. He flicks on the light in the dark room and says, "Why here?" "I can't ride around with bad guy stuff in the car. What if I get pulled over?" The Slayer crosses the empty garage but turns back. He stands in the open space and faces Alec. "What if she beats them all?" "Punch girl?" "Yeah. What if she beats back all of your followers? Will you go face her?" "Well, no, I can't beat her in a fight." "You got that right. So you'll let her win?" "Well, that won't happen. She can't beat back hundreds of people. Even if it happened, she'd be exhausted. I could probably show up there and finish her off." Alec watches the Slayer's smile broaden. "This will be so much better." The Slayer walks into a dark corner of the garage and returns with a large plastic case. Chapter 56. Alec wears the minister's vestments without the mask. Riding in the SUV, he adjusts the robes and wrestles with the new garments underneath. The Slayer leans toward him and holds a tablet screen where they both can view it. The news choppers have hovered over Lesko Park for the past hour, documenting Punch Girl's stand. Wave after wave of attackers have battled and retreated. After each round, the news channels post the video to their sites. A Google search of Punch Girl Lesko Park yields dozens of news videos alone. In one video, a reporter stands on the outskirts of Lesko Park and says, "The lack of police intervention could be the result of a rash of crimes throughout the city that have diverted the attention of law enforcement. Here in Soto, we are hearing reports of roads blocked by fire and debris. There is speculation among the residents of Soto that Angelo the Deuce is behind the wrongdoings." The Slayer rubs his chin in contemplation. It's almost as if someone had thought ahead and had an ally on the ground. The next video auto-loads and shows a top-down view that reminds Alec of a video game. In the dirt arena surrounded by buildings, Punch Girl stands bright blue at the center. Dusty, faceless marauders swarm her. They attack from every angle and form a rough circle around her, a brown, unblinking eye with Punch Girl as the blue pupil at the center. In each successive video, the crowd swells. Viewed from above, as the day advances, the growing mob compresses and expands like a breathing organism. Sometimes Punch Girl disappears. Alec leans close at those moments, but she always resurfaces. In one video, dozens of hands reach like the tentacles in the mouth of a sea anemone. They grab the punch suit but jerk back in unison as an electric current shocks their arms. The Slayer nods and chuckles. In another video, the mob closes and swallows Punch Girl, but they recoil. Several attackers vomit, which spreads to others. The Slayer leans close to the screen before rocking back and clapping his hands like a birthday boy. "It's a gas. The suit emitted noxious gas. She's really so good. Alec adjusts the minister's robes, and he fidgets with the garments underneath. While he does, he says, "We want her alive. She has to be alive." The Slayer smiles. He lays a hand on Alec's shoulder and says, "Who could want her dead?" "I'm coming in," Central says. "Negative," Punch Girl says amid the throng. She smashes and kicks. She wrenches weapons and turns them on their owners. "It has been hours. You've made your point." "Do not come down here." Punch Girl strikes a throat, ducks a pipe from behind, and sweeps the legs of the attacker before stomping and crushing the hand of her fallen foe. The popcorn sound of bones breaking turns heads, and Punch Girl leaps at their hesitation. When the flight response ignites the group, they pull back. Punch Girl says to Central, "The minister has to come. Today, tomorrow, I don't care. I will stand here until he does, and I need him to have forgotten about you, so stay put." Central waits a moment and says, "Fine, call me if you get knocked unconscious." The SUV enters the underground garage of a building near Lesko Park. The big car circles down and down into the darker pockets of the windowless structure until it pulls into a spot in an empty row and parks. Alec and the Slayer exit from opposite sides and meet at the back. The Slayer drops the SUV's tailgate and slides the rectangular plastic case toward him. He flicks the latches and opens it. Several pieces of equipment sit in custom foam compartments. The Slayer spreads his hands over the wares and says, "Courtesy of Angelo the Deuce." Really, courtesy of me, but Angelo paid for it, so credit where credit is due. "I know you explained this, but I can't. I can't fight her." The Slayer removes a lip balm-sized cylinder from the case. He points to the minister's robes and says, "This has slits, right? You can reach inside and get in your pockets?" Alec illustrates. He reaches inside the robes and wiggles his fingers under the fabric. "May I?" The Slayer hikes the robes up and bunches them at Alec's waist for him to hold, leaving him like a bride trying to go to the bathroom. The Slayer holds the small tube in Alec's face and says, "This is for when you arrive." Alec watches over the mountain of drapery at his waist as the Slayer leans down and attaches the tube to Alec's new belt. The Slayer swivels back and forth between Alec and the case, attaching several more items. "You shouldn't need most of this, but if you do, it's there. A lot of bang, a lot of show." The Slayer stands and taps Alec's chest. The vest underneath responds with a hollow thump. "What about this?" "It's a little constricting. I'm not used to wearing anything under the robes." "Really? You devil." "No, it's not like that. I wear clothes, but nothing protective. I'm not used to it." Alec drops the bunches of robes and wriggles against the added layers underneath. "Well, you've never been face to face with her, have you?" "I've never been in the same zip code as her." "I can appreciate that." The Slayer taps Alec's chest again and says, "You'll be glad you have this today." Alec pictures himself in Lesko Park, and he envisions Punch Girl kicking his ass. He rearranges the movie so he wins and captures her, but his brain rejects the fantasy. Every scenario ends with him fighting her and losing. "I don't know what any of this stuff does. I can't reach in the robes and pull out the right weapon at the right time with Punch Girl in my face. This is not how the minister operates." The Slayer stares cold eyes at Alec. The minister plans and watches the plans unfold from a distance. She set this up. We're on her turf, her terms. The minister can't face her. He can't fight her. Why does he have to? The ice in the Slayer's eyes crackles and hardens. "You're afraid." "Yeah, I am." "Well, I can tell you this. It won't be a fair fight." "Then why? Why are you sending me?" "You're going to win easily." Alec blinks at the Slayer. The Slayer removes the last item from the case. He presses a pistol similar to Punch Girl's air gun into Alec's hand. "None of that other equipment matters. This is all you need. Keep it in your hand. You know what to do with it." If he says we're going to win, we're going to win. Why would he make the effort otherwise? It's true. Punch Girl will allow him to get close enough to use the gun. He can capture her, and his mission will be back on track. He will have Punch Girl, and he can convince her, him, Waylon, to join forces. Then they can perform a little reality theater for the city that, when the dust settles, benefits Jess. You have some of those quotes ready? The Slayer says. For God will bring every deed into judgment, including every hidden thing, whether it is good or evil. The Slayer chuckles. He steps close and clamps Alec's shoulders in his gloved hands. You have a flair for the theatrical. That's good. Today, you become mythical. That's better. Chapter 57. The news coverage bounces between the helicopter reporting in the air and the anchors in the studios. Everyone marvels at Punch Girl's skill and stamina. Given the open air time and the repetitive tedium, various stations interview experts to fill the gaps between bouts. The guest announcers analyze everything from the punch suit to Punch Girl's caloric intake. Over footage of Punch Girl whirling at the center of a slashing mob, one expert says, she has to be tired. The toll on the body can be tremendous, but you have to look at her as a professional athlete, which I'm sure is how she must view herself. Excuse me, the anchor says. Something is happening down there. What is that? The video cuts to full screen. Below the helicopter, the crowd shifts like a school of fish. The mass swirls as individual heads turn and bodies shift. A wave ripples through the group, and the chopper reporter says, "Oh my God, oh my God." Punch Girl presses against the wall of attackers. If she could hear the coiffed wads of cookie dough safe in their studios, she would disagree with their assessment. The needle on her tank points closer to F than E. She has plenty left to give, but the current attack lacks vigor. The assailants flail, weak and bored, or distracted. What's happening? Punch Girl says. He's here, Central says. Where? The crowd answers for her. Like an army of robots with their power cut, they slacken and turn from the fight. They murmur and part like townsfolk on either side of a parade route, and a lane opens. Punch Girl stands at one end, and the minister stands at the other. The minister, hands folded beneath his sleeves, bows his head in pious contemplation. Punch Girl says, "We're sure it's him, not the mayor or something under those robes." "Stand by," Central says. Smoke rises from beneath the minister's vestments. It billows and surrounds him. With his head still bowed, he floats into the park. The robes combine with the smoke, and the minister glides forward, carried by the hand of God. His followers in the crowd moan and swoon. Halfway into the park, the minister's forward progress halts. He floats on his cloud of vapor and raises his head toward Punch Girl. He says, "You have defied the Lord's judgment." "Never mind, it's him." Punch Girl leaps forward, covering ground like a predator cat. In one blurry move, she advances and draws her pistol. Between jumps, and before the minister can react, she fires 2 wired taser bolts that spike into the minister's chest. They penetrate his robes and implant in his vest. Punch Girl pulls the trigger to release the electrical current, and when she does, she discovers she has once again underestimated the minister. Instead of sending an electric current down the wires to the electrodes in the minister's chest, disrupting voluntary control of his muscles, overstimulating his sensory and motor nerves, and incapacitating him, the firearm explodes in Punch Girl's hand. "What was that?" Central says. The vibration and the sting numb Punch Girl from her fingertips to her elbow. She stares at the blackened glove of her right hand. Questions, not plans, not actions, flood her mind. Her muscles chill with doubt. Left to grow, it will crystallize into fear. She looks up, expecting the minister in her face, but he has not moved. The arrogance. If the minister were better at this, he would have used that moment of indecision to shove her over the cliff. He could have used her numbed instant to close the gap between them and make her defensive. Instead, he stood there, all blank face and robes. Punch Girl redirects her emotions. Her anger generates fuel, which she will use to bloody that smug, clean face. She crosses the dirt between herself and the minister, accelerating as she approaches. He'd better have some trick up his sleeve, or this is about to get ugly fast. The minister raises his arm level and points at Punch Girl. His sleeve falls and reveals a gun. A cone of tunnel vision descends over Punch Girl, distorting her senses. She still speeds toward the minister, but the world moves in slow motion. The minister had something up his sleeve. Punch Girl stares down the wide, unblinking black eye of the gun barrel. This is wrong. The minister was supposed to be low-tech. First the smoke, then the taser, now this? He evolved, and she missed it. She made a mistake, and she can't escape it. A slow-motion puff exhales from the minister's handgun. The projectile expands as it flies toward Punch Girl, as it should. By the time it reaches her, the steel cable net has expanded to its full width. It slaps into Punch Girl's body, and the weights distributed around the hem carry forward and wrap around her, enveloping her in a cocoon. Constricted, she falls under the net's weight, and her momentum carries her forward until she skids to a stop like a wrapped deli hoagie. The minister looks down at Punch Girl and says, "Therefore, put on the full armor of God, so that when the day of evil comes, you may be able to stand your ground, and after you have done everything to stand." "I'm coming," Central says. "No," Punch Girl says. The rumble of an engine vibrates in Punch Girl's ear. "I said wait." Punch Girl wriggles like an inchworm in her shell. Excitement spreads through the crowd. With the minister so close and Punch Girl incapacitated, their thirst for blood returns. They move forward, wary of the wounded animal. The minister says, "Consider it pure joy, my brothers and sisters, whenever you face trials of many kinds, because you know that the testing of your faith produces perseverance. Let perseverance finish its work, so that you may be mature and complete, not lacking anything." The minister's words embolden the mob. "I'm coming now," Central says. "Do not," Punch Girl says. "How will you get out? Wait!" The crowd reaches Punch Girl. The TV news anchors watch in silence with the audience. From the top-down vantage, the mass of attackers forms a closing circle. Punch Girl's writhing form puffs dust around her and around the robes of the minister. An anchor woman says, "They're going to get her. I'm shocked. This is devastating. The minister has won. Does anyone see a way out of this for her?" Punch Girl disappears beneath the mob. On the ground, a thunder roar rises over her like a cresting wave. Hunger and fury descend on her. The sky disappears, replaced by burning eyes and flashing teeth, and the feet and fists follow. Punch Girl absorbs the blows while working to free her right hand. She straightens the hand like a blade and twists it at the wrist in 2 quick moves, twist, twist. She maneuvers the hand into an attacking boot, where the motion and the impact trigger the release of tin snip blades between her second and third fingers. In the past, Punch Girl used the gadget to clip small locks, cut wires, or remove links in security fences. She never expected to use it like this, but given the situation, it just became her favorite tool. As the horde tenderizes her with their bats and steel toes, Punch Girl slides a piece of the net between her snips. She focuses her power on her hand. Ping. She repeats the action. Ping. With each snip, movement comes easier. A news anchor covers his mouth with his hand as he watches the melee. He leans back and says, "This is too much. Why isn't anyone helping her? Why isn't the minister doing anything? I thought he wanted her alive, right? Why isn't he stopping this?" On cue, the minister raises his arms. "Bear with each other and forgive one another if any of you has a grievance against someone. Forgive as the Lord forgave you." The crowd gives one ear to the minister and one to the job of making Punch Girl repentant. Brothers and sisters, the time has come, for if you forgive other people when they sin against you, your heavenly Father will also forgive you. But if you do not forgive others their sins, your Father will not forgive your sins. Let us take this sinner, our wayward sister, and teach her. The mob hesitates as one organism, following the minister's instructions. Then they resume their ministrations. Brothers and sisters, let us convince her of our faith in the Lord God Almighty. The throng recoils. Their guttural growls turn into high-pitched squeals, and they explode outward like a 4th of July firework. From above, the rapid expansion looks like a Hoberman sphere, the child's geometric toy. Small and compact, whoosh, it expands, becoming huge and airy. The news anchor leans forward and says, "Something's happening." The attackers flee. They fight with each other, attempting to get clear. A gap opens in the crowd, and Punch Girl stands in it. The minister's arms fall. His followers flee past him, and he watches Punch Girl shrug off the last of her steel restraints and walk forward. She flexes her fingers and tightens them into fists. The minister raises his gun again. He fumbles with his sleeve and frees the weapon. The trigger clicks. Nothing, and it's too late. Punch Girl's heat, her presence, envelops him. Punch Girl slaps the gun from the minister's hand. It clatters onto the hard dirt as she slugs the minister in the stomach. The blow lands above the navel and below the ribcage. Her fist finds the soft collection of nerves there and drives through it. The minister doubles over as the air vacates his chest cavity. He gasps, falls backward, lands hard on his butt, and unfolds flat on his back. Punch Girl lands on him with one knee on either side, pinning his arms. Fitting to employ a classic playground bully move in this setting. If Punch Girl were watching the scene on TV, she would hear the cheers of newsrooms across the city as she landed on the minister. Even without that, though, adrenaline throbs in her neck. The minister's chest heaving for breath underneath her clamping legs satisfies her like water in the desert. She breathes in the moment and says, "Where's your God now?" The minister's muscles fall slack. Unlike her, his fight drains the moment he accepts that the fight is over. So, what do we do now? Everyone is watching. She looks around, making sure the last of the attackers have fled, and drops her eyes to the minister's blank, face-covering cowl. "Catch your breath. Would it help if I took off your mask?" The minister's body tightens. "Wait." "I'm waiting." "I never wanted you dead." So the burning building? This group?" "I told them not to kill you." "Super. Let's show the world who you are." Punch Girl reaches for the minister's hood. "I want to work together." Punch Girl's hands freeze in midair. Her emotions confuse her. Punch Girl and laughter never coexist. She tries to recall a time when she had a big belly laugh inside the punch suit. It never happened before. The minister's panic stokes her giggle reflex. The laughter starts small and builds. It sounds menacing, escaping through the voice modulator in the punch suit like a haunted house laugh. It fills her ears and blocks the sound of Central's frantic warnings. When the laughs trickle from giggles to chuckles, Punch Girl hovers over the minister's face and says, "That was good. Thank you. You're truly crazy." "Do you copy?" Central says. "Are you seeing this? Look up." "What do you say we show the world what the face of insanity looks like?" "Oh no, oh no." "What do you say we don't?" an unfamiliar voice says. Punch Girl's head snaps to the voice, and her muscles freeze. The sight of the Slayer surprises her as much as her fit of laughter did. She looks into the chrome barrel of the Slayer's pistol. Past that, the Slayer smiles at her. That face looming over the gun is the last thing Punch Girl sees. The Slayer pulls the trigger and the hammer releases. The Slayer's gun thunders a flash of light, and a cloud of red bursts from Punch Girl's head. Crimson micro-droplets drift as Punch Girl slumps to the ground with the momentum of the bullet. The newsroom erupts, and behind Punch Girl a window bursts. From the second floor, a window explodes outward. The punch cycle smashes through brick, glass, and fire, leaving an open hole in an empty apartment. The vehicle lands on the dirt of Lesko Park with a roar that shakes the crows from their perches, and Punch Girl rides it. The news anchor squints at the blue punch suit against the blue of the punch cycle and says, "Is that Punch Girl? Are there two Punch Girls?" The Slayer grabs the minister by the robes and sits him up. From above, the helicopter shot shows the minister run with the Slayer off-screen to the left. The punch cycle enters the frame from the right and speeds toward Punch Girl's body. Without slowing, the punch cycle ejects a harness that latches onto Punch Girl. The connected cable zips her into the punch cycle's seat, snug against the driver's back like a baby chimp. The punch cycle veers and roars toward screen right, trailing a wake of cracked dirt. Within 20 seconds, the camera shows only the empty park and settling clouds of dust. Chapter 58. The Slayer's SUV speeds from the scene. Inside, Alec rips the mask from his face. He swivels in his seat and looks over one shoulder and the other out the dark windows. He checks for pursuers as he tries to assemble the pieces of what just happened. The Slayer holsters his pistol and says, "Congratulations." For what? That went perfectly. Perfectly? She got out of the net. You killed her. Alec launches across the seat. He grabs the Slayer by his leather duster, but he wilts when a sharp pain bites his thigh. The Slayer removes a needle from Alec's leg and says, "Yeah, I thought you might take that hard. You're all tuckered out. You sleep now. We'll talk later." Alec wants to talk now, but the light switch in his brain flicks to off. His muscles and his bones follow. Chapter 59. The punch cycle roars into the warehouse at top speed. Howling rubber, the bike skids to a stop, and the driver, Central, dismounts with Punch Girl attached to the back of the twin punch suit. Central flops Punch Girl's body onto a stainless steel table. Central leans over Punch Girl's chest, and a blue-gloved hand searches for the pulse in her neck. After removing Punch Girl's mask, Central raises her eyelids one at a time to check the pupils, which react. Her head rotates from side to side as Central manipulates it, looking for entry and exit wounds and finding none. Central sighs and steps back. Punch Girl's chest rises and falls with her breath, and her nostrils flare. Her heart beats, and her head, except for some redness on the forehead, shows no damage. Punch Girl lives. But how? The punch suit can do many things, but it won't stop a point-blank .50 caliber bullet to the head. Central saw it. Point blank to the skull. Blood vapor exploded from Punch Girl's head, but her head shows no wound. Central crosses to Punch Girl's chair and waits for her to awaken. Chapter 60. Alec jerks awake on the sofa in his small living room. He remembers sitting in the Slayer's car and the Slayer sedated him. Another part of the plan the Slayer failed to reveal. Alec sits up and swings his feet to the floor. His gloved hands hold the minister's mask. These hands may not have killed Punch Girl, but they might as well have. The minister crossed over today. Working with the Slayer to kill Punch Girl? He cannot unring that bell. He will need to lie low for a while or risk someone discovering his identity. Jesus! Alec jumps to his feet. Boots, robes, the hood gathers around his neck. He presses the fabric covering his chest and waist. Vest, utility belt. Oh my God! He freezes and listens to the house. The clock on his phone tells him it is 8:45 p.m. according to the darkness outside. Jess could be home. She could be upstairs or waiting in the kitchen for him to wake up. Jess? A quick inspection confirms the house is empty, and in the garage, Jess's parking spot is vacant. His is not. Alex steps into the garage with the Honda. The Slayer put it here. He must have. He left Alec exposed, but covered his own tracks. Both items reveal something about the Slayer worth remembering. The garage door rises. The motor engages. The light bulb in the housing illuminates, and the chain starts its circuit. Light slices through the widening gap from the headlights outside and approaches the minister's boots like a tide. Alex steps back and slaps the button on the wall, reversing the garage door. He leaps across the open space, stripping as he moves. He pulls the robes over his head as the garage door halts and starts its rise again. Alec kicks off the boots, peels off the gloves, and balls everything with the robes. He exhales until he remembers his new toys. Damn it! The garage door grinds and reaches waist height. Alex strips off the vest, but he fumbles with the belt. He struggles with the latch, and an item drops, clatters to the garage floor, and rolls away. He yanks on the belt as the garage door rises. The unremovable belt trap, courtesy of the Slayer. Snick. The belt pulls free. Alec jams his hand in his pocket. He fishes out his keys and prays. His mind races over the same word like a bullet train clacking over its tracks. Please, 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 please. He sinks the key into the trunk lock, swings the lid up, and stuffs the minister's gear inside. He inspects himself for a millisecond and slams the trunk closed as Jessica pulls her car into the garage and parks. Next to her front tire, a small egg-shaped device wobbles on the floor in full view. Jess exits the car, but she turns to Alec. What are you doing out here? Putting some stuff in the car. Work stuff. Jess gathers her jacket and briefcase from the back seat and approaches Alec, smiling. Did you run home? No. Why? She smooths her husband's hair. You're a mess. She passes by him and walks around the backside of her car toward the house. Alex snatches the egg off the floor and follows her inside. He commands his heart to leave his throat and beat in his chest where it belongs. The bombs pass through the kitchen, and Jess says, How was your day? My day? No, come on, are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine. It was actually a pretty good day. Alec frowns at his wife's denial of reality, of punch girls. She's alive, by the way. Alec's legs and mouth take a joint vacation, leaving him stuck at the bottom of the stairs below his wife. I'll tell you, but let me take a shower first. Jess turns the corner and disappears into the bedroom. As the shower starts, Alec remains on the ground floor. Questions spring forth in his mind like cartoon flowers in a field. Pop, 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 pop. Alive how? On life support? In a coma? Where? Who else knows? Does the Slayer know? What does this mean for the minister? What does it mean for Jess? How does Jess know? Alec's muscles return from their hiatus, and he climbs the stairs. After a few minutes of pacing at the foot of the bed, he stops when Jess enters in a towel. As his wife changes clothes in what should be the privacy of her bedroom, adrenaline jolts Alec's chest. The Slayer dropped him in the living room. He parked the car in the garage. What other rooms did he visit? What did he leave behind? Jess says, I'm not even supposed to tell you because we don't know how she wants to play it. Do you want to go for a walk? Alex says. A walk? No. Just a stroll. You could tell me everything then. Let's get outside and go for a walk. I just took a shower, and it's night. Right. So it's not like you're going to sweat that much. Let's go. It'll be fun. Stop it. You're being weird. I'm not going night strolling after my shower. Alec hesitates a moment and says, We're still going outside. Meet me in the back. 10 minutes later, Jess sits in a lawn chair next to Alec in their small backyard. She crosses one flannel leg over the other, sips a glass of wine, and looks up to where the tree line meets the sky. Well, this is old school. Alec nods. He recalls a younger version of them sitting here when the house was still new. Their lives seemed so busy, and they would talk about the future. Promotions, Alec going out on his own, kids, their next house, the mansion they would buy with all their success. That kind of dreaming yielded to life. Those discussions became pointless or painful, or both, so they stopped having them. Alec wonders, as he has before, whether he pulled his weight. Jess pulled more than her share. Things change. The future, planned or not, arrives and becomes the present. Back in the day, they never thought to discuss Punch Girl, never mind the minister or the Slayer. Now those things exist. Things change. They still can. Alex says, I'm all ears. That's what I know. She got shot, but she's alive. But how do you know? She called us. Called? She personally? Like on the phone? Yeah. And said what? Hey, it's me. I'm fine. Never mind the point-blank shot to the head and the cloud of blood. I'm all better now? Basically, that was the message. She's fine. Alec leans back and looks at the sky. He was there. He was right there when the Slayer shot Punch Girl. The gun, the blood. He felt Punch Girl collapse and hit the ground. How? I don't know. I'm not sure she knows, but she's not big on reminiscing. She wants us to put a lid on it for now. And then what? Jess giggles and says, well, it's not like it's not amazing. Let's Go Park alone was enough to ratchet up her profile. Her, standing alone, fighting off wave after wave of the minister's attackers while she waited for him, dared him to face her. That's hero stuff. By itself, that would have been enough for Paul and me to work with. Add the minister actually showing up, then follow that with the Slayer? I mean, where did he come from? He attached rocket boosters to the whole thing. Punch Girl is officially on fire. Don't forget that she's about to rise from the dead. Jess sighs and drains her wine glass. She's moving to the big stage. It just shows you. Sometimes you have to get lucky. Alec agrees in silence. Luck and ignorance drove them here because the Slayer held back key pieces of his plan. How much more has the Slayer failed to disclose? Chapter 61. As predicted, Punch Girl's profile spiked when the public discovered she was still alive. Rumors ranging from Punch Girl's immortality to multiple Punch Girls sprouted everywhere, and the media fed on the speculation like vampires. Rumors regarding the Slayer appeared too. He was in Detroit, Los Angeles, London. He was back in Starpoint City. Over the past several days, he was spotted in more places and on more occasions than Bigfoot. Hazy video and obvious deepfakes swirled and gathered internet momentum. Dozens claimed to know or even be the Slayer. Closer to home, Alec recognized the move. The minister employed it. Offer enough to stoke the imagination. Light a little fire and let that inspiration run wild while people feed and tend the flame. Eager minds stretch to connect nebulous and faraway dots, and proof doesn't matter. Public speculation combined with a healthy dollop of paranoia creates its own narrative, and it is more feral than anything the minister or the Slayer could concoct on their own. Alec respects the ploy. The Slayer's partnership even reinvigorated his own fan base. Benefits aside, though, the larger picture of the Slayer itches him like ants under his skin. The Slayer has questions to answer, and he's hiding. He knows where Alec lives and works. He comes and goes as he pleases, but Alec has no way of contacting him. The Slayer used him and ghosted him. He's even using the minister's tactics, and every passing day, Alec's Slayer rash spreads. Despite what the internet says, the Slayer is not a ghost. He is not superhuman. He is not even that charming. The last time Alec saw him, the two of them sat in a regular car, and that grinning Judas stuck a needle in his leg. Alec posts a quote and slaps his laptop closed. The computer slants on top of papers, folders, and unopened mail on his office desk. The neglected room looks like an accountant's representation of Sodo. Not that he lacks the money for a bigger office. Angelo. The deuce's cash sitting in the minister's account proves that crime does pay, even if it means he answers to a madman. Cashing out sounds inviting. Alec could take the money and hide it. Let's see how the Slayer likes that. Let's see if the phone rings then. This is our show. What are we waiting for? Alec balances debits and credits for a living, but the books in the Slayer-minister relationship don't align. The Slayer has created a deficit, and he needs to make it right. Alec stands and paces behind his desk. He rubs his hands through the hair on the sides of his head while the sting of rejection feeds him. It's our party. It's our dance. We don't need to bring a date. Alec stops pacing and stands still for a time. The light through the blinds sweeps from one wall of the office, turns the 90-degree corner, and continues its path along the next wall. As the light fades and the office darkens, Alec rouses from his stillness. He blinks and sucks in a breath. The Slayer crashed his party and made a mess. He is a threat to Punch Girl and to Jess, and he needs to atone. Alec searches the floor, kicks aside papers, and picks up his empty gym bag. In the hall, Wayland's closed door stokes Alec's suspicions. He stops at Stephanie's open office and says, "Have you seen Wayland in the last couple days?" Stephanie removes her reading glasses and thinks, "No. Why?" "Nothing, I just haven't seen him." "Oh, you know what? He was in, but he said he was coming down with something." "Oh yeah? I could be wrong. It's hard to listen to everything Wayland says." Did he seem okay?" "Honestly, I didn't really look. I had work to do." "Speaking of, you staying late?" "Nah, I'm about to head out. You?" "Yeah, I've got a little more to do. See you later." Alec exits and returns with a full gym bag. He waits at his desk for over an hour for the sound of Stephanie's closing and locking door. In the dark office, the minister records a new video. Chapter 62. "How are you feeling?" Central says. "Feeling? What difference does it make? I feel like I want some asses. 2, to be specific, and I want them on a platter. That's how I'm feeling." "I meant, how are you recuperating? But it seems like you are recovering well." Punch Girl holds a bullet under the bright light of a magnifying work light next to her monitors. She leans forward and examines the projectile like a jeweler examines a diamond ring. She holds the brass and rolls it between her thumb and index finger, watching the casing catch the light. "What's different about this? It looks like a bullet to me." "It acts like one too, that's the point. Except it doesn't kill." "Also the point. It still works though, as you well know." Punch Girl sets the bullet on the table. She switches off the lamp and leans back as an image loads on the center screen. An animated deconstruction of the bullet plays on a loop. This took a while to piece together. The bullet is obviously custom. It is hollow and made of a tin, copper, zinc, and tungsten alloy. The material and the process make the metal brittle. The maker fills the void in the bullet with red microgranules. Probably silicon, but it could be something else, or a mixture. The weight would matter. Anyway, the bullet fires and shatters on impact. The granules release, and the momentum carries them into the target where they disperse. The result is a no-kill shot that looks like a kill shot. But why? Why is that a thing? Apparently it's a niche of hunting. You shoot the animal, and you don't kill it. The impact and the sight of its own blood, that red puff, stun it. Then the hunter can tag the animal, or take pictures or whatever. People do that? So I'm told. It's not my thing. Punch Girl drums her finger next to the standing bullet. "Why use it on me?" "So it would look like you were dead. It would cause panic." "Okay, but no one is panicking. Where's the panic?" The light bong 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 of Punch Girl's finger against the sheet metal surface echoes in the space. She stops and says, "At least one of them didn't want me dead, but I'm not tagged, and they didn't take any photos. Why put on the show? Who is it for?" "The public?" "Again, why? They aren't reacting in any meaningful way." "Well, it wasn't for you. You were unconscious. Was it just for the sake of it, the theater?" "Or one of them did it for the other," Punch Girl says. "Each other?" "What if they aren't really working together? Say they agree to kill me, but one of them backs out. He swaps the real bullet for this one to demonstrate that they don't have to." "That would be the minister then. He said he wanted to work with you." "Pfft, he was trying to save his career. Besides, I was on top of the minister. I was touching him. He was as surprised as I was when the Slayer showed up." "So, the Slayer?" "One of them didn't want me dead. Maybe both. It's weird, though. It's like they're working together, but also not. All the tech, fighting in the open like that feels like the Slayer, right? But the Slayer is a killer, so..." Central hesitates. "Feel free to disagree," Punch Girl says. "Oh boy. What is it?" "I'm putting it on your screen." The bullet animation disappears from the center screen, and the minister's face replaces it. "The Lord be with you. Brothers and sisters, an interloper has invaded our flock, a deceiver, a wolf in sheep's clothing, the devil, and that devil's name is the Slayer." Punch Girl leans back and crosses her arms. "He came to our city full of smiles and promises. He sought me out and told me he understood. that God sent him here to help us in our mission to reclaim our community for the righteous, to help us shed light on our darkening world, to rescue and right the ship of justice. And I believed him. The minister hangs his head. He raises it and continues. Lust, gluttony, greed, sloth, wrath, envy, and pride. The devil tempted me with each of the 7 deadly sins, and I fell to them all. I believed his lies, lusting for a holier city. I ate the falsehoods of his assistance and expertise and couldn't stop. In my greed, I wanted more. My sloth allowed me to surrender my burden, God-given, to another. I envied his impact on Starpoint City, and I grew angry over what we have let our city become. Then I wrapped that bushel of sin in the warm and protective cloak of pride. I thought only of myself. I forgot about God, and I apologize. To him and to you. Punch Girl says, people never get tired of this? Are you really asking? Central says. The minister says, however, amid my sorrow and pain, the Lord our God came to me. He spoke to me, and a miracle happened. He forgave me. Our Lord reminded me that while he makes us in his image, we are still human, destined to sin. While we possess the spark of divinity, we are not divine. To believe so, to believe yourself above sin, to believe yourself on the level of God, is that not prideful as well? In his light, I agreed it was, and he gave me a mission. Here we go, Punch Girl says. Lying lips are an abomination to the Lord. Do not be deceived. God is not mocked, for whatever one sows, that will he also reap. So says the Lord. Whatever one sows, that he will also reap. And brothers and sisters, we are the harvesters. The Lord forgives, the Lord trusts, but he also commands. He commands us to cleanse our garden, to root out the deceiver, to strip the wolf among us of his sheep's costume and banish him. Make no mistake, good and evil cannot coexist. For if you have faith the size of a mustard seed, you will tell this mountain, move from here to there, and it will move. Nothing will be impossible for you. The tiniest faith replaces all doubt. So it is here. Good must replace evil. Righteousness must replace deception. Faith conquers all. Go forth, brothers and sisters. Find the devil among us. Root him out. Cleanse our garden. The Lord is watching. God bless you all. The video ends, and Punch Girl says, well, I guess that answers that. They're not working together. I suppose not. Punch Girl turns away while she thinks. Let's meet with A, M, and M. If we play this right, while the minister and the slayer are messing with each other, we can take them both, and the entire city can watch. Chapter 63. Angelo Capriati flips the sports page and leans back behind a modern silver desk. The desk's color and askew angles create the image of a used staple, while Angelo's ergonomic chair supports his back and legs, promoting good posture. Posture matters to Angelo Capriati, aka Angelo the Deuce. When Angelo entered 7th grade, back before Soto was Soto, and before he became the Deuce, he and his friends played on the sports teams in school: football, basketball, and baseball. No country club sports, no tennis or golf. No one had money for an ice rink, so no hockey either. The field and court sports offered by the school provided exercise, teamwork, and competition among each other and against other schools. And Angelo competed. The mixture of his parents' genes did not result in any physical blessings for Angelo, but that didn't deter him. He could still run up the middle for a touchdown. If an opponent stood in his way, Angelo would lower his head and run right through that sorry defender's gut. In basketball, if the defense left him open anywhere within 30 feet of the basket, he would make the shot. On defense, Angelo would turn the opponent's best player into his personal mission for 4 quarters. In baseball, Angelo could run and hit. No one worked a pitcher like Angelo Capriati, using both his bat and his mouth. He enjoyed contributing to a team. Through 7th grade, the boys saw each other as equals. They stood eye to eye at 5'2" and weighed in lighter than most girls in their class. That changed in 8th grade. After summer break, many of the boys returned bigger, broader, and deeper voiced. They seemed manlier. They had grown hair where the coaches said they would. Their muscles bulged and their jawlines sharpened. They swaggered through the halls and clapped each other on the back, laughing, booming laughs that reminded Angelo of his father and his father's friends. The girls noticed. Angelo noticed too, because none of those changes happened to him. Angelo's body missed the memo. He strolled with the same rubbery arms, toothpick neck, and enormous globe of a head he had the year before. He wrapped the whole disjointed package in soft, white, hairless skin that housed the voice of a baby bird. Everything got harder. In sports, Angelo swallowed his pride dozens of times as boys he had bested with will alone now beat him with minimal effort. He watched more of the games from the bench as he yielded playing time to the athletes. Off the field, dating relationships developed out of nowhere, and these bypassed Angelo as well. The unfairness of it stung, but he didn't pout, and he didn't quit. By 9th grade, the problem compounded. As high school began, even the smallest boys had developed. Everyone, boys and girls, towered over Angelo. He remained 5'2" and thin as a mop handle. In the fall of that year, the name was born. The Deuce. Angelo heard it from a 10th grader in the hallway between classes. "What's up, Deuce?" Angelo walked past, oblivious. The boy turned and said, "Hey, the Deuce, I said what's up." Angelo stopped and turned to the raised voice. The older boy stared at him, and Angelo saw the daggers in the boy's smile. Observing smirks surrounded Angelo as he pointed to his chest and said, "Me?" "Yeah, you, Deuce. What's up?" Nothing. What's up with you?" The 10th grader roared a laugh at the ceiling, turned and walked away. His audience enjoyed the show as well. Later, a friend filled Angelo in on the joke. "You were 5'2" in 7th grade, you were 5'2" in 8th grade, and you're still 5'2". They're saying you're stuck on the deuce. 5 and a deuce." From that day forward, Angelo Capriati became Angelo the Deuce. Over the next 4 years, Angelo harbored his anger. He gave his classmates a pass because they weren't worthy of a long-term grudge. But the world, a universe that gifted to some and rebuffed others, no matter their worth, that world deserved his contempt. Angelo waited. He would grow, and when he did, everyone would pay what they owed. He grew 2 more inches in high school and jetted up another 5 at City College, bringing him to his current height of 5'9". The nickname faded in college, but when Angelo joined the family business, the name returned. Instead of fighting it, however, Angelo embraced the moniker. His new colleagues said the name with respect and affection, and unlike high school, his profession lent itself to nicknames. Still, for Angelo, the name serves as a reminder. It recalls people who told him they were better and made him believe it. It reminds him to play the long game. He does not know where any of his classmates are now, but they all know where he is. Everyone knows the name Angelo the Deuce. Youthful habits die hard, though. That scrawny kid still lives inside Angelo, so Angelo always stands straight and tall. Even when he sits at his desk, he wants to look large. Posture matters. Image matters, too. Living and working in Sodo doesn't mean he has to live like an animal. The window behind Angelo's desk occupies most of the rear wall. It features old-fashioned faux wrought iron window frames and a view 5 stories above Sodo. The light through the window illuminates the room and highlights the way the iron frames match the custom ductwork overhead. The air ducts echo their blackened matte iron gray in the gray walls and black streaks in the warm wood panel floor. A Persian rug and leather furniture finish the space and project a professional masculine air. A door to a private bathroom stands ajar. 2 sets of elevator doors break the lines of the walls. One elevator opens across the room at the far end, and a private one camouflages itself in the wall to Angelo's left. A television screen hangs on one wall, and the monochrome glow shows the feed from a grid of 8 security cameras. Angelo sips coffee out of his Dunkin' cup, flips to the last page of the sports, and crosses a leg over his knee. He wears navy wool slacks, a white dress shirt, and a tie, like a professional. He frowns on the wide collars, weird hues and fabrics, and bizarre tie knots of movie mobsters. You want people to take you seriously? You want them to believe you? Play the part. The three other men in the room sit in leather club chairs and relax with the boss. Two of them flip through the newspaper, and one checks his phone. One man lowers his paper and says, "Hey, did you see this? I thought this minister was on our side. I thought he was with us." Angelo sighs and raises his eyes to his man. Together, the three of them look like they came as a set. He says, "How many times have I told you that the news upsets me, especially in the morning? It makes me want to do things that will derail my day." "But you're reading the paper." "I'm reading the sports. The sports page is for morons. It makes me happy to see what kind of idiotic analysis gets people riled up. The sports page makes me feel good. It doesn't ruin my day." "Oh, I thought you saw this stuff about the minister." "How could I have read what you're reading? You are reading it." Phone man holds up his phone and says, "You could have read it on your phone." Newspaper man says, "I thought those two were together, the minister and the slayer. I thought they were with us." Angelo says, "They were never with us. The slayer reached out. He was respectful, and I wanted to see what he was about, so I took the meeting. It only cost us $500,000. The minister always seemed like small potatoes to me. If the slayer wanted to give him a tryout, I figured let's see where it goes." "Yeah, but he gave that $500,000 to the other guy, and now they're against each other. Whose side are we on?" "Neither. We're going to be paying the slayer a visit, and we're getting that money back." Angelo rattles his paper open, but the words bounce off his eyes without penetrating. He sighs and lowers his newspaper. "What does it say?" "What's that?" "The news. In that goddamn article that was so goddamn important that you had to point it out. What does it say?" Newspaper man clears his throat and says, "Well, the minister has his people out there looking for the slayer. They've been roughing people up for the past couple days in restaurants and malls and on the street. They're yelling out in traffic and roaming through neighborhoods, saying they're on some mission from God. The article says the cops are stretched too thin with all of it, and if the slayer doesn't show up or leave town, it's going to get out of hand." "Does it say anything about Punch Girl?" Nope." Phone man says, "Nothing about you either, boss." Angelo tilts his head. "Why would it say anything about me? They're talking about criminals engaged in criminal activity. Why would I want to be mentioned with them?" "You wouldn't. That's what I'm saying." Angelo doesn't fear Punch Girl, but he doesn't want to cross swords with her either. If she is closing on the minister or the slayer, so be it. If not, an opportunity for him to take advantage of both of them might reveal itself. Angelo hides in plain sight. He exists several levels removed from his crimes. Corruption, graft, financial impropriety, and associated activities don't appear on security cameras. A case against him would require investigation, man-hours, court orders, wiretaps, and surveillance. Racketeering cases require infrastructure. Punch Girl would be hard-pressed to bring in a case like that on her own. The slayer is a different story, though. He smiled, acted like a partner, and stole Angelo's money. That's the big headline today. The slayer betrayed him and thinks he can disappear. It makes Angelo want to do things. He folds the sports page and slaps it into the bin next to his desk. "Get off your fat asses and find me that lying slayer before the minister does." Chapter 64. Punch Girl stops the punch cycle in front of a downtown building and stands over the bike. "Do we have anything? On anything?" Central says, "That's a very broad question." Punch Girl stands still and silent in the punch suit. "If you mean the slayer or the minister, no. We're coming up on a week since the minister's message. We're in regular contact with the police. If one of them shows up, we'll hear. In the meantime, these followers of the minister are creating havoc. It's all the police can do to arrest them and book them before they're free again. There seems to be an endless supply of them. Don't I know it? They're everywhere. Some of them are actually booing me." "Booing?" "Yeah, when I ride past. They boo." But they don't approach you.
I wish they would. Punch Girl exhales and says, "Is the Slayer even in town? Are we digging into that?"
Of course, but it's hard to say. His name and likeness appear multiple times every day in various locations around the country. His admirers are adept at causing chaos. They just like dressing up. Either way, it's difficult to pinpoint his location. Punch Girl studies the shiny facets of the downtown buildings while she considers the Slayer's absence. It tickles the nerves in her amygdala. She won't let the irritation grow into fear, but horror movie cliches come to mind. The monster chases, but when the panicked hero collapses and turns to face his fear, no one is there. The quiet night surrounds him, and all he hears is his own ragged breath. Instead of relief, tension grips the hero's throat. In disappearing, the monster, the scariest thing in the world a moment ago, became scarier. Punch Girl leans over the punch cycle, grips the handles, and rockets out of downtown. Chapter 65. Alec exits the elevator in the parking garage. He crosses the cement to his car and steps aside as a man and a woman pass walking the other direction. They smile and nod, and Alec nods back. Then his ribs cave in. Alec collapses to his knees. His briefcase drops to the floor, and his keys skid along the pavement with a jangle. With his eyes squeezed shut against the throbbing pain in his side, he can't see the fabric bag slammed over his head. A woman's voice says, "Where's the outfit?" Alec hears a groan and assumes the sound comes from him. He swallows, trying to process, and says, "The Slayer?" Whack! Same spot. A heavy stick collides with Alec's ribs, and Alec falls to his side on the ground. The voice says, "We know who you are. You know who we are. You need the outfit, Minister. Where is it?" "You're with the Slayer?" Following a few moments of silence, Alec says, "In my car." The car keys jingle. The trunk opens with a click and closes with a thunk. Rough hands lift Alec to his feet and drag him forward. "Where are we going? Where is the Slayer?" "Don't worry. The Slayer had to make a stop. He's going to meet us there." Chapter 66. The doorman stares as the Slayer walks past and enters the lobby. He questions his reality as he holds the door for the guest people most hope to avoid. Inside, the Slayer stops. He and the three men standing behind him, dressed in black but standing 8 inches taller, admire their surroundings. The Slayer regards the 2-story ceiling. He follows the marble columns from there to the marble floor, where he nods at the rugs and fine furnishings. He points to a large painting on the wall and says, "Is that a Rothko?" The Slayer's 3 men turn their heads in unison with their boss. All 4 of them look at the security guard behind the reception desk. The security guard stares. His wide eyes process while his jaw moves up and down. The Slayer chuckles and approaches the desk. He has seen this before, so he waits. After a few moments, the security guard's frontal lobe restarts and he says, "You're the Slayer." "There we go. Good for you. Now, I need you to put that phone down." The security guard looks at his hand like it just appeared. He sets the telephone receiver in its cradle. "Thank you. So that painting, is it a Rothko? Mark Rothko?" The security guard stares at the Slayer. "Over there on the wall? I get it. I don't know Rothko from Reynolds Wrap, but you invade enough buildings, hobnob with the right crowd, and you expand your horizons. My mother was a teacher. She called it stretching your rubber band. I learned a little about art, but I have to say the Rothko thing, I don't get it. Look at it. What's interesting about that? It's literally background, like Muzak for your wall, and for all that nothing, you pay a cool $30 million. 30 million? Or more. 30, 60, it could be 90 million. I'm not kidding. I bet you didn't know you were staring at 90 million bucks every day." "No, I didn't. I barely even noticed it." "My point exactly." The Slayer leans forward and reads the security guard's name tag. "Lester, I bet they don't pay you 90 million. "Well, I don't work for the building. I work for Beeman Security." "I know how it works, Lester. Believe me. Now to business. What I would like to do is go to the penthouse. Oh, I wish I could help you. I really do. Are they expecting you? The Slayer grins. They most certainly are not. Well, I can't let you up. I could call and see if they want to see you. This should be a surprise, Lester. I'm sorry, I'll lose my job. The Slayer nods. He lays his hands flat on the counter. His index fingers drum on the granite surface like a two-fingered typist, and when they stop, he says, "Okay, you want to play a game?" Lester wants to say no, but he remembers Hector Ortiz from the WCN building in Starpoint City. Hector was a security guard and he got paid. Big time paid. Lester says, "What game?" It's super easy. It's called the elevator or the bullet. The Slayer removes his big chrome pistol and clunks it onto the counter. He slides it over to Lester and says, "All you have to do is choose, the elevator or the bullet." I don't understand. How do I... You get to use one. If you choose to use the elevator, I ride up to the penthouse. Easy peasy. You might lose your job, but I doubt it. In fact, I could put in a good word for you up there. People listen to me when I vouch for someone. Uh-huh. Behind door number 2 is the bullet. If you choose that, you shoot me. Shoot you? I can't... Hang on, we're not deciding yet. Think of your audience. Lester looks at the 3 men standing with the Slayer. They don't look like a receptive audience. Don't dismiss this out of hand, Lester. If you shot me, you'd be a hero. You'd be famous. Of course, you'd also be a murderer, and as you can see, I'm now unarmed, so add cold-blooded to that. Not that I'm trying to influence you. I'm not. I'm telling you the facts. The bullet changes your life. The elevator, not so much. Okay, now Lester, choose. Lester's complexion pales. He looks from the gun to the phone to the Slayer and his men. If it helps, I'm only going up there to talk. You have my word, no blood will be spilled. Unless you spill it, of course. Lester stands and walks out from behind the counter. He zips a retractable keyring from his belt and unlocks the lift. The Slayer holsters his pistol, and he and his men enter the open elevator doors. The Slayer presses the PH button inside, but reaches out and restrains the door from closing. He says, "You did a good job. How do you feel?" "Fine," Lester says. "Lester, believe it or not, I'm on your side. Be honest. How do you feel?" "Scared, a little depressed." "Don't. You had a good day today. You stretched your rubber band. My father was a teacher and he used to say that. Now that you have, do something about it. Stop staring at other people's $1,000,000 decorations while you protect them from people like me for minimum wage. You're better than that, Lester. You're better than them." Lester watches as the doors slide closed on the Slayer's white smile. The box rises, and the Slayer prepares for his impromptu meeting with key members of the Punch Girl investors. Chapter 67. The Deuce steps out of the private elevator to the left of his desk. "Someone better have some news for me because that was a total waste of time. Whoever said they had eyes on the Slayer, find that blind as a mole Stevie Wonder prick and bring him..." He stops and surveys the room as the elevator doors slide closed behind him. The Slayer sits at his desk, and Newspaper Man, Phone Man, and the third man in their set lie slumped and bleeding from the ear in their chairs. Angelo turns to his desk. The Slayer holds up defensive hands and says, "Try not to hold... Who was it you said? Stevie Wonder prick? Try not to hold him responsible. It's not his fault. It's mine. I told him to tell your guys that he saw me." Angelo stares at the Slayer sitting in his chair behind his desk. He already saw the Slayer's guys posted around the room, so even if he were the type to jump headfirst into a physical altercation, he would think twice. He walks into the room and checks the TV monitor. The 4x2 grid rotates through the security feed from different points throughout the building. Front door, lobby, parking, stairs, elevator 1, elevator 2. Each monochrome grid square displays new dead bodies. Angelo clenches his jaw. The Slayer, his partner, walked into his building, killed his guys, and waited in his office to gloat. Angelo turns and says, "Your plan had better be to kill me, too. I would recommend it, because if you don't, I will occupy every waking moment for the rest of my life with tracking you down and making you beg. And you will beg. You will beg for mercy, for me to kill you. You will beg to go back in time and take this idea you had to become the Slayer and crush it before you can act on it. Mark my word. Wow, the Slayer says. That sounds awful. Keep smiling, asshole. You better shoot me now. Well, dang, if those are my choices, I think I might have to suffer. I'm not shooting you. It's too bad because my plan was to give you your money back, but you don't want that, so... Angelo blinks at the Slayer. He turns to his dead bodyguards and the bodies on the security screen. What? I know, it's a mess. All this just to give you back your money. The problem is, I didn't feel like I could walk in here to a handshake and a latte. That's on you, Angelo. This is on me? The word was out there. I heard it. You were gunning for me. The minister too. You two turned your backs on me. You stole my money. I can almost forgive the minister. He's young. He's new at this, and he's discovering who he is. Mistakes happen, but at least he gets it. You, though, Angelo, you should know better. I know plenty. Someday soon you're going to find out what I know while you're strapped to a table. Nah, you're stuck in the past, Angelo. You're like a relic. See, that's what people in charge don't understand. They build these ivory towers and hide in them, and they think they're safe. They think structure will protect them, but they forget about people. The regular guys and gals down there on the street, they forget about the cops, the security guards, the waiters, the cashiers, the doormen, the little people, the gray people who hold that structure up like rivets. You make them feel small and distant. They're forgotten. You ride around in your limo that they drive, wearing your fancy clothes that they clean and sew, and you come to your modern office that they built and your disregard upsets them. They hate you, and after a while, they want to do something about it. That's the difference between you and me. I go direct to the consumer. I don't hide from those people. How can I? I am those people. It's a lesson I learned from my father, who was a doorman. He stood in the cold and opened doors all day long for 33 years until he dropped dead with clogged arteries and credit card debt. My mother was a waitress, and after Dad died, you know what she told me? The best gift you can give someone is a smile. You believe that? On her own, bad back, on her feet day and night. That's what was important, how you treat people. So, be honest, is it any wonder your people gave you up? I'm not here to question your management philosophy, Angelo, but did you ever just give your employees a smile? Angelo says, You're dead. You understand that, right? If you let me leave here, you are a dead man. You're so hostile. I'm trying to make up with you. I'm giving you your money back, minus about $100,000 for expenses. Good. Leave it and get out. Then grow eyes in the back of your head. Because if you don't, someday you are going to turn around and the last face you see, oh, blah, 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 Angelo, you are no fun at all. No wonder no one likes you. The Slayer says to one of his men, Are we ready yet? The man nods. They're here. Finally, let's get set up. Set up for what? Angelo says. The show. Angelo, this is your big moment. The audience is waiting. Chapter 68. The men clear the bodies from the room, working around Angelo. They remove the papers, telephone, and computer from Angelo's desk, setting the equipment on a side table, and sidestep another man who points his phone at the Slayer. The cameraman looks from the phone image to the Slayer and back, judging the image. The Slayer points behind him and says, Is the window a problem? If it's too bright, I'm going to look like a shadow. No. These phone cameras are pretty good. They adjust for that. This will be live, right? And people can get it easily. No passwords, no forms, just click and watch. Yep, like TV. Angelo says, Does someone want to tell me what the hell you guys are doing? The Slayer says, It seems like it doesn't matter, but it does. Some streaming services have you fill out all these forms to watch. Name, email address, etc. They don't need that data. They want it so they can sell it. It's dishonest. I won't ask my viewers to take part in it. I don't give a crap about that. Which was my point earlier, Angelo. You should. You goddamn... The main elevator dings, and 4 men, 1 woman, and the minister step out. The Slayer smacks his palms on the desktop and says, Okay, now we're cooking. Now we have a show. Punch Girl leans the punch cycle toward the curb. She stops and sits up in the seat. Did you get that? Central says. Say it again. The Slayer is going to broadcast. It's going to be live. Punch Girl slides out her tablet and taps to light the screen. Alex steps out of the elevator, leaning to one side. His ribs throb, and beneath the minister's mask he hears his own breathing. Minister, come in, the Slayer says. You know Angelo, right? This is Angelo. Angelo, this is the minister. Angelo the Deuce stares a hole in the minister. His eyes narrow as he fumes at the new guest in his office. I'm going to need more enthusiasm than that when we're on the air, Angelo. We ready? The cameraman lifts the phone and points it at the Slayer. After a moment, he says, You're on. The Slayer smiles and says, Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to a very special broadcast. I'm your host, Walter, which is my real name, swear to God, and today I am joined by two very esteemed contestants. You know them both well. Please welcome Angelo the Deuce and the minister. The cameraman swivels and points the phone at Angelo and the minister. He rotates back and refocuses on the Slayer. How exciting is this? But wait, there's more. In addition to our first two contestants, later we will welcome a third surprise guest. When that guest arrives, the real fun begins. You do not want to miss this, folks, because today, right here on this show, one of these two great competitors standing before us is going to die. Chapter 69. You have got to be kidding me, Punch Girl says to her screen. Central says, Why? This sounds exactly like something the Slayer would do. No, not that. This. The three of them in the same room. This is what we have been waiting for. This is a mistake. Oh, the live murder is okay. Have Jessica send a notification. Call the news. The Slayer, the minister, Angelo the Deuce. We're taking them all at once and everyone is going to see it. Hopefully before anyone gets killed. Of course, start checking the live feed and see if you can backtrack the IP address. Doubtful. I don't know. This feels reckless. I think he's mad. I mean, look at the windows behind him. That's Sodo, right? How hard is it going to be to find that window? That's a good point. If he didn't mask that, he may have used a public IP. I'll start checking. You think I should check on the name too? Walter? Check it, but he lies, so don't expect that to pan out. Central says, Who do you think the special guest is? If you can find out, we can use it, but I should break this up long before that. He has given us time. Nothing will happen until this special guest arrives. Even if we come in late, the Slayer will be so caught up in his little pageant that I'll be able to drop in and end the show. I'll let you know what I find out. Chapter 70. The Slayer waves his two contestants over. The minister and Angelo approach Angelo's modern desk with the Slayer's men following behind, carrying two club chairs. They set the heavy chairs in front of the desk, and Angelo and the minister sit. Excellent, the Slayer says. Now, the game is called Password. Does everyone know how to play? Angelo says, No one is playing your game, Walter. You psycho. You said you came here to give me my money. Now give me my money. I will, if you win. If I win? My own money? That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Our prize package today includes over $400,000, tax-free, in cash. That's my money. I'm not playing you for it, you dope. Are you saying that you forfeit the game? Sure, fine. I forfeit. Game over. Give my money to the minister. I'll find him and take it back. With interest. Well, this is disappointing. I apologize to my audience, but I can't force anyone to play who doesn't want to play. If that's what Angelo wants, so be it. Minister, you win the prize package, including your life, your identity, and the cash, as well as the title of champion. Congratulations. The minister nods and accepts the win. Since we didn't have a game, I don't feel it's fair to penalize Angelo. I know that will disappoint many of you, especially considering that I made a promise to you, but forfeiting is not the same as losing. In fact, I always like our contestants to leave feeling they had a satisfying experience, so I'm not letting Angelo leave empty-handed. Angelo stands and says, "Save it. Whatever you're going to give me, whatever you conjured up in your twisted little mind, I don't want it. This ain't Starpoint City." "I'm going to cut off his hands." Angelo glares at the Slayer. "I mean, what kind of host would I be if I asked you to go to all this trouble and let you leave empty-handed? I would be a terrible host. You would be right in saying so. I can't have that." Angelo scans the escape routes around the room. Men stand at every door. "Angelo, you leave me no choice. Decency dictates that I respect the integrity of the game." Two men step forward. The Slayer pulls a pair of silver scissors from the desk drawer and sets them on the desk. Angelo sits down with a growl.
"Oh, does this mean you're staying?"
"Start. I'll play your stupid game."
You hear that, folks? Angelo has reconsidered. How's that for competitive spirit? Of course, this means that you will have to earn your prize after all, Minister. I'm sure you don't mind that, do you? The Minister shakes his head. "Bravo! So the game is called Password." The Slayer reaches into his black leather duster and pulls out a stack of note cards. "I have here several answers. I'm going to give you clues, and your job is to come up with the answer on the card. It couldn't be simpler. Ready?" The contestants stare at the Slayer. "Okay, here we go." The Slayer holds a card up to the camera for the viewing audience. The words read Starpoint City. "Angelo, you'll go first. Your clue is place. It's a place." Angelo shakes his head and says, "A park." "Oh, I'm sorry. The answer is not a park. Minister, a place." The Minister says, "Home." "No, but now we stay with you, Minister, and you get a second clue. The clue is city." "New York." "No, I'm sorry. Angelo, a place that's a city." Angelo says, "Starpoint City." "Ding, ding, ding! Yes!" The Slayer flips the card around and shows it to the contestants. "Good for you, Angelo. You're on the board. Minister, you will need to remove one item of clothing." The Minister's blank mask faces the Slayer. "Go ahead. One item of clothing." "Why?" "Because that's the game. If you don't get the password, you take off your clothes, or, in your case, robes, and eventually mask." The Minister sits still. "You're thinking that if you disrobe, everyone will see who you are. But it's okay. You don't need to worry about that." "I think I do." "It'll only be for a minute." "You're broadcasting this. Once it's out there forever." "Oh, I see. Yes, you're completely correct. What I meant is it will only be a minute for you. Whoever strips first loses, and whoever loses dies. See? Stop worrying, silly. One item of clothing, please." Chapter 71. Punch Girl sits over the dormant punch cycle on the roof level of a Soto parking garage. She looks over the city and ignores the Minister, who removes a boot on screen. The vantage from this height looks like the one in the window in the video. If that window is on the top floor, the target building should be about this height. Central says, "The name Walter turned up nothing." It's probably a lie. Punch Girl checks her screen and says, "Part of me wants to watch this and let it play out." "That's not really your thing." "Yeah, but either the Slayer kills Angelo or he reveals the Minister and kills him. I'm not seeing the downside." "The downside, apart from the murder, is that the Slayer gains a foothold here. He could claim to have made the city safer where you failed. He could even kill both of them and claim to be the hero." "Why not give the people what they want then? They love watching him so much. Give them the hero they deserve. See how that works out." "I see we're feeling cynical." "For now. It's a stop on my way to angry. By the time I get to those 3 jackals, I'll be good and worked up, where I need to be." "That's more like it. Take your time, though. Things are dragging on this end." "Dragging how?" "The IP trace isn't going well. Our usual channels aren't responding," Central says. "Get the police in on it." "That's a problem, too. I'm not getting the usual cooperation from them." "Of course not. When have the police ever been any help in Soto?" "Not since Angelo the Deuce took over." "Exactly." Punch Girl watches Angelo fume on her screen. He unbuttons his dress shirt and removes it,
exposing his bare, white chest. Under her mask, Punch Girl smiles. Don't worry about that other stuff. Focus on the window. That will tell us where they are. On the screen, the Slayer holds a card up to the camera. It says Bright Man. Let me know when you have something. How would right now be?
Really? Stand by. After several moments, Central says, I've got it. This is it. Has to be. I'm sending you the map.
Punch Girl presses the button and the punch cycle roars to life.
Chapter 72.
The Slayer throws his hands in the air and exhales disgust. You're ruining the game.
Angelo sits in his beltless pants, shirtless and barefooted. Keep going, he says.
You're not even trying. I mean, a thing, a vehicle, a toy, and you guess a stereo? Angelo, a stereo is not a toy. You can't ride around on a stereo. No one even uses stereos anymore. That's a terrible guess.
Is this your way of quitting?
No, I said keep going. It's just so bad. It's bad TV. You're letting down my audience, Angelo. The Slayer considers Angelo and says, unless you think that by extending the game, your men will have time to come here and rescue you. Is that your plan?
It was a guess. Keep playing.
Your men aren't coming. There are no more your men, Angelo. They're now my men. Even that's wrong. I don't have men. I don't ask people to do my dirty work for me. People are free to do what they want without restriction. If they want to help me, I appreciate it, but I don't make anyone do anything. Do you see what I'm saying, Angelo? No one is coming for you. Ask the minister. He gets it. The minister waits without speaking. His followers follow him because they want to. I'm much more worried about them than I am about your hired guns. His people are downstairs right now, causing all kinds of problems. So stop giving me these baloney answers and wasting the audience's time. Minister?
I agree, the minister says.
No. Thing, vehicle, toy. What's the answer? A train. The Slayer sighs and flips the card around. It's the '64 Chevy Chevelle SS Speed Blur Hot Wheels collectible car. You both lose on that one.
What? Angelo says.
How are we supposed to get that one? Not by saying stereo. At least he said train. Now strip. Angelo removes the chain from around his neck. The minister digs beneath his robes, and his hand emerges with a belt, which he drops on the floor. It lands on top of a dress shirt, boots, and socks. The Slayer's next card reads, vegetables in a stew when they are cooked, but before they get mushy so they maintain some of their crunch. He says, now try to do better. Your clue is a thing.
While Angelo wrestles with the answer, the fabric of the minister's robes rubs against Alec's bare skin. From the outside, Alec is still the minister, but before long, his gloves will drop one at a time and expose his complexion. The robe will come off, exposing more. Then the mask will fall. The Slayer will reveal his identity and kill him. He will die without explaining himself to Jess. She will see what everyone else sees, and she will suffer their opinions, unless he can win.
Idiot. That thinking caused all this trouble to begin with. Alec agrees. He always plays a rigged game against more skilled opponents. Alec Baum, CPA, the minister, and now this. He tells himself to hope and to depend on the rules to save him, but they never do. Looking across at the Slayer, who grins and pokes Angelo the Deuce, Alec wonders whether he ever understood what the rules were, or if there were any rules at all. Law firms sue him. Actual villains co-opt him for their purposes. They all use him. They drag him from safety and into their neighborhoods where they can beat him while everyone laughs. Alec never learns. He played at life while everyone else sharpened their teeth. Now he hopes to win, to live. No one ever protects him. I do. True. The minister faces the things that Alec cannot. They need to take control of this game. Chapter 73. Punch Girl grapples to the roof of a brick building. She zips up the crumbling and moldy facade and lands on the tar paper. She adjusts her footing atop the shaky structure and says, I'm here. Are you sure about this? I could be wrong about the floor, but that's the building, Central says. Punch Girl stands on the ugliest building in Soto and looks at the landscape's most decrepit section. She envisions standing in a garbage can perched on the highest peak of the city dump. At one edge of the building, she checks the view and moves to the perpendicular edge where she confirms her judgment. I think this is it. I think it's Angelo's headquarters. They're broadcasting from his office. Well, no wonder no one's ever found it. Are they still in there? They are. The game is taking a while. He promised a special guest, remember? He's stalling. Central pauses and says, I have an idea who that special guest might be. So do I. Me. I don't like it. It adds a further degree of uncertainty. True, but I can't sit this out. You said so yourself. Get going, then. These game clues are getting more and more ridiculous. Did AM&M get the notification out? They did. Stand by. I'm going to crash this party before anyone else can arrive. Chapter 74. The Slayer collapses on the desktop in theatrical exasperation. Without raising his head, he holds up a card and says, a person, elected, Midwest, Ohio, and you say, Ulysses S. Grant? Angelo fumes in his boxer shorts. The minister, clothes piled in pools on the floor, says, Is that right? He was from Ohio. No, he's from Michigan or Virginia. He's from Ohio. The minister looks over at Angelo. Angelo says, Michigan, Ohio, France? What am I, a historian? It could be Ulysses S. Grant. All those clues fit. The Slayer sits up and extends the card toward the minister. It's former Cincinnati Mayor Gerald Norman Springer. Where is our special guest? One man checks the security feed and nods. Really? The man nods again. Good. Finally. This is getting exhausting. The minister says, Gerald Norman Springer? Jerry Springer? The TV host? Yes, and mayor of Ohio. Strip. The minister sits without moving, and the phone camera turns to him. The Slayer draws his pistol and clunks the chrome butt on the desk, pointing it at the minister. You missed the question, and rules are rules. Right, Angelo? Angelo shrugs. Rules are rules. The minister rises. He faces the camera, opens his arms, and says, Brothers and sisters, you have seen for yourselves the snake in our garden. You have seen how he mocks your God and you, his servants. The Slayer says, No, 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 no. This is no. We are not doing this. The Lord speaks through me. Do not accept the lies of this man. For who is God except the Lord? Who but our God is a solid rock? God is my strong fortress, and he makes my way perfect. The Slayer stands. He points and cocks his pistol. You are ruining the game. You have 5 seconds to sit down. 1, 2. But those who hope in the Lord will renew their strength. They will soar on wings like eagles. They will run and not grow weary. They will walk and not be faint. 3, 4. Brothers and sisters, rise on wings of eagles. Storm this unholy place. 5. The minister's robes flare. They swoop and billow as they did in the garage video during the capture of Terrence Roque. The minister floats across the desk, and his robes engulf the Slayer as the pistol thunders. Boom. Angelo and the other men in the room raise their hands in cover. Their ears ring, and their eyes blink against the strobe flash. Then the wall window smashes inward. Above the tangle of flailing robes falling to the floor, a blue blur lands and moves at once, like liquid. Within seconds, the Slayer's men drop to the floor holding throats and knees while their hands and feet zip into plastic ties. Angelo sits frozen while his brain digests the action. Before he can, though, Punch Girl stands next to him. She rests a heavy hand on his shoulder and says, Sit. Her unspoken or else secures Angelo in his seat. The Slayer shoves free from the robes. He stands and says, Get off me, we're still doing the show. The minister stands and adjusts himself. Did I shoot you? No. That was very reckless. The Slayer turns to Punch Girl and says, Please tell me I didn't shoot you. Punch Girl says, Slayer, it's over. You, the minister, and Angelo are coming with me.
What did you do to my cameraman? Are we still on the air? The Slayer crosses to his man, who lies on the floor coughing. The Slayer ignores the man and picks up the phone next to him. He holds it up and pans around the room.
Slayer, it's over.
I think we're still on.
He jabs his gun toward the minister and says,
This is your fault. You could have been shot. I could have shot her, and that would have ruined everything.
Slayer, Punch Girl says, it is over. Put down the gun. The Slayer holsters the pistol and says, You're right. You're so right. The show must go on, and I'll need my hands to run the camera. It'll be harder since you came in all angry and incapacitated everyone, but don't worry, I'll manage. Turn off the phone. Drop the gun.
Why would I do that? Deny my audience their special surprise guest?
We have a problem, Central says in Punch Girl's ear.
What is it?
Punch Girl says. Your followers responded to your notification, but the minister's followers met them downstairs. It's getting hot fast. Give it to the police.
That is proving difficult. They are unusually reluctant. The Slayer must have... I don't know, he's done something.
A round of applause for Punch Girl. The Slayer points the phone at Punch Girl and urges his two contestants to clap their hands to welcome their guest. The two men clap like employees at an office birthday party. Punch Girl returns her attention to the room. What?
Welcome. You are our special guest.
Punch Girl hesitates. The Slayer wanted her to come. Now Central says there's a problem. This is so exciting. Minister, if you could retake your seat next to Angelo. Punch Girl, forgive me. I would have one of my men bring you a chair, but you kicked them all and tied them up. If you wouldn't mind getting one for yourself, I'm sure you can manage. Ladies and gentlemen, are you in for a treat? Punch Girl flattens the Slayer. While he preened for the camera, she launched. She hits the Slayer with her shoulder, driven by her legs, mid-chest, and the air oofs out of his lungs. He falls like a rotted tree, and Punch Girl lands like a cat on his chest, while the phone clatters to the floor. Punch Girl squats on the Slayer's chest like a baseball catcher. She removes the pistol from its holster and tosses it toward the shattered window, out of reach. She points at Angelo behind her and says, Sit! Down! Angelo drops 1 inch back into his seat. The Slayer blinks his eyes and pulls in what breath he can. He smiles and says, This is so great. Ladies and gentlemen, did you see that? Brightman never would have done that. Punch Girl's arm launches on its own. The knuckles of her open hand backslap the Slayer's head 90 degrees sideways. He laughs and says, Brightman wouldn't have done that either. Punch Girl removes a blue zip tie from her back. It was a compliment. You're so much better than he was. Smack! Punch Girl backhands the Slayer again. The Slayer spits and says, You can't do it like this. You have to play the game. I'm not playing any games with you unless it's cops and robbers. I'll be the cops. The audience, they're expecting you to play. I don't care about the audience. Hands. The Slayer slumps beneath Punch Girl's boots. This is such a letdown. I can't believe you're a liar. Punch Girl wants to laugh. Instead, she says, There's only one liar here. No, you lie. You say you don't care about the audience, but you do. At least we admit it. You're dishonest. You lie. Hands. Punch Girl pulls the Slayer's hands together and loops the zip tie over the wrists. She pulls harder than necessary and secures her prisoner. You hired a PR firm. They sent a notification to your followers for them to come here and cheer you on to victory. You're lying to us and yourself. Now you're going to lie to them, your followers, and tell them you don't care? How dare you? Punch Girl hesitates and fumes. Play the game. There's no more game. Let's go. The Slayer angles his head toward the phone on the floor and says, Ladies and gentlemen, I was hoping to give you a better video than the ceiling of Angelo's very nice office, but you have to trust me when I tell you that this is the best I can do at the moment. Punch Girl has 2 choices before her. That's it. On your feet. Punch Girl stands. She straddles the Slayer and grips him by his leather lapels. She lifts him and plants him on 2 feet. Ooh, she's very strong. Choice 1, she joins the game in progress. She has the advantage of being fully clothed, of course, but the same rules apply. Miss a question, remove a piece of clothing. First one with no clothes loses. Loser dies. Punch Girl punches the Slayer in the gut and doubles him over. Be quiet. The Slayer wheezes for breath. When he catches it, he stands and says, Choice 2 is she can leave, alone, and we get to finish the game. This time, Punch Girl can't suppress the laughs. They bark out through the voice box like the chuckles of a demon deep in a cave. Anyone can see she has won. She has many more choices than the Slayer's ridiculous Choice 1 and Choice 2. The Slayer smiles and waits. Which option will you choose? I'm choosing option 3. Arrest you, arrest the minister, arrest Angelo the Deuce, and let the police sort out the details. I like that option. But that's not the game. Keep talking. I might choose option 4. Beat you senseless and throw you out the window. I could have killed these guys. Or you. But that's not the game. I don't care about the game. I don't care about you or your demented world. You came here and thought this was Starpoint City and everyone would let you do what you want. You were wrong. Now say goodbye. You need to choose option 2, Central says. You need to leave. Punch Girl looks away from the Slayer. Why? Is the crowd on their way up? It's not that. The minister's followers will be on their way up soon, but you need to leave. You mean leave with him in custody? No, I mean leave. His option 2. The Slayer says, Ladies and gentlemen, hang on. I think Punch Girl is reconsidering. What are you saying? Leave and let them continue this circus? No. Central says, The police aren't responding. I'm hitting dead ends on the tech side. Yeah, so? I know why. I spoke to the Punch Girl investors. They called. They made a deal with the Slayer. The Slayer says, Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Punch Girl is receiving new information that I think will affect her decision. This is very dramatic. Punch Girl releases her grip. She turns her back and steps away. The words make no sense. The pigs made a deal with the Slayer? They met? They sat in the same room and conspired against her? The blow lands harder than a roundhouse kick to the head. Cognitive thought evacuates her mind and leaves rage to fill the void. Why? She says. He went there, Central says. A security guard let him up, and he threatened to take the entire building. He left on the condition that you would play the game. After all I've done for this city, for them. They're afraid. It's possible that he took hostages, so for the moment, they are working for him. They leaned on the police chief and their other corporate interests, and for now, they are limiting their assistance. Well, I'm here now. I did it without them. I don't need their help to finish this. They've threatened to cut off your funding. Permanently. Punch Girl turns to the Slayer, grinning behind the phone he picked up from the floor. She wants to send her fist through all of it. She wants to move her next pig meeting to today and wrap her blue gloves around every neck in the room, squishing the jelly out of the pale, spineless, wrinkled heads of her benefactors one by one. Their drained, limp bodies will fall into a pile like towels in a hamper. Squish, drop, squish, drop, plop. They have been unhappy for a while. They feel unsafe, despite the money they are spending. He's going to make them feel safer? Fine. Done. They made this bed. They can lie in it. I'm finished with them. Central sighs and says, We need them. No, we don't. We'll find other investors. We won't. They'll talk and they will poison the well. They might not even want to, but that's what will happen. You know it will. They will not control me. They are being controlled. We need to show them they can trust you. Trust me? This is a niche investment with no return. They are involved because they are trying to do good. If they back out, we're alone. You are more than capable, but when push comes to shove, we beat the bad guys with money. This would break us. I'm not playing this game. I understand. We can hash out the details later. For now, this is where we are. You have to leave. What about option 1? I'll stay and play. Central exhales a sharp breath and says, I need you to get your head in the game. You cannot cede control to the Slayer. You cannot sit there passive and sanction a murder. There will be other opportunities. Today, you must leave. The Slayer says, "Ladies and gentlemen, the time has come for our special guest to decide. She has processed her information, and it even appears she consulted a lifeline. What will she choose? Option 1, stay and play the game, or Option 2, leave." Punch Girl turns from the Slayer to the contestants. She cannot predict what events will unfold if she leaves. She can predict, however, because the Slayer is the Slayer, the whole situation will catch fire. Blame will rain down like ash and coat all of them, even her. She soaks in the room. She wants to remember the scene, harbor it, and feed the festering memory so it grows. One day, payback will come. When it does, oh baby, she will spew the bile of this memory on everyone and everything. "We will need an answer," the Slayer says. Punch Girl says, "I'm leaving." "What?" Angelo says. "Lock her in on Option 2, the Slayer says. "That means, folks, that we will say goodbye to our very special guest. Can we give her a big round of applause?" Angelo and the minister oblige under the Slayer's stare. The Slayer taps his fingertips together, applauding the best he can while holding a phone with zip-tied wrists. He offers his bound hands to Punch Girl. Punch Girl releases the tin snip blades in her glove and cuts the Slayer free. The Slayer shakes the blood back into his hands and says, "Scissors in your gloves. You have so many cool toys. They must be very expensive. Let me walk you out." Punch Girl walks with the Slayer to the smashed wall window. She leans close and says, "I'm keeping score. Whatever you do to these two after I leave goes on your bill. This isn't over." The Slayer leans his head toward Punch Girl and says, "I sincerely hope not." Punch Girl walks out of the opening in the wall. She walks without breaking stride as if an invisible bridge would support her, and she plummets from sight. Well, that was fun. Now, folks, let's get back to the game, where the stakes couldn't be any higher. The Slayer frowns at the empty club chairs across Angelo's desk. The private elevator doors slide closed as the minister's robes sweep inside behind Angelo. The Slayer shakes his head. He picks up his pistol, holsters it, and faces the camera. Well, that's showbiz. Sadly, the game has ended. Our contestants, both big talkers and important-sounding men, have tucked tail and run, so there's no one left to play. The Slayer crosses to one of his bound men and uses the scissors to cut his restraints. He hands the scissors over and with a wave instructs the man to free his co-workers. Into the camera, the Slayer says, "Punch Girl was everything I had hoped. Angelo and the minister were terrible contestants who deserved to die. You're understandably disappointed, but I'll let you in on a little secret. I wasn't really going to kill one of them. I was going to kill both of them. Surprise. I wanted to blow up the entire building with them in it. Wouldn't that have been fun?" The Slayer pantomimes his disappointment for the camera, but his eyes widen and he spasms with a new idea. "Oh, guess what? I could blow up the building anyway. As a reward to you for being such a loyal and patient audience, how about if I let the minister's followers storm in here, like he asked them to, and I send them to meet their maker? Would you like that? It's not the same as Angelo or the minister, I agree, but what we lack in quality will make up for in quantity. Should we do that? I think we should." The men in the room gather at the private elevator door. When the doors open, they enter, followed by the Slayer, who backs into the box facing the camera. That's it for all of us here at the Password Game. For Punch Girl Angelo and the minister, I'm the Slayer, and I bid you a fond adieu. The Slayer and the men smile and wave energetic hands at the camera like a real game show crew, and the broadcast ends. Chapter 75. Jess watches the news feed on her laptop at work. Over the last 24 hours, the websites and broadcast outlets of every major news network ended any speculation about whether Punch Girl has gone national. In every city, town, and village across the land, all the stories, all the video, and all the podcasts cover the bombing of the building in Sodo. The building fell as the Slayer said it would. Now that the stories have been told and the bystanders interviewed, the news runs the same gray footage of emergency responders sorting through the crater of rubble.
As the crews secure power and gas lines, reporters stand by broadcasting the names of trapped victims and their decreasing chances of survival. Speculation over the Slayer's reasoning bounces among news anchors during their live broadcasts. Some argue that since the Slayer did not blow the building in Starpoint City, he should not have blown the building here. Jess knows better. In her professional opinion, the Slayer is playing a more advanced game than the public or the news anchors understand. He planned to blow that building, and he planned for Angelo and the minister to be inside it when it fell. He doesn't care whether anyone can predict him, and he doesn't care if they like him. As much as he claims to be a man of the people, he is a man alone. He is an artist. As an executive, Jess understands how executives think. They think about the profits and losses. Shareholder opinions matter. Artists ignore that. They stand out front, exposed and unfiltered. Artists poke and challenge the people watching them. They play to small rooms of dedicated fans. Even then, though, the genuine artists play to an audience of one. The Slayer is entertaining his core demographic, himself. A.M.&M has worked with people like that in the past. Comedians, musicians, rappers, designers. In the end, the executives advise and hope their clients don't burn down the house with their careers inside. John Belushi, Chris Farley, Kurt Cobain, Jim Morrison, Elvis, Vincent van Gogh, Edgar Allan Poe, Virginia Woolf. Society cannot control the Slayer any more than it could control those people. Even after their deaths, the audience and the admiration remain. Paul knocks on the door jamb as he enters Jess's office. He says, "I'm not sure we've ever had so mixed a bag." I was just thinking that. There's no such thing as bad publicity, I guess. P.T. Barnum. Of course, he was trying to run a circus. Yeah, well, now we're the greatest show on earth. Are we the ringmaster, though, or are we an elephant balancing on a rubber ball? I'm not sure it even matters right now. If we can't figure it out, no one else can either. Good point. Is that your position or Punch Girl's? Jess chuckles. Mine. Punch Girl doesn't enjoy losing. She hasn't come around yet. Did you see Angelo the Deuce on the news? You mean Angelo the citizen? The outraged victim demanding justice? Yeah, I saw. But even he gets it. He yammers at the cameras about the plight of the working man and the decay of law and order, all the while riding the wave of publicity to national attention. Paul nods. So we're good? I wouldn't call it that. It's tragic, and this wasn't the plan, but you can't argue with the result. Okay. Might want to factor in Punch Girl's thoughts, though. I'm not sure she sees this as the happy accident that we do. She's not as bottom-line oriented. Another artist. I'm on it. Paul exits and leaves Jess with her thoughts about ends justifying means. Chapter 76. Punch Girl slams her fists into the table. It bounces under the impact, and she grips the edge and flips it on its side with a clang. Papers and charts flutter, and the sound reverberates from the high ceiling of the warehouse. Central says, "Did I mention they want to apologize?" "Apology accepted, now and forever. Leave me alone." "They would like to tell you to your face." "Do they know they are taking their lives into their hands?" "I believe they thought you would have cooled off by now." "Wrong again. The answer is still no." "They were afraid. He surprised them. They didn't know what to do." "Pigs! Refuse! Show some backbone. You don't make a deal with the Slayer." "You know it's not that simple." "Then call me. They call me for every other goddamn thing. How about this? How about saying, 'No, we won't help you, Slayer'? Is that so hard?" "Why didn't you say that?" The comment lands like a sandbag. This is Central's purpose. The other perspective, the wider view. Punch Girl operates as a solo act. It's not Punch Girl and friends. She decides and she implements, always walking the razor edge. But Central advises. The press, the public, the pigs. Central factors all that outside noise into the calculations so she does not have to. Sometimes they disagree, but more knowledge always beats less. Blue-gloved hands right the overturned table and replace the papers.
Punch Girl says, I hear you, but I'm still not meeting with them. Where is the Slayer? Unknown. Where's the minister? Same. Also disappeared, although I would argue that his star has diminished somewhat, considering events. So we should be able to catch him. Silence fills the space. Right? Because I kind of look like an asshole right now. I wouldn't say that. Oh, really? It's okay that hundreds are dead. A building was demolished. 3 of the city's most notorious bad guys were there and responsible, and I was in the room with them and left. That's what we're saying is okay? No. I just wouldn't call you an asshole. You're not funny. I'm not trying to be. To me and many others, you look like a hero. Then the hero bar has hit an all-time low. You look like someone who put yourself in harm's way, again, to save lives. You stand up to bullies and fight on the side of law and order and sanity and society. People can count on you. That's a hero. It would be if I didn't leave because Mommy and Daddy threatened my allowance. You left because it was the right thing to do in the situation. There was potentially a hostage. Another lie, Punch Girl says. Leaving was the courageous thing. Regardless of whether you see it, you looked like a fighter. Not just to this city, but to the country. You looked like Bright Man. Punch Girl barks out a laugh. Bright Man? Bright Man never walked out of a fight. He never let a building collapse on innocent people. I'm not Bright Man. You're right. Bright Man is dead. The Slayer killed him. You're Punch Girl, and you are still alive. Punch Girl hears her own breathing inside her mask. Central's words burrow into her ears. You are still alive. The minister outsmarted her. The Slayer outsmarted her. She has become so accustomed to running through a problem, she forgot to find ways around it. Despite that blind blunder, though, here she stands. Central is right. She is still alive. She says, I asked the wrong question, didn't I? Go ahead. I asked where the Slayer was. True, I can't answer that. How do we find him? Central says, that is a better question. Chapter 77. Alec lies awake in bed. Next to Jess, who breathes the deep breaths of REM sleep, he stews with envy. Deep breaths bring him searing, teeth-grinding pain. Moving, sitting, standing, walking, bending, smiling, blinking. It all hurts. God help him if he sneezes. He might vaporize in a cloud of agony. He told Jess he slipped and fell into his desk at the office, which he did. His loafers skidded on the ice-slick surface of discarded papers, and he almost toppled backward. But even without his ribs ringing their bell throughout his chest cavity, Alec couldn't lie here dreaming sweet dreams. Pain or no pain, he has not slept in days thanks to his narrow escape from the Slayer. The event plays in Alec's mind like a cartoon. All day, every day, he watches the replay without escape. Remote, fantastic, and distant, he still grapples with the reality. In the moment, his emotions clashed. Terror humor, joviality dread, logic insanity. They paired and numbed his mind. He wanted to sit back and watch how it was going to turn out. Near the end, though, he realized he was not the hero in a movie playing on a screen. He could not turn it off, and he could not look away. Worse, no one was coming to save him. Punch Girl walked out. After that, the Slayer would leave him stripped and dead. So weak. The game shifted when the Slayer arrived. Fear paralyzed Alec, and that was when he and the Slayer were friends. Now the minister's followers lie crushed and broken in a mass grave underneath a pile of concrete rubble. Alec controlled his game, videos and characters and phony pandering to a few desperate people. He played small ball and he enjoyed it. Then the Slayer moved the game, and Alec didn't want to follow him. How did that work out? The Slayer knows where he lives. At any moment the doorbell could ring. A knock could sound at the front door, the back door, or neither. There could be no knock at all. The Slayer could wait inside. He could visit day or night. He could visit when Alec isn't home, and Jess is.
Alec adjusts his frame a fraction of an inch, and his clanging ribcage refocuses him. He needs a plan. Tell Jess, call the police, alert the news, confess, something. All those options include major drawbacks, but without a plan, Alec will continue down this road. If the Slayer shows up and threatens Jess or him, he will do what the Slayer says. If he allows that, the Slayer will use him up and discard him. In the end, Alec will have accomplished nothing. He will have been complicit, but the Slayer knows who Alec is, where he lives, and where he works. Alec cannot escape. We need a plan. Chapter 78. Alec never subscribed to concepts like waking up on the right side of the bed. Atmospheric pressure, the changing seasons, and living as large mammals among other large mammals all contribute in an objective, quantifiable way to one's sense of well-being. That said, several days later, Alec woke up on the right side of the bed. He woke clear-headed, rested, light of spirit, and optimistic. He dressed, ate breakfast, hit almost all green lights on the way to work, and unlocked his office with an upbeat spirit even as he confronted the last day of school paper storm inside. The last few days threatened to crush him. The Slayer, Angelo, and Punch Girl waited around every corner. He forced himself to keep it all inside and wear a blank face for Jess, but the large, dark, lonely world overwhelmed him. His psyche fell into the depths like a submarine without power. The pressure increased, and his hull creaked and buckled, but he restored his power. As of this morning, the nagging unknown has disappeared. A solid plan awaits him as he views the world through clear eyes. The drifting variables assemble themselves into columns and rows. Standing in his doorway, Alec exhales a long, cleansing breath and considers whether to tidy his office or get straight to work. Why not check in on Waylon? The idea makes sense. Ease into the buffet of work with a Waylon palate cleanser. Alec exits his office and stops at Waylon's closed door. He pulls his keys from the pocket of his khaki pants and sinks the last one on the ring into the handle. It shouldn't turn. He and Waylon never shared keys, and the building charges extra for additional keys, so most tenants only have one. Alec twists, popping the lock free inside the mechanism, and he opens the door without wondering why he can. The door swings open on the dark office. A wedge of light from the hallway projects Alec's shadow, which bends on the far wall against the surface of the clear plastic sheeting. Waylon sits in his chair, head forward, motionless. Alec slips inside. He closes the door and flicks on the overhead light, revealing the full picture. Plastic sheeting covers the walls. Cotton batting hangs behind that, and Waylon slumps, bruised, dirty, and bound in his chair. Alec swallows and understands what happened. The Slayer was here. Alec uses Waylon's scissors to cut the duct tape and free Waylon's arms and wrists. He pulls the rag from Waylon's mouth, and Waylon gags. Alec should have predicted this. The Slayer suspected what he suspected. He even asked whether Punch Girl could be a man. Now the Slayer knows, and he is formulating plans with the information. Alec crouches next to Waylon's chair and says, "Waylon, you there, buddy? You're okay." Waylon inhales a long, ragged breath through his unblocked mouth, and he stirs. His head jerks upright, and his eyes flash open like activated spotlights. He thrashes and tries to stand from his chair, but Alec restrains him with a gentle hand. "Waylon, it's okay. It's me. I'm here. You're okay." "Alec? It's me, your buddy. You're fine. Is anything hurt or broken?" "Alec, he was here." "I know, I'm sorry. He was here. He thought I was Punch Girl." "Is that what he said? Is that what he wanted to know?" "He beat me, Alec. He kept saying I was Punch Girl. It kept going." "What did you say?" Waylon looks around the room and says, "What day is it?" "It's Thursday. What day did he tie you up?" "Monday, maybe? He just walked in." "I know. Let's get you some water. Have you had any food?" How could he just walk into the building? Waylon would not understand. The Slayer walks into buildings, and he leaves damage behind. Speaking of walking in, was he done, Waylon? Is he coming back here? I don't know. Let's get you out of here. If the Slayer comes back and finds both of us here, Waylon recoils. The Slayer? The Slayer is coming here? You said he might come back, so we need to leave. No, the minister might come back. The floor opens underneath Alec. That slow submarine descent transitions to open-air freefall. Waylon, did the minister do this to you? Waylon nods and says, Is the Slayer coming too? Chapter 79. Alec stands. He walks around the desk and falls into one of the two visitors' chairs. Waylon says, We have to leave. We have to call the police. We will. He could come back. Is he working with the Slayer again? No, he won't come back. No one's coming. Waylon stands and says, We should leave. I need to go to a doctor. We need to call the police. Alec, please, we have to go before... Sit down. Waylon obeys. He drops into his chair and sags. Alec pities Waylon's obedience. After 3 days locked in this room, Waylon's willpower has run dry. He wants to bolt, but on a subconscious level he heard the minister and Alec's command. Alec says, Do you remember what he said to you? He thought I was Punch Girl, Waylon says to his lap. What did you say? I don't remember. Did you tell him you were Punch Girl? No, I don't think so. No, or you don't think so. I don't remember. Alec exhales and says, It doesn't matter anyway. Just tell me, are you? Waylon focuses on his shoes. Waylon, look at me. Are you Punch Girl? Waylon stares at the desk. Punch Girl would play it like this, but so would someone in shock. Do you think you said that you were, Waylon? Do you think you said you were Punch Girl? Waylon shifts his eyes to Alec. He said if I didn't, he would edit it and post the video anyway. Jesus, he recorded it. He was videoing you? Waylon's head nods. Alec stands to retrieve his laptop from next door, but he hesitates. Waylon's laptop sits closed on the desk. Alec points and says, On that, right? He used your laptop? Waylon's head nods again. Alec sits and opens the computer. He types in the password, ignoring yet another door he can now unlock, and stares at several video files parked on the desktop. He lowers the volume to the minimum and clicks the first video. On screen, a vigorous Waylon struggles in his chair. He protests through the rag in his mouth, and his wild eyes flick around his office. Gagged, Waylon says, What do you want? The minister says, Confession, my son. Confess what? Confess to me your true identity. What identity? The minister's hand whips across the desk. The weighted glove catches Waylon on the cheekbone. Confess who you are. Punch Girl. Waylon blinks at the minister. Punch Girl? Another backhand slap turns Waylon's head. A thread of pink drool falls from the rag. The minister says, You are Punch Girl. The sooner you admit it, the sooner we can get down to business. Alec scrubs through the remaining files, and two narratives emerge. Waylon never admits to being Punch Girl, and he takes the punishment for it. In each successive video, he looks like a time-lapse of a rotting plant. The final file cuts off with a flare of temper from the minister and the slamming of the computer screen. Alec says, Why did he think you were Punch Girl? Did he say? I don't know, I'm a man. But you've heard the rumors. She could be a he. Waylon sags. He looks at his lap and says, I'm not Punch Girl. Alec believes him. He has studied Punch Girl. He has watched her in person twice now. Could the minister get the drop on her? Wouldn't she have prepared, installed some early warning system? How long could the minister have kept her captive in a place so obvious as the office she uses for cover? Not long. Punch Girl has helpers. Someone flies the punch copter. She talks to someone. At Lesko Park, someone wearing a punch suit swooped in and rescued her.
So no, Punch Girl cannot go missing for days at a time. The minister must have believed him too. Waylon is not Punch Girl. That doesn't mean he's not involved. Alec cocks his head at Waylon and says, I believe you, but you're not. Do you know why the minister wants to know? Did he tell you? He wants to kill her. No. Did he say that? That's not right. It's the opposite. Remember in the video he talked about getting down to business? Waylon blinks at Alec. He wants to work with Punch Girl. He wants to team up with her to take down the Slayer, but first he needs to know who she is. Alec, can you take me to the hospital? I will. Waylon, what if the minister is looking for a way out? What if he wants to end all this and take out the Slayer in the process? Waylon squeezes his eyes together, fighting the prickles of emotion there. I promise, Waylon, I'll help you. I'll make this right. Just, you're not Punch Girl, but do you work with Punch Girl? Are you her helper? Waylon stares at Alec. His mouth quivers, and he stands and staggers. You don't have to give up who she is, Waylon. You can tell her what the minister wants. Can you do that? Is it Stephanie? Is Stephanie Schmidt Punch Girl? Are you helping Stephanie? Waylon weaves toward the door. He fumbles with the handle, trying to get his hands to cooperate. Alec stands and helps. He opens the door and steadies Waylon with an arm across the shoulder. He says, Okay, come on, buddy. Let's get you some help. Chapter 80. The Slayer intercepts Alec on the way home from the hospital. Alec left Waylon and drove through the neighborhood streets in a thought fog, so when the black SUV ran the stop sign to Alec's right, he almost T-boned the larger vehicle. The Slayer lowered the window, poked his head out, and said, That was close. You owe me an apology. Now Alec rides in the SUV. The Slayer invited him, and it was not a request. It never is. So, do you want to apologize? You're the one who ran the stop sign, Alec says. I'm not talking about that. You ruined my game. Your game? Oh my God, are you serious? I am. This is my serious face. I want an apology. What did you expect me to do? You were going to kill us. That was the game. Then you changed it all up and got all those other people killed. Not cool. Shame on you. Alec weighs the Slayer's logic and envisions the many dark paths this conversation could take. He considers the innocent dead, and he means it when he says, I'm sorry. Thank you. We're friends again? Not at all. Yes. Good. Since we're friends, I have a present for you. The Slayer reaches into the seat pocket and removes a laptop computer, which he hands to Alec. A computer? Not a computer. Waylon Grimes's computer. I wiped the hard drive for you. Friends don't let friends leave evidence lying around. Alec looks at the computer and knows. The Slayer has been watching him. It didn't go great, did it? I have to admit, I didn't think he was Punch Girl, but I was rooting for you. You seemed so convinced, and that sort of convinced me. It would have been nice, but I warned you about the minister. I told you to babysit him. Alec tilts his head and blinks in confusion. This dual personality thing you have going, it's a ball to watch, but if you're going to play at this level, you need to get it together. I thought you had. When the minister took over and grabbed Waylon, I thought, oh, there it is. Good for him. But you were missing all the obvious clues, not to mention leaving evidence behind, and I could tell that Alec wasn't in there. Alec agrees. He thought about it ever since leaving Waylon at the hospital. He needs to reassert himself over the minister. That's not what he's saying, you asshole. The Slayer says, I like the minister as much as anyone. I said it the night we met. I'm a fan. But the minister is the balls of the operation. You need the brains, too. Alec is the brains. Without him, the minister's just balls. No one is that into balls. I was just thinking that. Right? We're not rabid dogs biting everything we see. We're human beings with needs and points of view. Alec understands that. This is our profession, and to do it well, we have to think. The minister needs Alec Baum just like the Slayer needs Aaron Brillstein. Who? The Slayer looks away for a moment. Can I trust you to keep this between you and me?
I shouldn't have blurted that out like that, but that's my real name. Aaron Brillstein. Can you imagine? He swore to his audience that his name was Walter. He swore to God. Is it any wonder I let people call me the Slayer? Can you imagine how much harder my job would be if I had to introduce myself as Aaron Brillstein? Please don't tell anyone this, but somewhere out there is a video of the Slayer's bar mitzvah. Alec's lips pull into a smile. He pictures the grainy bar mitzvah video and hears a high-pitched Aaron Brillstein's nervous recital of the Torah. The Slayer trusted him with this, which feels so much better than sitting alone in his office or tamping down his emotions at home. Out the window, the SUV blows through a stop sign. In a world full of rules, the Slayer lives free, and people cheer him while he does it. If a cop had pulled them over, Alec would bet money that the cop would recognize the Slayer and let them go. The Slayer is bringing him along for the ride. He's trying to teach him how to live this life. Alec craves guidance, and with the Slayer, he can accomplish what he set out to do. He's not your friend, dipshit. He tried to kill you. Alec says, I hear what you're saying. More Alec, less minister. The Slayer squints and looks sideways at Alec. The jovial twinkle disappears from his eyes, and he says, No. Told you. Here it comes. No? I thought that's what we were saying. More Alec. More brains. Less balls. The Slayer exhales, and his finger bounces against his leg. Tap, 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 tap. You're not listening. I think I am, and I agree that's what needs to happen. The minister is becoming too much. I have to be more thoughtful. The Slayer's gloved hand smacks into the side of Alec's face and sticks there. His other hand mirrors the move and slaps into Alec's other cheek. The two black-gloved hands sandwich Alec's head like bookends. The Slayer pulls Alec's face forward and leans close. Less minister? I want more minister. I thought, you said that the minister needs Alec. So? I was thinking the minister could step back a little. Step back? No, no, no. I need the minister to step up. You said the minister is just the balls. So Alec needs to step up too. The Slayer breathes against Alec's face. His eyes search Alec's, and his hands release. The leather leaving Alec's skin sounds like a Band-Aid ripping free. The Slayer leans back, adjusts and composes himself, and says, I'm sorry, I can't stay here forever. There are other ministers in other cities. I need to know that I can trust you to be in charge after I leave. In charge? Of what? The city, of course. What, forever? Think of it like a license. You just got your own territory, your own staff, your own customers. Have fun with it. Alec says, You're doing this in other places? Many other places. Don't worry, though. There won't really be any other ministers. That isn't what I was worried about. Oh, Punch Girl, you do have a unique problem there. Don't worry about that either. I won't leave you high and dry. What does that mean? Well, with Punch Girl dead, you'll be the undisputed heavyweight champion of this town. No one will dare step to you. Wait, dead? I can't leave you here to deal with her all by yourself. I like you, Alec, but let's get real. Punch Girl will eat your lunch. How will you get her? Do you know who she is? Not a clue. Do you know where she is? Nope. Then how? I didn't know who Brightman was. I still don't, but I got him, didn't I? Alec nods. He got Brightman. The Slayer smiles as he looks at the ceiling and reminisces. That put me on the map. Now I'm doing the same for the minister. I'm going to kill Punch Girl, and you, my friend, will get the credit. Chapter 81. The elevator door opens, and Punch Girl steps into the two-story marble lobby. As the Slayer did, she notices the wide columns, fine rugs, and expensive Rothko painting decorating the room. She does not see Lester, the Beeman security guard, though. After the Slayer incident, the company moved Lester to a new post. His replacement watches Punch Girl stride through the lobby and push through the front doors into the street. Outside, Punch Girl grapples up the side of the high-rise building. Zip pull, until she crests the roof,
Once there, she stands at the edge and watches the dark city. The blackness and the shadows echo her mood. She taps her head and says, "I'm out. Typical pig meeting." "And?" Central says. "It was fine. It was what we thought. They bent over backward to apologize. You were right. It's too much for them. They want to feel safe." "And you made them feel that way? Like we're all back on the same team?" "Yeah, but I shouldn't have to explain the concept of teams to them. I'm not a known psycho. I didn't come into their house and threaten them. This should be an easy decision." Central chooses silence over debating logic versus emotion. "Anyway, that's done. They also don't know how to get in touch with the Slayer, which is annoying. To be fair, they don't have a direct line to you either. I'm not trying to be fair. I'm trying to find the Slayer. We could try Angelo. His office is gone, but he'll be in Sodo. He shouldn't be hard to find." "Then what? We have a chit-chat? He draws me a map and wishes me luck?" "Well, there's no love lost between the two," Central says. "Exactly. It's not like they're partners. If we can't find the Slayer, what makes you think Angelo can?" In the following silence, Punch Girl paces the roof. "He's not from here. He has no headquarters, no business, and no accomplices. It makes him unpredictable. Where does he go? Where does he sleep? Who does he see? We don't have that information. He has a very protective fan base. As if they have any information anyway, like he's sleeping on the pullout in their garage. Please." "What then?" "That was a theme with the pigs, too. Everyone is well aware of my sinking reputation. The Slayer is thrilled to sit back and let everyone doubt me. I have to do something." "What did you tell them?" "That I had a plan and not to worry," Punch Girl says. "But you don't." "No, I don't have a plan until I have information. We can't announce something and then give him time to mess it up. That's his thing. He turns the tables. He draws you into a game where he sets the rules and all he offers you are bad choices. I've fallen into that twice now. I'm not doing it again. For once, we have to get the drop on him." We did get something on the minister." "Like where he is?" "No, it's not that concrete. A couple of nights ago, though, a man turned himself into the hospital after being abducted. He said the minister did it." Punch Girl stops pacing and says, "A couple nights ago? Why am I getting this now?" "Because we just got it. News on the minister is lagging. When he took Terrence Roque, he was the only threat in town. Now he is playing second fiddle to the Slayer. The details are vague anyway. The victim may have been abducted several days ago and checked himself into the hospital recently. If it's that vague, have the police clear it up. I'm not wasting my time on this." "You haven't heard the payoff yet." Punch Girl, not a comedy fan, waits. He says the minister thought he was Punch Girl. Punch Girl listens to the city while she thinks. "This is official?" "Official enough. I believe it was the minister." "Interesting. The minister approached Punch Girl." "Because he wanted to talk to her," Central says. "If we're looking for a way to reach the Slayer, the minister might have a line. And we could talk to him. If we play it right." Punch Girl starts her pacing again. "It's been bugging me since Lesko Park. I'm not sure they were ever working together. We assumed they were, it seemed like they were, but maybe the Slayer set it up that way." "And the minister was an unwilling participant?" "Unwilling or unknowing, or both. The Slayer might have turned the tables on him, too. I'm telling you, it was like two different fights down there. I was kicking the minister's ass. He was surprised, he was deflated, and he was on his heels. When the Slayer showed up, the whole dynamic shifted." "Then you were surprised. You were on your heels." "He could have killed me if he wanted to. I never got that feeling from the minister. I mean, when you put them side by side, who is more dangerous, the minister or the Slayer?" "The Slayer." "How about physically?" "You. It's not close," Central says. "Fine, but I'd still rather fight the minister. There's something lightweight about him. The thing about these big ego villains like the Slayer is the deeper you go, the more dangerous they become. It's like a thicket of poisonous black thorns protects their insides, and beyond that, it turns into a maze of rage and darkness. You can get lost fighting in that. You can get sucked in. The minister doesn't have that." "It wouldn't surprise me to learn that's how they got Brightman." "The Slayer wears black. The minister wears white. The slayer believes in himself. The minister invokes God. The slayer stands in the open. The minister hides. They're not the same. One is strong, one is weak, one is bad, and one is good or not as bad. He said he wanted to work with you. Maybe it wasn't a throwaway comment. Punch Girl stops and studies the night sky for a moment. I want to talk to the victim. The minister approached him for a reason. I want to know what that is. Don't do anything overt. Just gather information for now. Keep it quiet. Don't go through the police or any of our usual channels. I don't want this connecting back to us and spooking the minister. I'll give it to AM&M. They do background checks and dig into people's business all the time. They collect data in volume. No one would suspect them. Fine. Kick it to Jessica, but not the entire team. No one past her. Done. The minister poked his head out far enough for us to see it. I don't want anyone lopping it off before we get there. Punch Girl sprints and leaps into the night. Chapter 82. Alec enters the house from the garage, skirting Jess's car on the way in. He needs to tell her who he is and what he knows. It's past due. He needs to tell her before she finds out on her own. When the slayer announced his intention to kill Punch Girl and leave the minister in charge, a clock started in Alec's head. For once, everything inside him aligned. Punch Girl is a threat to the minister, but she balances the slayer. Without her, the minister becomes a puppet. No one wants that. Punch Girl's death is terrible for the minister, Jess, and him, but he cannot protect Punch Girl. She can, however, protect herself. Giving Jess bad news always turned Alec's nerves to jelly, so over the past several days, he stalled. His job, as he sees it, is to make her happy. He wants her to enjoy her life with him, so if giving bad news to Jess makes him nervous, giving her revelatory, earth-shaking news dissolves his will to powder. He curses his cowardice while the clock ticks in the background. Tonight is the night. He passes through the kitchen and finds Jess in their small living room, sitting on the couch with her iPad propped open on her lap. She fumes at her puzzle game, which flashes the words "Game Over" at her in cartoon colors. She slaps the iPad closed and says, "Why didn't you tell me about Waylon Grimes?" Alec's mind empties. A single word breathes from his mouth. "What?" "Waylon, from your office. You don't know what happened?" "Waylon?" "Sit down. I can't believe the building management hasn't spoken to you." Alec's shoes fuse with the floor. He looks at his feet like they belong to someone else. "Sit. Do you want to hear or not?" Alec drags his feet forward and sits in the chair next to Jess. "Work has been frustrating. Everything was good, but then it just eroded. We can't seem to maintain any momentum. Punch Girl's fans get restless, and we're always starting over with them. I haven't said this to anyone but you, so please don't repeat it, but the one who is coming across as the star here is the Slayer. At some point, Punch Girl has to overtake him. In public opinion, if not real life." "But Waylon and my office?" "That's the surprising good news. Not for Waylon, and I'm so glad that you weren't there. But guess who was? Guess who was in your building? On your floor, across the hall?" Alec does not need to guess. "The minister." Jess tells the main points of what happened to Waylon and how it may provide an opening for Punch Girl. When she finishes, she says, "The upshot is this may be coming to a head. I'm sitting here running like a hamster on a wheel, and then this falls in our laps. Can you believe? I have to tell you something." "Oh my God, were you there? Did you see him?" "No, it's something else. We need to go outside." Jess looks away and frowns. When she turns back, she says, "Can it wait until we finish talking about this? This is important." "It has to do with this. With us." Jess's face pales. "Oh no, is something wrong? Are you sick?" "No, it's not anything like that. I need to tell you something, and I think you're not going to like it." Jess falls back against the couch, closes her eyes, and exhales. "Do we have to? Now? Whatever it is, can you just handle it?" "I have been handling it. For a while." Jess sits forward.
Because here's where I am. I represent one client and one client only now. I'm fighting my ass off for her and I am losing. We just got a break, and if I get distracted and blow this, I'm done. That's it. I will never rise this high again. Do you understand that?
I do. So can it wait, whatever personal crisis you're having? It's fine. It'll keep. Sorry I brought it up and stressed you out. Jess glares at Alec. Do not do that. Do not make this my fault. I'm not. I apologized. Don't worry about it. Don't give me that passive-aggressive, frazzled woman bullcrap either. Handle your business, and I'll handle mine. I said don't worry about it. So what? I'm new at this? I can't tell when you're pouting and being an asshole? This is complicated stuff, Alec. It isn't husband and wife dinner table talk. This would blow your mind. I have every right to be stressed out. I didn't say you didn't. Unlike some people, though, I'm here if you want to share. Share? Oh, is that what we're doing? Okay, sure. Why not? You're versed in sociometrics, right? How about reputational versus conceptual popularity? While I wasn't looking, did you write a paper on the discriminant validity and popularity preference correlations? Is that what happened? Because I could share that. Or how about this? Do you think that, like everyone else in the world, you understand my job because A, you're a man, and B, you have a goddamn Twitter account?
I think I understand your job better than you think.
Oh, good. Then you'll understand this. If Punch Girl loses the support of the public, she's done. She is a vigilante who works outside the law. If the police turn on her, if the politicians or the citizens decide that the risk of someone like the Slayer overshadows the benefit of Punch Girl, and they put the two of them in the same basket and adopt a zero-tolerance policy, Punch Girl is done, and the Slayer wins. Is that what you understand as part of your everyday life at Alec Baum, CPA? Is that what infects your every thought? Because I would love, love, love to not be the face of the system that put Punch Girl out of business. I can see that it's stressing you out. Alec hears the venom in his words, and he sees the revulsion on Jess's face. He did not expect to approach this topic from a place of anger, but Jess's ignorance and her associated arrogance sparked the emotion. She doesn't know what she doesn't know, but worse, she assumes he lacks the information too. On the plus side, the door to inform her will never open wider. Go to hell, Alec. You think you're so great at hiding this stuff from me. You've been acting weird around me for weeks, months. Of course something is up with you, but I don't burden you. Alec slashes his hand across his throat. This conversation must take place outside. Oh, you want me to stop, now that you're the one getting hurt? He circles a finger at the ceiling. The Slayer was here. The Slayer has also been watching him. He could be watching now, or listening. Alec stands and crooks a finger for Jess to follow. What are you doing? Speak. Alec crooks his finger again and exits to the kitchen. He passes through and waits in the garage. When Jess follows and descends the 2 cement steps, exhaling patience, Alec closes the door behind her. He leads her to the rear of his car and says, "This is bad, but as quickly as you can, try to see my point of view. Try to see the good in this, okay? What are we doing out here? Someone might be listening in the house. Just one thing at a time. For now, be mad, but get through it." Alec fishes his keys out of his pocket and unlocks the trunk lid. He lifts it and steps aside. Jess squints at the dark trunk. She leans forward, reaches inside, and pulls the wad of fabric into the light. As she turns the cream-colored material in her hands, a fragment falls to the floor. The mask piece, in the shape of a head, lies against the gray concrete looking up at her. She pales, and she unfurls the robes, holding them high. The empty shell of the minister floats in her garage. Alec says, "So, it's a lot. We need to talk about it, but if you have any emotions you need to get out first, I understand." Jessica stands frozen, staring at the costume. After several moments, she folds the robes into a packet like sheets. She picks up the mask, places it on top, and hugs the bundle close. She bends over it like she is trying to absorb it. Alec waits a few seconds before placing a hand on Jess's bent back. He says, "If you want to ask me questions, I won't lie to you." Pow! Jess uncoils and delivers an uppercut to the base of Alec's chin. Chapter 83. Alec never saw it. Light and motion flashed across his vision, and now he looks up from his back, blinking the garage ceiling into focus. Then Jess lands on his chest. The air squeezes out of him, and Jess leans down and blocks his view. She says, "You won't lie to me, you lying snake?" Alec moves his mouth, but no words escape. He tries to suck in a breath, but his gut and lungs fail under Jess's weight. He draws a few molecules of air through the cocktail straw opening in his throat and says, "I'm sorry." "You're sorry? Sorry for what? Lying to me? Making my job exponentially harder? Creating distance between us? Having a secret life? Are you sorry for almost burning Punch Girl to death? Are you sorry for aiding, abetting, and enabling the goddamn Slayer?" Alec pulls another breath and exhales one weak word. "Yes." Jess stares at Alec like an angry god, but instead of raining doom, she stands. She walks into the house and reemerges a few seconds later with her bag. She walks around her car, opens the driver's door, and says, "Get up." Alec groans to his feet. "Put the costume in your trunk, then get in." Alec completes his chores, shuffling like father time. He sits in the passenger seat as the garage door rises. Jess fires the BMW's engine and backs out. They drive in silence for a few minutes until Jess pulls the car to the curb between neighborhood houses and cuts the engine. In the dark spot between streetlights, Jess turns to Alec and watches him flex his jaw. She says, "Are you okay?" "I guess, if I eat soft foods for, ever." "You're lucky that's all you got." "Are we getting a divorce?" The question surprises Jess as much as her haymaker surprised Alec. She jerks her head back and laughs before she can stop it. "That's what you think? That on top of everything else I have going on in my life, I need to add a divorce into the mix? You think I want to be single?" "Well, not right away." "Do you want a divorce?" "Not at all. I'm just saying I wouldn't blame you." Jess shakes her head. "Idiot, asshole, moron, dope. My God, there aren't enough words. Is that what you think of this marriage? That after all this time, I'm teetering on the brink of leaving you? That I'm waiting for you to mess up one last time so I can finally get out of this? Why would you think that?" "It's a pretty big mess." "Oh, Alec, why? Are you that insecure?" Alec swore he would not lie, but he didn't think Jess would start with such a probing question. He says, "I haven't been in the best place mentally." "I guess not. Tell me." "It started with the goofball and it went from there." "The goofball shot himself. It shouldn't have gone anywhere after that." Alec describes the thought process that led him to the minister. He recalls Jess's late nights, the stress she was under, and how he decided Punch Girl needed a worthy opponent. Jess winces. She hears the inconvenient truth in Alec's words. "I said the same thing to Paul when the minister showed up. I said it was a gift." "That makes sense. A lot of what the minister was about, I learned from you." "Oh, good. So this is my fault?" "No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that I listened. I learned from you." "Wonderful." "I also took advantage of inside knowledge, like I stole your messaging idea." Jess exhales a long breath and says, "Kidnapping, false imprisonment, assault, intentional infliction of emotional distress. Alec, you could have gone to jail. You still could." No one felt sorry for Terrence Roque. "Be sure and mention that to your lawyers. What about Waylon Grimes?" Again, Alec wants to reveal everything, but he cannot find the words to say he is swimming in far darker and more dangerous waters than either of them knows. Instead, he says, "I wanted to help." "Alec, it's awful. You have a problem. How could you do that to people?" "I convinced myself that it was worth it, which I guess is part of the problem. Apart from that, though, it was fun. At first." Jessica studies Alec and says, "I could see that." "I doubt it. There's no way I can explain it. It's just something finally mattered in my life. I had a plan, and it was working. I was helping you, and..." "And what?" Alec sighs and says, "No one respects Alec Baum." "That's not true."
No, it is. But it's okay. I'm used to it. That's who I am. But the minister, he scared people. Some people worshipped him. Some people hated him. But everyone listened. It felt good. Jess should have seen this sooner. The minister probably gestated for years. Forever. Then she helped birth him. The world they live in, Alec's job, her job, the sudden proximity to Punch Girl in her world, all those ingredients combined into the stew that created the minister. And after Alec admitted to being the goofball, Alec retreated. He engaged less. He acted distant, even weird. She can't recall the last time they went for Chinese food. When was the last time they discussed the bills? When was the last time he tried to grope her in the shower? Those are the memories of someone else's life, because she shifted her focus to Punch Girl. Not that she accepts more than her share of the blame. A marriage is a union of individuals. If one of them becomes a supervillain, it's blameworthy. Alec failed by succumbing to the pressure and trying to do too much. He went too far, which they must address, but more immediate concerns move to the front of the line. She says, I can't believe I'm asking this. You, my accountant businessman husband, are friends with the Slayer? I guess, as much as he can have friends. Does he know who you are, like this? He always knew. He knew when he first came to the house. The house? The Slayer came to our house? Jesus, Alec, why didn't you tell me? I don't know. I thought we were on the same side. You thought you and the Slayer were on the same side. Alec shrugs. So he knows about me. He's never mentioned you, now that I think about it. Jess leans back and stares at the ceiling. After a moment, she says, if he knows you, and he knows where we live, he knows I work with Punch Girl. It makes me a target. It wouldn't surprise me, but he's not a linear thinker either. If he was looking for you at all, he may have been looking for Jessica Baum and not Jessica Radcliffe. That's who's working with Punch Girl. Jess turns to Alec. She never thinks twice about her two names, but Alec does. You might be right. I'll bet there are several Jessica Baums in town. Probably. You're the best one, though. I'm also the most homeless one. We can't go home. We have to assume that's why he came here to get to Punch Girl through me. It's not. You're sure of that? Like bet your life, sure? Alec describes his latest encounter with the Slayer and the plan to kill Punch Girl in franchise mayhem across the country. Wow, what a nut job. Now I'm definitely not going home. You have to tell Punch Girl. Why? So she can move in with us? No, so she knows he's after her. You think she doesn't know that already? Jess leans back against her seat and closes her eyes. After 30 seconds, she says, you could go undercover. You could tell him the minister knows how to find Punch Girl. I can't. You may have to. It may be the best way to get him to... I can't. Jess opens her eyes. Alec, you have to. You may not have comprehended this before, but I'm telling you now. This is life and death. This may be the only way to save our lives, or at least delay our deaths. Never mind the atoning the minister needs to do. What? You can't trust me. You can't trust the minister. Why not? Because I don't always control him. Alec tells Jess about the episode with Waylon, how he discovered it after the fact, and he possesses no real-time recollection of the event. How can you not remember it? Alec describes the separation between himself and the minister. He tells Jess about the missing robes and the rent letter in his office. He describes his confusion over the change of plans in the burning building that almost trapped Punch Girl. Sometimes the minister gives him ideas, and they argue. Jess nods. That explains why the Slayer came to you. You're as crazy as he is. You're not. This is a lot. I'm trying to figure out anything. I feel crazy, Jess. I'm scared of him. He's going to take over. It's what he wants. It's what the Slayer wants. I'm afraid I'll let him and I'll wake up in jail, or not wake up at all. No wonder he kept this from her. He embarked on a path that looked safe but led to capital T trouble. When the path turned scary and posted signs warned him away, he kept going. For her. Along the way, he met the minister.
Together, they met the Slayer. Now Alex stands deep in the woods, lost and alone. The minister and the Slayer toy with him like creatures in a dark fable. He needs help, professional help, which Jess cannot provide. But there is something she can do. Is there anything I don't know? Alec looks through the windshield at the streetlight's yellow cone. He says, I don't think so. You don't think? Alec? If I remember something important, I'll tell you. If you remember anything at all, you tell me. She pushes the button to start the engine and steers the car away from the curb. Chapter 84. After several minutes of silence, Alex says, Are we going to a hotel? Jess drives without answering. She accounted for this choice long ago. Stay married or don't. Riding in a dark car on dark streets in the dark of night, her reckoning day has dawned. A split from Alex solves most of her problems. It unburdens her and clarifies the future. It's best for Alec, too. If they stay together, the opposite happens. More problems arise. Her baggage comes with them, and they both have to carry it. It's an easy choice, but no one ever said life should be easy. The BMW enters downtown and passes by the AM&M building. Alec watches as the glass and steel edifice fills his window. The car turns right along the building's side, headed for the parking garage. Alec says, Are we going to your work? Is Punch Girl here? Are you taking me to meet Punch Girl? You don't deserve to meet Punch Girl. Is that where we're going? Shut up. The car winds its way up the concrete parking garage. Jess pulls into a spot near the elevators, shuts off the car, and exits. Alec follows. Jess swipes a key card in the slot between the elevator shafts and waits for the door to open. Alec says, Is that what we're doing? I mean, it's nighttime. There's no one at work, so... The elevator doors open. Jess enters, and Alec follows. Inside, Alec continues. I'm nervous. I mean, how can I tell her I'm the minister? Are you going to tell her? I don't want to get off on the wrong foot. She's angry and aggressive. The doors open and Jess exits. Jess, say something. I'm serious. Follow me. Alec exits the elevator and walks the office corridor like he's walking the Green Mile. Jess will help him, but she plans to extract a price along the way. She won't cushion the blow, or blows, of confessing to Punch Girl. Alec braces for his come-to-Punch Girl moment as they walk past Jess's office. Alec hesitates but follows Jess further up the corridor. She swipes her keycard at a second elevator. As the door opens and the couple enters, Alec's thoughts of Jess and Punch Girl combine with their location and birth a new thought. As the elevator rises, Alec gets it. Paul. How could he have missed it? He always suspected Paul of something. This ride will deliver them to his office and the main AM&M conference room. Of course it will. It all fits. Punch Girl's strength, her access to technology, and of course, Paul would award Jess the Punch Girl account over more experienced managers so he could control her. The doors open and they exit the elevator. Jess approaches the doors leading to Paul's office and the conference room. As expected, she veers toward the nameplate reading Paul McNeary, CEO. Alec follows Jess inside. Jess clears the doorway and continues walking to the left, but Alec stops and looks around the empty office. He says, Where's Paul? Jess stops and turns. Why? I thought he'd be here. Stop thinking. Jess turns and walks toward the wall dividing Paul's office from the conference room. She places her hand over a blank space in the drywall, and a hidden door slides open. Alec smiles. Awesome. Now that is tricky. Jess steps inside the compartment, and Alec follows her. The door slides closed, leaving a blank wall. As the elevator rises, Alec looks at the ceiling. Weren't we already on the top floor? Jess rides in silence. We were. Your office is on the top floor of the public elevator, and the conference room is one floor up. So where... Oh, wow. Is this the dome on top of the building? Is Punch Girl's secret lair on top of Paul's office? Are we meeting her in her secret lair? You have access to it? The doors slide open, and Alex steps into a dim, cavernous space. He walks forward and hears his footsteps echo. Spotlights highlight several stainless steel tables. On a higher one, 3 computer screens shine at an empty chair. Jess says, "The warehouse." "Oh my God." "That's what we call it. It's not a secret lair. This isn't a James Bond movie. It's called The Warehouse." "That's clever. You assume a warehouse is on the ground." Alex stops walking. He points. That's the punch cycle." Jess watches as Alec approaches the bike, and his senses overload. The punch cycle. My God, there's the glider and the wingsuit, and Alec moves to a glass case and stares. "That's the punch suit. Jess, that's it right there. The goddamn punch suit. I mean, I saw it before as the minister, but now I can really see it. Without Paul sitting on my chest." Jess recoils. "What?" "Well, I was the minister, so I saw a lot of Punch Girl on the computer. Then in Lesko Park, Paul was kicking my ass until the Slayer came in and... Hey, was that you on the punch cycle? Were you there? Oh my God, are you the helper?" Jess crosses the room and jacks a punch into Alec's shoulder. "Ow." "Paul isn't Punch Girl, you asshole." "What?" "I'm Punch Girl." Jess crosses to the computer table. She picks up an earpiece and inserts it in her ear. "Central, come up. Code Alpha." A moment of silence follows. "Yes, Code Alpha. It's time." Alec rubs his shoulder as Jess's shoes echo across the floor toward him. He says, "You can't be Punch Girl." Jess's fist tightens next to her leg. "Why? Because I'm a girl? Why does everyone assume Punch Girl is a man? What man would wear light blue and call himself Punch Girl?" "Someone clever, someone trying to throw people off the scent." "That's why it's Punch Girl and not Punch Woman. That's the clever part." "You can't be Punch Girl." "Why? Because girls can't be aggressive? Girls can't be physical or angry or smart?" "No, because if you're Punch Girl, then I almost killed you." Jess unclenches her fist and exhales. "We're going to talk about that." "Also, I've had sex with Punch Girl?" "Not for a while." "Did I come at a bad time?" a voice says from the darkness. Jess and Alec both turn their heads as Paul walks into the light. Alec tilts his head to the ceiling and says, "Oh, of course. You're not his helper. He's your helper." Jess says to Paul, "He thought you were Punch Girl." "Really?" Paul says, "Yeah, even though I brought him here, and Punch Girl is obviously a girl, he's still such a misogynist, patriarchal pig that his narrow mind couldn't reconcile Punch Girl's femininity." Alec jabs a finger toward Paul and says, "I was right about you. I suspected you all along." Jess shrugs and nods agreement. "Really? Why?" Paul says. "There was something about you. You're suspicious. I thought you were sexually harassing her." Jess and Paul respond in unison. "What? You saw me as the victim?" Jess says. "There's no way I could have a consensual extramarital relationship." "Definitely not," Alex says. "Not in my head anyway." Paul says, "And I'm a predator. This is worth Code Alpha." Jess says, "What do you want?" "I love him." "Does he live here?" Alex says. "No. We get notified whenever anyone accesses the warehouse. He knew the hand scan was Punch Girl's, so he came." "He's on call 24/7? "So am I." Alec hears Jess's sharp tone. She and Paul had to overcome a barrier to bring him here, raising a question. "Did you always know you would tell me?" Jess turns away as she frames her words. "Either that or cut you loose." "Cut me loose?" "For your own safety, out of love." "You would have left? How is that loving?" "It removes you from danger, which, now that you know, you are in, which is a burden I have to bear. If something happens to you now, it's my fault." "Excuse me, I was already in plenty of danger with no help from you." "I wouldn't be bragging about that." Paul says, "Does anyone want to catch me up? We've initiated Code Alpha because... Jess sighs an impatient breath and turns to Paul. The Slayer was in my house. He may have bugged it. Okay, how? You might want to sit down for this one. There's good news and bad news. What's the good news? We don't have to track down the minister anymore. Why? That's also the bad news. Jessica points to Alec and says, "He's the minister." Paul sits. "Surprise," Alec says. Chapter 85. Jess and Alec wait while Paul recovers. After several seconds, Paul turns to Jess and says, "You've been fighting your husband this whole time?" Jess nods and says, "It goes back farther than that. He was also the goofball." Who? Jess, with Alec's help, explains Alec's motivation in becoming the minister. Paul looks at both of them and says, "Focusing on the results alone, it's not bad. It worked." Until it didn't, Jess says. "Of course, I have to ask, do you also have a relationship with the Slayer?" Come on. He isn't your uncle or your brother or your cousin twice removed? We're not dealing with the superhero version of the Munsters here? That's funny. Can we get to work, please? Alex says, "Well, wait, I have a question." Jess stares hard eyes at Alec and says, "You two should go to lunch and chat. I'll stay here and save all of our lives." When did you become Punch Girl? What difference does it make? She's been around a long time. Was it before or after we were married? Before? Before we were dating? Yes. So I've always been in a relationship with Punch Girl? No, you're in a relationship with me. And you're Punch Girl? No, I'm me. Punch Girl is Punch Girl. She has no interest in you beyond innocent citizen. If anyone should understand that, it's you. Was I cover, or did you and Punch Girl find me attractive? I'm not having this discussion, Alec. You're my husband, and I am your wife. Some of us can separate our work and our home lives in a very healthy way, and some of us need to do a much better job of focusing on that, or they are going to get us all killed. Alec hears Jessica's message loud and clear. Paul says, "Is there something I'm missing?" No, that's it for the Q&A. We need a plan for the Slayer. We all remember that he wants to kill Punch Girl, right? And give the minister credit? He does? Jess clenches and unclenches her fists. She sniffs an impatient breath and says, "This is why I don't like teammates." Then I suggest we develop a plan. Alex says, "I have one more question." No, you don't, Jess says. Yes, I do. Alec, I swear to God, I am running in the red with you right now. I am begging you to shut your mouth. Why did you leave? My God, leave where? When did I ever leave? When did I ever abandon you? Tell me one time when I wasn't there for you, ever. In Angelo's office. Jess's fists unclench. When the Slayer played that sick game, you left. Why did Punch Girl leave? Jess and Paul exchange a look. I thought I was going to die without explaining it to you. You were there, though. It's complicated, Paul says. He explains Punch Girl's relationship with the pigs and the decision the Slayer set up for her. So, you were going to let one of us die? That's the game, Paul says. Punch Girl has to think long term. You were both bad guys, Jess says. Alex sees Punch Girl in his wife. Jess exhibits this kind of unapologetic truth-telling, and he considered her feisty and cute. In this context, though, it chills him like a breath on his neck. Against real stakes and real lives, Jess's black and white point of view presses like cold iron. Punch Girl is every bit as committed as the Slayer. They sit at opposite ends of the balance, but the weight tips toward her. She outclasses the Slayer in will, planning, and ability. She welcomes the fight, and she expects to win. Alec evaluates his own reflection against that and sees the watery opposite. He sits in the balance and tips whichever way forces direct him. The minister wants him to be more like Punch Girl or the Slayer, but Alec fears the fight and its outcome. For a time, this was a game he could control. Now he has moved from player to piece on the board. Punch Girl and the Slayer sit across from each other, and no one considers this cute anymore. Is that it? Can we get to work now? Jess says. Alec nods. Good. Now that we have the minister on our side, we can finally get the drop on the Slayer. You ready to get your game face on? No, I don't know. Yes. Chapter 86. Over the next few hours, Alec observes as Jess and Paul debate the facts from several points of view. They huddle around the table as Paul compiles the written list. When they stand back and survey their handiwork, Jess says, "No one knows about the minister but us." "That's an assumption," Paul says. "I'm going to start a new list." Half an hour later, Jess looks at the two side-by-side lists and says, "Okay, fact. The public view the minister as a bad guy. They hold him responsible for the deaths and the collapse at Angelo's office." Paul says, "Fact. Fondness for Punch Girl has waned. The last people saw of her, she was leaving Angelo the Deuce's office before the Slayer blew it up. Many want to assign some portion of the blame for that to her. Fact. The Slayer's appeal to his wacko audience continues to grow. Unlike in the cases of the minister and Punch Girl, the longer he stays away, the more positive his legend spins. Angelo exists and harbors no love for any of them. He is a wild card. Finally, the press will act as vultures to cover anything any of them do." Paul says, "On the other side, we have the possibles, the assumptions, beginning with the Slayer knows who the minister is but doesn't know he is flipped. Then comes the Slayer doesn't know who Punch Girl is or where to find her. The Slayer doesn't know who Jess is, and he doesn't understand the connection between the minister and Punch Girl. Any or all of those could prove untrue. Also, we cannot predict how the Slayer will react. That belongs on both lists, along with one more, that we haven't underestimated him." Jess considers whether that one belongs on a list by itself. The regrets list. As in, when we lose, we will look back, thinking we understood him, but we didn't. Punch Girl has compiled that list before. Whatever he does, we can't guess it, but it will be grand, public, and he will be the star. "Does this mean we're forming a plan?" Alex says. "Starting to," Jess says. "We're going to need a few things. One of us has to reach out to Angelo. Probably you, Paul, since you're a citizen and won't set off any alarms in Soto among the Slayer's informants." "Got it," Paul says. "What else?" "We need to modify the punch suit." "Give me your notes. I'll take care of it." "We're also going to need AM&M. Punch Girl is going on an apology tour. She is going to start with a town hall meeting in Soto. Get the word out." "On it." "What about me?" Alex says. "How can I help?" "You have a big job, a key job. I need the minister." Alec takes one step backward and says, Can we... Jess follows Alec's beckoning hand away from the table and huddles with him out of earshot of Paul. "I thought we were done with the minister." "It's the last time. We need him." I can't play with him, Jess. It's not just a costume. There has to be a way to do this without him. The minister has to be there. Anything less, and it will instantly tip off the Slayer. But if it looks like the minister is there and in charge, and Alec has disappeared for good, you want the minister to take over? You want me to let him? Of course not. Just play the part. I don't think you don't understand. I do. Don't worry. I'll be there. Paul will be there. You'll be fine. Alex stares into Jessica's face for a moment and says, "You can't trust me. There's a part of me that really enjoys being the minister." Jess leans forward until her forehead touches Alex. "You're not alone anymore. I trust you. Trust yourself." Paul says, "Anything I should know?" Jess pulls her head back and says, "No, everything's fine. Let's get to work." Chapter 87. AM&M pushed the notification to Punch Girl's followers. Punch Girl plans a public tour of the city. She will explain what happened the day she left Angelo's office, and she will field questions from the audience. Time, date, and location to be announced. The announcement omitted that the time, date, and location depend on the slayer. When he kicks off his plan, Punch Girl will respond with hers. In the meantime, Jess and Paul tackle their list of chores, while Alec follows the mechanics of his everyday life. Jess argued Alec should sequester himself inside the warehouse, but even she granted that Alec's absence from work or home could trigger suspicion. So Alec avoids his own thoughts while he drifts through the waypoints of his day. At the office, Alec posts to the minister's site, as he has over the last several days. Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid or terrified because of them, for the Lord your God goes with you. He will never leave you nor forsake you. He closes his computer and wonders whether anyone reads the minister's posts anymore. Accomplishing nothing, Alec exits the office, ducks his head, and scurries to his car. On the way home, he picks up a burrito at a fast food place, which he eats on the couch facing the TV. He doesn't taste the food or register the TV show. Later, he lies in bed and waits. Some nights, Jess comes home and lies there with him. Some nights, she stays at work. Either way, he will start the process again tomorrow, a human advertisement for the banality of life. Days blend into nights, which dissolve into mornings and repeat. Alec listens for the minister, but hears only the shrill drone of his empty ears. Evening burritos become pizza and then chicken strips, and Alec's mind drifts through all of it. If he loses time now, who could tell? Maybe nothing will happen. The slayer left him in the dark at Lesko Park and again at Angelo's office. This could all go down while he sits on the sofa, patting his waistline. Knock, knock, knock. Or not. Alec opens the front door to the slayer's smiling face. Is the missus home? The slayer already knows the answer, but Alec plays along. No, she's at work. She's always at work now. They're preparing for this Punch Girl World Tour. So I heard. I can't help but feel partly responsible for that. Yeah, partly. Are you coming in or are we going out? In. The slayer steps inside and leads Alec to the kitchen. Alec crosses to the other side of the kitchen counter and unloads the dishwasher, keeping the counter between them. The slayer eyes Alec. You're a good helper. I like that. Your wife is a busy lady. It's good that you don't get all caught up in gender roles, or really any roles. You're adaptable. It's a good quality. I try. Are you here to talk about the plan? I'm not sure you mentioned your wife before, though. She works with Punch Girl. The whole firm does. It's not a secret. My wife is the project manager. The slayer scoots a chair and sits at the kitchen table. It's nice to have a wife. I had a wife once. She died in a car wreck. Drunk driver. In the morning. She was on her way to work. It's tragic. I thought your wife was murdered. I guess she was, in a way. You said she was mugged, raped, and murdered. You said that at the WCN takeover in Starpoint. Did I? You blamed the police for not saving her. Well, either way, if she was alive, I wouldn't keep any secrets from her. I would tell her everything. Good for you, Alex says. Did you ever think about asking her, your wife, about who Punch Girl is? Yeah, I did ask her. And? She didn't know. Really? What did she say? Alec gathers the snippets he gleaned before he knew Punch Girl's identity. She said she was always in costume, always used the voice modulator, and didn't interact much. She said she was still and weird. The slayer chuckles. I'll bet. So you don't know who Punch Girl is? If I knew, would I have tortured Waylon? The slayer stares ice-blue eyes at Alec while his gloved finger beats a light tap on the table. Listen, if that's why you're here, I'm sorry you wasted your time. I don't know who Punch Girl is, and my wife doesn't know either. You said yourself that you didn't know who Brightman was, and you still got to him. If you're waiting around for Punch Girl to... No, you're right. It doesn't matter anyway. It'll all work out. You'll see. The slayer stands. Alec follows the slayer out of the kitchen toward the front door. He says, Since you're here, though, what's the plan? What are we going to do? The slayer exits the house into the empty driveway and walks away. Is there a time frame, or should I be preparing something, a special message? The slayer turns and says, You're lucky to have a wife, but wives don't need to know everything. Believe me, there's a lot my wife doesn't know. That's good. Good for her. Good for you. The slayer turns and walks out of the driveway toward the street. Before he disappears into the darkness, he calls over his shoulder, "Be ready. When I call, you come running. A new day is about to dawn for the minister." Chapter 88. The next day, the slayer and several armed men take over the downtown courthouse. Paul, Jess, and Alec stand around the console table in the warehouse, watching the news feeds and listening to law enforcement's response on the police frequency. Jess says, "Here we go. Paul, push the notification to Punch Girl's followers. Everyone get in position. You know where to be?" Paul and Alec nod, and Paul exits the warehouse via the elevator. Alec crosses the floor and picks up his gym bag and a pair of metal-clad minister boots. "They're heavy," he says. "Tell me about it. You can walk in them, but they're not great for running. With punch boots, though, who needs to run?" Jess evaluates Alec's tone and posture. More than the boots sit heavy. "You can do this." "I know." The slayer is going to resist. Things could go off track. That's fine. Whatever happens, stay on target. This is about taking out the slayer, okay? "I'm good." "Remember the mission. Whatever happens, I'll be there." "Okay." With a last look, Alec leaves to take his position. Chapter 89. A line forms outside the courthouse. It snakes from the doorway, down the concrete steps, and onto the sidewalk. Spectators crowd the area, adding to the buzz of the helicopters overhead. News vans line the curb and raise their broadcast antennas to the sky. A reporter and cameraman wait in the line. The reporter faces the camera, lifts his mic, and says, "As you know, the slayer has assumed control of the building. We expected to wait outside, but it appears they are letting people in. I'm not sure why, but once we're inside, I'll have more." The studio anchor says, "Do you think they will have a problem letting reporters and cameras in?" "We're not sure. I can see from here that several armed men are checking people at the door, so they could turn us away." The line moves forward, and two men wave the reporter and cameraman ahead. "I'm a reporter with Channel—" "Don't care," one man says. He frisks the reporter while his partner frisks the cameraman. "Do you have any weapons?" "I'm with Channel 9 News. Is the slayer—" "I said I don't care. Do you have any weapons?" "No, but why is—" The men shove the reporter and the cameraman past them into the courthouse foyer. Inside, the reporter raises his mic and looks into the camera, walking backward. "We're inside now. The guards at the door frisked us and inquired whether we had any weapons. I mentioned I was a reporter, but they couldn't have cared less. Now we're waiting in some sort of holding area. It's possible that they will take us from here to wherever the slayer is." The studio anchor says, "So they're letting reporters into the building?" "Apparently, yes." "Do you know if it's just Sky Eye News Channel 9? The reporter looks off camera toward the door. Several news team pairs wait their turns outside. He says, "It looks as though anyone can gain access provided they don't have a weapon. I'm not sure how that matters since the courthouse is full of police officers anyway. It's possible that the police are working with the slayer. So there will be other news teams in there. It doesn't matter. Everyone here has a phone. If you look around..." The cameraman pans around the crowd swelling in the lobby. "You can see that at least 50% of the people here are videoing the scene. This will be covered from all angles." Back in the studio, the anchor sighs and says, "Great reporting in there. Keep us up to date." An hour later, a similar but smaller crowd gathers in the cleared lot in Soto, where Angelo's office building once stood. The neighboring brick buildings surround the space and lean in like schoolyard bullies. The crowd looks at their phones and checks the streets and the sky for Punch Girl's arrival. More Punch Girl fans stream in from every direction, adding to the mass. The people murmur and share the news they follow on their phones. A rumor circulates that Punch Girl won't show up because of what is happening downtown. People speculate that the slayer upstaged her. No updates have appeared, so the people wait. Minutes later, a swell forms within the group. Excited chatter passes overhead like an electrical storm. Punch Girl is coming. Voices rise, bodies jostle, necks crane, and a cheer bursts as the slapping sound of Dacron wings taut with wind ripples overhead. Punch Girl arcs downward in the wingsuit. She kicks forward and jets flare from her boots. She lands on her feet amid erupting applause. When the adulation settles, Punch Girl says, "Thank you for coming, especially here, to this place. That you still believe in me and what we together can do for this city. Your support means a lot, because the fact is, I haven't earned it." From his position, Alec cannot see Punch Girl, but he listens to her through an earpiece. He pokes his finger at his ear, adjusting the device, which sits like cold wax. He always worked alone, so other people's equipment chafes him. Jess's voice sounds flat. The voice adapter in her suit strips all emotion out of it. Her ongoing apology sounds sarcastic. Alec flexes his feet in the minister's version of punch boots. At least the earpiece is passive. He wonders whether he can control the boots. The equipment is a surface irritant. All this agitation funnels back to the minister. Deep down, Alec expects the rational and convincing voice of his co-pilot, but so far, the minister has slept. His continued sleep crackles Alec's nerves. Perhaps Alec will play his part as a member of the team, and the minister will comply. Or the minister is waiting, sitting coiled in the dark, ready to spring at his last chance for escape. When he makes his dash for freedom, he'll shove Alec in the trunk and take him along for the ride. Forever. Pain blooms in Alec's forehead, but all he can do is wait and listen for his cue. The reporter and cameraman follow the flow of people exiting the elevator. More black-clad guards direct traffic here. They work both sides of the crowded corridor and move the river of people toward the open double doors at the end of the hall. Most of the people stroll and chat like fans entering a football game. Phones rise out of the crowd like periscopes to record the action. The reporter leans toward the woman next to him, holding his mic. "I'm with Sky Eye News Channel 9. What do you expect to see here today?" "Something cool," the woman says. "Are you at all concerned about becoming involved in the Slayer's activities?" "No, that's why we're here." "What I mean is, it's not like a concert or a sporting event where you're a spectator. The coach never points into the stands and orders a fan to join the team on the field, but we have seen the Slayer do that. Doesn't that concern you?" "What are you, my dad?" "I'm just curious as to your expectations." "I expect you to shut up. The Slayer rules." The woman separates as the mass of people sweeps through the double doors into the courtroom. Inside, the gallery benches bristle with bodies. The volume rises as people scooch and slide to make room. Arguments flare. The elevated judge's bench sits empty. The cameraman leads the reporter to the left to one of the few empty spots along the wall. Once there, the reporter listens to his earpiece and nods at the cameraman. "The guards have escorted us to the largest of the federal courtrooms, where citizens have gathered to watch the spectacle unfold. Despite the armed presence, the atmosphere in here is one of excitement and expectation. I spoke to a woman on the way in who—" "Is the Slayer there?" the studio anchor says. "Not at the moment, but I can assume, given the protective detail and our current location, that he is in the building. It is probable that whatever he has planned calls for some sort of trial. I think we can expect some sort of judgment. On whom, we can only guess." "Hear ye! Hear ye! All rise!" Punch Girl faces the crowd and answers questions. "No, I wanted to stay. In fact, even after I heard what the consequences were, I still didn't want to leave. Of course, I regret the loss of life and destruction of property, but circumstances forced me to leave the Slayer's game show prematurely. I can assure you, though, regarding the actions I took that day, I acted in the best long-term interests of the city and its citizens. That is always my primary concern. Criminals like the Slayer force hard decisions, but very few criminals rise to that level." A restless wave rolls through the crowd. People bend over their phones, and some at the rear walk away from the gathering. Punch Girl watches. This is part of the plan. They will all come running back. Hear ye, all rise. The courtroom chatter dies. Silent faces look at the man standing below the judge's bench. Phones poke into the air and record. The court crier scowls at the assembled people. All rise, on your feet. The wooden benches creak and groan as the audience rises to its feet. Hell's the matter with you? Okay, all rise for the Honorable, the Slayer. The crier applauds and exhorts the gallery to do the same. Golf-level applause patters around the room. The Slayer enters from the judge's chambers. Instead of wearing a robe, he wears his usual black-on-black with long leather duster. He climbs the steps to the bench and sits. He leans and removes his chrome .50 caliber pistol from its shoulder holster and clunks it on the surface. Be seated. The crowd groans and murmurs as they sit and settle in. That was more formal than I like, but there's something about a court of law. My father was a lawyer, and he always told me to respect institutions. He was usually drunk and bashing me in the mouth when he said it, but I got the message. The other thing is, the Slayer crooks a beckoning finger at the court crier. You, come here. Approach the bench. The court crier approaches. Don't do that applause thing again. I hate phony applause. I hate phony anything. It's why I don't wear a mask. It's the opposite of everything I want to do here today. Do you understand? Yes, sir. No clapping. No, that's not what I said. If you want to clap, then clap. I would appreciate that. Do you know why? Because of... Because it's genuine. Did you interview for this job? Interview? Yeah. Did you see an ad in the Bad Guy newspaper and send in your Bad Guy resume? Did we set up an interview at our offices where we asked where you see yourself in 5 years? Right. And how much are we paying you? In, like, money? The crier says. Sure. Let's say that people pay for services using money. Why not? How much money are we giving you for your fine work here today? I don't know. How about none? Would that be a good amount? Would you like to earn none today? Sure. Yeah. Do you know what that makes you and everyone else here? The crier's face contorts as he processes an appropriate answer. It makes you a volunteer. The crier closes his eyes and nods. The answer makes perfect sense. We're all the same here. That's my point. I'm not the boss of you and you're not the boss of them. You can come and go as you please. You could walk out of here right now and no one would stop you. So can they. We're all here because we want to be, right? Right. Now, there are people who want to boss you around. Mostly they do it to enrich themselves. Politicians, bankers, religious leaders, even criminals. They want to control you. It makes me sick. I want the opposite. I want you and everyone to do whatever you want. Wouldn't that be nice? If people stopped telling you how to behave, how to live, how to think, wouldn't it be great if people allowed you to live in the world as you see fit instead of living under rules constructed by and for them? The crier nods, and the people assembled in the gallery shift and murmur. The Slayer dismisses the crier with a wave of his hand. Go on, behave, or don't, because my fellow citizens, that is why we are here today. There is one person in this city above all others who operates according to a separate set of rules. This person lives outside the law and expects, demands by force that we follow it. Is that fair? Is that right? The grumble from the audience signals a clear no. No, of course it's not. That is why we, the people of this city, are here today. Today, we are going to set things right. Today, we are going to put Punch Girl on trial for her crimes. TV and video screens show the erupting clamor in the courtroom. News studios leap to discuss the ramifications of a Slayer-led court. Anchors banter with legal analysts and their questions spawn more questions. Can the authorities stop this? Should they? From a purely legal perspective, doesn't what the Slayer says make sense? Is he not bringing an existing problem into the light? Why elevate one citizen above all others? Shouldn't Punch Girl answer the questions that the world citizens have ignored for too long? Is it time to ask the hard questions? Does the good of a superhero like Punch Girl outweigh the bad? What is she hiding? The discussion reduces to a single juicy nugget. Will Punch Girl come to the courthouse to answer the Slayer's challenge? A hand rises in the crowd listening to Punch Girl. Punch Girl points. A reporter speaks into a microphone while her camera records. You haven't mentioned the Slayer's takeover of the courthouse downtown. What would you like me to say about it? Punch Girl says. Are you aware of it? Of course. Are you also aware that the Slayer has called you out? He says that he's putting you on trial for the benefit of the people of the city. He says you need to answer for your crimes. Do you plan to respond to him? Sure. The Slayer is insane. He cares about chaos, and anyone who joins him is an idiot and an accomplice. So you won't be going to the courthouse to face him? Why would I do that? Don't you plan to stop him? Not really. I mean, what's he doing? Holding court in a courthouse? Besides, don't we have a police force? Some say the police are helping him. What about the hostages? Don't you care about them? Are there hostages? Has there been any violence at all? The reporter looks down at her mic, searching for her next question. This is what he does. He wants me to come there and walk into whatever funhouse trap he has laid out, and I won't do it. Tell him to have his trial without me. The back layer of the gathering separates and streams toward the courthouse. The Slayer watches from the bench as people squeeze through the double doors and settle into any open space. He says, "The sad part is that it came to this at all. I'm a fan of Punch Girls. Believe it or not, I was a big fan of Brightman. He was my favorite." A din circulates through the room. I know. You look at me, and you see the gun, and you see the headlines. You probably saw the video, right, with Hector from Starpoint City? Heads bob in affirmation. Yeah, you see all that, and you go, how could he be a fan of Brightman and Punch Girl? How could I not be? Come on, they're amazing. And I'm like you. I root for the good guys. I want everyone to have a safe and happy life. Why wouldn't I want that? The problem is, I'm just one guy. I'm just me, and people want to control me. I don't have men or money or government backing. People blame me for things. Am I perfect? No. Are you? Is anyone? So they come after me. Should I not protect myself? What have I done? I didn't kill Brightman. I didn't even kill Hector. He's rich and happy now. I bet some of you would want to trade places with him if you could. More heads nod. Rich and happy beats every condition lived by these gathered citizens. But as much as I admire Punch Girl and her abilities, it's not right. She has to answer to someone. Today, she will do that. Today, Punch Girl will either reveal her identity, stand on equal footing with all of us, and walk away innocent, or she will continue to live above us, harboring secrets and consolidating power behind her mask. In that case, she is guilty and will face the ultimate penalty: death. Dark delight flutters like bat wings around the room. A spectacle is emerging. The main event: the Slayer versus Punch Girl. Because I appreciate you all so much, I have a surprise for you. Cheers spark around the room. This will be a fair trial. I'm not from here, so you could view me as biased. Therefore, I am going to step down from the bench. I won't be the one administering judgment. One of your own should do that. That's why I have asked a very special guest to join us. Your celebrity judge for the trial of the century will be none other than the minister. The crowd hesitates. Grumbles and sour expressions cloud the room. No, you've got him all wrong. I know the minister, and believe me when I tell you, he is exactly who you want. He is what I'm talking about. He does what he wants. Well, he does what God wants, but he wants to do that. I know you blame him for all those people dying, and you don't trust him because he wears a mask, but think about it. Even though the city turned against him, Punch Girl fought him, you and I rejected him, even his own followers fled. He persists and does what he wants. It's inspiring. Someone that committed who won't buckle. You people should look up to him. The minister is the future, and soon he will sit in this very chair. From his hidden position near Punch Girl, Alec assembles the news through his earpiece. The reporter's follow-up questions to Punch Girl turn adversarial and tell him the Slayer made his next move. He gave the minister his cue. Alec focuses on the news and its meaning to keep from succumbing to his emotions. The Slayer called for the minister to join him. It means the Slayer sees them as allies. for now. Alec files the data as an asset. It won't last since the minister will never arrive at the courthouse, but for now, it goes in the plus column. The Slayer's summons also means that he expects Alec to have committed to the minister by now. Classifying that data is more complicated. Some liabilities, such as leased equipment or land bought on loan, burden their associated assets. The land or equipment has value, but the associated borrowings, finance liabilities, long-term liabilities, and cash reduction offset that. The Slayer thinking Alec has committed is an asset. Whether he will counts as a liability. In a looser sense, equity could describe that relationship.
Jesus, do you ever get tired of being such a jerk-off?
Alec swallows the lump in his throat. Still searching for rules and structure. Still hiding in the dark, waiting for other people to direct you. What are we doing? The moment he heard the Slayer's call, Alec suppressed the image in his mind, but it returns now. He would like to respond. He would enjoy standing in front of that courtroom, feeling the emotion, the fear, the excitement in person. The power. All the eyes watching him, waiting for him to direct them. He would pass judgment and play the game. He would run the game, and he would win. Every step presents itself to him from start to finish. But that judgment requires a defendant. Punch Girl, which cannot happen. So Alec waits. An hour passes, and the courtroom, which once vibrated with energy, now sleeps like a man under a thick blanket. The rock concert anticipation has bled into doctor's office waiting room tedium. People scan the news, murmur, and adjust themselves on the creaking benches in the gallery. The Slayer leans back in the big leather judge's chair and spins in circles, watching the ceiling revolve overhead. Time trickles like a movie set between takes. The Slayer rocks forward and plants his feet on the floor. Where is he? Where is she? Is anyone coming? One of the Slayer's black-clad helpers approaches and says, "No sign of the minister." "Did you check his house? His office?" The man nods yes. "Well, this is his big moment. He can't miss it. Where is he?" The man awaits instruction. "What about her? Punch Girl?" "Oh, yeah, she says she's not coming." "What?" The Slayer's outburst silences the clamor in the room. Everyone watches to see if something is about to happen. "When did she say she's not coming? Who did she say it to?" "The TV. A reporter asked her if she was going to come here and stop you." "What did she say?" "She said no. She said that's what you wanted and it's why we have police." The Slayer chuffs a laugh. "I mean, what's she doing instead? Her nails?" "She's just talking on TV." "Show me." The man reaches into his front pocket and retrieves a phone. He opens it, taps, and hands the device to the Slayer. On screen, Punch Girl points to herself and says, "Yes, the suit is custom made. It kind of has to be, right? In terms of materials and accessories, it has required some fine-tuning. Trial and error, mostly to fit my personal style and idiosyncrasies. It's interesting to note that the first suit wasn't even blue." "Oh my God, forget what I want. She should want to come here to get away from this. It's so boring." The Slayer's man shrugs. "Why would anyone sit still for this? Why would she? She would have much more fun here." The Slayer blinks at the screen. "We have way more people here." The man looks around the room and nods agreement. "She's not coming?" The man shakes his head. "And still no minister?" "Not that I know of." The Slayer hands the phone back to his man. He exhales, slaps his hands on the desk like twin gavels, and stands. "Then we'll do it the hard way. I need a volunteer." The news channels react with the exuberance of sideline cheerleaders. During the waiting time, they shifted between helicopter shots and in-studio chatter, but the monotony bogged them down. Several times they cut to Punch Girl's fanboy Q&A session, but the minutia made for deadly TV. Now the station switched to their reporters in the courtroom for the live action. The Sky Eye News reporter lifts his mic and says, "Something's happening. The Slayer has asked for a volunteer." The studio anchor says, "Did he say what for or what his plan is?" Not yet. So far, no one has stepped forward.
The Slayer walks from behind the bench and approaches the gallery. Punch Girl is being coy. She and her meager pod of deluded admirers are all sitting down in Soto singing campfire songs and whispering affirmations in each other's ears. It is boring. Some of you were probably there and left, right?
Several heads nod, and hands rise in the room. Right, see? They were there. They left, because Punch Girl doesn't care about her audience. She doesn't care, period, so we need to make her care, which is why I need a volunteer. I need someone to help me get this ball rolling. Who wants to help me put on a show worthy of an audience like you?
A hand shoots up in the front row. A young man in his 20s stands.
The Slayer opens his arms and smiles. Perfect, thank you. Come on down.
The man makes his way past the knees of the seated viewers in his row. He enters the center aisle and pushes through the low gate toward the Slayer.
Welcome, the Slayer says. What's your name? Randy Woodyard. My man, thank you. Here's what we're going to do. The Slayer puts an arm across Randy's shoulders, pulls him close, and turns them away from the audience. What are they saying? The news anchor says. Can you hear what they're whispering?
The reporter looks to his cameraman, who wears the headphones and shakes his head no. We're in the dark here too. We'll have to see how this plays out.
The Slayer leans close to Randy and says, You want Punch Girl here, right? You want her to come and do her thing?
Oh yeah, that would be awesome. Right? The problem is she doesn't want to come. Why not?
She's busy? Afraid? She doesn't care enough about you guys to show up. It's insulting. What about the minister? The Slayer fights to hold his smile. The minister will be here, especially once Punch Girl is here. You stay focused on Punch Girl, Randy. Okay, cool. We need to get her here. To do that, I need to put a gun to your head. Okay, like a choice? No, not figuratively. Not like gun to your head, chocolate or vanilla. I really need to point my gun at you, but I don't want you to run or be afraid. I want you to play along. Can you do that?
I'll be safe, right?
Of course. We're just trying to get Punch Girl's attention. We want her to come here to save you.
Oh, okay, awesome. Then, like, I could ambush her or something, take her out for you. That's a good plan. We might do that. Are you ready to do some acting, Randy?
Sure. Then the Slayer steps back and draws his pistol. On your knees. Randy drops to his knees on the wooden floor amid a renewed boil in the courtroom. People gasp and scramble, trying to escape the pistol's line of fire.
The Slayer moves so that he looks into the news reporter's camera while still keeping the pistol leveled at Randy. He says, Punch Girl, you are cordially invited to join me at the downtown courthouse in the next 10 minutes. No need to RSVP. If you aren't here in 10 minutes, Randy here loses a very important appendage, his head. Oh, and if you run into the minister out there, please make him your +1.
Punch Girl watches the live feed on her tablet. On the screen, the Slayer paces a tight line behind a kneeling young man. The Slayer's pistol taps against his leg as he walks. Punch Girl stows the tablet and says to the small gathering, Thank you for telling me about this. I probably need to respond. Can you all record me and make sure it gets to him? Dozens of phones and several news cameras face her. Hi, Slayer. I know that the 10 minutes aren't up, but I have to decline. I'm so sorry. That's technically an RSVP, but it would be rude if I just didn't show up. Thank you, the Slayer, for your kind invitation, but something else came up. You have fun, though. Let me know how it goes. A man stands next to the Slayer holding a phone. The Slayer watches Punch Girl's message, and after it plays, he stares at the screen as if the video never stopped. He steps back and adjusts the grip on his pistol. After 30 seconds of gripping and re-gripping, surrounded by courtroom silence, the Slayer chuckles and says, Well, something came up. She's so sorry, but we should have fun in her absence and let her know how it goes. Randy, I don't think she's taking us seriously.
Randy plays his part. He nods an over-the-top silent movie affirmation, cowers, and says, Give her another chance. Please, don't kill me.
Well, Randy, I agree with you. Punch Girl has misjudged us. and we should give her a chance to rethink her response. But here's the thing. I hate it when people say no to me. It hurts me. And who's to say if I invite her again, she won't say no again? Can I really open myself to that kind of rejection? I mean, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, and I'm going to need a hug and a blankie. Randy looks over his shoulder at the Slayer. His eyebrows fall in actual concern. I got this. I can sell it. You can. Dig deep, Randy. I'm looking for something a lot more method here. I'm asking you to step it up. Give it your all for the team. The Slayer levels his pistol 12 inches from Randy's head. Oh my gosh. No. Punch Girl, come. Save me. Boom! The handgun roars. It spits fire and bucks in the Slayer's hand. The front row of the gallery recoils like tourists in the splash zone at SeaWorld as Randy's body slumps to the floor. Bedlam erupts in the courtroom. The people clamber to their feet, pushing to get to the aisles. The gallery benches squeal and groan as they slide on the floor, shoved out of position by the stampeding mob. Screams and grunts follow the mass, but their progress stalls at the closed double doors. The bodies continue forward and pile against the barrier. They press, choking the space of the people fleeing at the front. Whines of panic fill the air as people fall, and the crush churns more people underfoot. The Slayer leans over Randy's body and places a hand on his back. Sorry, brother, but I really do hate when people say no. He stands and points his pistol at the ceiling. Boom! The struggling at the doors eases. Heads turn to the Slayer holding his gun in the air. A wisp of smoke curls upward from the barrel. Please sit down, the Slayer says. The frozen stampeders blink back at him, a wall of pale, slack faces. The Slayer points his gun at the benches. Please, it's much more comfortable over here. The people reverse course and shamble like mine workers toward their seats. While they settle, the Slayer says, I'm sorry for that. I locked the doors for your safety. If you had gotten to the stairs or the elevators, someone would have been trampled. One of you would be dead right now, and I don't think I could forgive myself if I let that happen. If I let one of you die needlessly, that would be my fault, unlike Randy here. The gallery benches refill, and wide eyes shift from Randy to the Slayer. The Slayer tisks disappointment. This is a shame. I liked Randy. I liked his volunteer spirit, and I didn't want to shoot him. If Punch Girl had accepted my invitation, if she were here now, Randy would be alive. He died needlessly because she wanted him dead. His death is on her. There's no way around it. Punch Girl killed Randy. It's as simple as that. Some people avert their eyes from Randy, but some look. Some of them came here for this. Their heads nod, agreeing with the Slayer. Now, though, I need another volunteer. The Slayer leans to the man nearest him and says, Find my celebrity judge. The man squints and purses his lips in confusion. Get me the minister. He's right. It's Punch Girl's fault. And yours. If you were over there, you could have stopped him. You could be in charge now. Alex searches his hidey hole. The Soto apartment borders the neighboring empty lot, but he cannot see Punch Girl below. Stuck between the tightening walls and the chaotic TV news coverage, waves of nausea pound against the back of his skull. The Slayer executed a hostage and blamed Punch Girl for it. At least half the viewers will buy that explanation. If Alec has learned anything over the past several months, it is that people want to believe what they want to believe, regardless of facts. Punch Girl's modulated voice says, Alec, this is what we talked about. He's resisting. This is the plan. Stay on target. As the Slayer restarts the spectacle with a new hostage, Alec says, and let people die? And let people die. What if he kills everyone in the room? He won't. You don't know that. Yes, I do. How? Because it's boring. It's not supposed to be. Alex says, if I went over there, I could slow him down. Negative. No one is going over there. Stay in position. Bossy. That's irritating. The Sky Eye reporter squats. He whispers into his mic. The Slayer has executed a second hostage and has nominated a third. The atmosphere in here, once excited and rebellious, now feels like a funeral. No one wants to draw any attention to themselves.
The studio news anchor says, "It's a grim sight indeed. In case you're wondering where the police are, they're outside. Can we show the view from the Sky Eye news chopper?" The home audience sees an overhead view of police lights strobing against the building as dozens of cruisers sit parked in a jumble behind yellow cordon tape.
Word from the police is that they are waiting for the bomb squad.
The reporter crouches lower and wraps a protective hand around his mic. "Bomb squad? Is the building wired?"
We have no confirmation of that, but the authorities cannot take any mention of the Slayer and bombs lightly. Have you been able to get any indication of what his endgame is here? Well, this all seems improvised. The Slayer is surprised and frustrated by Punch Girl's absence. He clearly needs her here to kick off whatever his grand plan is. Well then, I have to ask, the anchor says, what is Punch Girl waiting for?
Punch Girl points to a man in the front row of her thinning audience and says, "That's a good question. I never asked. I mean, I enjoyed working with Brightman, but I don't know why he reached out like that.
He needed the help, I assume, but maybe it's like you say. He was trying to mentor younger superheroes. It wasn't like Brightman was a buddy who I could ask. He was more like a father figure type." Several hands shoot up in the group. Punch Girl points to one, and the woman clears her throat and says, "Brightman and Cleveland Carroll were in Baltimore at the same time as the Baltimore riots. There was a rumor that they met up. Cleveland Carroll later had a child, a girl." "Is there a question?" "Have you looked into whether that child was you?" "You mean, was Brightman my father?"
"Yes."
"No." "So you're denying it?"
"There's nothing to deny. I can tell you with 100% clarity that even if that rumor is true, that Brightman and Cleveland Carroll had a baby, I am not that child."
A reporter steps forward and says, "Excuse me, is this what we're doing?" "What's that?" Punch Girl says. "The Slayer executed a third hostage. Yes, they are now officially hostages. Would you like to see?"
"No, I don't need to see it."
"People are dying while we're out here listening to a Comic-Con panel. Are you planning to put a stop to this?"
"Sure. Hey, Slayer, stop killing people. How's that?"
"So you're not going to do anything?"
"I'm right here. If the Slayer or the Minister or Angelo the Deuce or whoever wants to come and get me, here I am. Come on. Until then, this is between the Slayer and the police."
The Slayer's gun fires into the ceiling 6 times. Why is she ruining this? In the following silence, the Slayer's ears ring. The grouped holes in the ceiling drizzle plaster dust around him. "I told you she doesn't care. She's one of them. Big money, special interests, status quo, establishment elitist. She thinks she's better than these people. She thinks their lives don't matter, that she doesn't have to do her job." The Slayer's pacing boots thump the floor, avoiding the bodies around him. "If she won't, she has to. You can't have a trial without a defendant." The Slayer expels an impatient breath and turns to the gallery. He grabs a phone from a man in the front row and holds the screen up, watching the live video. Punch Girl stands in the shaky handheld frame and explains that she could machine wash the material in the punch suit, but the accessories require hand washing. The audience may never have considered it, but given the uniqueness of the garment, it's a chore she must perform herself. Punch Girl playing washerwoman sends a titter through the audience. The Slayer lowers the phone and says, It's a laundry infomercial. Can someone go get her, please? And bring her here?"
The courtroom responds with silence.
"Right now! This second! Please!" Several black-clad men jump into action. They talk on radios as they exit through the judge's chambers. The Slayer grabs one man by the shoulder as he passes. He leans close and says, "Find me, the minister." The man nods and follows the other men through the door. Alex's head pounds.
"You could stop this."
"No."
"Why? Because she told you not to? She doesn't know what she's doing. She's making this up as she goes. This isn't a 1040 tax form. There is no boilerplate document for this. No one has ever done this before. It may not work. Then it's too late. Then all those people died for nothing."
"There's a plan. We're sticking to it." "Her plan. so she can be the hero and you can retire. She's local. She's nothing. The Slayer is here because of you. She didn't even rate before you showed up. The Slayer trusts you. You could get next to him and beat him. You'd be the hero." "I don't want to be a hero." "Then be the man who took down the Slayer and leave the labels to them. At least then you're on even footing with her, and you can decide what you want to do from there. She's setting you up. You're the fall guy. You're going to look like an asshole." "No, there's a plan." "I have plans too. Trust me."
Alec closes his eyes against the throbbing in his head and waits for his cue.
Punch Girl watches the blank spaces in her crowd refill. The arriving spectators come in two varieties. The first group, the narrow-shouldered fanboys, enters in twos and threes with light steps and easy chatter. They return after trekking to the jazzier show at the courthouse, where the police turn them away at the door. The second group, though, arrives in large clusters. They walk in silence, and their ragged musculature, hard eyes, and stiff jawlines mark them as followers of the Slayer, here to perform a job. Many of them wear black, and all of them carry weapons. Punch Girl breathes beneath her mask. Showtime. The Slayer's men press into the crowd. They snake through the gaps toward the front, as Punch Girl explains the concepts that predated the current punch suit. If she notices the approaching men, she appears not to care. A thick man steps forward and points a baseball bat at Punch Girl. "The Slayer wants to see you at the courthouse." Punch Girl says, "That's nice. Tell him I'm flattered, but no, I don't visit psychos in their psycho dens." "The Slayer ain't asking."
"Well, I ain't going."
"And I ain't letting her go," Angelo the Deuce says. All heads turn to the voice behind the gathering. Angelo stands with 50 hard-nosed, hard-fisted men. Even more stream from the neighboring buildings, and they assemble behind him. "Anyone who wants to take Punch Girl has to get in line behind me." The Slayer's men stand between Punch Girl and Angelo. They twist between the two and perform the quick math. They cannot return to the Slayer empty-handed, but they can't evacuate a resistant Punch Girl without clearing Angelo and his men first. Jaws tighten and fists grip weapons as they launch into Angelo and his men. The fight ends before Punch Girl's fanboys can cower out of the way. Angelo was ready. His men came prepared and outnumbered their opponents 2-1. The beatdown takes less than a minute, and Angelo and his men turn to Punch Girl. Angelo says, "You got a lot of balls doing this here, where my building used to be." "I didn't blow up your building," Punch Girl says. "Yeah, but you didn't stop it from getting blown up either, so I figure it's only fair. You let my building get demolished, I let you get demolished." Angelo's men move forward, and one of the nearby windows smashes outward. 2 floors up and to the back of Punch Girl, glass explodes and rains on the group below. Those who looked up at the sound now duck and cover their heads to protect from the hail of shards. When they look up again, the minister floats down from the sky. The minister drifts downward like a spirit, all fluttering robes and featureless form. He floats into the center of Angelo's men, widening his arms like a welcoming savior. Rather than welcoming, though, he flares his hands and arms as he lands, triggering a massive electric pulse. Within a 10-foot radius, voices cry out and bodies collapse. Angelo's men hold their chests and stomachs. Some drool and gasp for breath, while others lose control of their motor functions, evacuating their bladders and bowels. "The land shall not be sold in perpetuity, for the land is mine. For you are strangers and sojourners with me," the minister says.
"Oh, see, now that's impressive," Angelo says. "That's an entrance. What is that, like a psalm or something that says you get to take my property?"
"The Lord says that thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not covet, thou shalt not kill."
"He didn't say it to me."
"Silence!" The minister turns to Punch Girl's followers, shrunken together into a protective knot. "Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, or any likeness of anything that is in heaven above, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the water under the earth. Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them, nor serve them. For I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God." You worship her.
You bow and serve her. She will be destroyed. Boom! Underneath the minister's hood, Alec's head whips toward the sound of the gun. Angelo stands close behind him with his pistol leveled. Alec follows the line from the barrel to the empty airspace where Punch Girl stood. Punch Girl lies in a heap on the ground, her chest ruined behind the ruptured blue punch suit. The blue material and red blood combine, turning the entire meaty mess purple. Angelo lowers his pistol and says, "You want silence? How's that for silence?" The Slayer watches a phone screen held by one of his men. When Punch Girl falls, he bends and rests his hands on his knees. "Well, that's unfortunate. Please tell me it was the minister and not Angelo." The man lowers the phone and winces. "It was Angelo? See, the minister I can work with, but Angelo shot Punch Girl? Is she dead?" "Well, she's on the ground covered in blood, and she didn't get up, so yeah." The Slayer stands and looks at the ceiling. "I should have killed him." "Who, boss?" "You try to entertain people, bring a little light into their lives, and you have a simple message. Let people do what they want, stop interfering, but they can't help themselves. They all think they know. They all think they're a star. It doesn't matter that they're ugly and fat and devoid of even a shred of personality, does it? Everyone thinks they deserve to be the prom queen. You understand? So, who should you have killed?" "Everyone, get the cars. Court is adjourned." Alex stares through the minister's mask at Angelo's smirking face. He turns to Jess's body and walks until his feet won't carry him closer. The blood and the mess stop him like a wall. It smells. "I would have thought that suit would have done a better job against one little bullet," Angelo says. Alec turns to Angelo's voice at his shoulder, and a cone of silence descends over him. Nothing penetrates, but his emotions fill the space like hot poison. His fury steams and cooks around him. His teeth clamp and his muscles harden, and he leaps at Angelo. Angelo's small neck disappears in his grip. When his fingers meet, he leans into Angelo's face. "That wasn't the deal. That wasn't what was supposed to happen. You weren't supposed to kill her." Hot coals sear Alec's belly. He looks down through his rigid arms as Angelo's hand removes the knife. The red, wet blade leaves behind a crimson spot on the minister's robe that blooms like a kaleidoscope. Alec falls and sits on the ground at Punch Girl's feet. "Why?" Alec says. Angelo rubs his throat with one hand and points the knife at the minister with the other. "You weren't supposed to choke me. That wasn't the deal either, numbnuts." "I was supposed to fight her. I was supposed to win. When the Slayer came, she was going to get up." Alec twists even though it pains him and looks at Punch Girl. "She's going to get up. She's not dead. It's fake. You made a new plan." "You're obviously in shock, but I got bad news for you, sport. Punch Girl is dead. That's the new plan, and it worked exactly how I wanted." "No, you wouldn't. It's fake." Angelo squats so he can look the minister in the face. "Everyone says you're smart, but I'm not seeing it. If you think all this is fake, then answer me this. Did I fake stab you in the gut?" Alec looks down at his soaking robes. He raises his head to Angelo and says, "The Slayer got to you. You're with him." Angelo laughs and says, "With him? Screw him. She's dead, you're dead, and I'm going to kill him too. Now, while we wait, how about we reveal the man beneath the mask?" Alec recoils even though his searing midsection calls out against it. Angelo's hand reaches forward, but the squeal of vehicle brakes combined with the gasp of Punch Girl's huddled followers stops him. Angelo turns and sees what everyone else sees. 2 black SUVs unload at the curb. The rear door of the front car opens, and the Slayer bounds out. He shakes his head, walks into the lot, and says, "Boys, you have made a mess of things here." Angelo stands and points his gun at the Slayer. "Stop it. There are 6 men back there who will shoot you dead where you stand and eat you where you fall." He points at the minister and says, "You have been a disappointment." Alec strains to raise his head and focus on the Slayer. He cannot muster the energy to respond. "Is she dead?"
Angelo lowers his gun and says, "What does it look like?" "It looks like she's dead. Did anyone check?" Punch Girl's followers blink, paralyzed by fame and fear. "Your hero gets shot in front of you, and you don't check to see if she's still alive?" Heads bow and feet shuffle in the dirt. "Could someone check, please?" A woman walks to Punch Girl's body. She averts her eyes and covers her nose as she squats next to the head. When she touches the side of Punch Girl's neck, she jerks her hand back and cradles it next to her chest. "It shocked me." The Slayer rolls his eyes. "Of course it did. Punch Girl to the end." "Well, if it makes you feel any better, I wasn't going to unmask her anyway." "I'll do it then," Angelo says. "No, you won't. We're not unmasking him either." "The hell we're not." "Angelo, what's the matter with you? You have no sense of theater, no showmanship, no finesse. You're all blunt and obvious and boring." Finding out Punch Girl's true identity is not boring. "So you unmask her, and it's not the Queen of England, it's some woman. Then what?" "Then we know. We know who Punch Girl is." "And what? You ride off into the sunset? The guy who killed some woman?" "No. I get back to business. The guy who killed Punch Girl." "You would already be that, but the audience won't see it. You know what?" The Slayer's pistol snaps forward in a flash. It levels at Angelo's head. "I'm tired of this. I'm going to kill you. Then I'm going to kill him and get out of here because you people are so crazy that even I can't live here anymore." Movement attracts Punch Girl's followers first. Then Angelo turns, followed by the Slayer, who lowers his pistol. From the corner of the building behind Punch Girl, two single-file lines of people advance. The lines snake forward, and person after person emerges. 50 people on each side walk two abreast in silence. They wear ministers' robes. The twin lines of ministers walk forward. They split when they reach the three men, and they encircle the group. Angelo's men regroup, and the Slayer's men exit the SUVs. The Slayer says, "That is what I'm talking about. That is theater, and that is why I am such a fan of the minister." Alec's throat closes, and his mind squeezes, throbbing against his skull. He never arranged for this. Somewhere in the fog leading up to today, he lost time, and the minister took over. The minister won this game before it ever started. Alec falls backward and lies on the ground next to Punch Girl. A chill creeps into his feet and hands and spreads up his limbs, but his head and neck burn. He failed. The minister was right all along. Alec failed, and he got everyone killed. He trusted the Slayer. He trusted Angelo, and he allowed Jess to trust him. Now Jess is dead, and Punch Girl with her. He should have died here himself, with his guts running for freedom outside his abdomen, but he can't even do that because the minister's going to save him. He should have relied on the minister. The minister made his move. He acted alone. He called these people, prepped them, and now they will save him. If he and the minister had worked together, they could have saved everyone. But Alec, loser, dipshit, shunned the minister's attempts. Now the Slayer and Angelo will die or go to jail, depending on the minister's instructions, and the minister will escape. He will assume command of the entire city, alone. And Alec will let him. Why not? Alec closes his eyes beneath his mask. To think that this began with an impulse to help hurts more than his wound. It sickens him to have drifted to this point, and now society will reward his aimlessness with victory. The minister was never aimless. The minister planned and schemed and executed, even as Alec resisted. He bided his time, struck at the right moment, and he did it all from a cell. If the minister were a colleague, Alec would avoid any comparison. Alec did this for Jess, and without her, the fight leaves him. What's the point now? With that thought, warmth fills his chest, and the minister's voice commands from his mouth, "Take them and kill them." "Excuse me?" the Slayer says. "Them? You mean kill him, because I can tell you right now, if your costume party freak show comes after me, you will have a bloodbath on your hands, my friend. Kill them both." The circle of ministers tightens, and the Slayer's men leap into the fight. Angelo and his remaining fighters unsheath a variety of weapons and surge into the fray. Alec lies in the dirt and watches the sky. The battle rages around him. Feet shuffle and pound, grunts, screams, and slapping meat sounds batter his ears. Blood, sweat, and testosterone fog the air and fill his nose. He closes his eyes and listens to the minister's robed followers, winning. The minister would have learned from experience. He would have known that today was the day he killed the Slayer and Angelo and became the undisputed king of the hill. He would not have chanced putting anything less than hardened fighters, mercenaries, under those robes. Angelo turned on them and paved the way for the minister's victory. He betrayed them and removed any hope for Alec. Alec will enjoy seeing him die. Same for the Slayer. He spread his sickness like smallpox, and today, the minister will oversee the vaccine. Alec hopes to stay conscious long enough to witness the extermination of these two rabid dogs. Amid the brawl, peace places a protective dome over Alec. He looks forward to quiet. No more secrets, no more confusing stories, no more hiding. He will breathe. He recalls the feeling of breath and appreciates the good in the minister. For we do not have a high priest who is unable to empathize with our weaknesses, but we have one who has been tempted in every way, just as we are, yet he did not sin. Alec smiles under his mask. One last gasp for Alec Baum before he hands the keys over to the minister for good. Nice touch, even if it is a hair too prideful to compare himself to Jesus. His smile falters, though, because the comparison rings hollow. Jesus suffered temptation, more than Alec has, and from a stouter foe, but he didn't surrender. Alec is no one's savior. Jessica's voice delivered the quote, and Alec understands why. His divided mind needs absolution, and it conjured the one person who could provide it. It's beautiful. The last thing Jess will ever express to him is forgiveness, unless she's not dead. Alec opens his eyes and turns his head in the dirt. He cranes his neck toward Punch Girl's face, even though the movement renews the molten searing in his abdomen. Jess's blue-suited body lies in a bloody heap where it fell, gore soaking the dirt. Of course. One last fantasy, and one more time that Alec Baum ruins something beautiful. He closes his eyes for the last time. You need to get up. I need you to draw their attention, just for a moment. Alec's eyes flick open. He turns his head to Punch Girl's body, but the voice came from his earpiece. Damn it. Even now, Alec Baum cannot complete a task with dignity. Alec, I know what you're wrestling with. Sit up and pray one last time. Then you can let go. Temper flares inside Alec. He can't even quit right. The Slayer is pulling back. If he gets to his car, this window closes. I need the distraction. Judge not, and you shall not be judged. Condemn not, and you shall not be condemned. Forgive, and you will be forgiven. Say it. Alec resists. Too many voices. What's done is done, and he lets go. Judge not, and you shall not be judged. Condemn not, and you shall not be condemned. Forgive, and you will be forgiven. Sit up and pray, you asshole, or I'll never eat Dragon Lotus Szechuan Panda Garden Palace Golden with you again. Goosebumps cover Alec's chest and arms. Judge not. Alec groans as he sits up like a mummy rising from a sarcophagus. The two sides of his stab wound slip in opposite directions against one another, but he ignores the pain. He opens his arms and looks to the sky. Judge not, and you shall not be judged. The melee covering the vacant lot freezes. The dust settles, and the city sounds percolate into Soto as the combatants all turn to the minister. Finally, took you long enough, Jess says. Over the heads of the faces staring at Alec, on the brick apartment complex across the street, a blue figure steps to the roof's edge. Central, let's roll. The legs next to Alec shift. Punch Girl rises from the dead and says, Can I play? Punch Girl's fans gasp and then cheer. After a moment, when they spot the second punch girl, they screech with orgasmic delight. The feet around Alec stampede in every direction. They skid and hesitate. Commands bark out, trying to contain the confusion. Alec twists to see behind him, but something tears in his midsection. A slice of radiant pain wrapped in a damp blanket of nausea erupts in his belly. He falls on his side in the dirt and passes out. Chapter 90. Alec jerks awake. The muscle spasm sends a jolt of pain through his gut, and he groans. He lays his hand on his wound and touches the fabric of the hospital gown. Under the shirt, he caresses the dressing covering the right half of his abdomen. He peels the tape and winces at the stitches, carving a straight line through the black bruising. A catheter tube extends from the sheets, and Alec sighs at his good luck. The hospital room looks like a hospital room. Bed, table, TV, chair. The empty chair raises questions that point to a central issue. Reality. What happened? How did he get here? Does this room exist, or is it a construct residing in the minister's mind? He recalls Jess being alive, which he wants to believe. He also recalls losing control to the minister. Both things can be true only if one of them exists in his mind. Punch Girl could have fought off the minister with Alec's help, or the minister won and offered him the hallucination of Jess to pacify him. The empty chair and the total lack of the minister's presence anywhere inside him stand in conflict. But Alec feels present, and the unusual sensation worries him. He makes a promise. If this is a moment of lucidity, he will not waste it. He will remember Jess's final gift of belief in him and fight. The door opens and Jess breezes in, tapping her iPad screen. "Oh yay, you're awake. Hang on, I'm bonusing." Alec waits until Jess clenches a fist in victory. She closes the iPad cover and lowers her voice. "Keep it breezy. Walls have ears." Alec stares at his living wife. "What? How are you feeling?" "What?" "You got mugged. Luckily the wound wasn't too deep and missed anything major. You're going to heal and everything's going to be fine." "What?" "Unless you've gone deaf." She scowls and crosses to the bed. Alec grabs her and pulls her close. He hugs her with all his strength. "You're alive!" Jess breaks free with minimal effort and says, "Of course I am. You were the one who got stabbed. You were protecting me." "I thought you were—" "I'm fine, and so are you. Do you want some water?" "What? No. What about Angelo and the Slayer?" Jess leans over Alec and presses her lips to his ear. She ignores his groans and says, "I know. You're grateful to be alive. You credit me. My death filled you with emptiness. You made some deal with God that you won't waste my sacrifice. I've been there. I get it." "No." "Yes, I get it. It's sweet, and I'll hold it over you forever." "I don't hear the minister anymore." "You're heavily medicated. Now please do us both a favor and shut up." Jess releases Alec and smiles at him with her mouth. Her eyes, though, dare him to speak again. "How do your stitches feel? Do you need some Advil?" "No, I'm okay. How are you?" "Good." "Is Paul here?" Jess glares. "Why would my boss be here? He's at work, where he should be. I can't imagine why my boss would be here, at all." "Oh, yeah. I'm going to wait outside for a while. I'd hate for you to get re-injured." Jess flips open her iPad as she leaves the room. Chapter 91. The next day, Jess helps Alec into her car. They exit the hospital parking lot and enter traffic. Alec says, "Now?" "No." After a few lights and several turns, Alec looks out his window and says, "We're not going home?" Jess huffs a breath out of her nose and drives in silence. The car enters the parking garage beneath the AM&M building, but instead of driving up, Jess angles for the down ramp. They descend until they park on the dim and vacant basement floor of the garage. Jess shuts off the car and exits. She walks around to Alec's side and helps him unfold his body from the seat. She leads him to an elevator where she places her palm against a blank metal pad. The elevator door slides open, and Alec says, "Oh, I get it now." "Good for you." 30 seconds later, they exit the elevator into the warehouse. Jess pulls a chair up to the center table for Alec, and she sits in her chair. She opens her hands to Alec and says, "Now you can talk." "Finally." "You're terrible at this, just so you know. You're a total liability." Alec crosses his arms, but he winces at the pain and uncrosses them. "Go ahead." "You were dead. What happened? What happened to me? What happened to you? Where's the Slayer? What happened to Angelo? Did we win? I mean, what happened?" The door to the back elevator opens. Paul steps out and crosses the floor to join them. He smiles and says, "There he is. How are you feeling?" "Confused." "I'll bet." Jess says, "He keeps trying to give away all of our secrets." "No," Alex says, "she's exaggerating. In the hospital, he asked me where you were." Paul tilts his silver-haired head at Alec. "Why would I come visit you in the hospital?" "Exactly." Alec says, "Listen, I'm the one who got stabbed. I was hung out to dry while you two and Angelo were off on your own program. When it comes to planning and keeping the team informed, you guys are as bad as the Slayer. You can back off the hazing." Jess and Paul chuckle and nod. "It wasn't you doing the Q&A with the fanboys. That was Paul in the punch suit. I got that much." "Right," Jess says. "You were hiding and waiting for the Slayer." "Right again." "You felt like Angelo should know that, and I shouldn't?" "Angelo didn't know either." Alec frowns and looks away. When he looks back, he says, "You didn't trust either one of us?" "I didn't trust the minister. It was better if you weren't carrying that around." Paul explains more of the details. He describes how they modified his punch suit to explode when a bullet hit it, so it would appear that Punch Girl was dead. Alec says, "Angelo was supposed to shoot you, because you told me to electrocute Punch Girl to upset the Slayer. That was the plan." "Angelo did what he was supposed to do," Paul says. "He was supposed to stab me?" "There he went off script. We have spoken to him since, and he claims he acted on instinct. You were choking him and losing control. He apologizes." Alec touches his tender belly and says, "Is he in jail at least?" "For now." "For now? He stabbed me." "It was part of our deal to get him to help. Punch Girl put in a word for him with the authorities saying that he was an undercover agent." Alec turns to Jess. "Immunity? You vouched for him?" Jess shrugs. "Okay, great. What about trying to remove my mask? Was that off script too?" "Angelo was a necessary evil." You weren't worried that I was dying?" "Of course I was." "But you still waited for the Slayer." "Paul was right next to you. He would have helped if you needed it." Alec looks from Jess's blank face to Paul's and back. "So Angelo shoots Punch Girl. I get stabbed. The Slayer shows up. All those ministers jump in. It's a huge brawl. I mean, there's no way you planned for all this." Paul says, "We don't plan. We prepare. We consider eventualities and hope we are ready when each one arises." "Hope?" "Our primary focus was delivering the Slayer. And drawing out the minister," Jess says. Alec allows that equivalence to sink in. A two-part plan, the Slayer and the minister. No doubt they wanted to expose the minister and his plan, but Alec wonders whether any of this was personal. "We put pressure on Alec and opened a window for the minister. We were pretty sure he would show." "Yeah, but then what? What if I couldn't push him back? What if he wouldn't leave?" Paul says, "We prepared for that." "Prepared how?" "That's complicated. I'm not sure you want the answer to that." "But you pushed him back," Jess says. "You won. You thought I was dead, and you were dying. The Slayer had won, and your only escape was to disappear into the minister. Despite that, Alec Baum wouldn't give up. Give yourself some credit. Is there more than one personality in there? Yeah, and it's not ideal, but Alec is the dominant one. For now. Yeah, well, they have meds for that, and significant psychological counseling." "Seriously?
Among all the people who were in that lot, I'm the one who needs counseling? You could go to jail instead.
What about you? Or Paul?
What about Waylon Grimes?
Jess's eyes punch into him. She and Paul confronted his mental stability long before he did. They still consider it a threat. Alex says, I have some amends to make. We'll work on that. You got the Slayer, though. Jess shakes her head.
Wait, what? How did you not start with that? You missed him? After all that, you let him... Of course we got him. Don't be so gullible. You think we'd be sitting here chatting with you if the Slayer was still out there hunting Punch Girl?
Paul says, it was actually quite a big day for Punch Girl. In one move, she grabbed Angelo the Deuce and the Slayer. People say that Punch Girl is the new Bright Man. Alex says, so you took him? With all that going on, all the fighting, you just grabbed the Slayer and arrested him? Punch Girl did, Jess says. You'll learn to make that distinction in your therapy. Just because you know I need help doesn't make you smarter than me. I agree. I was always smarter than you. To wit, Jess explains that she and Paul spent hours dissecting the Slayer and his patterns. The concept they returned to over and over was control. The Slayer, even though he projected a crazy image, always operated in an environment he controlled. Like a criminal savant, no detail escaped him in whatever mousetrap he constructed. The key was to draw him out of his comfort zone. Walking into the courthouse was a no-go. Once we had him out in the open, you started the dominoes falling.
Me?
Alex says. Punch Girl could have jumped in there and fought her way to the Slayer, but that last prayer of yours froze everyone. Once the Slayer and his men turned their backs to me, I just plucked him off the street. Alec pictures the scene. We were in an open, empty lot, too. No bystanders for him to kill, no wired buildings. That was a pretty good plan.
Thank you. I've had some practice, though.
Alec pauses and says, what about me?
Oh, we discussed you, too. Your thing isn't control, it's acceptance.
I mean the minister. How did the minister escape? He didn't. The minister is dead. We tried to save him, but his wounds were too grave. Punch Girl tried to retrieve his body, but the minister's acolytes overwhelmed her. They took him. No one knows where. Jess and Paul crossed their arms, ending that narrative. What if the Slayer didn't come? Jess shoots Paul a glance. You didn't prepare for that?
We did. He had to come, Jess says.
Why? What if he kept executing people? What would you have done? Jess blinks at Alec. How many people would you have let him kill?
Jess shrugs. What do you mean?
Alec imitates her shrug. We make hard choices, and we don't look back. Not very heroic. This isn't a movie, Alec. Punch Girl plays to win, period. It's the job. Not a job I'd want. Which is why the minister's dead. Alec hears Jessica's aggressive tone. A hint of the minister's voice urges him to defend, but Alec resists. He wants the minister dead, at least dormant. Even though he started this production to help Jess, and it worked, she may never reconcile the ends with Alec's extraordinary means. Alec doesn't sense that same fracture in the marriage, though. Their union, once ordinary, now more unconventional than any on the planet, is stronger. He sees it in Jess's posture and tone. She still trusts him. She accepts him. That's enough. Take the win. He clears his throat and says, speaking of dead, there is one more body. I think I killed Alec Baum, CPA. Jess says, Alec, seriously, stop with the surprises. Talk to me when you're healed, Paul says. I'm sure we can use an accountant. Punch Girl's popularity has increased the firm's profile significantly. That's good, Jess says, because I want to phase out the pigs. I can't deal with them anymore, Paul. Punch Girl has to be independent. Let me talk to them. I think they would be open to some parameters regarding meetings and expectations. No, we're done with them. I'd rather she retire than answer to the friends of Terrence Roque. I can't do it. We have to figure out a different way. Paul sighs and says, okay, then we will. Let's put our heads together on it. Alec raises his hand like a seventh grader in math class. Jess and Paul both lower weary brows at Alec. This probably qualifies as a surprise. I mean, it does. You're going to be surprised, for sure, but it's a good surprise. Alec, my God, Jess says. I think I can help Punch Girl go independent. Jess and Paul raise their eyebrows. I might have access to $500,000. The end.